Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Where is this? A young man looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. The young man's name was Dongmenhao. After a busy day, he planned to go home and make up animations to relax, but when he reached an intersection, a car suddenly jumped out. Dongmenhao didn't even have time to react, he just felt a sharp pain in his body was off the ground, and then his consciousness was directly blurred. When he woke up again, he was already in this strange place, in a somewhat dilapidated Japanese-style house. This is not the key point. The key point is that there are two corpses in front of him, and they look a bit like ancient warriors from a certain country in terms of clothes. Both sides had a knife stuck in their bodies. Looking at it like this, they seemed to have died together. When Dongmenhao was still in a daze, suddenly another figure rushed in from outside the door, and his body was in a mess, and he could even clearly see that there were many wounds bleeding. Although someone appeared, before Dongmenhao could speak, he saw this wounded man rushing towards him holding a knife. This sudden scene frightened Dongmenhao into a stagger. He stepped back, tripped over the corpse, and sat down directly. However, this sitting directly dodged the opponent's attack, and the opponent's speed was not very fast due to the injury. The blow seemed to tear the wound, and the person directly squatted down to cover the wound, and did not continue to attack. Dongmenhao, under fear, suddenly felt that his hand had touched something. Looking carefully, he found that what he touched was the handle of a knife, the knife on one of the two corpses just now. Before he had time to think about it, Dongmenhao pulled out the knife and slashed at the injured man in front of him. He didn't know what happened here, who these people were, and why he appeared here. But he knew one thing, that the guy in front of him was going to cut him just now, so he had to fight back. The knife cut directly from the opponent's neck, and the person who was cut by Dongmenhao screamed and covered his neck, his eyes widened, and he just fell down. Dongmenhao slashed directly into the opponent's neck, cutting more than half of it open. The opponent must be dead and can't die anymore. What the hell, who can tell me what's going on? Dongmenhao's mentality collapsed in an instant, and when he opened his eyes, he found that he had come to a strange place, and then encountered a psychopath who wanted to kill him, and inexplicably killed the other party in desperation. What happened in such a short period of time almost made Dongmenhao's brain crash. Your kendo experienced killing for the first time, and you suddenly realized part of the essence of killing, and successfully evolved into the killing kendo, level 120%. Just when Dongmenhao's brain froze, a strange voice came into his mind suddenly, which startled Dongmenhao, and then another piece of information came into his mind, which was a piece of information about killing swordsmanship. After a while, Dongmenhao finally digested the information in his mind. Killing swordsmanship? I learned it. What is this? So I'm time traveling now? Is this a cheat? A system? Dongmenhao looked at the knife in his hand, then swung it violently. A knife light mixed with blood flashed. This was the light emanating from the knife body. As for the blood light, although it was the first time he saw it, Dongmenhao knew what it was thing. This is due to the characteristic of the slaughter sword Dao, the bloody sword light, but now Dongmenhao's slaughter sword Dao is too weak, and the blood color in the sword light is not very obvious. Judging from the information in his mind, it can be seen from the information in his mind that when he has cultivated to a certain level, he can swing his sword. It is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This blood light can strengthen the power of the sword, and it will also release a special killing breath. The killing breath will deter the enemy to a certain extent, and the strength of deterrence depends on the strength of the opponent and Dongmenhao. A few minutes later, Dongmenhao, who had been trying to call the cheat, chose to give up, because no matter how he called, he didn't get any response. There was no system. Although there was a cheat, it was not clear what was going on with the cheat. After giving up, Dongmenhao now just wants to find out where he is. Judging from the situation, he should have time traveled, but his body has not changed, but the clothes on his body have changed, and he has become similar to the people around him. However, his body did not change. Even though there were no mirrors around, a scar from the past on the back of his hand was still there. Dongmenhao glanced at the 3 corpses in front of him. Although it was bloody, he didn't feel anything except the smell of blood. When he came to the door, Dongmenhao looked out carefully, and saw a scene that was even more tragic than the inside of the house. There were at least a dozen corpses lying outside. Dongmenhao couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. There were no living people around, so Dongmenhao couldn't care less, so he took a knife and searched the things on these people, and found some strange currency-like things. Although I haven't seen it before, Dongmenhao didn't care so much, took all of them away, and found some food and drink from the house, packed them directly and left this right and wrong place quickly. No matter what the other places are, anyway, he won't stay here. With so many corpses, God knows what accidents will happen later. Chapter 2. Time flies, a month has passed, and Dongmenhao has already figured out where he has appeared. This is the Soul Society in Shinigami, and it is the Zaraki District in the 80 district of North Rukanga, the most chaotic area in the entire Soul Society. That beast like Zaraki Kenpake walked out from here. Dongmenhao also figured out his cheat a little bit, to be precise, it was a guess. He can't help it. This cheat is completely unexplained, and it feels inexplicable. The function that has been guessed now is the automatic cultivation scene, and it also gives an additional benefit, the convenience of language. Originally, Dongmenhao was worried about language after time travel, but when he heard someone speak, he unexpectedly found that he could fully understand it without any obstacles. This is undoubtedly the benefit of cheat. As for the skill of the sword, Dongmenhao also analyzed it himself. Before he accidentally hit and killed an opponent, it turned out that his kendo transformed into the killing kendo. What does this mean? It shows that he probably has kendo skills himself before. This also made Dongmenhao couldn't help thinking of what he had done before time travel, because he read a lot of novels, so he went to practice basic swordsmanship, but he gave up after only a few months of practice. But I didn't expect that the kendo skill was automatically formed, and because killing the opponent directly transformed into the killing kendo. After a day of hard work, your killing sword has improved a little, level 3 5%. Your Reiatsu has worked hard to improve under the leadership of killing kendo, and got a little improvement, 85% at team level. 2 messages suddenly appeared in his mind, but Dongmenhao was used to it by now, and he could hear such voices every day for a period of time. To put it simply, these skills can now be cultivated by themselves. Even if he lies still all day long, he will improve accordingly. The appearance of Reiatsu is based on killing kendo, and Reiatsu is activated under the hard work of killing kendo. According to some information received by Dongmenhao, the level of kendo in this world is divided into 10 levels, that is, level 1 to level 10, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 the highest. Now Dongmenhao can use Reiatsu to unleash a bloody slash in the level 3 killing sword. Although the slash is not very strong and can only fly more than 10 meters, the effect is quite good. As for the level of Reiatsu, it is divided into student level, team member level, chief officer level, vice captain level, super captain level, boundary level, and soul king level, a total of 8 levels. It can be seen from the name what kind of strength this Reiatsu level represents. Now Dongmenhao's Reiatsu level is equivalent to an ordinary Shinigami who has been in the team for a while, and is almost at the officer level. This is the harvest in the past month. Although it can only be regarded as cannon fodder in Shinigami, it is not bad in Rukanga. After this month, Dongmenhao didn't choose to leave after knowing that this is Zaraki District. In fact, the farther the area is, the safer the area is, and the better the law and order, but Dongmenhao chose to stay. This was because of his killing swordsmanship. The Zaraki area was extremely chaotic, and Dongmenhao also suffered a lot in the beginning. In this area, no one can be trusted, How does Dongmenhao who just came here know this? As a result, I was swollen twice, and after leaving a few scars on my body, I finally understood. However, with the help of Killing Sword, Dongmenhao killed those who were against him. After the counter-killing, he found that Killing Sword was very eager for killing. Although skills can be cultivated by themselves, some external factors will affect the progress of skill cultivation. It's like Dongmenhao practicing hard by himself, then it is a double bonus, and the Killing Sword has a shortcut of killing, and continuous killing can quickly improve the Killing Sword. So Dongmenhao chose to stay in the Zaraki area. Here, killings continued. Even if he didn't provoke others, someone would come to provoke him. If he was in other areas, his killing swordsmanship would not improve so quickly. Dongmenhao intends to improve the killing kendo to a certain level here before leaving the Zaraki area, and then go to the Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art. Since kendo and Reiatsu can be practiced by yourself, what about other skills? Few Shinigami are grandmasters in Zukanzugui, because they lack energy, but the longer the Shinigami lives, the more they are grandmasters in these aspects. Old Man Shan, Sister Hua, and Aizen are all like this. Of course, talent is also very important. Without talent, it is useless. Dongmenhao is different. If all his skills can be cultivated by himself, then he doesn't need to take care of so many aspects. But at this stage, he doesn't plan to leave Zaraki District. He still has a debt to settle with the people here. At this moment, he has more than a dozen scars on his body, and even a few scars are terrifying to look at, almost fatal. Well, this starts from half a month ago. Chapter 3. Half a month ago, Dongmenhao had been in the Zaraki area for a while, and his swordsmanship was promoted to level 2. Reiatsu was still at the peak of the student level, and almost entered the team level. At that time, Dongmenhao encountered an accident. In the Zaraki district, you must be very careful when doing anything. The chaos here is extremely chaotic, and it is common to be targeted and calculated for no reason. At that time, Dongmenhao had already suffered a lot, and he was more vigilant about everything and adapted to the rhythm of Zaraki district, but nay, he was finally targeted by a gang member in Zaraki district. In the Zaraki district, there are many gangs, large and small, in order to survive. The currency used here is called rings, and Dongmenhao has saved a lot, but the food and water are sold by some gang organizations. In the Soul Society, ordinary souls only need to absorb spirit particles in the atmosphere and drink a small amount of water to survive. But the powerful existence of Reiatsu needs to obtain Reiatsu from food, that is to say, people with strong Reiatsu will feel hungry. Needless to say, Dongmenhao naturally needed food and water, so he had to buy them. To be honest, Dongmenhao felt that he was already vigilant enough, but in the end he was still targeted. In the further back area, food and water are very precious, and these are in the hands of gang members. After Dongmenhao bought food and water several times, he was also targeted by some gang members. Because Dongmenhao was not short of money, Dongmenhao kept killing people who came to trouble him, so he naturally collected some money. One night, Dongmenhao was attacked, but not many people came, and he was relatively weak at that time, so Dongmenhao killed him directly. But how did he know that this counter-kill would cause problems, provoking a gang, just like stabbing a hornet's nest? In the end, Dongmenhao had no choice but to fight with this gang. This gang was not big, with only 20 or 30 members, and its strength was not strong, so it was directly wiped out by Dongmenhao's group. Although Dongmenhao was also injured at the time, it was only a skin trauma. Although the gang was gone, it caused Dongmenhao more trouble and attracted the attention of some big gangs in the Zaraki district. After that, the recruiters came, and there were several of them. Naturally, Dongmenhao would not join any gang, so he rejected all of them, thinking that a massacre should deter others. But in the end, people from several big gangs directly sent people to besiege him, because Dongmenhao was a hidden danger. Zaraki District has always been under the shadow of Zaraki Kenpeiga before, even though Zaraki Kenpeiga doesn't care about the status and rights of gangs, other people dare not provoke them. Being suppressed by one person like this, the gangs in Zaraki District are really aggrieved. However, this killing god left afterwards, and it is said that he went to Jinglingting, and killed the previous generation of Kenpeiga and became the captain of the 11th team. After the news reached the Zaraki District, the people here were scared to death. Even an ordinary Shinigami is not something they can easily provoke, let alone a captain, but they are also glad that this pervert is finally gone. Afterwards, they regained control of the Zaraki area, but anyone who found some potential people would either recruit them, or kill them if they couldn't recruit them, so as to prevent super perverts like Zaraki Kenpeiga from appearing again. This is why Dongmenhao was besieged. In the end, Dongmenhao also tried his best to fight a bloody road before rushing out, and then found a place to hide. Dongmenhao could only steal food and the like, which was a shame. It's been half a month, Dongmenhao will naturally not let these bastards go, he plans to get revenge after he becomes stronger. Previously his slaughter kendo level was level 2, and Reiatsu was a student level, but now both have moved up a notch. Reiatsu is not far from the rank of chief officer, and the injuries on his body also recovered quickly under the effect of Reiatsu, and he was completely healed. He has already stepped on the gangs that attacked him. He has not been idle for a while, and he will practice his skills. After he recovers from his injuries, he will go to the spot. Although I don't know the internal situation of the opponent's gang, I have already figured out where the specific location is and the surrounding environment. Taking advantage of the darkness, Dongmenhao approached the Kanda group, which is one of the organizations that do things for themselves. Should it be said that it is a big gang? The guards are quite strict. Dongmenhao pulled out the knife in his hand, and a smear of blood flashed in his eyes. The bigger the gang, the stricter the guards, because this is the Zaraki area, and he doesn't know when he will be stabbed. But these guards are nothing to Dongmenhao. They are perceived by Reiatsu, which Dongmenhao himself has figured out based on the description in the anime. In addition to some guards on the bright side and some hidden sentries around, but under Reiatsu's perception, there is simply nowhere to hide. Dongmenhao intends to get rid of the hidden sentries first, these guys are the real troublesome guys, as for the guards on the bright side, Dongmenhao doesn't care at all. Chapter 4 Shua. After approaching one of the secret whistles, the knife in Dongmenhao's hand flashed with blood, and the blade slashed across the opponent's neck, beheading the opponent almost without making a sound. Although the quality of the knife in his hand is not top-notch, but under the blessing of level 3 killing swordsmanship and Reiatsu, the sharpness is terrifying, and he cuts it with one knife, and kills it directly without muddling. The beheaded people were unable to react and their vitality was wiped out, and Dongmenhao gently placed the corpse in its original position, as if nothing had happened. Your slaughter sword Dao has felt the aura of killing, and under the blessing of the aura of killing, the speed of cultivation has doubled, level 3 6%. Your Reiatsu is practicing hard under the drive of the killing sword, and the speed of cultivation has increased, 86% at the team level. After killing a person, Dongmenhao received this message again in his mind, which is the special feature of killing sword. In the process of continuous killing, it can improve quickly. At the beginning, Dongmenhao also had the idea of wanting to go out and kill randomly, because killing can improve the cultivation level of killing and seeing, but Dongmenhao soon reacted. At that time Dongmenhao was frightened into a cold sweat. Killing was undoubtedly a shortcut, but he didn't want to become a murderer who didn't distinguish between good and evil, otherwise he wouldn't be him. But for those who dare to provoke him, he will never be soft, just like now. If you provoke him, you have to pay the corresponding price. As Dongmenhao continued to kill, one by one, the secret sentries died silently in their hidden positions. There were a total of 7 secret sentries, all of which were pulled out by Dongmenhao. Afterwards, Dongmenhao set his sights on those guards. Without his eyes in the dark, it was difficult for these guys to detect his existence. Dongmenhao is actually not afraid of these guys, but he can minimize consumption if he thinks it is unnecessary. After all, the kendo group is only his first target, and there are other organizations to deal with later. So it is best to kill these guys with the least effort. A few minutes later, the guards outside had been cleared by Dongmenhao, and Dongmenhao began to march towards the opposing organization's garrison. With Reiatsu's perception, Dongmenhao can be easily found no matter where people are hiding, but in the end Dongmenhao was discovered. There is no way, those people who were killed before were discovered. Enemy attack, there are enemies sneaking in. Be careful. Those guards who were killed were discovered, and there seemed to be no problem at first, but when they were pushed in the past, their heads fell directly, which gave people a very strong sense of shock. Seeing that there was no way to assassinate him, Dongmenhao didn't care about that much, and rushed forward to kill the crowd. The enemy has appeared, it's the bloody butcher, that guy is here for revenge. After seeing clearly that the person who came was Dongmenhao, someone finally recognized him. When Dongmenhao was besieged and suppressed, Dongmenhao was like a madman in order to kill him. Moreover, the whole body exudes a terrifying bloody aura, and the scene after the war makes people feel terrified, like purgatory, so that they are called the Bloody Butcher. Dongmenhao didn't care what these people called him now, and he didn't want to say any nonsense, he just brandished the knife in his hand and killed indiscriminately among the crowd. Under the blessing of Reiatsu and slaughtering sword, the bloody knife flashed, and the bloody slash was raging. To put it bluntly, these people are just some people with a little fighting power. The strongest Reiatsu can reach the player level. How to fight him? After all, it is not the jingling court, and there is no way of cultivation. Not everyone is the same as Zaraki Kenpeiga simply relying on fighting to improve, and even Zaraki Kenpeiga has grown to that level after hundreds of years. You must know that Zaraki Kenpeiga met Anohanaretsu when he was a child. At that time, Anohanaretsu was also called Anohana Yachiliu, first generation Kenpeiga, the murderer of Jingling Ting. It is impossible for a normal soul to reach the level of Zaraki Kenpeiga without learning Shinigami methods, but the probability is pitifully small. So Dongmenhao faced these people now, it was as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Your Reiatsu has successfully broken through under the leadership of the Killing Sword, senior level 1%. In a blink of an eye, Reiatsu broke through. Reiatsu's promotion, in addition to being stronger by nature, can only be tempered continuously through other means, just like Shinigami's Zhanchuan Zugui. These methods can make Reiatsu quickly improve. And Dongmenhao's killing kendo is also the chopping technique in Zuquan Zugui. With the continuous improvement of the killing kendo, Reiatsu, who was already about to break through, quickly completed the breakthrough and successfully rushed to the officer level. Even if he has just entered the rank of officer, it has greatly increased Dongmenhao's combat effectiveness. At this moment, the Reiatsu's slash that Dongmenhao could swing was even more powerful, like a bloody half-moon slash. At first glance, it looks somewhat similar to Crescent Moon's move. Of course, this is not Zanpakutetsu's ability, but a slash wielded by the combination of pure kendo and Reiatsu. Chapter 5. You, don't come here. I'll give you whatever you want, don't kill me. In less than half an hour, the entire kendo group had been slaughtered by Dongmenhao, leaving only the old god Tianmaki hiding in the underground secret room, and the others, whether they were combatants or others, were all killed by Dongmenhao a clean sheet. Dongmenhao is not a holy mother, since he has already reached this point, then don't feel any mercy, so he slaughtered all the members of the kendo group. Finally, I followed Reiatsu to find the boss of the kendo group, but he was ruthless enough. He hid by himself and didn't care about the lives of others. After being found by Dongmenhao, he begged for mercy with a terrified expression. The boss of the gang who can get mixed up in this way shouldn't have behaved like this, but this guy is relatively timid, and his psychological defense line was broken by the screams outside just now. When seeing Dongmenhao, the bloody aura on Dongmenhao's body almost condensed into substance, obliterating the last bit of courage from Kanda Maki, and now he can only beg for mercy. Shua! Without talking nonsense with this kind of person, Dongmenhao directly swung the knife in his hand and chopped off the opponent's head. For this kind of person, he lost all interest in talking nonsense. Since then, the entire Kanda group has been slaughtered by Dongmenhao alone. After looting some money from the Kanda group, and eating some food to supplement it, Dongmenhao took the money away and hid it before heading towards the second goal. This money can't be cheap for others. In this way, the killing continued for a whole night, and the screams continued to resound from different places in the Zaraki District, and finally disappeared. It was not until dawn, when the screams disappeared for several hours, that someone quietly approached the camps of these organizations. There are a total of 7 large gangs in the entire Zaraki District, 5 of which were directly slaughtered, and the smell of blood permeated most of the Zaraki District. It's too miserable, it's really too miserable. No one was left alive. It's hard to find the complete body. The whole body was slaughtered up and down. No one knows who did it. The demise of several large gangs is talked about by people in Zaraki District. They found that they didn't know who did it. Logically speaking, even if they were destroyed, someone should be able to escape and hide alive, but what happened? Not one escaped. They even wondered what was wrong with these people's brains. Wouldn't they run away if they couldn't beat them? How could no one escape? This is due to Reiatsu's perception. Dongmenhaw's Reiatsu perception has been turned on all the time. With the improvement of slashing, no one can escape at all. In addition, he used assassination methods to clean up the people around him. Lose. As a result, people in the core area couldn't escape, and none of the 5 large gangs escaped. It must be the Bloody Butcher. Only he has the ability and possibility to do such a thing. Fortunately, we were fighting with the people in Bangkok at that time, otherwise we would not be able to escape. The boss of the Long Island group was also pale with fright at the moment. Among the 7 large gangs, 5 gangs went to encircle and suppress Dongmenhao, but Dongmenhao escaped in the end. The reason why the people from the Long Island team didn't go was because there were a lot of conflicts with the people from the Bangkok team at that time, and the 2 sides were fighting openly and secretly and had no intention of dealing with Dongmenhao at all. They felt that if the other 5 had made a move, then Dongmenhao would surely die as well. But the result shocked them all now. Dongmenhao slaughtered the other 5 organizations by himself. Not a single one was left alive. The scene was so bloody, just looking at it would make people tremble with fear, showing how desperate those guys were last night. In one night, 5 large gangs were slaughtered in just one night. This is not killing chickens. Even if they line up here to kill chickens, it will be difficult to kill them all. He really couldn't imagine what kind of existence Dongmenhao was. At this moment, the leader of the Nagashima group couldn't help but think of Zaraki Kenpeki, that beast-like existence. But now this one is even more ruthless than that one. Back then that one was only interested in the strong, but what about this one? If you provoke him, you will directly kill all the people who provoke him. It is too terrifying. Order, don't provoke this bloody butcher. If anyone provokes him in the future, he will directly execute himself. Both big gangs passed down such orders, and the name of the bloody butcher soon spread throughout the Zaraki district. Afterwards, it was gradually simplified to only 2 words, that is, blood slaughter. Since the name of Zaraki Kenpeki, the name of blood slaughter has also resounded throughout the Zaraki district, and it is constantly spreading towards other areas. However, Xuetu, the protagonist of all this, is Dongmenhao. He doesn't know about this. He has already left Zaraki district at this moment, and there is nothing worthy of his nostalgia in Zaraki district now. After this killing, it is useless to continue to become stronger and kill these rookies. The progress of killing swordsmanship has slowed down a lot. Chapter 6. Killing swordsmanship itself is mainly about killing, but with the continuous improvement of swordsmanship, there are certain requirements for the targets to be killed. Killing these common guys is like crushing a nest of ants directly, which is no longer enough to satisfy the killing swordsmanship. So Dongmenhao intends to go to the Shinigami Academy to learn the methods of Shinigami. As for stronger enemies, Su is the most suitable. On the way, Dongmenhao integrated his own improvement. The killing sword Dao has been upgraded to 99% of level 3, and he is stuck in the last 1%. Dongmenhao doesn't care much about this. As far as the speed of killing swordsmanship is concerned, it is estimated that he will be able to break through this bottleneck in a few days. Reiatsu has increased to 38% of the officer level, and the progress has slowed down a lot after being promoted to the officer level, but this increase is already exaggerated. Of course, this is all due to the improvement of the killing sword. It will be impossible to improve so quickly in the future, unless he learns other skills or makes rapid progress in killing swordsmanship, otherwise Reiatsu's growth will enter a slow period. But for now, Reiatsu at the officer level is enough. This is Soul Society and not Hueco Mundo. The probability of such strength being in danger is not very high. In this way, a week later, Dongmenhao came to the 57th district, passing through more than 20 districts. But at this moment Dongmenhao encountered a stumbling block. No, it should be called a stumbling block. Su is a special product of Hueco Mundo. It is not easy to enter the Soul Society. Only a few Su can be lucky enough to enter the Soul Society. Those who are powerful know that they cannot go to the Soul Society, so those who enter the Soul Society by mistake, no matter how strong they will not go anywhere. At this moment, Dongmenhao encountered a Qianglixu. The so-called strong void is the most powerful type among Jillian's previous voids. Even some powerful players are not inferior to Jillian. Although Jillian is a Minos Grande, he has a huge body and slow movements, but his strength is different. It has a larger body than the average one, but it is very agile, so some powerful ones are no less than Jillian. Reiatsu of this level, it's bad luck for you to stare at me, just let me see if your strength can make my killing sword break through. Encountering Qianglixu, Dongmenhao was not afraid at first, but excited, perhaps because of the influence of the killing sword and the fight in Zaraki area during this period. In a month's time, he has experienced life and death several times, and he is no longer the scrambled rookie he was when he just crossed. In his eyes, this strong head is just a mass of walking experience. With this guy's strength, it is enough to satisfy his killing swordsmanship. After a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, Dongmenhao drew out his knife, and the bloody breath filled the air, rushing towards Qianglixu like a bloody wave. This. Is it me or is it you? At this moment, such a sentence popped out of Qianglixu's mind. There is no way, the bloody smell is too strong, like bloody waves continuously hitting his nerves wave after wave. Even if he is Su, Qianglixu has never encountered such a soul. This bloody breath is not comparable to his Su. What kind of human soul is this? I'm afraid it wasn't Minos Grande in disguise. Cut. Seeing that the opponent was distracted under the influence of his bloody aura, Dongmenhao slashed out with a bloody slash without hesitation. A crescent-shaped slash appeared in front of Qianglixu across the distance between the two. However, the reaction speed of this strong force is also very fast. With a sudden dodge, he avoided the vital point of the head and let the slash hit the arm. The huge arm was directly chopped off by the bloody slash, and the slash went after that. Several big trees were cut down before it dissipated. Damn it, you actually hurt me, I want to tear it apart. Qianglixu had an arm cut off, and was about to tear the human soul apart in anger, but when he looked up, Dongmenhao had already come in front of him, and the long knife in his hand had already reached the top of his head. With the cutting of the blade, a huge crack appeared on Qianglixu's mask, but at this moment Dongmenhao didn't give Qianglixu any time to react, and the bloody knife in his hand turned into a network. In the blink of an eye, Qianglixu's head was directly crushed by Dongmenhao's slash. The most effective way to kill Su is to cut off the mask directly. The mask is Su's life gate. Once the mask is cut off, Su will surely die. Even the broken masks of Arankars and the like will be affected, but the defense of Arankar's virtual masks is terrible, and they won't let you cut them easily. In fact, if Qianglixu was really serious about fighting Dongmenhao, then there would be more fights, but Qianglixu had already underestimated the enemy when he saw that Dongmenhao was not a Shinigami at the beginning. In addition, being rushed by Dongmenhao's bloody breath, he was directly overwhelmed, and Dongmenhao made a move while the opponent was in a daze. One of Qianglixu's arms was directly removed, followed by another burst of slashing. Dongmenhao didn't give the opponent any chance to react at all, the chance to fight back. This Qianglixu could be said to be quite aggrieved. Dongmenhao has always been adhering to the idea of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, standing still and watching the opponent make a big move. Such bloody things will never happen to him. Chapter 7. You killed a relatively powerful life form with your killing sword, fell into a brief epiphany and successfully broke through, level 4 5%. Your Reiatsu has been affected by the epiphany of the killing sword, and has been increased to a certain extent, 50% at the official level. After killing this mighty monster with lightning speed, Dongmenhao's skill break through directly, from level 3 to level 4. Although the difference is only level 1, it feels like a world of difference. It's no wonder it's so difficult to advance to the third level. It turns out that it's because the span is relatively large. Dongmenhao understood that there was a big gap between the third and fourth grades, and it was considered a threshold, and the third to fourth grades, sixth to seventh grades, and the last 10th grades were considered to be the threshold. So even though Dongmenhao had killed so many people before, there was still a bottleneck. It was thanks to this strong head that he gave himself this experience, which made the killing sword really break through to level 4. With my current strength, even if I was 10 years ago, I can easily slap him. The weak head just now, even if I give the opponent a chance to resist, I can kill him with a single blow. Feeling the power surging in his body after the breakthrough of the killing sword, Dongmenhao was a little swollen at this moment. Of course, he will soon return to normal. Now is not the time to be inflated. After all, the Shinigami world is not peaceful. There are a lot of Minos Grande, Aizen, and Team Zero, the Invisible Empire. Maybe now Dongmenhao's combat strength is enough to easily defeat some weak vice-captains and even fight against stronger vice-captains, but it's not enough. In the later stage, ordinary captains will deliver food when they go up. Even if the captains are all turned on, they will be hammered miserably. Now is not the time to expand. Su didn't leave a corpse behind, and dissipated immediately after being killed. Dongmenhao was not interested in Su's corpse, so he put away the long knife in his hand and left directly. After almost a month, Dongmenhao finally arrived at the first district, which is the closest place to Jinglingting, and the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art is inside Jinglingting. After Dongmenhao asked someone about it, he found that he came at the right time, and it was the time for Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art to enroll students. So Dongmenhao didn't waste any time, and went directly to the admissions office of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy to sign up. When the information was reported, people took a surprised look. After all, the people from the Zaraki area were indeed eye-catching. Now the assessment begins. In 1 hour, gather a Reiatsu ball that is the same as what I have now. If you succeed in gathering it, you will pass the test. After registration, the assessment starts directly, and the content of the assessment is also very simple, just gather a fist-sized Reiatsu ball. Of course, this is just a test to see if he is eligible to enter the Mulingshu Academy. After passing this test, there will be a placement test. In fact, the people who came to sign up are all those who cannot satisfy their hunger with drinking water. But Mu Academy of Spiritual Art does not accept everyone, and there is a threshold. For those who have enough Reiatsu, under the guidance of the other party, 1 hour is enough to condense a Reiatsu ball. But those who have insufficient Reiatsu and insufficient talent themselves will not be able to do so. After hearing the other party's words, Dongmenhao directly condensed a fist-sized Reiatsu ball. With his officer-level Reiatsu, although it can't be compared with when Hitsugayichware first came, he can easily condense a Reiatsu that is several meters huge ball. But there's no need to do that, and the Reiatsu ball he condenses is a bit special. The ones condensed by others are all azure blue, but the ones condensed by Dongmenhao reveal a trace of scarlet. Is this a pass? After raising the Reiatsu ball in his hand, Dongmenhao asked. Those who have passed the level and successfully condensed can go inside to participate in the next class placement assessment. Seeing the Reiatsu ball in Dongmenhao's hands, the testing Shinigami was not particularly surprised, at most a little surprised. The entrance examination content of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy has always been like this, so those who know it will practice very proficiently before participating. Besides Dongmenhao, several people have also done it. The reason why he was surprised was because Dongmenhao's condensing speed was too fast, and not only the speed, but also the color was not right. But these are not in his control, he is only in charge of the entry assessment of these people. As for the others, let more professional people handle it. A group of people who had completed the entrance examination entered the next room, and there were some people waiting in the next room, who should have been qualified before. The placement assessment will be conducted uniformly in the afternoon, so those who come now need to wait here. It turned out to be these few people. In this way, it is a bit dangerous to join at this stage. Dongmenhao glanced at these people and saw several acquaintances, Rukia, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo. It's a bit risky to join Mu Academy of Spiritual Art at this time, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that no matter what class of students you are, you may be targeted by Aizen. It's just that Hinamori Momo was targeted because of an accident, so strictly speaking, it doesn't matter when he joined. But seeing these few people at least allowed Dongmenhao to determine the timeline. Chapter 8. At the moment, most of the people here are chatting quietly with people they know well. If no one comes with them, they will keep silent. The same is true for Dongmenhao, who just closes his eyes and rests his mind. Although Rukia and Abarai Renji are plot characters, what does this have to do with him? In this way, the time came to the afternoon in a flash. At noon, the people of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy were still in charge of the food, and the food was not bad. Listen up, everyone. The next assessment will determine the classes you divide. Shinigami is good at chopping fists and walking ghosts. Since you have never learned Shunpo and Kid, we will conduct assessments from 3 aspects. Soon, a Shinigami announced the content of the assessment. They are Shinigami and teachers at the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. The content of the assessment is very simple, divided into 3 parts, one is Reiatsu, one is kendo, and the other is white hits. In the original book, Rukia was not assigned to a class with Abarai Renji and others because he had no kendo talent. White hits. If it was before, I might not be so good, but now it's different. Dongmenhao couldn't help but smile when he heard the 3 assessments. He had the Reiatsu and kendo assessments at his fingertips. As for white hits, he might still be weak in white hits before killing kendo breaks through to level 4. But it's different now, even if he doesn't use a weapon, he can use his own hands instead of a weapon. Although the effect will be a little worse, but now he has reached such a state. This is the benefit of upgrading the killing sword to level 4. The combat power has been greatly improved, and the dependence on the sword has also become much weaker. Strictly speaking, for him now, as long as his body is strong enough, there is not much difference between using both hands and using swords and weapons. Swordsmanship has reached a certain level, and weapons can be replaced by many things that are not weapons, but at this stage Dongmenhao has just stepped into this gate, so he can be a soldier if he can't do grass and trees. But both hands are fine. White hits is simply a fighting skill, as long as you don't hold a weapon. As for the means, no one will care about it at that time. The first is the Reiatsu test. Come one by one. If you are able to condense the Reiatsu ball, then you can also control your own Reiatsu and release your Reiatsu. We will judge according to the strength of your Reiatsu. The assessment method is simple and rough, and Dongmenhao didn't intend to hide his clumsiness. For him, the more talent he has shown now, the more he can be trained by the academy, and the more resources will be open to him. As for whether he will be targeted, at this stage, he may be targeted because of his talent, and the only person with malicious intentions is Aizen. And it's not like Aizen has a bit of talent and will stare at others. Chui's talent is terrifying enough, and he has not been focused on by Aizen, so Dongmenhao doesn't need to hide his clumsiness. Moreover, his improvement speed is very fast. After entering the academy, he should be able to learn more skills very quickly, as long as he has a whole card in the future. The most typical example is Ichimaru Jin, who kept the last whole card, his own Zanpakuto true ability. There doesn't need to be many hidden things, just enough to be deadly. As the students released their Reiatsu one by one, Dongmenhao also felt that most of these students' Reiatsu belonged to the student level, while Rukia and the others had relatively good talents, and their Reiatsu levels had reached the team level. The highest is Abarai Renji, whose Reiatsu is estimated to have surpassed the average level of the player level. Converted to Dongmenhao, it is more than 50% of the player level. The lowest is Rukia, which can reach the threshold of the player level. And this period, just joined to have such a Reiatsu volume, it is indeed very good. But it can't compare to that Gaichuir, whose Reiatsu is estimated to have the rank of vice-captain when he entered the academy. Next, Dongmenhao. Finally, it was Dongmenhao's turn. After stepping forward, Dongmenhao released his Reiatsu directly. Although it was only 50% of the officer level, it had a great impact on other students. What a strong Reiatsu! This man named Dongmenhao Reiatsu is so much stronger than Renji. Rukia and others feel like a stone is pressing on their hearts at the moment, and there is a sense of depression, which is the benefit of Reiatsu. For those with a lower level than themselves, just using Reiatsu to suppress them can damage the opponent's combat effectiveness. But Dongmenhao has something more useful than Reiatsu, the killing breath. Once that thing is released, even if it is powerful, it can't hold it. I thought that the few seedlings I met before were already good seedlings, but I didn't expect that there would be another better one. The area from turned out to be the northern Rukonga Zaraki area. No wonder, there are not many people from this area. But there are more elites. Since Zaraki Kenpeki entered the Soul Society strongly at the beginning, and killed the previous Kenpeki very simply, the Zaraki District became more famous, and Zaraki District itself is the cruelest one among the 320 districts of the Soul Society. Most of the people who come out of here have seen blood and experienced fighting. The cruel environment can train people best. This sentence is not empty. Chapter 9. After the story of Zaraki Kenpeki spread to the Zaraki district, some people who worshipped Zaraki Kenpeki also went to Jingling Court. Those who fought in this environment, as long as their talents were normal, were basically better than most people. Therefore, although the Zaraki area is cruel, the probability of producing elites is also higher. Undoubtedly, Dongmenhao ranked first in the final assessment result, and the next one was the kendo assessment. Kendo is one of the main fighting methods of Shinigami. The next thing to test is your kendo talent. Don't worry for those who have never been exposed to kendo. My main test is talent, not real kendo attainments. The examiner who was in charge of assessing kendo said that this also made a lot of people breathe a sigh of relief. After all, not everyone has been exposed to kendo, but they need it after entering the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. After all, Shinigami's weapon is Zanpakuto, and most of the combat power also comes from Zanpakuto, and the way of swordsmanship must be mastered. Even Zaraki Kenpeki was forced to learn kendo by the old man Shan, although he hardly used it. The posture of holding the knife is completely wrong, the adaptability is not good, and the talent of swordsmanship is very weak. Testing talent is actually very easy to test. The initial kendo is actually based on adaptability. A talented person can adjust some subtle movements of the weapon in his hand during a simple confrontation. You came here with your own weapons, and I saw that you came from the northern Rukonga Zaraki District, so you don't need me to talk nonsense. People with good grades in the previous test will also be focused on in the next test. After all, class division is carried out from the comprehensive aspect. So Dongmenhao's information was also seen by the other party. Then, let's get started. Dongmenhao put his hand on the hilt of the knife, and suddenly, a terrifying killing intent erupted. In the eyes of everyone, it was as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After breaking through to the fourth level of killing swordsmanship, the killing aura became even more terrifying. I can't move. I can't move, it seems. It seems that someone uses a knife to hold my neck, as if. This terrifying murderous intent and bloody aura stunned everyone including the examiner. Although the others were only affected, how could students who have not yet entered school experience such a thing? At this moment, the students were all pale with fright, and even a few timid ones were directly fainted by fright. The slightly stronger Abarai Renji and the others were too frightened to move, as if someone had put a knife on their neck, and they would die if they moved. Now they are a little envious of the person who passed out. It seems that this is better, at least they don't have to feel such horror. Everyone, including the test examiner, was caught in this terrifying suppression and couldn't turn around for a while. When he came back to his senses, Dongmenhao's knife was already on his neck, and Dongmenhao was a little speechless now. This guy is still an examiner, it's a bit too much. This point is that Dongmenhao has wronged others. After all, there are very few people with his own strength. What he is facing is those novice students. And what about Dongmenhao? He belongs to the hacker himself, and the hacker is not small, and there are even more killings in the Zaraki area. No one at the same level can withstand this killing intent and bloody atmosphere, even if he is a level higher than him. It's hard to resist. So he was wrong to blame others, and he would be stunned if he changed his vice-captain, so the captain could resist the impact of this killing intent and bloody aura, but how could the captain come here to be an examiner when he was free? You won, how many people did you kill? Looking at the knife on his neck, the examiner swallowed his saliva. He felt his calf tremble uncontrollably. It was horrible. He felt his head was chopped off by Dongmenhao just now. Not much. Dongmenhao smiled. He was speaking the truth. Compared with murderous people like Zaraki Kenpeki and Anohanalu, the number of people he killed was really too little. It's just that the characteristics of kendo are here. Of course, most Shinigami kills are not as many as him, and the comparison also depends on the target. What the hell is that? There's another monster in the Zaraki area. The corners of the examiners' mouths twitched when they heard Dongmenhao's words, and they complained crazily in their hearts. With that level of killing intent, can there be fewer people killed? And they came out of Zaraki District. How many people from Zaraki District didn't have blood on their hands? However, they would only welcome such people. After all, Shinigami's duty is to fight against Su, and this kind of people joins in, which is also a good fighting force. Of course, the premise is that they don't do anything to their own people. This is beyond their control. If they really do something against their own people, Seeing Jun will naturally go back to deal with such things. These examiners are only responsible for the current assessment, that's all. Chapter 10. The assessment is suspended today, and we will arrange a place for you to live in later. The assessment will continue tomorrow. After complaining to Dongmenhao a few words in his heart, the examiner spoke up, and the assessment could not continue. First of all, he himself was frightened and his legs trembled a little. Of course, this is not the key point. The key point is that some students fainted from shock, and those who are still awake are in extremely poor condition, so it is useless to continue the assessment now. Dongmenhao is the only one who can force the assessment to stop with his own strength. His killing swordsmanship is too terrifying. Fortunately, it's our turn next. If this continues, I won't even have the strength to hold the knife. The students below also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Dongmenhao with a trace of fear in their eyes. There is no way, it is too terrifying, how many people have to be killed to become like this? And the most amazing thing is that usually the opponent looks like an ordinary swordsman, at most a little bit of aura, but with this move, the whole person turns into a killing god, which is not too scary at all. Now there is no one within a few meters of Dongmenhao, I'm afraid, who knows when he will be chopped down by this killing god, so it's better to stay away. Dongmenhao was also speechless about this, and he just became a dangerous person, but it didn't affect him at all. Soon, everyone was taken to a temporary residence. As for those who were frightened and fainted, they were also brought here. They were just frightened and had no other problems, so there was no need to find someone to treat them. That guy is really strong, should we get to know each other? On the side of Abarai Renji and others, there are 3 people in total, himself, Rukia and Kira Izuru. Rukia and him have been together since they were young. As for Kira Izuru, they met on the way to Mu Academy of Spiritual Art, and they came together, so they are quite familiar with each other. At this moment, Abarai Renji came up with an idea that made everyone else a little dumbfounded. You're crazy, that killing God King didn't even have time, and you actually wanted to take the initiative to contact him. Rukia was about to give Abarai a chestnut directly, but he was too short, and his force value was not as high as Abarai Renji, so he had to let it go. Actually, I think it's okay. Although the killing intent on the opponent is terrifying, but this is Jinglingting, not Rukanga, and the opponent will not kill people casually. Besides, it will definitely be good for us if such a strong person makes friends now. Kira Izuru is different. He will analyze that they belong to the grassroots now and have nothing to do with each other. The abilities that Dongmenhao has shown now are enough to explain the other party's talent. It will be a matter of time to become a strong man, at least he thinks Dongmenhao is much better than him. So if you can get acquainted, it is undoubtedly beneficial. In short, you don't have to worry about your life safety. Abarai Renji's personality now belongs to the type of punks, a little reckless, a little bohemian, and worships the strong. Although he was scared enough by Dongmenhao before, but after thinking about it carefully, everyone will be the same in the future, not to mention a class at least in the same class. School. Are you two really serious? Rukia didn't know what to say. Of course I'm serious, let's go. Abarai Renji took the lead, and the 3 of them walked towards Dongmenhao. When they came just now, everyone paid special attention to Dongmenhao's room. What's the matter with you? After hearing the knock on the door, Dongmenhao opened the door, and asked in surprise when he saw 3 familiar figures outside. After being so intimidated by him before, he still dared to come here on his own initiative. What is he planning to do? Ah, hello, we are planning to come to get to know each other. We will all be students of Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art in the future. Kira Izuru spoke. Really? Then come in. Dongmenhao opened the door unexpectedly. He didn't deliberately approach anyone before, because it was unnecessary. But if someone came directly to him, he would naturally not turn him away. He is not a dog licker, nor is he someone who rejects people thousands of miles away. Smiley people. It's surprisingly easy to talk. Dongmenhao's action made all 3 of them startled. Originally, they thought that there was a high probability that the other party would choose to ignore them, but they didn't expect that they were unexpectedly easy to talk, so they simply let them in. After that, the 2 sides also introduced themselves. The 3 of Abarai and Renji chatted with Dongmenhao for a while, and felt that Dongmenhao was normal, and he was not as murderous as before. In fact, Dongmenhao is not a murderous maniac, but he will kill his enemies. Most of the killing intent and bloody aura come from the killing sword, so it is normal for Dongmenhao to give people the feeling when he is not fighting. Chapter 11. It's unbelievable. I thought he would be the kind of person who would talk about murder at any time. I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk, and he gave people a very good feeling. After chatting for a while, everyone left. When they left, Rukia still felt a little unbelievable, the contrast was too great. It can only be said that the first impression of a person is very important. No matter what your personality is about a vicious person, people will think you are a vicious person when they see you for the first time. What kind of person? Now Dongmenhao gave them a huge contrast. Although there were indeed some surprises, at least the result was good. Kira Izuru said with a smile, the goal of getting to know a strong man has been achieved, and the other party seems to be a good person, maybe we can become real friends if we get along more in the future. Several people also quickly returned to their rooms, and then rested, although their attitude towards Dongmenhao changed a lot. But the impact that Dongmenhao had brought to them before could not be eliminated so easily. Time passed and came to the second day. Although some people hadn't fully recovered, it didn't affect the assessment too much. So the assessment continues. In terms of kendo assessment, Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru are very good, but Rukia is not good. Rukia's kendo talent is very weak. After the second round of assessment, the third round followed immediately. In order to prevent another accident, Dongmenhao was directly placed in the last one. And this assessment is simple, white hits, that is, fighting talent, fighting with bare hands. In this regard, before Dongmenhao played, Abarai Renji's talent was the highest, and he was still good at fighting, but Rukia was not good at this aspect. Therefore, Rukia's total score has been lowered a lot, and it has nothing to do with the first class. Although her Reiatsu is good, her scores in other aspects are too low, so she was directly pulled to the second class, but it is still considered an elite class, and she will not fall into the ordinary cannon fodder class. Of course, this kind of class division is actually dispensable for Rukia, and she will still be found by Byakuya Kukiki without any accidents, and then she will become a younger sister and directly join the 13th squad. So no matter which class it is now, it doesn't have much impact on Rukia. The last one, Dongmenhao. When the last person was called, everyone retreated a certain distance collectively. There was no way, the side Dongmenhao showed before was really terrifying. As for seeing the terrified faces of these people, Dongmenhao also curled his lips, then put down the long knife in his hand and stepped onto the stage. White hits, of course you can't use weapons. Let's start. I saw all of your performance yesterday. Kendo is so scary, so what about white hits? The white hits examiner was also there yesterday. It should be said that all the examiners were together, but he was also taken aback yesterday. In fact, in his opinion, Dongmenhao's talent in white hits should be mediocre. After all, he is already a grandmaster in kendo. It would be too much if white hits is also awesome. Let's start. Dongmenhao showed a smile, and the same horror scene as yesterday appeared again. At the same time, Dongmenhao's hands turned into hand knives and slashed at the examiner. Since he had already suffered a loss yesterday, and Dongmenhao didn't do anything serious this time and let the water go, this time the examiner recovered quite quickly, narrowly dodging Dongmenhao's knife. This hand knife suddenly pulled out a blood-red slash, leaving a huge knife mark on the ground ranging from 1 to several meters long. Wait, stop, are you still called white hits? The white hits examiners who saw this scene were stunned. The strength of several of their examiners was about the same, not strong. Facing Dongmenhao, who could fight with the vice-captain, there was no comparison at all. Seeing this scene now, I am even more frightened. What the hell is this white hits? Isn't this the way of the sword? Why not white hits? Although I do use kendo skills, I don't use weapons. Dongmenhao said confidently, and the examiners couldn't help but hold their breath. Yes, they really didn't use weapons. White hits is a fighting skill that does not use weapons. The reason why Shinigami learns it is to prevent accidents. If the weapon is gone, then the Shinigami will be blind for nothing. Although there is Kid, it is difficult to release Kid after being approached by someone. So white hits is very important. Strictly speaking, Dongmenhao has no problem now, because white hits is a fighting skill without weapons. Dongmenhao can integrate kendo skills into his hands, which is his own ability. Although it looks weird, it is indeed a type of white hits, and they really have no way to refute others. Forget it, you passed the test with excellent grades. You are really a monster. You can actually integrate kendo skills into your hands. It's so terrifying without a weapon. The examiner also gave up struggling and looked at the marks on the ground. He was also scared when this thing hit him and he was gone. Chapter 12. The placement assessment was over, and there was no doubt that Dongmenhao entered the first class with the first place, and no one dared to disobey. Before Dongmenhao's operation, except for Abarai Renji and others who got to know Dongmenhao a little better, the others were frightened twice in a row. Facing Dongmenhao's murderous intent and bloody aura, they didn't even have the right to move. Where did they have the courage to question? And after class division, Dongmenhao found that although there were nobles here, there were no members of the four major nobles or superior nobles. The nobles in the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art are all small nobles. Of course, no matter how small these small nobles are, they are more powerful than ordinary people like them. People from the four major nobles and the upper nobles have their own education system. Just like Rukia, after joining the Kukaki family, she went out of the academy directly and joined the 13th team, where there are more outstanding seniors who can teach her. And even the Kukaki family has special teachers. The four nobles and the upper nobles all have their own education system, so there is no need to enter the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art. But the small nobles are different. Although they can also invite Shinigami to teach them, they cannot invite some powerful Shinigami. So simply enter the Mua Spiritual Art Academy, and entering the Mua Spiritual Art Academy can also help them meet some Shinigami with good potential. And nobles are not breeding pigs. It is impossible for people to join the Shenyang Academy of Spiritual Art every year. The number of nobles is limited. The number of commoners in the soul society is almost endless, and a large number of souls will enter every year. Therefore, there are not many nobles in one session, and it can even be said to be a little pitiful. The classification is completed. Dongmenhao, Kira Izuru, and Abarai Renji entered the first class or a group, and Rukia entered the second class, because white hits and kendo talent are holding back. Rukia was also hit hard by this, but fortunately, she has been in Rukanga all year round, so that her heart will not be so fragile. And it's just that they are not in the same get out of class, what they look like after class is the same. In the whole class, apart from the above a few, the only one Dongmenhao is familiar with is Hinamori Momo, but there is no overlap between the two. It is also impossible for Hinamori Momo to come to Dongmenhao directly like Abarai Renji and others. Except for Abarai Renji and others including those little nobles kept Dongmenhao at arm's length because it was too terrifying. In their eyes, Dongmenhao is a super murderous maniac. If the other party gets mad for no reason, they will be gone. After the classification was completed, Dongmenhao was full of expectations. After all, he was very interested in Kid and Shunpo. But what Dongmenhao didn't expect was that the students who had just entered the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art could not touch these things, and the first thing they came into contact with was a wave of brainwashing attacks. That's right, it's brainwashing. After all, Rukanga's soul is different from that of the nobles. The nobles themselves live in Jinglingting, so the sense of belonging is very good, but what about the others? That's completely different. In order to prevent Shinigami from betraying Jinglingting in the future, when I first joined, the courses were to explain some glorious history in the past, and introduce the current powerful Shinigami. Then explain how good Jinglingting is. Generally speaking, it is a wave of brainwashing attacks, and the first thing to ensure is loyalty. 3 days later, a document was sent to a team. This information is about Dongmenhao. In the past few days, the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art has found out Dongmenhao's situation, or most of the people with good qualifications have been found out. After all, talents who focus on training naturally need to talk about the details, and Dongmenhao was specially sent to the desk of the old man in the first team. Although the old man Shan is the dean of the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, but to put it bluntly, he is just a name, and usually he doesn't care about the affairs of the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, and the vice president handles them. But Dongmenhao's information was sent to his desk this time. This is entirely because of Dongmenhao's terrifying strength. The other students are completely unable to compare with Dongmenhao. To be honest, for Dongmenhao, the best choice is to directly join Godi I-13, but he has no connections. Naturally, he has no way to cut off the captain directly like Zaraki District. His current real strength is at the vice-captain level, but let him fight against the captain, even if he is the weakest big dog in the early stage, he can't fight against him. So I had no choice but to join the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. Is that the kid from the Zaraki area again? There's even a nickname of Blood Slaughter, but this kid is really good. After seeing what Dongmenhao did in Zaraki District, even old man Shan couldn't help being a little moved. Not because Dongmenhao slaughtered 5 large gangs in one night, but because of the timing of Dongmenhao's rise. Judging from the results of their investigation, it has only been more than 2 months since Dongmenhao rose all the way to the present. Chapter 13. More than 2 months is nothing to the long-lived Shinigami, but what about Dongmenhao? It took more than 2 months to directly upgrade to this level of combat power from scratch. Although Dongmenhao's real combat power has not been tested at this stage, the Reiatsu of the officer level, coupled with the terrifying kendo, is at least among the stronger group of officers. Most of the students of Mu Academy of Spiritual Art, even after spending 6 years, are only at the cannon fodder level after graduation. Some talents are good, so they can quickly reach the rank of chief officer. Of course, there are also some who graduated early. Those talents and strengths are very good, but Dongmenhao's improvement speed is really a bit outrageous. Kendo, which focuses on killing, is indeed in line with the situation in Zaraki District, so pay attention to it. The old man Shan didn't care too much about this matter. Although Dongmenhao's talent seemed good to him, it was just a talent, and his strength was still too weak. He just needed to focus on it and take care of it. This kind of thing doesn't need to be done by the captain himself. If Dongmenhao's next improvement can make him feel bright, he may pay as much attention to Dongmenhao as he did Zaraki District, and even teach Dongmenhao. Zaraki District had learned kendo with him at the beginning, and it was also because of this period of time that Zaraki District was a little afraid of the old man. But Zaraki District doesn't care about swordsmanship at all. In his view, fighting is fighting, and it only needs both sides to fight desperately, without too much skill and thinking. It can only be said that the beast is worthy of being a beast, and it was forced to the limit before using the way of the sword. Because of old man Shan's words, Dongmenhao became the focus of attention, and the month-long brainwashing education finally passed. This also let Dongmenhao finally breathe a sigh of relief, or most of the people were relieved. After all, this kind of brainwashing education is really helpless, but sometimes it must be learned. Finally got through it. Today I can learn the so-called kid. I heard that kid is one of the main fighting methods of Shinigami. Abarai Renji said to Kira Izuru and Dongmenhao with some excitement. To be honest, Dongmenhao is also a little excited now, but he didn't show it. This month is really tormented teaching. However, after taking a look at Abarai Renji, Dongmenhao couldn't help but feel happy. This guy is not even a rookie in kid. Abarai Renji also belonged to that type of fighter, and phase tricks were a kind of torture for him. In the original book, this guy is the deputy captain, and he can fail with the number 31 had red cannon, even blowing up himself, which shows how weak this guy is in terms of kid. However, his Zanpakuto is very heaven-defying, especially the Zabimaru after the real Bankai, whose combat power has soared so many levels in an instant. A pure fighter naturally doesn't need too many magic tricks. It is also impossible to detect kid talent before, otherwise Renji, who is a fragmented kid talent, would not know how many points would be pulled down. After the teacher came in, the noisy classroom immediately fell silent, and today it was unusually quiet, because what I learned was no longer those brainwashing knowledge, but fighting skills like kid. With the teacher's explanation, Dongmenhao also knew more about kid. Kid is divided into had, bakud, and kide. He knew it, and he even knew some chanting mantras. But what he has always been curious about is how the kid is released. What is the so-called chant? The kid released by Shinigami are all released through chanting, and abandoning the chanting will even cause the kid's power to be damaged. However, this is obviously not something that can be released by knowing how to read it, at least Dongmenhao tried it before, and it can't be released at all. So there must be some other tricks hidden in it, otherwise Shinigami's kid would be really bad. With the continuous explanation, Dongmenhao finally knew that the so-called kid, in addition to chanting, also has a key point, the spirit pattern. Some are similar to the magic circle in the magic world, but this magic circle is not portrayed on the outside, but is constructed using Reiatsu inside the body, and the function of chanting is to stabilize the spirit pattern. The lower the kid, the simpler the spirit pattern, and the more complicated the kid, the more complicated the spirit pattern. Chanting plays a role in stabilizing the spirit pattern, so the more advanced the kid, the more difficult it is to preserve kid's power if it is abandoned. That's pretty much all that needs to be said. Now I'm going to teach you the spirit pattern of number 1 had. This is the simplest and most basic spirit pattern. After the teacher finished speaking, he drew a strange pattern in the semi-empty space with spirit seeds. This pattern is the spirit pattern of Chang, one of had. It is very simple, just a few strokes. But Reiatsu is not the hand that portrays the spirit pattern, so it is not easy to do such a thing without precise control. Chapter 14. Spirit Pattern? It doesn't seem to be very difficult. After Dongmenhao glanced at it, he quickly started to build the spirit pattern with Reiatsu according to what the teacher said. This test is the control of Reiatsu, and Dongmenhao's control of Reiatsu is quite powerful. Because his Reiatsu initiative has become a skill that can be actively cultivated. After Reiatsu is upgraded, it is not only the amount of increase in power, but also the control, etc. So now Dongmenhao can easily control Reiatsu to make many fine operations. Controlling Reiatsu, Dongmenhao quickly constructed the spirit pattern drawn by the previous teacher, very easily, as if drawing it with a brush. It couldn't be easier. After the spirit pattern was built, Dongmenhao felt that a part of Reiatsu in his body was driven by the spirit pattern again, and quickly integrated into the spirit pattern. At this moment, the prerequisite for releasing kid has been perfected, and only the last step is left. One of had rush. The last step is to chant. Dongmenhao spit out a few words directly, and an invisible shock wave rushed towards the podium. The power of number 1 had is not very great, and Dongmenhao just learned it. Number 1 had it just rang. Although it was only a simple sound, it was indeed released. Dongmen, have you learned? The teacher looked at Dongmenhao in a daze. Is it so exaggerated? Although I have encountered some geniuses who can learn it in a short period of time before, how long has it been? Has it been 3 seconds since he finished explaining and asked the students to build their own spirit patterns? Even if one of the ramps is very simple, it is too much to learn in a few seconds. And it is certain that Dongmenhao has never learned kid, what he did in Soul Society has been revealed. Well, I learned it. Dongmenhao said very calmly. The other students, even the nobles who had been in contact with kid in advance, all had stomachaches. Isn't this too much? It's okay to be so terrifying in kendo, but kid's talent is still so strong, how can he let people live? It's fake, I learned it so quickly, I can't even control Reiatsu well. Abarai Renji looked confused, his kid talent should be the weakest in this class, and he is even trying to control his own Reiatsu. In terms of Reiatsu control, he can be said to be the best of noobs. This guy is a reckless man, a fighter who likes to fight head-on. It is really difficult for him to learn kid. The other students are actually not much better, except for the nobles of the club, everyone else is still controlling their own Reiatsu, but they have already used it, which is too much. Wait a minute, let me calm down, put it on again and let me see. Teacher Kid doesn't know what to say, let Dongmenhao play it again, maybe the previous one was an accident? But Dongmenhao once again released number 1 hat in front of him, and this time he really believed it completely. Is this the legendary genius? Seeing that Dongmenhao released hat for a shorter time this time, Teacher Kid really began to doubt life. Sensei, can you teach me some other kid? Dongmenhao looked a little amused at the orbital teacher who was a little skeptical about life, so what happened to him, he was hit like this. Ah? Oh. Then I'll teach you a new one. After speaking, Teacher Kid taught Dongmenhao a Bakud again, and this time, Dongmenhao received the message again. Your kid has been guided by a higher level kid holder and fell into Epiphany, level 120%. Sure enough, Kid's skills have become the same as the previous Reiatsu and Kendo skills, and they have learned self-cultivation. Kid, like Kendo, is divided into 10 levels. The Kid's level represents the Kid's power increase and release difficulty, as well as learning speed and so on. The higher the level, the more boosts Kid can get, and when the level reaches a certain level, you may be able to use one of had, rush, to directly hit the power of the shell. Moreover, giving up the chant will damage Kid's power, but as the level increases, the damage will become lower and lower, and even giving up the chant completely can explode all the power of Kid. There are even double chant, multiple superposition, and other techniques. This is where Kid's skills come in handy. Moreover, Kid at this stage should be quite satisfactory, and I don't know if this kid will go to a certain branch like Kendo, and evolve special abilities and attributes. Of course, the most critical point now is that Dongmenhao discovered that this skill can still be enlightened in this way, and he can enter the state of enlightenment under the guidance of others and improve quickly. This seems like a nice shortcut. Teacher, can you explain to me some techniques and basics of using Kid? Dongmenhao planned to try it out. After hearing Dongmenhao's words, Teacher Kid did not refuse. Originally, Dongmenhao is a person with special care, and it is inevitable to give him more small troubles. So he patiently talked to Dongmenhao about the basics and skills of Kid for a while Dongmenhao was full of information, and the news that skills had been improved kept passing in his mind. Chapter 15. After a class of teaching, Dongmenhao learned Chong, one of Had, and Sai, one of Bakud. Of course, this was only on the surface. He also learned the fourth of Had, Bai Lei, which was taught to him by the other party. Not exposed. And it's not just such a small gain, but because the opponent's Kid level is slightly higher than his own, Dongmenhao's skill level has increased rapidly. Although the current Kid level is still level 1, the progress has reached 68%. It is estimated that it will be upgraded to level 2 in a day or two. The speed of improvement is not too fast, and it is indeed a cheat. Dongmenhao had been groping for the way of the sword before, and he never expected that there would be such a hidden rule. If he found a high-level boss, wouldn't the speed of gaining the level immediately take off? In addition to these gains, Dongmenhao also got a Kid book from the other party, which contains the chants of Had and Bakud spirit patterns from the 1st to the 60th. Moreover, Mr. Kid also told him that the useful ones are marked above. Shinigami's Kid actually has many repetitive and unnecessary tricks, so it seems that many Had and Bakud commonly use these. Others do not need to be mastered, only some key ones need to be mastered. This also made Dongmenhao understand that it's no wonder that these are the only ones used in the original book, but it's also true when you think about it. If you think about the same things, you must choose whichever is easier to use, and it's better to be specialized in one than to be familiar with a lot. It's a pity that only the first 60 numbers are recorded here. If you want to learn the latter, you have to wait until later. After the kid class was over, Abarai Renji slumped on the table, his whole body turned grey. Talented people like Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo have already condensed the first spirit pattern. It is estimated that after more practice, the spirit pattern can be completed today, but Abarai Renji, let alone condensed the first spirit pattern, even Reiatsu control is not well controlled. His control of Reiatsu is too rough, which has something to do with his personality, just like Zaraki Kenpeki only knows how to hack and doesn't care about skills. This guy is also the same in terms of Reiatsu control, it's not fine at all. So his progress is already much slower than others. Even the teacher looked at him with a strange expression, a little pity, as if he found some comfort from Abarai Renji. Although there is a pervert who is heaven-defying to the extreme, there are still people like Kid whose talent is sparse. Compared with Dongmenhao, it is a blow to people, but compared with Abarai Renji, the sense of superiority comes. It's also Abarai Renji who doesn't know what the teacher is thinking, otherwise he probably has the desire to kill people, and he has found comfort in him, so don't go too far. Of course, everyone thinks about this in their hearts, so naturally they won't really say it directly, no one is a fool. But the next course made everyone a little uneasy. Why? Because the next class is Kendo class, and the teaching is Kendo. When talking about Kendo, I have to say Dongmenhao. During the entrance exam, Dongmenhao's burst of strength is now something they will never forget. So when I heard the Kendo class, I suddenly felt that my whole body was not good. Ahem, Dongmen, you don't need to take the Kendo class. By the way, the teacher of the White Hits class asked me to tell you that you don't need to take the White Hits class. You don't need to learn from us in these two aspects. Just practice on your own. The Kendo teacher came and saw Dongmenhao's eyelids twitched. This was the previous examiner, and from his tone, it seemed that the teacher of White Hits was also the previous examiner. These two have been cast into the shadows by Dongmenhao, and now they can't wait for Dongmenhao to leave as soon as possible. Dongmenhao's swordsmanship is too high, they don't want to experience that kind of terrifying swordsmanship again. As for the teacher of the White Hits class, although Dongmenhao's White Hits is to integrate seeing into his hands and use both hands to use Kendo. But the purpose of White Hits is to allow Shinigami to protect themselves when they have no weapons. They already have the ability to protect themselves, and it is the most suitable for them, so there is no need to learn some tricks that they don't need. In fact, Dongmenhao has already had some guesses. No matter in the original book or now, he has never seen anyone integrate Kendo into his hands, and then use his hands to use Kendo. He was the only one who did it from the beginning to the end, but is the 4th level Kendo level very high? Perhaps it is not bad for these students and ordinary Shinigami, but for those Shinigami at the vice-captain and captain level, it cannot be said that there is no one who has reached the 4th level of Kendo. Sister Hua and Old Man Shan, from Dongmenhao's point of view, their Kendo level is probably at least level 7, or even higher. Moreover, the description of the information transmitted by Kid's skills is not quite correct. No doubt there will be tricks such as abandoning chant and double chant in the future, but how to calculate the increase? Using Hat's power depends on the strength of Reiatsu and the power limit of Hat itself. Chapter 16 Byakuya Kukaki, the Hat 4 Bailey I released by him is very powerful, but it also has a limit, and he is the captain. Various other abilities. However, since Kid's skill level is still very low, Dongmenhao doesn't know how strong the boost will be, so he can only wait until it is upgraded. However, the Kendo has shown a good place, and the Kendo has been integrated into the body. Anyway, Dongmenhao doesn't know anyone in the Soul Society who can do such a thing. This shows that his skills are very special, possessing a particularity that no one else has at all. Before, I thought it was just a special nature of self-cultivation, but now it seems that with the continuous development, there are still many special places waiting for him to discover. Without kendo and white hits lessons, Dongmenhao has more time to practice his other skills. Although the skill itself can be improved, if he works hard to practice together, the speed of cultivation will also be accelerated. Moreover, Dongmenhao had fought against the two before, so what about the strength of these two? It's really not strong, especially in terms of kendo, which can be said to be very good in his opinion. But to be honest, Dongmenhao doesn't intend to give up white hits completely. White hits is also a skill. After knowing the particularity of these skills, he naturally just let the white hits go. He can completely integrate kendo and white hits, so he will still go to the next white hits class to see if he can get the white hits skill. As for the kendo class, it's really unnecessary, just practice it yourself. At this stage in the school, there are really few people who are better at kendo than him, and he has no way to get in touch with these people. Dongmenhao was not in the kendo class, and the other students were also relieved that they were finally free from the blow. But when it was white hits class, everyone saw Dongmenhao again. Dongmen? Why are you here? Didn't you say that you don't need to take white hits class? The moment teacher White Hits came to the training ground and saw Dongmenhao, his face immediately changed. He couldn't forget the hand knife in the previous assessment. He had never seen a hand knife that could make such a big crack in the ground. Teacher, I think it's still necessary for me to learn white hits. Although I can use kendo with bare hands, it's not bad for me to learn more. Dongmenhao said, how could he give up a skill casually? As you can see from kendo and kid, this skill will only become more and more special as the level increases. Is it? Teacher White Hits squeezed an ugly smile on his face, and almost told you not to come over. Since you want to learn, do you remember not to use the way of the sword? After thinking about it for a while, Mr. White Hits made this request directly. As long as you don't use that terrifying kendo, everything will be fine. No problem. With Dongmenhao's nod, teacher White Hits finally breathed a sigh of relief, and even the other students also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Dongmenhao didn't do anything, he naturally didn't need to worry so much, and started the class directly at will. The white hits he explained is a fighting technique that Shinigami has summed up over the years, but white hits is indeed unpopular among Shinigami's skills. After all, Shinigami's foothold is Zanpakuto, and Zanpakuto is naturally the best for kendo. Few people have Grandmaster white hits, unless there are some special ones. Old Man Shan was the one who directly smashed Wanda Wise with his fists. Although he gave up everything to seal his Regenjaka, Arrancarmenos Grande is always Arrancarmenos Grande, which shows how terrifying Old Man Shan's body is. In terms of white hits, the Old Man Shan is really scary, followed by Yuryuaki and others. This is also because of the instant opening. The instant opening opens to the next level and directly advances, turning into a beast, with attribute attacks. But others, rarely seen using white hits, all use the power of Zanpakuto, Kid, and Kendo. The mainstream is still Zanpakuto. Dongmenhao is also curious about what kind of ability he will get if he gets Zanpakuto, but at this stage the prototype of Zanpakuto sealed state has not been distributed to them. It is said that the sealed state can only be issued after the course has reached a certain point and the foundation has been laid. Through communication with the sealed state, let it become its own Zanpakuto. At this stage, the foundation is still being laid, so no one can even touch the sealed state. But what I care about now is not these. What I care about now should be white hits and fighting skills. Teacher White Hits first taught everyone some key points of combat movements and skills, and then let everyone familiarize themselves first. White hits also came with Reiatsu. All Shinigami skills are inseparable from Reiatsu, even the strengthening of the soul and body requires Reiatsu, and those with strong Reiatsu can use Reiatsu to temper their bodies, making their physical fitness extremely terrifying. Chapter 17. After a class, Teacher Whitehits also had a bit of a hard time, and kept paying attention to Dongmenhao, for fear of making any troubles. Finally, after class was over, he breathed a sigh of relief and left. Dongmenhao was very satisfied, because he had indeed acquired the Whitehits skill. Just as he thought, the Whitehits skill was indeed a very good skill. The Whitehits skill also has the function of strengthening Reiatsu's tempering body. The higher the Whitehits skill level, the better the tempering effect. With continuous tempering, Dongmenhao's soul strength will catch up with those of Zaraki Kenpeki and Old Man Shan. You must know that the bodies of these two people are really hard. The soul defense is guaranteed, and the combat power is also available. This is the best harvest. Moreover, the Whitehits skill can also enhance the five senses, as can the kendo skill, but the effect is better when the two are superimposed. The last class was the Shunpo class, and there is no doubt that Dongmenhao also learned Shunpo, but this time he didn't show it. Shunpo is a very important trick for Shinigami. After all, Reiatsu can be used to move quickly in a short period of time, and even achieve a certain effect that looks like teleportation to the naked eye. And the more powerful existences are like Shihao and Yuryuaki and Sui Feng, etc., there is not much difference between close combat and teleportation. At the end of this day, Dongmenhao has gained a lot. Now he has all the skills of Shinigami, leaving only the most important Zanpakuto. At night, Dongmenhao sorted out the skills he had learned. Killing Kendo, level 4 15%. Kid, level 1 68%. Whitehits, level 1 60%. Shunpo, level 1 60%. Reiatsu, senior officer level 70%. In the previous month, Dongmenhao's killing sword and Reiatsu did not increase as fast as before. Reiatsu's buff is based on killing Kendo, and when killing Kendo advances by leaps and bounds, Reiatsu will also increase by leaps and bounds. Similarly, Reiatsu is now affected by several other skills. It's just that at this stage, several other skills have been distanced by the killing sword, so it is impossible to quickly improve Reiatsu in a short period of time. After the slaughtering swordsman lost the slaughtering amplification, he could only rely on Dongmenhao's own cultivation and the slaughtering swordsmanship's own practice. Even if the two were superimposed, it would still take more than 8 months to upgrade to level 5. For such growth, Dongmenhao is very unhappy. He is used to the rapid progress before, and now the rapid increase is simply unbearable for him. Although this kind of turtle speed is already very fast for other people, it must be known that his skill level cannot be classified with other people's level at all. Now that the skills have been acquired, then maybe you can apply for some special courses in advance. Although the skills can be cultivated by oneself, and the speed is very fast, Dongmenhao is not satisfied with the status quo. The students of Jingling Court will have courses such as soul burial exercises, but there is still a period of time for this group of students to take such courses, and he can definitely apply to start in advance. After the other skill levels have improved a little, he will graduate directly from the Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art. After making the plan, Dongmenhao rested, and then went directly to the teacher the next morning and explained his purpose of coming. Although I know that it is impossible for a person like you to stay in the academy honestly all the time, you shouldn't apply for this kind of course so quickly. You must know that going to the present world will be dangerous. Well, when I did not say. The teacher said that he was not surprised that Dongmenhao appeared here and made such an application. What was surprising was the speed at which Dongmenhao came. It was just the first day of teaching, and he came here. The soul burial practice has to wait until the second return students will take this kind of course. Even if the first class is special, it will take a while to participate in the course in advance. In fact, everyone is a second return student, but now Dongmenhao is here. It is too fast. Originally, he wanted to prevaricate with words that might be dangerous in this world, but when he thought of Dongmenhao's strength, he shut up. He even wondered if Dongmenhao could deal with the subordinate Minos Grande Jillian. The soul burial practice in this world will also be watched by people from other teams. After all, this is the seedling of the soul society, and it cannot be buried due to negligence. Minos Grande level ghosts rarely appear in this world, but what if they do? In the original book, Aizen was directly lost to Ajicha's level Minos Grande. I will submit your application directly to the college. This kind of thing is not for me to decide. In the end, the teacher didn't continue to talk nonsense. He is powerful, and he is not his opponent in the battle, so he simply said that he didn't think too much about it. He didn't have the authority to do this kind of thing, so it would be a headache for the people above. Then please teacher. Dongmenhao nodded and thanked, and then left. The teacher here also immediately handed in the application. But to his surprise, it didn't take long after he handed it in, he got a reply directly, and the content of the reply was permission, that is to say, Dongmenhao could follow the students of second-generation students to practice soul burial. It just so happens that the second life rebirth is about to practice soul burial. Chapter 18. Dongmen, you have applied for the practice of soul burial, but the practice of soul burial requires a sealed state, so you can obtain the sealed state in advance. Now follow me to get your sealed state. The people above are really optimistic about you. After school, Dongmenhao was called by the teacher to get the sealed state together. The sealed state is a must for Shinigami, and this is the prototype of Zanpakuto. At this stage, the sealed state of Mu Academy of Spiritual Art actually has the same effect. There is no difference between good and bad. All sealed states are created by Ermiwa Wanjiu, the sword god, but Ermiwa Wanjiu has hidden a lot of good products in his hands. For example, the scabbard, although the knife is called a failure, but it became a failure because it couldn't create a scabbard to hold the knife. Such failures, I'm afraid there are more and more failures. The normal sealed state is actually the same, but if you want to bury the soul, you also need the sealed state. The sealed state is a special weapon. There will be a special device at the back of the handle, which can send the soul directly to the soul society. Dongmenhao heard the teacher say that the people above are optimistic about him, so he opened a lot of convenience for him, but this is what Dongmenhao wanted to see, and it was also his purpose of exposing part of his talent and strength. Now the goal has been achieved, because of his talent and combat power, he will be focused on training. All sealed states are actually the same, and our Shinigami Zanpakuto is the same until it actually becomes a Zanpakuto, so pick whatever you want. The teacher brought Dongmenhao to the place where the sealed state was stored, which is basically stored in the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. After all, more than 90% of the Shinigami are sealed states obtained from the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. I don't know what my Zanpakuto will look like, and will this Zanpakuto be included in the skill? Dongmenhao is a little curious. Zanpakuto is a real thing, you say it is not a skill, but it is also Shinigami's main combat ability, you say it is a skill, this thing has its own consciousness, although it is stripped from its own soul. So Dongmenhao is very curious, whether Zanpakuto will be classified as a skill so that he can practice on his own. According to what the teacher said, Dongmenhao chose a sealed state at random. The sealed state is just the prototype of Zanpakuto. If you want to awaken Zanpakuto, you need to communicate with Zanpakuto. The best way is to do sword meditation. I will teach you after the sword meditation. As for the soul burial practice, there are still 3 days. After the teacher took Dongmenhao back, he also taught Dongmenhao a skill called Daozen. Dongmenhao is very familiar with this move. Kurosaki Ichigo used this move when he practiced the last crescent moon. This trick can strengthen the communication with Zanpakuto. According to the teacher's explanation, Dongmenhao has also mastered this skill, but this skill is very special, and the information he gets is also unexpected to Dongmenhao. Your skill Sword Zen has been taught by holders of more advanced Sword Zen skills, and it will increase rapidly, level 130%. There is no problem with this message, but the real problem lies in the latter message. which shows that Daozen cannot communicate with Zanpakut because there is no soul in his sealed state. However, the ability of Daozen is not just that, Daozen also has a meditation effect. This effect does not seem to be very good, but it is very useful. It can completely calm the heart, so that you can detect some loopholes and deficiencies that you cannot detect when you are practicing, and quickly make up for them. So the sword Zen skill itself is quite powerful, but the lack of soul in Zanpakut makes Dongmenhao the most helpless. I don't know how long it will take to appear. It stands to reason that Zanpakut's soul is a part separated from the holder, so Zanpakut will never do anything to harm the holder without special circumstances. He will even spare no effort to cultivate the holder and help the holder become stronger. Of course, in special circumstances, such as Muramasa, it will not work. 3 days passed in a flash. These days, Abarai Renji and others were quite envious. Even this kid ran to apply, but in the end he was ruthlessly rejected. After all, not everyone is as exaggerated as Dongmenhao. Under the guidance of the teacher, Dongmenhao came to a huge door, which was the gate of crossing the world. This is a specialty of the Shinigami world. If you want to go from the Soul Society to the present world, you must pass through the broken world, and the broken world is very dangerous. Not only are there uncontrollable Kuru, but there are also Koku specifically for Shinigami and Hollow, and it can be quite dangerous to go back and forth between the Soul Society and the real world without the help of a gate. Even with Susu's ability, there will be many dangers. And the Soul Society also has unified world-traversing people. Of course, those upper-level nobles and the 4 great nobles also have their own world-transmitting gates. When Dongmenhao came over, there were already quite a few people here. They were students from various classes 1 grade above them. These students belong to the 2nd-generation students, and there are several 6th-generation students in addition. Dongmenhao is not very surprised by this, because he has already learned about the specific situation of the soul burial practice. Chapter 19. For the soul burial practice, just in case, there will be a few people from the purification team of the 13th squad, followed by the 6th resurrection. On the one hand, these 6th generation students are to take care of their juniors, and on the other hand, they are also to kill Su. There are many ghosts in this world, and those who have just participated in the soul burial practice will not be exposed to them, but the 6th return students are responsible. If the 6th return students cannot deal with them, then the 13th squad will do it. In addition to these people, every soul burial practice will be followed by a few people from the 4th team. They are the medical team. Also, just in case, the teacher in charge of the students will also follow. This is the ratio of the entire soul burial training team, and in fact, there are people from the 12th team behind them who have been monitoring. If something happens, the 5th team will rescue the team at the same time. It can be said that the preparations are indeed very good. The only trouble is that Aizen, the boss of the rescue force, is a guy who likes to mess around. Kinoshita, I will leave my students to you. Dongmenhao was thus thrown to a middle-aged man named Kinoshita, who was also one of the teachers leading the team. Don't worry, I've heard the name of this genius a long time ago, and as you said, if you are not his opponent, neither am I. If I am in danger, I might have to protect me instead. Kinoshita said with a smile, and after the two chatted for a few words, Dongmenhao's teacher left. He is the monster in the first life that I mentioned before. It is said that even the examiner and teacher were no match for him during the placement test. He is really amazing. It's very powerful. I also heard that he came from the Zaraki area, which is the area where the current captain of the 11th team, Zaraki Kenpeki, was born. It is said that the area is extremely cruel, and almost everyone has blood on their hands. That's right. It's said that the people in the Zaraki district are all fighting lunatics and murderers, but he doesn't look very similar. A group of second-generation students knew a few days ago that there was a first-time student who would go to practice soul burial with them and others, and they also found out a lot about Dongmenhao. After all, when taking part in the placement assessment, Dongmenhao's operation had already blown Yu Hui's life to the limit. There are a lot of people and there is nothing that cannot be said. The name of Dongmenhao has already spread throughout the entire Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. His information was also slowly found out by these people. But at the moment Dongmenhao's attention is not on them, but on the Shinigami of the 13th Squad. Dongmenhao found out that there was another person he knew, Tiger Toru King Ian, the younger sister of Katetsu Isane, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, who was one of the third seats of the 13th Division at the beginning of the story in the original book. Now, her seat is not so high, the third seat is Shibakayan's wife Shivadu, and this time the people dispatched are all seat officers. Of course, in terms of strength, Dongmenhao found that none of them can fight. Although everyone's Reiatsu is at the officer level, Dongmenhao himself can fight the vice-captain with the addition of kendo, so these people are naturally not his opponents. How is this possible? It's just a practice of soul burial, why did it alarm this person? Soon Dongmenhao heard bursts of exclamations again, and then followed their line of sight. Dongmenhao was also stunned for a moment after seeing the person coming. Now he also feels incredible, because now there is an unexpected person. Generally speaking, the 4th team usually comes with 2 officers and some ordinary players at most, but now the person who comes is a person in white feathers. This person is the captain of the 4th team, Anoha Naretsu. Why is Anoha Naretsu here? It shouldn't be. Dongmenhao really couldn't understand. Anoha Naretsu appeared too abruptly, and soon he found that the other party's eyes fell directly on him. Captain Reiatsu Dongmenhao wanted to detect, but he hid Fang Yin very well. Dongmenhao couldn't detect Fang Yin at all. To put it bluntly, it was because he was too weak, and Sister Hua was really strong. After all, Sister Hua is the first generation of Kenpeki, and has converged her own killing intent and power to ultimate. It would be hell if Dongmenhao could detect it at this stage. Reiatsu perception is one of Reiatsu's additional skills. Even if his perception is much stronger than normal Shinigami, it is completely useless if the gap is too large. You must know that Sister Hua is not an ordinary captain. Sister Hua's strength should be at the super captain level. Who would have thought that this Yamato Nadeko-like existence would be called the most vicious and terrifying villain and murderer in the entire Soul Society? And after putting his eyes on Dongmenhao, he didn't move away much. Dongmenhao almost understood that the other party should be targeting him. As for why, perhaps it was because of his background and some special circumstances that attracted this first-generation Kenpeki. His killing swordsmanship was a little ready to move under the opponent's gaze. Chapter 20. Maybe it's because Anoha Naretsu was a murderer in the past. The killing sword sensed the strong killing intent on Anoha Naretsu's body. Even if Anoha Naretsu hit it well, it still couldn't eliminate the existence of killing intent. So he was sensed by the killing sword Dao, so that the killing sword Dao reacted, and a strong killing intent also erupted from Dongmenhao. Interesting little guy, I just wanted to take a look at it, but I didn't expect to be able to sense my hidden killing intent. Sensing the killing intent erupting from Dongmenhao, Anoha Naretsu's expression also became a little surprised. The reason why she came here is indeed because of Dongmenhao. In Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, there are people from various teams, and they will directly tell their own team about the existence of some good seedlings. This can also be regarded as a kind of competition, and good seedlings have been targeted as early as in the school. After Dongmenhao's information was sent to Anoha Naretsu, it also attracted Anoha Naretsu's attention. Although Anoha Naretsu has now become the captain of the 4th Division, she is not at all like a murderer before, but her nature will not change. In the original book, in order for Zaraki Kenpeki to master her Zanpakut, she also completely released the side of herself that had been hidden for many years. No matter how you hide it, the essence will still not change. Anoha Naretsu is like this, so she is very interested in Dongmenhao, who mainly focuses on killing swords. This time, she heard that Dongmenhao had also participated in the soul burial practice, so she stopped by to take a look. But she didn't expect that just by taking a look, she would directly detonate the other party's killing intent. This kind of perception is too keen, and she didn't reveal the slightest killing intent. But Dongmenhao responded. In fact, what she didn't know was that it was Slaughter Sword Dao itself that sensed her hidden killing intent, not Dongmenhao himself. So now she is more interested in Dongmenhao. You know, Anohanaretsu is always chasing killing, fighting, and even thinks that in terms of fighting and killing, no one can get his approval except Zaraki Kenpeki. But seeing Dongmenhao now, her thoughts suddenly changed. Perhaps after Dongmenhao has grown up, she can get her full approval. Dongmenhao at this stage has already received her preliminary approval. Of course, Dongmenhao didn't know what she was thinking, and when he found out that his murderous intent erupted, Dongmenhao was also taken aback, and quickly suppressed it. This is not considered out of control, but it is a defensive response of slaughter kendo being stimulated, just like a person will subconsciously resist when being attacked, and slaughter kendo sensed Anohanaretsu's killing like an abyss. After the intent, he naturally resisted with his own killing intent. This killing intent came and went quickly, but it also shocked those who were closer to Dongmenhao. Since your Zanpakut cannot divide your soul, you have no choice but to simulate the powerful souls around you to create sword spirits. Now you have found the simulation object Anohana Yachiryu. The simulation is complete, and the Zanpakut is generated. Just as he restrained his killing intent, Dongmenhao received a message that made him a little confused. What's the matter? Zanpakut went to simulate someone else's soul. Dongmenhao is not well, what is this? This Zanpakut couldn't divide his soul, and in desperation, he found other souls to simulate the creation of the sword spirit, which is simply unbelievable. After Zanpakut was created, Dongmenhao found himself in a special world. This world is very strange, as if divided, half of it is a forest environment full of vitality, and the other half is a barren land full of dead bones and blood flowing into rivers. It looks very strange, and even the sky has two colors. With the blue sky and white clouds on one side, and the bloody moon in the sky, it's so weird, don't be weird anymore. Before Dongmenhao could finish his emotions, two figures appeared in front of him, one big and one small, two girls, one with white hair and double ponytails like a fairy among flowers, and the other with a black temperament like Sister Hua. Yuja with waist-length hair. One was wearing a short emerald green and pink dress, and the other was wearing a long white and red dress. We met for the first time, although we can't say our names yet, but we are very happy to see Dongmen. I hope you can know our names as soon as possible. We are very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. The twin-tailed loli greeted Dongmenhao, while the black-haired Yuja simply nodded and showed a smile, and before Dongmenhao could speak, the surrounding environment changed back to the way it was in front of the transgressive gate. Awakened Zanpakut when he was about to go to the present world, and it looks like a very good sword. Just when Dongmenhao was thinking about the situation just now, a voice came from his ear, which also woke Dongmenhao up, and when he looked up, he realized that Anohanaretsu ran in front of him at some point, stunned. Dongmenhao was startled. Chapter 21. Captain Anohana. After being taken aback, Dongmenhao came to his senses and greeted Anohanaretsu. And he has also discovered why Anohanaretsu knows that he has awakened Zanpakut now, not because he was discovered while simulating the opponent's soul, but because the knife in Dongmenhao's hand has changed. The previous sealed state is undoubtedly Taidao style, and everyone's swords are the same. But if Zanpakut is awakened, there will be some special changes on the knife. Generally speaking, the changes will not be great, and even some parts can only be seen from the subtle parts. Just like Sister Hua's knife itself is a scimitar, not because the sealed state is a scimitar, but because Zanpakut changed the shape of the knife after awakening. This change is not as huge as that of Shikai, but it does have some characteristics. And Dongmenhao also found out what happened to his sword, because Zanpakuto awakened, the Taidao in his hand turned into a seedling sword, and it was very big. Before Dongmenhao hung the sealed state around his waist, but now, it is no longer appropriate to hang it around his waist. The Miao Dao after Zanpakuto has grown to 160 centimeters long, which is very long. The original length of the Miao Dao was between 120 and 160 centimeters, but the one in Dongmenhao's hand directly reached 160 centimeters. It was taller than some short people standing upright, and it looked weird no matter how it was hung around the waist. It was also because of the change in the blade that Anohanaretsu saw that he had awakened Zanpakuto. After all, when Reiatsu had no increase in the blade, the only possibility was that Zanpakuto had awakened. And not only the blade, but also the scabbard has changed. The backside of the scabbard has been separated, so that the Miodeo can be taken out and put back smoothly. Otherwise, the 1.6 meter knife is really difficult to pull out. There is Reiatsu adsorption at the opening. It can be directly adsorbed on the back with Reiatsu, without other things to fix it. Should I say that the change is very considerate? Dongmenhao groaned inwardly, and then directly put the knife on his back. There was nothing there, but the knife would not fall off. With his height of 1.85 meters, it is not an exaggeration. Don't be nervous, I'm just curious about the changes in your Zanpakuto, and this time our 4th squad will be responsible for your safety, but I didn't expect you to be able to awaken Zanpakuto at this time, and it's so special. Anohanaretsu said with a smile, how gentle and gentle this look is, but can you imagine that this is a murderer? The number of people killed at the beginning is innumerable. As for what she said was special, Dongmenhao's Zanpakuto is indeed a special kind, and the normal Zanpakuto changes are only subtle changes, and her scimitar has already been considered a relatively large change. And what about Dongmenhao? His was even more outrageous, it directly turned into another kind of knife, and the scabbard became a little special. I didn't expect to awaken Zanpakuto at this time, but it's a good thing anyway. Dongmenhao calmed down a bit. That's right, then get ready, but for you, the practice of soul burial should not be difficult. After Anohanaretsu dropped a sentence, she no longer stayed with Dongmenhao, but returned to the 4th team. In her opinion, Dongmenhao's Zanpakuto awakened probably because she was stimulated by herself, because she sensed her hidden killing intent, so under the threat of this killing intent, Zanpakuto awakened. This is Anohanaretsu's guess, and it is also a very normal guess. After all, when under great pressure, Zanpakuto's awakening and liberation will become easier. There are many examples of this. Sure enough, geniuses are easy to get attention. Captain Anajawa actually went to talk to him in person. I'm so envious. Damn it. Why didn't Captain Anohana come to have a word with me, but Captain Anohana is so gentle. Yet, like a bosom big sister, after I graduate, I must go to the 4th team to find Captain Anohana. Anohanaretsu ran in front of Dongmenhao and said a few words, causing the people around them to turn into lemon essence. But after hearing what they said, the corners of Dongmenhao's mouth twitched. Gentle? Confident big sister? Believe it or not, this confident big sister is a million times more butcher than a butcher when she picks up a knife. This is the benefit of ignorance. In this way, under the envy of everyone's lemon essence, the door to pass through the world opened, and then the team set off directly to the present world for soul burial practice. A group of people entered the broken world so quickly. This broken world is similar to what Dongmenhao saw in the anime, but there is no surge in the flow on both sides. This is the benefit of having a gate through the boundary. Time limited. Chapter 22. In breaking boundary, Dongmenhao is not as lucky as the protagonist and others. People from Soul Society will naturally avoid the once-in-7-day confrontation. The original book is estimated to be Ura Harakisuke's thing. The Kutu appears once every 7 days, which can be counted, and with Ura Harakisuke's technological level, the existence of the Kuto can be easily detected. This guy actually sent Kurosaki Ichigo and others in at this juncture, cheating people from beginning to end. It seems that Aizen is very scary. After all, he played around with the whole Soul Society, but Urahara Kisuk is no less than Aizen in calculating people. After all, even Aizen got his tricks in the end. Leaving the Broken Realm safely, everyone has entered the present world. To be honest, Dongmenhao is not used to it now. The concentration of spiritual seeds in this world is too low, and it is completely heaven and earth with Soul Society. It is no wonder that Minos Grande generally does not appear in this world. With this concentration of spiritual particles, he feels very uncomfortable after staying in Soul Society for a long time. Not to mention false. Second Husheng is responsible for the soul burial of the souls in the city, and the sixth Husheng is responsible for cleaning up the void that appears around. Let's start. The teacher leading the team didn't talk nonsense, and directly started the soul burial practice, and the students quickly dispersed. As for the Shinigami of the 13th Division, they also dispersed together. Although the strength of the 6th generation students is no different from that of the normal Shinigami, they have slightly less combat experience, and they must also disperse just in case. On the other hand, Dongmenhao did not search for the soul, but completely let go of his perception. He didn't participate in the soul burial practice for the so-called soul burial, he came for those hypocrisy. High-intensity Reiatsu will attract Su's attention. There are so many students here, the attraction to Su is not insignificant. After Dongmenhao let go of his perception, he quickly sensed the virtual Reiatsu. Call out! With a soft sound, Dongmenhao disappeared in place, and when he reappeared in the blink of an eye, he was tens of meters away. Not only did he learn Shunpo in such a short period of time, but he is no longer a novice in terms of attainments. His goal, so it turns out, is quite normal based on the information on his profile. The members of the 4th Division headed by Anohanaretsu have been waiting where they came out just now, and the wounded can be treated in time. And Anohanaretsu's attention is on Dongmenhao, she has a lot of interest in Dongmenhao now. Even if the first-time students participate in the soul burial practice, they will obediently follow the Second Life students, but what about Dongmenhao? This is to grab a meal with the 6th generation students. Reiatsu, so strong Reiatsu, eat you, I can become stronger by eating you. Not to mention Anohanaretsu's attention, Dongmenhao has already found his first target, which is a monster like a big toad. Eat me! Dongmenhao pulled out the Miao Dao behind his back, a red light flashed, Dongmenhao had come directly behind Su, and Su's body started directly from the mask, quickly split into two halves, and was directly beheaded with a single knife. Now Dongmenhao's strength is relatively strong even at the vice-captain level. He can quickly deal with Minos Grande Jillian Dongmenhao, let alone this kind of miscellaneous soldiers. Your Slaughter Sword Dao experience has experienced the long-lost killing and fell into an extremely excited state, and the Slaughter Sword Dao cultivation level has increased slightly, level 4 26%. Your astonishment has been slightly improved under the influence of the killing sword, 85% at the official level. After killing a miscellaneous soldier, a message appeared in Dongmenhao's mind. This killing swordsmanship is too weird, isn't it so longing after not seeing blood for more than a month? It has increased by 10 percentage points in one breath. Dongmenhao was a little dumbfounded. Although he knew that the continuous killing of the killing sword Dao would improve rapidly, he never expected that after more than a month without blood, the killing sword Dao would become so excited to kill again. 10% directly saved Dongmenhao's training time for a month. Then, the hunt has officially begun. Slaughter Sword Dao has been beaten, and Dongmenhao is the same. He is also beaten now. After all, there is nothing better than rapid growth in strength. Because the perception ability exceeds the normal Shinigami too much, and the strength is also strong, Dongmenhao rushed over when he found the imaginary Reiatsu. No time was given to the 6th generation students to react at all, and the slightly nervous 6th generation students mistakenly thought that there was no false appearance. What's going on? Are the 6th generation students this year so powerful? These ghosts will be killed soon after they appear. On the side of the 12th Division, an officer of the 12th Division who was in charge of monitoring the situation of the soul burial practice site also found it a little inconceivable. It was too fast. From the time Su appeared to being killed, the longest life was only 3 minutes. At this moment, he also mistakenly thought that the 6th generation students of this year were very strong, but what he didn't know was that this group of 6th generation students was already in a state of extreme confusion, because Dongmenhao's killing Su had already been seen by their people. Chapter 23. Hey, this guy should be a student of the soul burial group, how could he come to kill Su? After seeing Dongmenhao cut off his head very simply and disappeared in a flash, the two 6th generation students who just arrived nearby couldn't help but widen their eyes. It should be, right, wait, I remember this guy should be the one who joined after this time. It seems to be true, but what we should pay attention to now is not this, that guy's killing speed is too fast. Only now did they pay attention to the important point. Dongmenhao killed these Su in one move, quickly and simply. All he could see was a flash of bloody light, and then Su disappeared directly. As time went by, the number of ghosts also began to increase, all attracted by Reiatsu. The Reiatsu exuded by these students is stronger than the average person, but not very strong, so it attracts a lot of attention. For Su, this is a big meal, how could they let it go? Most of the virtual brains are not good enough to think about why there are so many Reiatsu who are bigger than ordinary people. With Dongmenhao's Reiatsu, Shunpo can't bear it if he uses too much. After all, he has not yet reached the level of vice captain. However, his soul strength is very high, so running with his legs is also very fast. Seeing Su along the way was a matter of seconds. Although he also encountered Qianglixu during the period, now Qianglixu is also something he can casually do in seconds. In just half an hour, Dongmenhao killed more than a dozen Su. Everyone be careful, this guy has a strong head, pay attention to cooperate. Due to the increase of Su, the 6th return students finally encountered Su, but this luck was not good. They encountered a strong Su at the beginning, but the cooperation of a few 6th return students could match the opponent. Now to decide the outcome depends on who will make a fatal mistake later. Shua. When several people were fighting fiercely around Qianglixu, a bloody light flashed suddenly, and Dongmenhao appeared in front of everyone holding the Miao Dao in his hand, and then left quickly. The entire 6th generation students looked dazed, and before they could recover, the Qianglixu in front of them started from the mask, and the whole body was directly divided into 2 halves and hit the ground, and then quickly dissipated. Dead? Dead? What happened to that guy just now? He actually slashed Qianglixu with a single knife. Several 6th return students felt suffocated. What was going on? But soon someone recognized Dongmenhao. After all, Zanpakut had awakened before going to the present world, and it was so obvious that he could recognize him at a glance. Afterwards, the 6th generation students in various parts of the city where the soul burial practice was conducted met Dongmenhao one after another. Without exception, they were all robbed of monsters. As soon as Dongmenhao appeared, Su would be directly slashed and killed, and all of them were killed in seconds, without sloppiness at all. After a long time, the 6th generation students collectively turned the tables, and their mentality exploded, especially if they were robbed by monsters several times in a row. It's not that they can't deal with Su, they can still deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. It is not difficult to kill Qianglixu in the case of teamwork, but Dongmenhao keeps robbing monsters. 6 Huisheng's current overall record is actually only 2 Sugzu, and these 2 Sugzu were killed because they were too weak and did not catch Dongmenhao. How can this make Liu Huisheng's mentality not collapse? In desperation, a group of 6th generation students had no choice but to come to camp to complain, and now there is nothing for them there, and Dongmenhao basically covered all these problems by himself. However, the others couldn't do anything about it, because Dongmenhao's shot was so fast that he couldn't even see it, let alone block it. Okay, we already know about your affairs, but there is nothing we can do if you ask us for this kind of matter. The 13th squad naturally knew about this. Dongmenhao's Reiatsu is very strong, close to the level of vice captain. Even though Dongmenhao hides well, he will be exposed a little during the battle. A large group of Reiatsu who are stronger than normal Shinigami are scurrying around the city, and the people of the 13th division are not blind. But what can they do? If you can't grab someone, you can only be regarded as inferior to others. If you come to sue them, can you still prepare some falsehoods for these students to kill? After hearing what the 13th team said, the 6th generation students were also very helpless, and the 13th team really had no choice. This time, the other party is responsible for protecting their safety and will not interfere with other matters. So they can only watch, and it's not an important thing, it's just an internship. The 6th generation students are about to graduate, so let them be responsible for killing Su. To put it bluntly, it is just an internship opportunity. Chapter 24. It's a pity that there is no false bait like Ishida Uryu, otherwise the efficiency should be increased many times. With the continuous killing, Su's proficiency began to decrease rapidly, not because he had killed all of them, but because the nearby Su did not dare to approach. In Su's eyes, this place is equivalent to a large canteen with a lot of delicious food inside. But if the people who go in to eat don't come out, what does that mean? It means that this is a black shop. Even though most of Su's brains have problems, they dare not approach casually, so the number of Su has decreased a lot. Your Reiatsu is affected by other skills, successfully broke through, Vice Captain level 0%. I finally made a breakthrough. I thought it was a dead end today. Dongmenhao has been relying on the killing of Su to improve the killing kendo. The killing kendo cannot be upgraded in a short period of time, but Reiatsu can. But fortunately, at the time of settlement today, all the results of skill training were superimposed, and Reiatsu was successfully promoted to a level. Boom! The Reiatsu who had reached the vice captain level spewed out directly, and the Reiatsu stained with bloody light was instantly perceived by everyone. Reiatsu of the vice captain class? What's going on? This is not Captain Anohana's Reiatsu reaction either. The person responsible for the monitoring of the 12th division was also taken aback. You must know that Reiatsu at the vice captain level can already cause some damage with Reiatsu in this world, and normal people simply cannot handle Reiatsu at the vice captain level. Therefore, the vice captain and the captain will add a layer of restrictions when they enter the present world, suppressing Reiatsu to about 1/5. To be honest, this kind of operation is completely superfluous. The vice captain and captain are not crazy, they will naturally restrain their Reiatsu, and they will adjust whatever the enemy encounters. And the restrictions on Jinglingting require them to report to the 12th division when they open the restrictions, which is outrageous. If you really encounter a difficult enemy, you will be killed directly in one face-to-face effort. Give you time to unblock? Reiatsu, who is at the vice captain level, broke through in the battle. This is a person who was born for fighting and killing. Anohana Retsu is also a little emotional, she has been paying attention to Dongmenhao, and can feel that Dongmen is growing in the constant killing, and this kind of person will continue to grow with the battle. Now Dongmenhao was directly promoted to the rank of vice captain in the killing. Anohana Retsu, who is first generation CU, naturally knows that this kind of talent is also a rare talent for Soul Society. Soul Society's Shinigami has been fighting with Hollow, and the two sides can be said to be back and forth. Strength is a must, and it takes a lot of time and energy to cultivate a good seedling, and there is no guarantee that the opponent will fall in the middle, let alone Shibukayan. Shibukayan's talent is good, but what about the end? It's not because Aizen died after one experiment. Talents like Dongmenhao who can continuously improve themselves in battle are much better than other geniuses. Who doesn't like talents who become stronger as they fight? The probability of dying in battle will be much lower, and the training cost is not high. Anohanaretsu is a murderer herself. It can be said that Dongmenhao's compatibility with her is not too high. She seems to see the shadow of her past in Dongmenhao. Obviously this time the soul burial practice was to bury the soul with the second return students, but Dongmenhao took advantage of this opportunity to directly grab the jobs of the sixth return students, and even killed those who dared not show their heads by himself. Recall all the students, you can go back. Anohanaretsu ordered directly. Now that Su is gone, the soul burial is almost done, and Dongmenhao has also completed a breakthrough, so there is no need to stay here. This time, the second return students and Dongmenhao were very satisfied, and the sixth return students stared at Dongmenhao sadly on the way back. No way, why did Dongmenhao rob them of so many monsters? Dongmenhao himself is self-aware, but robbing monsters and not being able to rob others is their own business, and has nothing to do with him, so Dongmenhao simply ignored these gazes. Captain Anohana. Back in Seoul Society when everyone was planning to go back to the academy, Dongmenhao found Anohanaretsu. Dongmenjun, what can I do for you? Sister Hwa still had a very gentle look. It's like this. I plan to apply for graduation directly after a while. Will I be able to join the fourth team by then? Dongmenhao asked straight to the point. As soon as his words came out, Anohanaretsu was stunned for a moment. Why would Dongmenkun want to join the 4th division? In your situation, the 11th division and the 13th division should be the most suitable ones. Anohanaretsu is a little puzzled. The 11th squad is the battle squad, and the 13th squad is the purification team. Many members have been stationed in the real world for a long time. Therefore, in Dongmenhao's case, these two squads are the most suitable for him. And killing. Chapter 25. The reason, you should know the reason. After all, I was born in Zaraki District, and in Zaraki District, I accidentally got a record about the past. It was about first generation Kenpeki, about a murderer, and the person's name is Anohana Yachiryu. Dongmenhao is going all out this time. He has experimented before, and if he is taught by someone whose skill level is higher than his own, his skill level will improve by leaps and bounds, much faster than he can practice alone. In the entire Seoul Society, the two strongest swordsmen are now, one is Old Man Shan and the other is Anohanaretsu. Before Dongmenhao also thought about joining a team, but as the captain, Old Man Shan has too many things to do, and it is impossible to spare a lot of time to teach him. The only possibility is to teach him for a while, just like Zaraki Kenpeki up. But Anohanaretsu is different. She has a lot of free time in the 4th team, and Anohanaretsu's heart is eager to fight. Now she just chooses to hide her nature because she has no one to please her. If you can get the teaching of this person, then the improvement of the killing sword will definitely be much faster. In order to improve his strength as soon as possible to prevent himself from becoming cannon fodder after the plot begins, Dongmenhao even thought about joining the expeditionary army directly, but his strength is still too weak at this stage. The ghosts encountered in this world are not very strong, but it is different when you go to Hueco Mundo. If you are unlucky and encounter Minos Grande at the level of Ajichas and Vasto Lord, it will basically be cool. Killing swordsmanship is mainly about killing, but you can't pursue killing without risking your life, so Dongmenhao must ensure his own safety before he can enter the expeditionary army. But the best choice now is to enter the 4th team first, and then transfer to the expeditionary force after accumulating strength. This is why he dared to directly expose the identity of Anohanaretsu. And excuses are easy to find, after all, he comes from Zaraki District, which was much more chaotic than it is now, and Anohanaretsu has led people to Zaraki District many times to suppress unrest. Then it is normal to leave some information about Anohanaretsu. You just determined my identity based on some records. Anohanaretsu's words were still extremely calm, and there was no fluctuation caused by the exposure of her identity. It can only be said that she is worthy of being a 1,000-year-old person. This city is not something Dongmenhao can investigate at all. No, if it's just some records, then it's not enough to determine your identity, but don't forget what happened this morning. Not everyone can send out that kind of killing intent. In addition to your surname, the same Anohana, this connection should be enough. After Dongmenhao finished speaking in one breath, he waited quietly for Anohanaretsu to speak. So that's the case. It's reasonable to look at it this way, but your perception is really sharp, and you can actually perceive my hidden killing intent. When Sister Hua said something, Dongmenhao also felt a little ashamed. This was not sensed by him, but by the killing sword. However, in the next second, a terrifying killing intent suddenly hit Dongmenhao, and Dongmenhao felt as if hundreds of knives had been stabbed into his body. The source of this killing intent was Anohanaretsu. But Anohanaretsu's killing intent was very clever and purely aimed at Dongmenhao alone, and the others didn't even have the slightest reaction at all. Your killing sword Dao felt the ultimate killing intent, and under the baptism of ultimate killing intent, your killing sword Dao suddenly realized the ultimate killing intent. While rapidly improving, you also made a counterattack, level 4, 50. Your Reiatsu is affected by the ultimate killing intent of Slaughter Sword, completely transformed into a bloody Reiatsu, comprehend the special effect of bloody deterrence, and quickly become stronger, Vice Captain level 5%. Under the oppression of this ultimate killing intent, both killing kendo and Reiatsu transformed, which Dongmenhao didn't expect. The transformed killing kendo also released an ultimate killing intent. Although it couldn't compare to Anohanaretsu's killing intent at all, it was still able to compete a little bit, at least not enough to immobilize Dongmenhao. Such an ultimate killing intent, I approve of you, and I will send you a pass later, even if you haven't graduated, you can come to the 4th team at any time. After Anohanaretsu sensed the killing intent released by Dongmenhao, a gleam of joy flashed across his face. In the original book, she regards Zaraki Kenpeki as the only existence that can please herself in the battle, but now, Dongmenhao's killing intent has changed, and she has also sensed it. This killing intent was something she didn't sense in anyone else, not even Zaraki Kenpeki. Strictly speaking, Zaraki Kenpeki likes fighting and fighting, not killing. The killing intent on Zaraki Kenpeki was not as pure as that on Sister Hua, so after Sister Hua sensed this aura, she directly recognized Dongmenhao and was even willing to teach Dongmenhao to become stronger. Chapter 26. Now, although Dongmenhao's killing intent is strong enough, there is no comparison at all when compared to Anohanaretsu. Dongmenhao still has potential and can continue to grow. At this stage, Dongmenhao can't pose any threat to Anohanaretsu, and can't let Anohanaretsu experience the feeling of fighting and fighting. But as long as Dongmenhao grows up, sooner or later she will stand at her level. Even now the proportion of Anohanaretsu's heart is gradually shifting from Zaraki Kenpeki to Dongmenhao. This time, I really made a lot of money. Although Dongmenhao still has lingering fears, he is more excited. With the help of this villain from the Soul Society, the murderer, isn't his speed up so fast? Moreover, Reiatsu also broke through to the vice captain level, and was transformed under the influence of ultimate killing intent. Now he releases Reiatsu. In addition to the suppression of Reiatsu itself, there is also a bloody shock, which was originally an effect that would only be produced when using the killing sword, but now a simple Reiatsu can also do it. And this deterrence can be superimposed. Using Reiatsu on the premise of using the killing sword, then it is double the deterrence. This kind of suppression can be said to be a panacea-like skill against opponents of the same level. In fact, if Dongmenhao graduates and wants to join the 4th team, there is no problem, because Anohanaretsu once said that no matter what type Zanpakuto is or what he is good at, as long as he joins her. It's just that what Dongmenhao needed was Anohanaretsu to teach him kendo, instead of joining the 4th team normally, and this was the scene of the showdown. Even this showdown allowed Dongmenhao to get a pass to the 4th division in advance. He was only a student. Although he could enter the commercial street inside Jinglingting, he could not enter the territory of the 13th division. But when Anohanaretsu sends the pass, Dongmenhao can go directly to the 4th team as a student. Originally, it would take some time for Dongmenhao to apply for graduation. After all, Shinigami does not only look at combat effectiveness, and those who graduate early must be recognized in many ways. And his current kid, White Hits, and Shunpo are still too weak, only level 2. It is enough to graduate, but there is still a lack of fire to graduate early. If Dongmenhao remembers correctly, Anohanaretsu's attainment in kid is also very high, so that both sides can improve together. Others don't know what Dongmenhao and Anohanaretsu said, and it's hard to ask because they are not familiar with it. Naturally, Dongmenhao would not go everywhere to promote, but followed the big team and soon returned to the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. As a result, when they came back, they were approached by the trio. Dongmen, is it difficult to practice soul burial? Also, I heard from the seniors that it is possible to encounter Su. Have you encountered Su? After meeting, the three of Abarai Renji became a trio of curious babies. Even Kira Izuru, who usually doesn't talk much, now looks at him curiously. Actually, it's not a big deal, it's nothing more than holding a knife and hitting the opponent's forehead with the handle of the knife after seeing a soul, and sending it directly to the Soul Society. As for Su, they are all very weak. Su. Dongmenhao shook his head. The more the people who participated in the soul burial practice were not here this time, especially the 6th generation students, if they were here, they would probably be ashamed and indignant. What is a weak Su? For an ordinary Shinigami, a strong Su is quite troublesome. Fighting alone, a normal Shinigami can only run away or be killed when encountering a strong Su. But Dongmenhao is different, he is killing in seconds from the beginning to the end. No matter whether you are an ordinary Su or a powerful Su, you will be killed in seconds. A horse with exaggerated strength. For Dongmenhao, these Zus are indeed very weak. Did you really meet Su? You must have killed Su this time, right? The three of them looked at Dongmenhao with the expression that we know you very well, and they had to say that their guess was indeed very accurate. Okay, you guys, don't be like curious babies. You can also practice soul burial when you are born in the 2nd generation. Anyway, go back and rest quickly. I said no matter how much you haven't tried yourself, you don't know. Dongmenhao drove away several people directly, and these people definitely knew more about the soul burial practice than he did. He probably doesn't know as much as these guys except for practicing it once by himself. Fortunately, he didn't show these people that Zanpakuto changed. Otherwise it would be another 100,000 reasons. Now Dongmenhao needs to explore his own Zanpakuto, which simulates the Zanpakuto generated by Sister Hwa's soul wave. He had met 2 sword spirits before, but it was only one side, and he didn't even have time to say a word after meeting each other. It happened to be tonight to try Knife Zen, which is a trick specially used to communicate with Zanpakuto. He is very curious about the abilities of these 2 sword spirits. From the perspective of his inner world, the 2 sword spirits are like the front and back of a coin, which seems to be somewhat similar to the duality of Sister Hwa's Zanpakuto. Chapter 27. Quickly entering the sword Zen state, Dongmenhao reappeared in that somewhat polarized world, still full of vitality on the one hand, and death on the other. Have you finally come in? We've been waiting for you all day. After Dongmenhao looked around, the previous double-tailed loli and long-haired elder sister reappeared, and this time it was still the double-tailed loli who greeted him. Really? Then what are you waiting for me? Dongmenhao was a little speechless. These two seemed to have no way to leave here, they sensed it as soon as he came in, and they wouldn't wait deliberately at all. Well, shouldn't you be very moved at this time? Why do you say such incomprehensible words? The double-tailed loli's face froze. She obviously didn't expect Dongmenhao to play cards so out of line. Normally, if 2 beauties, one big and one small, waited for a person for a day, then this person should be very moved. When we arrived at Dongmenhao's place, he confused her with a single sentence. Normally speaking, between Zanpakut and the holder, Zanpakut takes the initiative in the early stage, and Shinigami is the one who is educated. After all, Zanpakut was split from the Shinigami's soul, which was originally one. Zanpakut is fully understood by Shinigami, but Dongmenhao's is completely different, his soul cannot be differentiated, causing Zanpakut to fall back and directly simulate Anohanaretsu's soul fluctuations to create a brand new sword spirit. This knife spirit doesn't know Anohanaretsu, at most, his personality and abilities are somewhat similar, after all, he simulated the other party's soul. At the same time, I don't know Dongmenhao as the owner. It can be said that these two sword spirits are completely like wild sword spirits. However, the holder is Dongmenhao, and this will not change. Okay, don't be ridiculous. The long-haired beauty next to her patted the little loli on the head. What's so funny, they just want to build a good relationship. The twin-tailed loli said with a little dissatisfaction. I'm really sorry, this little guy is a little too lively. The long-haired beauty said something to Dongmenhao. You don't need to apologize, actually I quite like her character. After all, we will be companions together in the future, so there is no need to deliberately suppress anything. Dongmenhao shook his head, although he was a bit lively, but he still liked this little girl's character. Look, people say it's okay, but you keep saying I'm too out of touch. When the twin-tailed loli heard it, she immediately spoke. But the long-haired beauty stared at her with a smile, and narrowed her eyes. Immediately, the double-tailed loli didn't dare to say anything. It can be seen that the character of this long-haired beauty should be similar to that of Sister Hua, belonging to gentleness black-bellied type. By the way, I have a question for you. Do you two have a common name or two separate names? Dongmenhao couldn't help asking. There are 3 pairs of Zanpakut in the whole world, one is Kurako Shunsui's, one is Jaishur Yukatake, and the other is Kurosaki Ichigo. However, although Jaishur Yukatake's sword spirits are twin sword spirits, they look the same. Kurako Shunsui's Huaishan Kuang was 2 different existences. As for Kurosaki Ichigo's, it is the most special. It's a fusion of Quincy, Hollow, and Shinigami's powers. Dongmenhao is now curious about what happened to the 2 he holds. It's 2 names. Strictly speaking, she and I are 2 different Zanpakut, but it will only be differentiated directly after Shikai, and it depends on your own idea whether to differentiate. The long-haired beauty spoke. To put it simply, before Dongmenhao Shikai, the Miao Dao will not change. Once Shikai is established, Dongmenhao can choose different modes. You can directly choose the power of the double ponytail loli to perform Shikai to hide the power of the long-haired beauty, and vice versa. You can also choose to perform double Shikai after knowing the names of the 2. After double Shikai, the sword will directly become 2. But at this stage Dongmenhao still doesn't know the names of the 2. I see, so how do I know your names? Different Zanpakut want to know the name of the sword in a completely different way. Dongmenhao asked, because Zanpakut have different personalities, some need to fight, some will be informed from the beginning, and some even need to play games and other operations. My words are very simple. You just need to chat and play with me more. As for her, it will be more troublesome. The twin-tailed loli told how she got her name. Just fight with me. I was born to fight. When you reach a certain level, you will naturally know my name. While talking, the long-haired beauty directly took out a big meow knife like Dongmenhao. Is this Sister Hua's nature? Dongmenhao had nothing to say when he saw that the other party took out their weapons, but he knew the method. Take your time, and you will know their names sooner or later. Chapter 28. Let's go, I'll be the referee. Loli with 2 ponytails also found this scene very interesting, so she ran to the side to be the referee, but this kind of battle, because there is no death, there is no need for a referee at all, well, use whatever means you can. Dongmenhao didn't care about the double ponytail loli anymore, but directly thought that the same Miao Dao appeared in his hand. Strictly speaking, this is his inner world, and these two are not aborigines but outsiders, so he can still easily control his inner world, and these two will not interfere with him. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, Dongmenhao opened his eyes. Although he had practiced sword meditation all night, he didn't feel tired at all, and was even full of energy. This is one of the benefits of sword meditation. He fought for a whole night, and his fighting skills with Dao Ling will accelerate. Dongmenhao was a little surprised. He fought with the long-haired beauty all night, and his swordsmanship was constantly improving. This kind of increase is much faster than normal self-cultivation. Sure enough, fighting is the best catalyst, and in the inner world, because there is no death, the two sides can be described as a direct life and death struggle. Even if it's fake blood, the slaughter sword Dao is still very exciting no matter how much it is, and the improvement will naturally be fast. In the one-night battle, from the beginning of being evenly matched to Dongmenhao's superiority in the end, this is inevitable. Although both sides mastered the way of killing swords, Dongmenhao will practice and improve himself. Therefore, this improvement speed is not comparable to that of a long-haired beauty. Although the other party is a sword spirit, strictly speaking, it is not differentiated from his soul, so they cannot share everything. And this skill is also his patent, so it is estimated that the long-haired beauty will be defeated by Dongmenhao soon. Of course, it's only at this stage. You must know that Zanpakute's sword spirit Shikai state and Bankai state are two different things. Sword spirits are born with the power of Shikai and Bankai, and they can use them by themselves, but Shinigami can't. Shinigami needs to communicate with Zanpakute constantly to become stronger, and then they can get Shikai and Bankai. After tidying up, Dongmenhao went out, and then he focused on other skills. Practice white hits, kid, and shunpo during the day, and Dao Zen and killing kendo at night. The schedule is full. A few days passed in a flash, and Dongmenhao also received a pass from the 4th Division team members. Now he can go directly to the 4th Division team after entering Jinglingting without being blocked. But just when Dongmenhao got the pass and was going to go to the 4th team, another thing happened at the Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art. Listen well, this afternoon the captain of the 5th team will come to the Mo Academy of Spiritual Art to give an open class. He will come once after entering school for a while. As soon as the class started in the morning, the teacher sent out the news directly, and a group of students suddenly became excited. This is the captain, and the entire Jinglingting court has only 13 captains. I heard that Dongmenhao and the others met the captain of the 4th team when they went to the present world for soul burial practice, and they were a little envious, but now there is another captain here. Moreover, according to the teacher's tone, he is still a captain who cares about the students. Aizen has also been appointed as a special calligraphy teacher, but he seldom comes. After all, the captain has a lot of things to deal with, and it is impossible to go to Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art every day. Aizen? It's really troublesome, but just avoid this guy. When Dongmenhao heard that Aizen was coming, he naturally knew what Aizen was going to do. It was nothing more than everyone in hypnosis. He would come to every class of students. In addition, there were calligraphy classes, and the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art had a total of 6 years. Even if you don't meet him for the first time, you will have a chance to meet him later. The captain's name is quite famous, so the students will not let go of this good opportunity to meet the captain. Especially the opportunity to see the captain liberate Zanpakute, a total of 6 years, plus Aizen will use his own Zanpakute on some occasions. No one can escape this hypnosis at all. Unless you already know the ability of this product, but the only people who know the ability of Aizen are Ichimaru Jin and Tosen can name. Others have no defense at all, and it is impossible to avoid this guy's hypnosis. Now Dongmenhao is not Aizen's opponent, but he doesn't want to be hypnosis so easily, so he plans to go directly to the fourth team later, not to meet Aizen. If you can hide, you can hide. If you can't hide, let's talk about it. The most important thing is not to reveal your full strength, so the probability of being targeted by Aizen is not high. As for Hinamori Momo, who may be recruited this time, although he is in the same class, he has a good relationship with Kira Izuru and Abarai Renji in the whole class. Naturally, he will not take care of Hinamori Momo's affairs. This has nothing to do with him. Kaika Suijutsu's hypnosis can be temporarily avoided by himself, but he can't help others, so it's okay. Chapter 29. Now Dongmenhao is also specially approved to ask for leave and not go to class. After all, he already has a relationship with the fourth team. The academy knew about it when the pass was delivered, but the academy couldn't figure it out. Strictly speaking, Dongmenhao's situation should have something to do with the 11th and 13th teams. Why did he have to be involved with the fourth team? Is it related? Dongmenhao, a person who broke the name of Suitu in Zaraki District, would choose to have a relationship with the fourth team, so he would join the fourth team after graduation without accident. A combat lunatic, Bloody Butcher joins the healer squad, which is weird by any measure. But this is Dongmenhao's own choice, and they can't control it, so they just open the door to convenience. After all, Anohanaretsu's attainment in returning is also very high on the surface. The captain is the captain, even if the emphasis is different, but they are strong. By the way, Dongmenhao's reputation in the academy has become more famous these days. The reason is very simple: Zanpakut behind him. Because of Zanpakut's awakening, his sword became a large Miao sword with a length of 1.6 meters. And if you want to know the name of the knife as soon as possible, then you need to wear Zanpakut at any time, which can enhance some feelings and speed up the name of Zanpakut. Dongmenhao did the same, but with such a big knife, it was naturally obvious. Almost all the students in the academy know what Zanpakut means, so naturally he became famous again. Dongmenhao didn't have a good solution for this, and he couldn't make Zanpakut invisible, so he could only ignore other people's eyes and do what he should do. He already knew the route of the 4th division. When Anohanaretsu sent someone to send the pass, he also gave a map. The map is relatively simple, and there is no other information except the location of each division. But this is enough, at least Dongmenhao will not have to detour inside. You must know that the interior of the jingling court is similar to a maze. After showing the pass to Shinigami, who was in charge of the guard, Dongmenhao directly entered the jingling court, where students are usually not allowed to go unless they have a pass. Who is in charge of building this jingling court? It feels confusing to hold a map. After walking for a while, Dongmenhao also felt a little speechless. He would not get lost, but the road was too winding, and the walls in many places were unnecessary. The people who designed the Jinglingting building seemed to be making a maze. Boom! Just as Dongmenhao was walking forward according to the location marked on the map, he suddenly sensed a strong coercion, and his body reacted subconsciously, and then the wall in front of him was directly knocked open. Yaqian Liu, do you know the way or not? Where is this place? A somewhat dull and impatient voice came. It's all because of you, Ajian, running around, we lost our way. After the muffled sound, there was another clear voice that sounded like a little girl's, and the smoke from the wall collapsed quickly dissipated, and then two figures appeared. One is extremely tall, has a very strange head shape, a lot of bells are tied to the tip of the hair, an eye patch is worn on the right eye, a knife is pinned to the waist, just standing in front of it can feel a sturdy breath. A figure appeared. The appearance is convenient and a bit fierce. This person is Zaraki Kenpeki. As for the other person, it is Kuzujishi Yachiru lying on his shoulders. This combination of beast and lowly appeared. FK, why did I meet this guy here? Dongmenhao doesn't know how to complain about his luck. Is this good or bad? You can say it's bad. It's a good thing to meet the captain just after entering the jingling court. After all, the students met the captain. There are not many opportunities. But you say okay, this guy is Zaraki Kenpeki, a beast like a guy, his mind is full of fighting and fighting. Meeting this guy is better than meeting Aizen and Kuratsuka Mayuri, who just avoided one and then came again. Hey? There are still people, this clothes, are they students of Mo Academy of Spiritual Art? Zaraki Kenpeki's projection came over, like a hunter eyeing his prey. Feeling the gaze and the pressure, Dongmenhao's muscles tensed even more. You actually put on a fighting stance, kid, are you going to fight me? Zaraki Kenpeki was also a little surprised when he saw Dongmenhao's fighting posture, even unexpected. Normally, even some official Shinigami and even the chief officer would tremble when they saw him. Not to mention the students of Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, Dongmenhao actually put on a fighting posture, which is surprising. No, it's just a natural reaction of the body. Dongmenhao withdrew his fighting stance, feeling a little helpless, his body automatically reacted to this guy's beast-like aura. This is an instinct, after all, Zaraki Kenpeki is too much stronger than him, and he can't help it. Chapter 30. The body's natural reaction, then let me see how much you weigh. Zaraki Kenpeki never obeyed the rules, and he became more interested after hearing Dongmenhao's words. Generally speaking, only those who are very strong in combat and have experienced many battles will have an instinctive reaction in their bodies. So at the moment Zaraki Kenpeki unleashes some Reiatsu, even just a little bit, but the gap between captain and vice-captain is pretty scary. Reiatsu at the vice-captain level seems to be very strong, but facing the captain, most of the vice-captains with average strength can only be second-handed, and only a small number of powerful vice-captains can compete with the captain for a while. Being rushed by this Reiatsu, Dongmenhao could only burst out his own Reiatsu in order to reduce the burden on his body. The scarlet Reiatsu erupts, the Reiatsu intensity reaches a certain level, the color of Reiatsu can be seen with the naked eye, while Zaraki Kenpeki's Reiatsu is golden, and Dongmenhao's Reiatsu is scarlet because of the previous ultimate killing intent. The moment Reiatsu erupts, bloody shock is also activated at the same time, this is the effect that Reiatsu comes with. Little devil, it looks like you have killed a lot of people. This bloody smell is really interesting. Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes lit up. In Soul Society, there are not many Shinigami who want to meet this kind of bloody aura. Ajian, pay attention to his Reiatsu is actually at the vice-captain level, he hasn't become a Shinigami yet. Yakian Liu reminded that Shinigami already had such strength before it was official, which is indeed very powerful. Interesting, kid, pull out your knife, and you just have nothing to do, but there is still a prey that comes to your door on its own initiative. Zaraki Kenpeki didn't care what Dongmenhao's identity was, whether he was an official Shinigami or not. He only knew that the guy in front of him seemed worthy of his attack. Although Reiatsu was a little weaker, the bloody aura was enough for him to attack. Only I don't want to fight with you, but it's impossible not to fight. Dongmenhao was also speechless, and could only be forced to pull out the Miao Dao behind him. He really didn't want to fight Zaraki Kenpeki, but he couldn't do it if he didn't want to. The beast on the opposite side didn't care so much. This guy is notoriously not following the rules in Jingling Court, and the rules are false in front of him. So Dongmenhao's attempt to persuade Zaraki Kenpeki with the rules won't work, this guy won't listen at all. The only way is to fight this guy. Since it is unavoidable, Dongmenhao doesn't care so much. He knows that he is not Zaraki Kenpeki's opponent, but now there is no other way but to fight. However, Dongmenhao only intends to use the killing sword, other tricks are not used, and now he only needs to expose some methods that were already exposed. The temperament of Dongmenhao who pulled out the Miodeo changed drastically, and a strong ultimate killing intent erupted around him, which is the upgraded swordsmanship of killing. Okay, that's it, let's fight. Zaraki Kenpeki was stimulated by this ultimate killing intent, and showed an excited expression. He never expected that Lost could meet such an opponent. Even though the strength is weak, this killing intent has already explained everything. The other party just lacks the time to grow up. It's been a long time since I saw Ajian showing such an expression, but after such a beating, he will be reprimanded. Forget it, as long as Ajian is happy. Yaqian Liu didn't care so much anymore, he ran directly to the side wall and sat down to watch the play. Without waiting for Zaraki Kenpeki to say anything more, Dongmenhao chose to strike first. After all, the opponent is Zaraki Kenpeki, and he is not an opponent at all, so he simply strikes first. Moreover, Dongmenhao had already displayed his extreme combat power with this slash, and he had no intention of holding back or probing at all. Facing Zaraki Kenpeki, there is no need to test at all, he knows how much he has. Slashing out with all his strength, Dongmenhao found that Zaraki Kenpeki didn't even have a dodge, and he didn't even have defense, so he let his knife cut directly. Zaraki Kenpeki's defense is very strong, just like Su's steel skin. In the original work, Kurosaki Ichigo's knife went up, but his hands were counter-shocked with blood. However, Dongmenhao's current strength is stronger than when Kurosaki Ichigo invaded Jinglingting. With a full blow, he cut through Zaraki Kenpeki's defense directly, but that's all. With this full blow, he couldn't even seriously injure the opponent, and could only cause some minor injuries and skin trauma. FK. What a pervert! Even though he was mentally prepared for this slash, Dongmenhao was still shocked. What the hell kind of defense is this? A slash with all his strength can barely break through the opponent's defense. But this is also normal, after all, Zaraki Kenpeki is ranked high in the captain class, and was included in the list by the Invisible Empire. Dongmenhao's knife was placed on the captain like dagu. If the opponent resisted with his body, he would be seriously injured, but it was ineffective against Zaraki Kenpeki. Chapter 31. Dongmenhao couldn't help but feel a little unacceptable when he saw that he could only break through the opponent's defense with a single blow, but the next moment a sense of crisis struck. Dongmenhao subconsciously used Shunpo to dodge. The moment he dodged away, a knife with a sawtooth-like blade directly slashed at the position where he was just now. You actually avoided it, brat, it's getting more and more interesting. Zaraki Kenpeki showed a ferocious smile when he saw himself slashing in the air. He just slashed at random, and even if he slashed casually, the speed was very fast. He didn't expect Dongmenhao to dodge it. So close. Looking at the knife in Zaraki Kenpeki's hand, Dongmenhao broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged fast enough just now, the knife would have seriously injured him. Before Dongmenhao could continue to attack, this time Zaraki Kenpeki directly rushed in front of Dongmenhao with the zanpakutte that looked like a useless knife in his hand, and then slashed down fiercely. Dongmenhao couldn't dodge this knife at all, he could only be forced to resist it. But the moment the two knives came into contact, the ground under Dongmenhao's feet exploded, and his feet sank directly into the ground, and he didn't stop until his knees. Zaraki Kenpeki's knife was too powerful. Dongmenhao felt that his hands were trembling, but now he didn't have time to pay attention to these. Zaraki Kenpeki fought completely without rules, never defending, only constantly attacking. So Dongmenhao can only be forced to defend. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Zaraki Kenpeki interprets this sentence now. Dongmenhao, who had been slashed several times, finally couldn't hold back, and with the help of the opponent's knife, he flew backwards and hit a wall, making a big hole in the wall. At this moment, Dongmenhao's hands had already shed some blood, blocking the opponent's attack was not free. His hands have been split open by the super strength, and blood is flowing continuously. What's the matter, kid? Don't tell me you can't do it. Zaraki Kenpeki chased after him. This time Dongmenhao also got angry. Everyone is angry, and now Dongmenhao is a little angry because he is blindly beaten, although he knows that he is not the opponent of the opponent, but who would not know how to risk his life. Dongmenhao was so angry that he didn't plan to block the opponent's attack this time, because he would be hurt if he blocked it anyway, so he just went all out. Your slaughter sword Dao has sensed your anger. Under the influence of anger, the killing power of slaughter sword Dao has temporarily doubled. Just when Dongmenhao was beaten out of anger and was about to risk his life in anger, he suddenly got a message. Can it still be like this? My skills are amazing. Anyway, I won't be so passive this time. If you want to fight, Lao Zi will fight with you to the end this time. The killing power of the killing sword is doubled. This is not a joke. Just now, Dongmenhao's attack with all his strength can barely break Zaraki Kenpei's defense. Now it is different. This time, Dongmenhao tried his best to avoid the opponent's attack. Although he couldn't dodge it completely, he could at least avoid being cut down by the opponent. As for the knife in his hand, it was wrapped in a strong red light and slashed directly at Zaraki Kenpei. This is the method of attaching the slash to the body of the sword, and Kurosaki Ichigo used it, leaving the crescent moon on the blade to ensure that every attack can have the effect of slashing. Although the method was good, the enemy he faced was too strong, so the effect of this move was not reflected. This time, Dongmenhao's abdomen was cut with a knife that was not deep and not shallow, but his knife also cut directly into Zaraki Kenpei's shoulder. Went in. The strength has increased so much, it's interesting, it's so interesting, how did you do it? Zaraki Kenpei was not affected by this knife, on the contrary, he became more excited. It can only be said that Zaraki Kenpei is worthy of being Zaraki Kenpei. This guy cannot be viewed with common sense at all. After being injured, Zaraki Kenpei became even more fierce, without any tricks at all. His only thought was to hit Dongmenhao, but what about Dongmenhao? Dodge the opponent's attack while attacking the opponent as much as possible. Both of them are exchanging injuries for injuries at the moment. The two strands of Reiatsu kept colliding inside Jinglingting. Although Dongmenhao's Reiatsu was not strong, it was still at the vice-captain level, and it had already attracted the attention of many people. These two strands of Reiatsu, why are they fighting? Yuan, come with me. This place is the closest to the fourth team, and the first person to sense it is Anohanaretsu. Whether it is Zaraki Kenpei or Dongmenhao, she is very familiar with Reiatsu of both. She hadn't expected the two of them to fight now. However, she could almost guess that the first strike must be Zaraki Kenpei, only this guy would ignore Jinglingting's rules and strike, and it would be useless for others to refuse. The only one who can hold back this guy is the captain. Chapter 32. Hoo, the limit is almost reached. After some operations of exchanging injuries for injuries, Dongmenhao has almost turned into a blood man at this moment, and Zaraki Kenpei is similar to him. However, Dongmenhao didn't think it was because of his strength that he caused such serious injuries to the opponent. It was entirely because this person was Zaraki Kenpei, who had no rules of play and never dodged attacks. It was also because Zaraki Kenpei resisted his attack every time that he could cause such damage to Zaraki Kenpei. Otherwise, Dongmenhao estimated that he would not be able to cut this guy a few times, and he was still too weak. Previously, Dongmenhao could leapfrog to vice-captain level with Reiatsu, the officer level, but the gap between vice-captain and captain is the real horror. Apart from Reiatsu, Dongmenhao's other skills have not been upgraded. Relying on his current strength, he can't leapfrog to fight. And now he is facing a Zaraki Kenpei who is much stronger than ordinary captains. Now Dongmenhao's body has reached its limit, he is not Kurosaki Ichigo. The reason why Kurosaki Ichigo was able to explode was not because the power of Yuhabok gave him strength, but unsealed a small part of Zanpakute's power. In terms of horror, Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakut is absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed a ferocious beast, but you are still just a weak beast. Zaraki Kenpei gave another comment, and then he slashed over with a knife. Dongmenhao was powerless to dodge this knife, so he didn't dodge at all, but slashed at the moment the opponent approached him. Since you can't hide, then don't hide, isn't it just desperate? He also worked hard in the Zaraki area. Zaraki Kenpake's knife cut directly from the shoulder of Dongmenhao's left arm, while Dongmenhao's knife directly cut into Zaraki Kenpake's left abdomen. Originally, the best attack position should be the neck. Once the head is cut off, Zaraki Kenpake will not be able to survive. But with Dongmenhao's strength, he couldn't cut off the opponent's neck at all, and secondly, he wouldn't do it. He is not a travel disaster but a student of Mo Academy of Spiritual Art. Although he has been cut by Zaraki Kenpake now, this guy has not aimed at his vitals. Although Zaraki Kenpake is reckless, he is not stupid and will not kill Dongmenhao, so Dongmenhao chose the abdomen because he knows that Zaraki Kenpake will not kill himself, at most he will seriously injure himself, so there is no need to use other means. Although it seems that other means have been used, it can't do any harm to Zaraki Kenpake. After this knife, Dongmenhao's consciousness also blurred, and he fell directly to the ground. This guy really acted like a beast, and finally he slashed me desperately. Seeing the Miao Dao submerged into his abdomen, Zaraki Kenpake pulled it out directly, and at the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out from the person carrying it. Aegean, you should be very happy this time. But it seems that Reiatsu of the other captains is approaching, and you will be reprimanded and punished again. Yaqian Liu ran in front of Zaraki Kenpake. She didn't pay attention to Zaraki Kenpake's injury. This injury can be said to be fatal to others, but to Zaraki Kenpake, it is trivial. Punishment is punishment. If you can meet such a prey, it's nothing to reprimand and punish. By the way, send this guy to the fourth team and don't let him die. Although I avoided his attack crucial, but if this kind of injury is not treated in time, you will die. Zaraki Kenpake glanced at Dongmenhao on the ground. He didn't want such a guy who might grow up to be able to fight him with all his strength in the future to die. No need, it's already here. After Yachiryu finished speaking, two figures appeared here. They were Anohanaretsu and Katetsu Isane. This Captain Zaraki is fighting with someone again. He was beaten like this. Katetsu Isane was also taken aback when he saw the almost red-stained ground and Zaraki Kenpake's injuries. Who the hell is he who can cut a captain like this? What a mess! Anohanaretsu took a look, released Zanpakut, a huge flat creature appeared, and swallowed Dongmenhao in one gulp. This is exactly Anohanaretsu's Zanpakut Minajiki, which heals by swallowing the other person, and although the healing is excellent, it is somewhat disgusting. Don't touch me with this kind of thing, my injury doesn't need it. Zaraki Kenpake saw that Minajiki swallowed Dongmenhao and looked at him, and refused very simply. With his Xiaoqiang physique, this injury is not fatal at all, and only needs some treatment. He didn't want to be swallowed directly into his stomach by this thing. Since that's the case, let's help you heal and stabilize the injury for a while, the other captains are coming soon. When Anohanaretsu heard what Zaraki Kenpake said, he naturally didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He asked Katetsu Isane to help him with a simple treatment. Then the other captains needed to ask about the situation here when they arrived. Chapter 33. I remember that I was fighting with that lunatic before, did you pull me in? After Dongmenhao opened his eyes, he found himself in the inner world again. You lost this time, but it's normal, after all, you are facing a guy who is much stronger than you. After Dongmenhao complained, two beauties, one big and one small, reappeared. This is something that can't be helped. From the very beginning, I didn't think I could win. After all, that kind of monster is not something I can shake at all. It is already thankful to be able to chop the other party like this. Dongmenhao said that although he lost, he didn't feel unacceptable at all. The opponent was too strong. This time, he could really hurt the opponent only by relying on the killing sword to explode his anger. Otherwise, his attack could only barely break through the opponent's defense. You can think about it, but we don't want to see you hurt so badly. In this case, I will tell you my name first. My name is Lingyu. Remember my name. As for her, that one I can keep working hard." Dongmenhao was stunned by the words of Lolita with 2 ponytails, and he even wondered if he was hallucinating. Hey, don't put on such an unbelievable expression. Okay, I will tell you my name in a few days according to the current progress, but you need my ability to get hurt like this now, so just I told you in advance." Seeing Dongmenhao's bewildered look, with twin ponytails. "No, he should be called Lingyu," Lingyu said with some dissatisfaction. "It's unbelievable at first, but your name matches what you said just now, so you should be in the healing department." Dongmenhao asked in surprise, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was not unacceptable. After all, it was a knife spirit created by simulating Sister Hwa's soul fluctuation. Sister Hwa's Zanpakut Shikai is about saving people, while Bangkai is terrifying, an absolute killing system. Although I don't know the name and specific abilities of the long-haired girl, I can guess it, and it must belong to the fighting type. Of course, isn't this obvious? You'd better go out now, let's talk about your injuries after healing. After Lingyu finished speaking, Dongmenhao's eyes blurred, and then his consciousness was blurred, followed by bursts of severe pain. Under the influence of the severe pain, Dongmenhao suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was an unfamiliar ceiling, and now Dongmenhao appeared in a nice-looking room with some medical equipment. Looking down, Dongmenhao could also see the bandages all over his body, which had been cut too badly by Zaraki District before. Hiss, it hurts so much, that lunatic attacked too hard, this is the first time I have suffered such a big loss head-on. Dongmenhao couldn't help gasping because of the pain. Although he had experienced life and death in the Zaraki area, it was because he didn't adapt to the situation in the Zaraki area at the beginning and was stabbed secretly. This is the first time that the frontal injury has been like this. It can only be said that Zaraki District is too ruthless. Although the attacks avoided the vital points, it was only a matter of minutes if no one cared about death. By the way, Zanpakut. Dongmenhao glanced left and right, and then saw Zanpakut standing beside the bed, and Dongmenhao pulled out the knife without paying attention. "Absorb it, Ling He." Directly stabbing the knife into the ground, the blade quickly penetrated the wooden floor and plunged into the soil. Due to the force, the wound on Dongmenhao's body burst open again, and blood flowed out. But Dongmenhao can't control so much now. After liberation, Zanpakut has not changed much, except that there is a layer of light green halo on the body of the knife. The ability of spiritual healing is very simple and straightforward, that is, absorption and release. What can be absorbed can be spiritual particles or life force. After absorption, it will be transformed into a special healing energy after being transformed by the blade. This healing energy can quickly recover from injuries. It is not necessary for the blade to penetrate the soil, but if it is true that the air can only absorb the spirit particles in the air, and there is a medium for piercing into the soil, the vitality of all surrounding plants in the soil will be directly sucked out, and there will be no damage. There was a spiritual particle in the atmosphere, and the fluctuation of this spiritual particle directly alarmed the people of the 4th Division. "It's almost done, let's heal, Ling He." After feeling that it was almost done, Dongmenhao pulled out the knife, and then directly plunged the tip of the knife into his palm. This is also one of the more helpless points of Lingyu, that is, it must be pierced into the opponent's body to heal, but it will not leave any wounds after the knife is pulled out. This reminds Dongmenhao of Yamada Hanatero's Hisagomaru. Hisagomaru's ability is to absorb the opponent's injuries and heal the opponent while turning the accumulated energy into an attack. Dongmenhao's is to absorb the surrounding spiritual particles and some vitality to transform healing energy. I have to say that Yamada Hanatero's Hisagomaru is indeed a very powerful Zanpakut, but that kid is not suitable for fighting at all, and cannot display Hisagomaru's real fighting ability. However, Dongmenhao's Lingyu can't be said to be worse than Hisagomaru's. Everyone has their own strengths. Chapter 34. In fact, at first glance, Hisagomaru seems to be stronger than Dongmenhao's Lingyu. After all, he can heal, and he can also accumulate attack energy while healing. But in the same way, Linghe also has its own strengths, and the ability of Linghe lies in absorption and treatment. As mentioned before, absorbing, it can be spiritual particles or life force. When using spiritual healing, if Dongmenhao uses Shikai while fighting an enemy, then spiritual healing can absorb part of the opponent's Reiatsu and life force at the moment of piercing into the opponent's body. This ability is somewhat similar to the glass-colored peacock named Ayasukawa Yumichika in the 11th team. The ability of that knife is to absorb Reiatsu, and Dongmenhao's spiritual healing can even absorb life force. If the blade is guaranteed to penetrate the opponent's body all the time, as long as it is not too much stronger than Dongmenhao, then Dongmenhao can directly drain the opponent and turn him into a corpse. Even if it is a person who is much stronger than Dongmenhao, continuous absorption can weaken the opponent's strength combat power. This is where Linghe is so powerful. It seems that it can only be absorbed and healed, but depending on how it is used, the ability of Linghe is also very terrifying. With the injection of healing energy, Dongmenhao's body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, since the spirit sun here was directly drawn away, it was naturally sensed by other people. Anohanaretsu and Katetsu Isane directly opened the door and walked in. Is this Zanpakut Shikai? It's a constant stream of surprises, but it's surprising that such a person would awaken Zanpakut of the healing department. Anohanaretsu was also a little surprised, of course just surprised, not surprised. In her eyes, Dongmenhao awakened Zanpakut would probably awaken the assault type, but now it turned out to be a healing type. As for why it is so sure that it is a healing system, she is not blind, and she can still feel that Dongmenhao's injuries are recovering. Healing Zanpakut? How is this possible? Katetsu Isane on the side was stunned. It has been 3 days since the battle between Dongmenhao and Zaraki Kenpeki. When Dongmenhao's consciousness was pulled into his inner world before, he had already been in a coma for a few days and was about to wake up. Only after leaving the inner world can I fully wake up. During these 3 days, the situation of Dongmenhao was also figured out by Katetsu Isane, or it was already known by all the captains. After all, as a student, it is already incredible that Zaraki Kenpeki can be cut like that. At that time, Anohanaretsu gave Zaraki Kenpeki a simple treatment. After the simple hemostasis, other captains and vice-captains arrived one after another. Then I learned about the specific situation. Zaraki Kenpeki was also straightforward, telling the whole situation directly, but a group of captains and vice-captains were dumbfounded. A student of Mo Academy of Spiritual Art cut Zaraki Kenpeki into such a shape. Is there anything more mysterious than this? They wouldn't believe it if they were beaten to death in normal times, but this was said from Zaraki Kenpeki's mouth, so the credibility is naturally needless to say. Zaraki Kenpeki will not lie to anyone in the Soul Society. Zaraki Kenpeki was grounded immediately after receiving treatment. After all, he is a captain, so he can't really be sent to prison. Besides, Dongmenhao is just a student, and he didn't die. Of course, it is certain to give Dongmenhao some compensation afterwards. After all, he came to the 4th team to find someone, but he was hacked by Zaraki Kenpeki inexplicably. Everyone thought that Dongmenhao was fine with this matter. After all, he was facing Zaraki Kenpeki. After temporarily dealing with this matter, Dongmenhao's information was directly placed on the table of the captains of the major teams. Even the old man Shan was a little surprised. He knew about Dongmenhao's situation a long time ago, but he didn't expect that Dongmenhao could cut Zaraki Kenpeki like this, even if Zaraki Kenpeki was released into the sea. But Dongmenhao's details are clear. As long as he is trained well, he will be a member of the Soul Society Admiral sooner or later, and the next step is to intensify his training. As for the other captains, who wouldn't want such a talent? So I collected a lot of information about Dongmenhao, basically everything about Soul Society was searched out. Before I came to Soul Society, this was not the case. After all, the souls sent by Shinigami were randomly entered into Soul Society, and they didn't care about each other's situation in the outside world. No matter where they belonged to before, they all disappeared after death. A group of captains were a little surprised when they found out about Dongmenhao's situation. Judging from Dongmenhao's resume, he was simply a super genius. But seeing that the other party and Anohanaretsu have hooked up, they were speechless. Generally, those who get on the line in this way will definitely go to the opponent's team after graduation, but except for those who know the details of Anohanaretsu, the other captains think that there seems to be a chance, because everything Dongmenhao has done and what the fourth team is really like. It doesn't match. Chapter 35. Katetsu Isane is surprised now, which is normal. After all, when you think about it carefully, Dongmenhao's current situation is equivalent to a butcher, an executioner, and suddenly one day he took a scalpel to perform an operation to save people. The contrast is really too great. Although Anohanaretsu is in a similar situation, few people know the real situation of Anohanaretsu. So now this scene is very unacceptable. There really isn't a single wound left. I pulled out the knife in my hand and saw that there was no wound on the palm of my hand. Although I already knew the effect, it was another matter to experience it myself. Now that his injuries have healed, the ability of spiritual healing is indeed very useful, but it also has a price. For example, the spirit particles in the air of the fourth team are almost exhausted. Secondly, the surrounding plants were also damaged, and a lot of vitality was drained, and some plants were directly drained. Although I already know that your Zanpakuto is healing, but can you tell me the specific ability? Anohanaretsu also came over at this time. It's Captain Anohana and Deputy Captain Toru, of course it's no problem, after all, my Zanpakuto itself is not a Zanpakuto that needs hidden abilities. Dongmenhao didn't hide it, it's not necessary at all, it's healing ability anyway, but he didn't say that Lingyu can directly extract the vitality and Reiatsu from other people's bodies. Just as Ichimaru-jin hides his Zanpakuto's true abilities, so does he, exposing part of it, but not all of it. The superficial ability is visible to everyone anyway, and it is useless to hide it, but the latent ability is no good. Dongmenhao will not use this trick against his own people, but if the opponent is an enemy, he must kill him. Therefore, the ability of Lingyu to extract Reiatsu and life force from other people's bodies needs to be kept secret. It's such a powerful ability. It can not only absorb the vitality of spiritual seeds and plants, but also store it. If you store a part of it, both sides will be wounded in a battle, and suddenly one side will be healed directly. Katetsu Isane has already imagined such a picture. If this scene really happened, the opponent would probably vomit blood and die in anger. With such an ability, it is completely possible to fight with the opponent, using the tricks of exchanging injury for injury or even exchanging injury for life to deal with the enemy. Although it is true that it is a healing system, but for Dongmenhao, assisting combat is also very beneficial. It's really good Zanpakuto, no wonder the spirits in the air of the entire 4th division were drained just now, and the surrounding plants are also sluggish and even dried up. Anohanaretsu looked out the window at a tree that was still full of vitality before, but now it has become a dead tree and said with emotion. Sorry, because Zanpakuto can shikai and the injury on his body, I tried it just now. Following Anohanaretsu's gaze, Dongmenhao was also a little embarrassed. As the treatment team, the greening of the 4th team is actually done very well, but now, it has been directly adjusted like this. No need to blame yourself. I will have people replant a batch later. Your Zanpakuto has a very good ability, which is also very suitable for our 4th team. Anohanaretsu said with a smile, it is basically confirmed that Dongmenhao is a member of his team. Maybe other people thought that Dongmenhao didn't match up with their own fan team before, but now Zanpakuto is in the healing department, no matter how tough Dongmenhao was before, but now that he has entered the 4th fan team, other people can't say anything. It's true, after all, I will be a part of the 4th team in the future. Dongmenhao smiled. It was his goal to join the 4th team after graduation. Mr. Dongmen joined our 4th team, I guess the 11th team and the 13th team will come to snatch it. Katetsu Isane said that she didn't think there was a problem with this matter. After all, Dongmenhao had a pass for the 4th team, and he was originally on the line with Anohanaretsu. She was also very happy before. Although the main job of the treatment team is treatment, doctors can't be without a little fighting power. This has always been the shortcoming of the 4th team. It would be great if there is a strong player to support the scene. But those who are generally strong, either join the 11th team or the 13th team, and no matter how bad they are other teams. How can there be such a thing as the 4th team? Now that Dongmenhao has awakened the Zanpakuto of the healing department, it is more appropriate. Okay, Yanjian, you can take Dongmenjun for a walk in the 4th team for a while, and let someone change the surrounding plants. By the way, I have something to deal with. Anohanaretsu left after finishing speaking. Although Dongmenhao recovered, she will not start teaching directly now. She will choose the right time and place, at least not to let others know. After hiding for so many years, she will not reveal her true face so easily. Chapter 36. It turned out to be Zanpakuto of the healing department. This kid is somewhat similar to Captain Anohana, but this ability is indeed very useful in battle. Dongmenhao's Zanpakuto ability has been sent to the 1st team by Anohanaretsu. After seeing this ability, even the old man Shan was a little surprised. The similarities between Dongmenhao and Anohanaretsu are too many. Captain, this Dongmenhao wanted to join the 4th team before. From this point of view, he should know the situation of Captain Anohana, otherwise he should be the most suitable to join the 11th team with his ability. Chijur Sasakaibe on the side said, this guy is a real old ghost. In the original book, when Kurosaki Ichigo saved people, he was symbolically killed by Kurosaki Ichigo. As a result, in the Millennium Blood War chapter, it was a Bankai who was hidden too deeply. It's normal. Captain Anohana has already reported this to the old man. Letting him join the 4th team is also the most correct choice. With the guidance of Captain Anohana, this is much better than joining other teams. The old man Shan already knew about the matter between Anohanaretsu and Dongmenhao, and Anohanaretsu reported it 3 days ago. Dongmenhao can be said to be a fighting maniac similar to Zaraki Kenpeki and also Anohanaretsu. He was best taught by Anohanaretsu, and when he grew up smoothly, Soul Society gained another rare and powerful combat power. You must know that the collective defection of the captains decades ago has hurt the 13th squad. Although many captains have been selected as substitutes, they are all weaker captains. People like Dongmenhao are fully grown, and they will be outstanding among the captains, so it is necessary to focus on training. I see. Chijur Sasakaibe didn't say much this time, since everyone knows, why should he talk too much? Tell the other captains about this kid's Zanpakuto, so they don't even try to steal. Afterwards, the old man Shan asked the captains to give the information to them. He knew that the captains would not have to take the trouble to dig the wall. Now he tells them that Zanpakuto is a healing system, which can directly wipe out the illusions of these people. It would be best to have Anohanaretsu teach it, a future member of Admiral, he doesn't want anyone else to mess it up. After the information was sent, the other captains also gave up. It was true that they had nothing to do. Even Zaraki Kenpeki didn't say much. In his opinion, such an opponent should not be kept by his side. Just wait until the opponent grows up before fighting. As for Aizen, although he paid a little attention to Dongmenhao, he didn't pay too much attention because he didn't think it was necessary. Undoubtedly, Dongmenhao's talent and combat power are very strong, but not as long as his talent and strength are good, he will focus on him. In his opinion, Dongmenhao is from the Zaraki District, and he is similar to Zaraki Kenpeki. At most, he's just a little bit more rational, he doesn't hack people, just like Hitsugayichware hasn't been targeted by him. Dongmenhao's character design is a battle madness, this kind of person is the most difficult for him to control, so he doesn't bother go to too much attention. Find a chance to hypnosis the opponent and you're done. On the other side, Dongmenhao went back to his room to rest after playing the fourth team under the leadership of Katetsu Isane. At the same time, he also found that his killing swordsmanship had undergone some changes. When he was unconscious, he was still practicing the killing swordsmanship. The slaughter sword Dao has improved by leaps and bounds because of this battle. It has reached 95% of level 4, and will soon enter level 5. Moreover, in this battle, Slaughter Sword Dao also activated a new ability, that is, Burst of Anger. After using it, the accumulated anger can be consumed to produce the same effect as before, double the combat power, and last for half an hour. If there is enough anger, it can even be used multiple times in a row without any sequelae. Before Dongmenhao relied on this trick to cut Zaraki Kenpeki into that shape, this trick can be described as a panacea-like trick. It's just that it's more troublesome to store anger, but fortunately, it can continue to be stored and used later in battle. The big deal is that Dongmenhao will find a way to make himself angry, spend a little more time storing up his anger and it will be over. The improvement of killing kendo is terrifying, and even Reiatsu has improved a lot, and now it is 25% of the vice-captain level. As for the other skills, the increase is not very big, there is no way. Dongmenhao also has a half knowledge about this cheat. Everything is still in the groping stage, so other skills can only be improved normally obediently. This time Dongmenhao could be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Although meeting Zaraki Kenpeki was not a good thing, it improved his strength and awakened his spiritual healing. Now Dongmenhao's comprehensive combat power has also improved a lot. In addition, the killing sword has reached a critical point. If you can get the teaching of Sister Hua, then the promotion will definitely be faster, and breaking through level 5 is just around the corner. Level 4 killing sword is already very strong, how strong will level 5 be? In short, Dongmenhao is a little excited now, and he can't even sleep. If you reach level 5, will your own strength be able to leapfrog directly to the weaker captain level? Chapter 37. It seems that you can't wait, but I still have to ask again, are you really going to let me teach you? It's fine if it's other aspects, but in terms of swordsmanship, maybe you will die. Early the next morning, Dongmenhao found Anohanaretsu. The killing sword has reached a critical point, and he wants to become stronger as soon as possible. Of course, I've already thought about it before I came here. Besides, the more I have a spirit, the harder it is for me to die. Dongmenhao pointed to the Zanpakut on his back. That's right, your Zanpakut's healing ability is terrifying, and it's really difficult to want to die. Sister Hua stopped talking nonsense, and got up and took Dongmenhao away from the fourth team. The fourth team is not a place suitable for training, and there are still wounded here. Under the leadership of Sister Hua, the two soon came to a cave. The cave inside was very large, and Dongmenhao could clearly feel that there was a barrier with strong defense and isolation around it. It's normal to think about it. In addition to being a first-generation Kenpeki, Sister Hua is also very accomplished in Kid. However, Dongmenhao still had to complain that there are so many hidden places in the Soul Society. It is estimated that everyone has their own secret bases. Dongmenhao wondered if countless holes, large and small, had been dug out of the Soul Society by these people. In terms of kendo, I won't teach you too much theory, but if you want to learn, then learn it from actual combat. At this moment, Sister Hua's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes, her braids have been scattered directly, her eyes are squinted, and her whole body is full of murderous aura. If it is put in a movie, it can directly shoot ghost movies. Sister Hua with this appearance gave people a very eerie feeling, and the surrounding temperature instantly turned into frosty and 12th lunar month. It's a terrifying killing intent. It's completely different from that guy Zaraki Kenpeki. Dongmenhao was affected by the killing intent, which was too strong. Although Zaraki Kenpeki had released the killing intent before, it was not pure, and Zaraki Kenpeki was more domineering and fierce. But Sister Hwa is different. What Sister Hwa releases is pure killing intent, without any other things mixed in, pure killing intent. Known as a murderer, the existence of the villain of the Soul Society, Dongmenhao's murderous intent in front of Sister Hwa, that is really the gap between a baby and a giant elephant. Now, is not the time to be in a daze. A ghostly voice came to his ears, and Dongmenhao was startled suddenly. At this moment, Sister Hwa had unknowingly come in front of him, and the scimitar in her hand had already reached the top of her head. In desperation, Dongmenhao left the spot with a shunpo, narrowly avoiding Anohanaretsu's blow. It's dangerous, it's definitely coming towards the head, but fortunately, Sister Hwa let the water go. Dongmenhao looked at Sister Hwa who stood where he was before with some lingering fear. Although she was ruthless enough, Sister Hwa did let go, otherwise he would never be able to dodge the knife just now, and would be split in two instantly. During the battle, don't think wildly, otherwise, you won't know how you died. Sister Hwa's voice came again, still giving people a very scary feeling, but this time Dongmenhao was not affected much, and at this moment he restrained his redundant thoughts. As Sister Hwa said, it is easy to cause problems when thinking wildly when fighting. There is only one thing to think about when fighting, and that is how to defeat the opponent. Dongmenhao pulled out his Zanpakut and rushed towards Sister Hwa. He knew that Sister Hwa would not use too much combat power in order to teach him, so there were still some fights, teaching in battle, which was unique to Sister Hwa teach the way. The two fight directly, but Dongmenhao is at an absolute disadvantage. When fighting Zaraki Kenpeki will not avoid the attack, but fight directly. But Sister Hwa is completely different, the realm of the two is not at the same level at all. It is very difficult for Dongmenhao to dodge every attack of Sister Hwa, and it is very easy for Sister Hwa to dodge Dongmenhao's attack, and she can also directly fight back while dodging. If the current situation can be described in one sentence, it is like an adult spanking a kid. A few minutes later, Dongmenhao had turned into a blood man lying on the ground, and what about Sister Hwa? The clothes on his body are not in a mess, and the gap between the two sides can be seen at a glance. The killing intent is good, but the strength is too weak, and the attainment of the sword can only be regarded as barely passable. You should be able to heal it yourself. At this moment, Sister Hwa has once again returned to her previous appearance as a confidant big sister, and the contrast is quite huge. Killing a ghost on the one hand, and being intimate with the big sister on the other hand, it is almost like a dual personality. Dongmenhao also quickly healed himself with his own Zanpakut, and there were no Shinigami living around here, so absorbing spirit seeds and plant vitality was not a problem. Soon, Dongmenhao stood up vigorously again. Chapter 38. Your killing kendo has been taught by more advanced kendo holders, and your strength has improved by leaps and bounds, level 51%. Your Reiatsu is affected by the killing sword, a small increase, 30% for vice captain level. After recovering, as soon as Dongmenhao stood up, two pieces of information came to his mind. Reiatsu's improvement was not much, only 5%, but you must know that other people need to spend a lot of time to improve this 5%. Of course, Reiatsu is not the most important thing, the most important thing is the sword of killing. After the sword of killing is upgraded, it can be said to be improved in all aspects. The killing intent is now even more terrifying, and Dongmenhao uses the current situation to analyze the battle he just fought. The result of the analysis made Dongmenhao wish he could find a hole in the ground and drill down. He suddenly felt that he was a fool before. From Sister Hwa's point of view, it's even better. However, Dongmenhao has improved his killing sword now, and he has also understood some of Sister Hwa's previous moves. The moves used by Sister Hwa are not very subtle, but very basic. This is for Dongmenhao to see. Sister Hua has already said, teaching in battle, and how much he can learn is up to Dongmenhao himself. Anohanaretsu's knowledge in kendo is terrifying. He claims to have mastered all schools of kendo in the world, so he named himself Anohana Yachiryu. In terms of basics, Sister Hua is even more solid to the extreme. Before Dongmenhao learned with the 4th level of killing swordsmanship, he could only learn a little bit, but it is completely different with the 5th level. At this moment, Dongmenhao is like a huge sponge, constantly absorbing the knowledge imparted by Anohanaretsu. Captain Anohana, let's fight again. After almost digesting it, Dongmenhao spoke again. He was eager to put everything he had learned into actual combat. Hey? What's going on here? Anohanaretsu glanced at Dongmenhao in surprise. From Dongmenhao's sword-holding posture, she could tell that Dongmenhao's swordsmanship had improved a lot, and even some of the previous flaws were directly eliminated. This speed of improvement is simply unbelievable. If the Dongmenhao standing in front of him before was a full-fledged newborn baby, then this one should be a child who has learned to stagger. Although it is nothing to Anohanaretsu, but this level of growth is terrifying to Dongmenhao. Just like the baby in the previous example, it takes a lot of time for a baby to grow up to be able to walk. The improvement of other people's kendo is just like the growth of a baby, slowly accumulating little by little. But what about Dongmenhao? Direct triple jump saves a lot of time. This kind of talent can be called terrifying. In order to make sure that she was wrong, Anohanaretsu also pulled out her own knife again, and she needed to test it. The two fought for the second time, but the result of the battle surprised Anohanaretsu. Dongmenhao's growth rate was too fast, like a dry sponge constantly absorbing water to enrich itself. Before, it took her a few minutes to cut Dongmenhao into a blood man, but now with the same combat strength, she can only have a slight advantage, and she can't even cause serious injuries to the opponent. If it continued like this, Dongmenhao estimated that she would cause some injuries soon, so Anohanaretsu also used a little more strength. This time, Dongmenhao persisted for more than 10 minutes. Under Lingyu's healing, he stood up again alive and well. Do you want to continue? This time, before Dongmenhao could speak, Anohanaretsu spoke first. No, wait for the next time, this time the harvest is enough, I need time to digest, otherwise I can't just watch but not learn. Dongmenhao is very aware of his situation. The reason for such a qualitative change before is entirely because of his killing sword breakthrough. After the upgrade, his vision was loosened, but now after the second battle, although the slaughter sword Dao still improved some progress, it didn't improve too obviously. Dongmenhao has already learned a lot of moves from Anohanaretsu, and he needs to slowly digest these moves for a period of time, so that he can make what he has learned into his own and integrate it into his own kendo. Very good realization. Anohanaretsu also nodded. She was very satisfied with Dongmenhao's performance. She has met many people, and her learning ability is indeed very strong, but if she doesn't consolidate and comprehend what she has learned, the result is that she will become unfamiliar after a period of time, or even forget it. Dongmenhao knows that it is a key point to settle by himself. It is true that blindly building a car behind closed doors is not enough, but blindly studying theory without practicing it is also a huge problem. Only the combination of the two can make oneself improve rapidly. By the way, Captain Anohana, can you teach me something about kid next? Dongmenhao suddenly said, Sister Hua's kid attainments are also very strong, she must learn. Chapter 39. Kid? Of course you can, but I think you'd better put most of your energy on kendo first. As for Kid, it's just a means to assist us in fighting. Although Grandmaster Kid, this is also the transformation of Sister Hua after reaching ultimate in kendo. At that time, Sister Hua could hardly continue to improve in kendo, so she had the energy to focus on other things. She also knew that Dongmenhao couldn't be like herself, but in her opinion, she had to put most of her energy on the way of killing swords. Of course I know this, after all, this is the foundation of my foothold. Dongmenhao nodded in agreement. His strongest is the killing sword, and most of his energy should naturally be put on the killing sword. He would not do such a thing as picking sesame seeds and losing watermelon. And compared to other people, he is special in that he can cultivate his skills by himself. Self-cultivation of skills is equivalent to dividing him into several people, and one person specializes in one skill. He can do things that others can't devote too much energy to, and he can be greatly improved if he is taught. In addition, his skills are more terrifying than other people's skills after they are refined. His focus is still on the way of killing swords, but other skills are not slower than others, and even faster. After listening to Dongmenhao's words, Anohanaretsu stopped talking nonsense and began to explain some knowledge about kid, and at the same time let Dongmenhao use the kid he knew. It turned out to surprise Anohanaretsu. According to the time you entered the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art, you should not have been studying kid for a long time, but it is incredible that you have already achieved such accomplishments. Anohanaretsu was also shocked. It's okay to say that the way of killing swords is good. After all, Dongmenhao came out of Zaraki District before. Although he came to Soul Society for a short time, it shows that his talent in swordsmanship is awesome. Although the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy had provided some information before, saying that Dongmenhao was a genius in all aspects. But at that time Anohanaretsu was completely attracted by Dongmenhao's kendo talent, so he ignored the others. Now seeing Dongmenhao's track attainments, combined with the time Dongmenhao studied kid, this is simply a genius among geniuses. There is also the shunpo used in the previous battle. Except for white hits, other aspects are extremely terrifying in the eyes of Anohanaretsu. At this moment Anohanaretsu also popped a word in his mind, that is the Almighty, in the history of the Soul Society, can be called Almighty. Apart from a few members of Team Zero, there should be only Old Man Shan, yes, at least in her cognition, although Aizen is too, but it's hidden too deep, Anohanaretsu doesn't know it at all. These people have all kinds of talents, and they have accumulated time, so they have reached the current level, but what about Dongmenhao? Talent is also very scary. For this point, Anohanaretsu conducted another test, and she found that Dongmenhao has a terrifying talent different from ordinary people in the fields of Zhanchuan Zugui, and he is a genius among geniuses. Secondly, Zanpakut has also awakened. Although it is a healing system, what can the healing system do with Dongmenhao's strength? The healing system can also bring him a very good boost. It seems that we need to contact the captain. In addition to white hits, Shunpo also needs to find a good teacher. At this moment, Anohanaretsu has already thought of cultivating Dongmenhao as a super high-end combat power of corpse souls. With such talent, Anohanaretsu feels that if Dongmenhao continues to grow, he must be another captain-like existence with terrifying strength. Kid, she can teach kendo, but she is not very good at shunpo. As for white hits, after seeing Dongmenhao integrate kendo into white hits, Anohanaretsu felt that there was no need to teach. Captain Anohana? What's wrong with you? Seeing Anohanaretsu in a daze, Dongmenhao couldn't help asking, the reason he could almost guess. Just now Anohanaretsu tested his strength and talent in all aspects. It is estimated that the talent shown now surprised her. It's not that Dongmenhao is too arrogant, but because these skills are so fast that they can be practiced quickly. He has absolute confidence in these skills. It's nothing, I just thought of something, Mr. Dongmen, your kid talent is also very good, next I will release a high-level kid, you have to watch carefully. Anohanaretsu said, put this high-level kid, on the one hand, to interest Dongmenhao. A normal person, seeing such a mighty had, will definitely want to learn, high interest is the premise of rapid learning progress. Secondly, the advanced kid is also accumulated from various foundations. Anohanaretsu will give some teachings while releasing. This effect is undoubtedly the best. Looking good, had S88 Dragon level Thief Thundering Thunder Cannon. Anohanaretsu directly revealed the spirit pattern, and Dongmenhao saw the huge pattern composed of densely packed spirit patterns. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light was shot directly from Anohanaretsu's hand, and the beam of light hit the rock wall in front at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 40. Boom! The beam of light hit the rock wall. Due to the very powerful barrier resistance, the huge explosion wave did not cause too much damage to the rock wall. But the interior suffered a disaster. The barrier blocked the forward explosion, and the explosion naturally scattered to the side. This huge cave was directly blasted half of the cave floor by a high-level had. Flames and thunder roared, and the ground seemed to have a magnitude 12 earthquake. This is the horror of number 88 had. Although Dongmenhao knew the power of had from watching anime before, watching live and watching anime are two different things. Dongmenhao reckoned that Anohanaretsu should have received a lot of power, otherwise had's power shouldn't be so small. In the original book, Tessai Tsukubishi fired a shot at Aizen. Although Aizen blocked it with splitting void, the terrifying Reiatsu was almost like a chain explosion of super missiles, sweeping a huge area. Dongmenhao would not think that Sister Hwa would be weaker than the so-called kid elders in this respect. Your kid has seen the power of high-level had, realized that art is the essence of patriarch, evolved had to explode, and received the teaching of a higher level had holder, making rapid progress, level 35%. Your Reiatsu. Reiatsu is affected by every skill, so in order not to lose the word count, I will not write Reiatsu separately except for upgrading. Under the guidance of Sister Hwa, kid, who was still at the second level, broke through directly. This span is quite large, but who said that the person who taught was Sister Hwa? And this is not the most critical point. The most critical point is that had has evolved special attributes like kendo. At the beginning, because of the killing, the kendo evolved into the killing kendo, which was the only skill that Dongmenhao evolved. Even Reiatsu became bloody Reiatsu because of the influence of killing swordsmanship. Strictly speaking, this cannot be regarded as evolution. Now had has also evolved, and has evolved a blasting attribute. Although the attributes are good, what does it mean to understand art is the essence of pi daxing. It's too much. Dongmenhao is a little speechless. Have you played all the memes here? But that's good too. Had itself is a powerful and lethal move, and it will be even better with the blasting attribute attached. Had number 4 White Thunder. Curious about what his moves would look like after adding the explosive attribute, Dongmenhao couldn't help releasing a simple had. Bai Lei's move is actually mainly the paralysis and penetration effect of thunder and lightning. However, this time, the Bai Lei released by Dongmenhao was more than twice as thick as the one he used before. It rushed to the distant rock wall with a loud roar, and exploded like a bomb, leaving a hole on the ground. A large pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of about 1 meter. This Bai Lei. Not to mention that Dongmenhao himself was stunned, even Sister Hwa next to him was taken aback. How could this be Bai Lei? I'm afraid it wasn't the red cannon wearing white lei skin. It was an exaggeration to blow such a big hole in the ground. Var. It should be, I should have learned correctly. Dongmenhao himself was also a little stunned. Although he knew that he had the blasting attribute, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Subconsciously, Dongmenhao released another had, this time the simplest had number 1. One of had's effects is very simple, that is, a shock, because it is too weak, even if it is used by a captain-level existence, the damage caused is very weak. But this time, the number 1 had that Dongmenhao came out of also exploded directly, and a small hole with a diameter of half a meter was blown out on the ground. Dongmen, you use another had. Anohanaretsu's eyes lit up. Although Dongmenhao's head was good before her teaching, it was not so exaggerated, but now it even has the attribute of blasting. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Dongmenhao was unequivocal. Had couldn't hide the blasting attribute, because the blasting attribute was passive, and as long as he used it, he would be known by others, so he couldn't hide it at all. He only needs to hide some whole cards, such as the anger burst of killing kendo, the special usage of spiritual healing, and another whole card like Zanpakut that has not yet awakened. Had's 11th Thunderbolt. The had released by Dongmenhao this time is quite special. This had is a kid that will be released along the object. If it is something with good conductivity, it can spread far away, but if the conductivity is not good, it can only be within a certain range. Kind. At this moment, after Dongmenhao released it, the lightning formed a straight line above the ground and spread forward at an extremely fast speed. This was normal, but what happened next surprised Anohanaretsu again. Wherever the lightning passed, explosions continued, just like a series of mines being detonated. Wherever the lightning rushed, the explosion followed. When the lightning disappeared, a gully more than 10 meters long, half a meter wide, and tens of centimeters deep had been blasted above the ground. Chapter 41. But anyone who uses had will have such an explosion effect, but Bakud will not. Why is that? Anohanaretsu doesn't understand. Dongmenhao is also pretending to be stupid. This is Kid's own skill evolution. He doesn't know the principle. Anyway, now the blasting is the same as the passive attribute. As long as one is released, it will explode once. In short, Dongmenhao's current had is several times more powerful than the normal had. With the same Reiatsu and the same level, Dongmenhao's head can crush the opponent, even if the opponent is much higher than himself. It's not a problem. It's here. Now Dongmenhao has turned into a blasting genius. Dongmenhao pretended to be stupid and said that he didn't know the reason, and Anohanaretsu couldn't say anything more, because this thing was really strange. Inexplicably, it became like this, and Dongmenhao didn't bother to care about it. No matter how Anohanaretsu made up his mind, it was over if he didn't know it anyway. Let them study the rest slowly. Okay, today's teaching is here first, and it's time for you to go back to Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. After all, you haven't graduated yet. Anohanaretsu didn't think about it for the time being, but brought Dongmenhao back to the fourth team, and then let Dongmenhao go back by himself. This time, the harvest was enough for Dongmenhao to digest for a while. After Dongmenhao left, Anohanaretsu went directly to the first team. Before that, she only sent people to the old man Shan in writing about Dongmenhao's situation, but this time it was necessary to tell the old man Shan personally. Captain Anohana, is there something important to come to see the old man suddenly? Knowing that Anohanaretsu came to find him in person, old man Shan was also a little puzzled. Captain, I'm here about Lord Dongmen. Today I'll take him out to practice. Anohanaretsu quickly told the old man what happened to Dongmenhao. It was okay at first, but the more he listened to the old man, the more he felt something was wrong. From the horror of kendo talent, slowly to the almighty, and then to the explosion of had, now the old man Shan doubts whether the Anohanaretsu in front of him is fake, otherwise how could he fool himself so much? Yes, he now feels that Anohanaretsu seems to be fooling himself. Captain, in fact, you can find out about Dongmenhao's situation by just looking around. The things he showed are easy to judge. Seeing old man Shan's expression, Anohanaretsu knew that old man Shan didn't believe it, so he simply asked old man Shan to check it himself. After being reminded by Anohanaretsu, the old man Shan also realized that there was no need for Anohanaretsu to deceive himself about this matter. He also knows that Anohanaretsu's character, like Zaraki Kenpeki, doesn't bother to tell lies. Furthermore, this kind of lie can be found out by just checking it, so now the old man Shan believes 80% of it, and as for the remaining 20%, he must keep it as the captain, and he must check it out by himself. If what you said is true, then Dongmenhao's potential must be the strongest among the Shinigami for thousands of years. The next time he comes to you to practice, you can directly bring him to the first team. If everything is true, then the old man will train him with all his strength. The old man Shan also let go, all Dongmenhao's talents are real, so there is no doubt that they need to be cultivated well. As for whether he will betray him or not, Old Man Shan is not worried at all. With Dongmenhao's potential, he will be a super strong person when he grows up in the future, and at the very least he will be a captain. It is even possible to sit in his position, so what reason does Dongmenhao have to betray the Soul Society? The soul itself that comes to the Soul Society just needs to make sure that there is nothing wrong with the other party. Talented Soul Society will vigorously cultivate what kind of talent to invest in what kind of resources. This point is very clear to everyone. And while cultivating, you can also instill in the other party some ideas and concepts that are loyal to the Soul Society, that's all. Well, I see, next time I will take him directly to Team 1. Anohanaretsu nodded and left. As for the Old Man Shan, he also regained his calm, as if nothing had happened. Dongmen, you're finally back. Did you really fight with the captain-level Shinigami at Jinglingting? And you were the captain of the 11th squad, and you wounded him. As soon as Dongmenhao came back, he was blocked by Abarai Renji and others. The incident a few days ago caused a lot of noise, and Zaraki Kenpeiga didn't care about it at all, so it quickly spread throughout the Hudding 13th team, and some well-informed students also knew about it. Dongmenhao's current name has already resounded throughout the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. What kind of existence is the captain? That is the existence at the peak of Jinglingting's combat power. As a result, Dongmenhao not only fought with the captain, but also seemed to have slashed the other party. This is like listening to a fairy tale in the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. So Dongmenhao was directly blocked. Fortunately, although there are many people who know Dongmenhao's name, not many people have seen him. Otherwise, Dongmenhao might not be able to return to his dormitory today, and he would be blocked by people. Chapter 42. What are you thinking? Do you know what the captain means? That guy asked me to kill him on purpose. Dongmenhao rolled his eyes. The gap between the captain level and the vice-captain level is huge. Now that his killing swordsmanship has been improved, plus kid skills and Zanpakut, Dongmenhao can only deal with the weaker captain if he shoots with all his strength. After all, except for Zaraki Kenpeiga, the other captains know Bankai. Bankai can directly make Reiatsu skyrocket, which is very powerful. In the face of such a huge level difference, it is not easy to be able to leapfrog. I asked you to cut it on purpose? Why? Rukia asked with some doubts, why would a captain deliberately let Dongmenhao cut it? That guy's personality is just like this. Zaraki Kenpeiga, the captain of the 11th squad, is full of fighting beasts. When fighting with the enemy, he never cares whether he will be injured. He will only resist the opponent's attack and exchange injuries with the opponent. This style of play is like a lunatic. In order to ensure enough damage to the enemy, he can completely ignore himself. Dongmenhao also admires Zaraki Kenpeiga, and he would never do such a thing, and he still regrets his life. Good Dong. After Dongmenhao finished speaking, he heard a few swallows of saliva. At this moment, the three of Abarai Renji couldn't imagine why such a person existed. In general battles, who doesn't think of ways to cause damage to the enemy after ensuring their own safety? Zaraki Kenpeiga's desperate style of play, as long as normal people hear it, they will find it incomprehensible and think that the other party is extremely crazy. I originally planned to enter the 11th team after graduation, but now that I think about it, I might have to change to another team. Abarai Renji said with some horror that he is good at fighting and doesn't like the flashy kid. Strictly speaking, the 11th team is the most suitable team for him. But now hearing the crazy image of Zaraki Kenpeiga, he is really a little afraid of the 11th team. A team led by a lunatic is probably not a group of lunatics. It is very dangerous to follow a group of lunatics. The 11th team is not entirely full of such people, but they are all people who are keen on fighting. It is actually beneficial for you to join in. In the original book, Abarai Renji was first assigned to the 5th team, then he felt inappropriate and then went to the 11th team, and finally went to the 6th team as the vice-captain. Strictly speaking, if it weren't for the approval of Byakuya Kokaki, then Abarai Renji would definitely stay in the 11th team. In terms of his fighting style, he is very suitable for the 11th team. Understood, I will join if I can. Abarai Renji agrees with Dongmenhao's point of view very much. They have been with Dongmenhao for a long time, and they all know that Dongmenhao's suggestions are very useful, so they don't need to worry about anything. What about us? What team are we suitable for? Rukia and Kira Izuru both pointed to themselves and asked. You don't have hard requirements. Many teams are suitable for you. I can't help you make plans for these things. It's up to you to choose which way to go. I've already joined the 4th division. Strictly speaking, the 4th division is one of the safest divisions in the entire Soul Society. Dongmenhao shook his head. Abarai Renji is very suitable for the 11th team. As for the other two, they are basically fine. The most unsuitable ones are the 2nd and 11th teams. 4th team? Why did you join the 4th team? Isn't that the medical team? A few people are a little confused. Dongmenhao's situation is more suitable for the 11th team than Abarai Renji based on what they know. Well, the battle is really terrifying. I had some overlap with Captain Anohanaretsu before, and my Zanpakuto is also healing. Dongmenhao pointed to Zanpakuto who was placed beside him, and the mouths of the three of them opened even wider. Dongmenhao's Zanpakuto has also been speculated by many people. After all, it is that exaggerated fighting style after awakening. So once you can Shikai, it is estimated that the power will be even more terrifying. But Dongmenhao now tells them that this Zanpakuto is of healing type. How can people not be surprised? The reversal is too big. How could it be from the healing department? There's no reason for that. Rukia felt that her common sense had been subverted for a while, and she was in a bad mood. I can't understand either. From what I understand, your Zanpakuto should be of the assault type. Abarai Renji also spoke. As for Kira Izuru, although he didn't speak, it could be seen from his expression that he thought so too. This also made Dongmenhao a little ashamed. There is no way, this Zanpakuto is not differentiated from his soul, but is produced by simulating the soul of Sister Hwa, so there is a healing Zanpakuto, but the other one should not be. The other one is very likely to be of the physical attack system. Chapter 43. After some exchanges, several people left with doubts on their faces. Dongmenhao didn't say much. The healing system is the healing system, and there's no way to explain this thing, so let them doubt their own life. But what surprised Dongmenhao was that Rukia said that he would focus on the 4th team in the future and might choose to join the 4th team. This is interesting, but it seems that it is not difficult to understand if you think about it carefully. Rukia and Renji both entered Jinglingting and became Shinigami just to live better. That being the case, why not join a safer fan team? In the original book, Rukia was sent to the 13th Division team entirely because of joining the Kokaki family, which led to the subsequent series of things happening. Now Rukia's best companions, Kira Izuru is still not clear. Abarai Renji will join the 11th team, Rukia will definitely not go, and Dongmenhao's 4th team is more suitable. Although Rukia is not sure whether his Zanpakuto is healing, but not every Zanpakuto in the 4th team is healing. In order to live better, the 4th division has become one of the first choice targets, and there are still familiar people. After a few people left, Dongmenhao entered the Sword Zen state again, and went to find Lingyu and the long-haired girl. This time, Dongmenhao's strength skyrocketed. And this skill improvement is his cheat, so Zanpakuto can't share his progress and level at all. This time, he thinks he should be able to know the other person's name. Lingyu, I'll talk to you later, I'm going to find out her name today. After Dongmenhao saw the two of them, he first talked to Lingyu, and the second daughter of Lingyu who was opposite was also a little surprised. It seems that you are bound to win today, so come. The long-haired girl didn't talk nonsense, and directly pulled out the knife. This kind of battle has lasted many times, and both he and Dongmenhao have fully adapted to it. Well, this guy is really ruthless. Anyway, I told you his name first. Ling Yu was a little dissatisfied, but he didn't hinder the two of them, but stood aside to watch the battle. This time, the level of Dongmenhao's killing kendo has increased, including Kid, and he has also gained characteristics. However, Dongmenhao did not use Kid's tricks, but simply used killing kendo and shunpo. With just one collision, the Miao Dao in the long-haired girl's hand was hit uncontrollably and almost fell out of her hand. Dongmenhao's inexplicable surge in strength also made the long-haired girl's expression more serious. She basically knew that she was bound to lose this time, and there was a big difference in combat power between the two sides now. Dongmenhao before was equivalent to a powerful first class in the vice-captain level, but now he has reached the captain level combat power. This span is quite a stage, and the long-haired girl who can only use Shikai power at this stage is naturally not Dongmenhao's opponent. After several collisions, the seedling knife in the long-haired girl's hand was directly knocked into the air, crushing the general victory. You won, and you won beautifully, so I can tell you my name. Remember, my name is Blood Smoke. As the long-haired girl Suiyan uttered her name, Dongmenhao also figured out Suiyan's ability. Blood Smoke's ability is very simple and pure. Blood Smoke is a physical power. Congratulations to Zanpakut. After being liberated, it can release a slash similar to Crescent Sky Chong, which is several times more powerful than simply using the killing sword. The second is another ability, just like the name of Blood Smoke, slash is the first skill, and the second is Blood Smoke. When Zanpakut uses this ability, it will release blood smoke. Of course, this is not as simple as smoke, but small blood-colored particles. These small particles are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, so they look like blood-colored smoke at first glance. But there is another world inside this small particle, which contains some extremely corrosive liquid. Dongmenhao can control the bloody smoke to explode directly, and everything will be corroded at the moment of explosion. This is the second ability of the blood smoke. Once the blood smoke is inhaled into the body and then explodes, Dongmenhao finds the scene terrifying. A whole person will be corroded in an instant, and the strength of the corrosion depends on the strength of Dongmenhao Reiatsu. On the one hand, it has absolute physical attack ability, on the other hand, it has a very terrifying corrosion ability, which is not too scary. Dongmenhao said that he is not too satisfied with Suiyan's ability. Whether it is frontal or backside, Suiyan's ability is very suitable, but Dongmenhao intends to temporarily list Suiyan's second ability as his trump card. As for the first ability, it is actually unnecessary. Whether it is spirit healing or blood smoke shikai, the change of the sword will not be great. It's just that it will be covered with different colors of light, so you can fool others into a Zanpakut, as long as you keep your whole cards. Chapter 44. Awakening the second Zanpakut blood smoke, Dongmenhao was also very happy, and after talking with Lingyu for a while, the little girl's dissatisfaction was completely eliminated. Dongmenhao didn't go to class the next day either. With Sister Hua as the teacher, there was no need for class at all. What he has to do now is to familiarize himself with everything he has learned as soon as possible, and then continue to look for Sister Hua. Although Sister Hua is not as good as Kid and Kendo in terms of shunpo and white hits, she is not comparable to the teachers of Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. So it is enough to have Sister Hua as a teacher. If he does not go to class, the teacher will not say much. After all, geniuses always have special treatment. Besides, the teachers were also relieved that he didn't go to class. At least he didn't have to be attacked by this evildoer anymore. But what Dongmenhao didn't expect was that when Renji and others came back at noon, they told him that Aizen would come in the afternoon. This made Dongmenhao depressed. Didn't this guy just come here? Why are you here again? But then Renji and others also explained clearly that it seemed that because of his fight with Zaraki Kenpeki, Aizen temporarily cancelled his trip to Mu Academy of Spiritual Art, so he didn't come before, and came today instead. I won't go, I just came back from the 4th team, and Captain Anajawa taught me a lot, I need to get familiar with it as soon as possible, and now I am also a member of the 4th team, so I won't get involved. Dongmenhao naturally knew what Aizen was going to do, so he avoided it directly. Anyway, he had enough legitimate reasons. Now he is a member of the 4th division, and even Anohanaretsu of the 4th division personally teaches him, but what about Aizen? Although he is also the captain, Aizen is obviously the weakest among many captains. And Aizen came here this time just to promote the 5th team. Dongmenhao has already confirmed that he will join the 4th team, so there is no need to pay attention to the 5th team. So he has every reason not to go to Aizen for publicity, such a reason is very legitimate, and Aizen will not think that Dongmenhao knows his little secret or something. There's absolutely no reason to doubt him. That's right. People like you who are specially taught by the captain are completely different from us. Damn it, I'm so envious. The 3 of them looked extremely envious, but Dongmenhao didn't hide his words, and even deliberately raised the volume so that everyone in the surrounding dormitory could hear them. Dongmenhao also needs to use their mouths to spread this matter, so that Aizen will not be too suspicious. Although Aizen is a terrifying horse in terms of scheming, Aizen, a hacker like Dongmenhao, doesn't know about it. Such a reason is enough to paralyze Aizen. Just as Dongmenhao thought, within an hour after he said this sentence, it was already spreading. Many people know that he is now being taught by Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th division. A captain, even the captain of the healing division, has someone to teach him, so why go to a captain's open class? Isn't it delicious to enjoy the small stove silently? If they can also be misled, then they will definitely not get involved. This news was naturally known by Aizen. Aizen is not surprised by this. Dongmenhao's choice is actually quite normal, and he is not very worried. Sooner or later, Dongmenhao will also depend on his own Shikai. He will find all kinds of opportunities to use Shikai in front of everyone, twice if not once, and 3 times if not twice. The Shinigami of Jinglingting actually know one of Aizen's problems, that is, they like to use Shikai in front of others, which is very strange. This time Dongmenhao also escaped Kaika Suijutsu's hypnosis very well, but what about next time? Dongmenhao is also thinking about this question. Once or twice is actually okay, if the reason is right and appropriate, the other party will not be suspicious. But if the number of times is really too high, then Aizen will probably still suspect himself. But Dongmenhao has no choice, he can dodge it once, it's better than being hypnosis from the beginning. After about a week, Dongmenhao was familiar with the things Anohanaretsu taught him, and practiced with the help of blood smoke. Knowing Suiyan's name, Suiyan has also used stronger power now, so Dongmenhao can't gain the upper hand now. This is where Zanpakut compares Bug. After Shinigami awakens Zanpakut's strength is actually at its peak, but it is very difficult for Shinigami to develop this power to ultimate. However, Zanpakut cannot normally appear in the outside world without special circumstances, and even if it does appear, it can only appear in the form of a phantom for a short while. Muramis's ability is indeed very strange. He can directly manifest Zanpakut, but Dongmenhao is not afraid of his ability. It's still early for that plot, and this time is enough for him to grow up. With the help of the battle with blood smoke, Dongmenhao quickly mastered these fighting skills, and Dongmenhao also went to the 4th team again. It is only good for him to become stronger earlier. Chapter 45. You're here, we won't go to that place to practice today, come with me to the team, the captain wants to see you. Anohanaretsu said straight to the point after seeing Dongmenhao coming to the 4th team. The captain wants to see me. Dongmenhao was also taken aback. That's right, because of your talent is too strong, it can be said to be omnipotent. I have talked about your matter with the chief, and this time the chief met you to test your talent. So you don't have to be nervous, this is only good for you. Once the captain is completely sure of your talent, then he will increase his efforts to train you. Anohanaretsu thought that Dongmenhao was intimidated by the name of Old Man Shan, so he quickly explained. So that's the case, that's indeed a good thing. Dongmenhao also nodded, this is indeed a very good thing for him. The premise is that you perform at a normal level. Just remember not to be too nervous. Let's go. After Anohanaretsu finished speaking, he took Dongmenhao and set off. It took the two of them a while to find their way through the labyrinthine Jinglingting before arriving at Team 1. If it is not a particularly important matter, Shinigami will not use Shunpo casually in Jinglingting, there is no need. Captain, Dongmenhao has been brought here. Anohanaretsu and Dongmenhao soon saw the old man Shan. Although the old man in front of him looked harmless, Dongmenhao knew the horror of this guy. At this stage, Old Man Shan is indeed the well-deserved overlord in terms of Jinglingting's strength. Strictly speaking, Old Man Shan's strength is absolutely at the top of Team 0, and the temperature of the sun's core is simply terrifying. The reason why he didn't enter the 0 team is entirely because of the special conditions for entering the 0 team, which requires very special achievements. The members of Team 0 are not necessarily the strongest, but their achievements are astonishing. Compared with the opponent, what Old Man Shan lacks is the so-called achievement. This achievement is not about defending the Soul Society, but making a huge contribution to technology, just like Irmiwa Wanjiao created something like Zanpakut. That's why Old Man Shan didn't enter Team 0, because the conditions were not enough, and in terms of strength, this guy was scary enough. Is this the brat? Sasuke, go to the second team and ask Captain Suifeng to come over. After the old man Shan glanced at Dongmenhao, he asked his vice-captain to go to the second team. After listening to the old man Shan's words, Sasuke left with Shunpo. At their speed, it probably wouldn't take long to go back and forth. Dongmenhao, Captain Anajawa has already told the old man about you, and then the old man will test you. If your talent is really as Captain Anajawa said, then Jinglingting will vigorously train you, but if it's not enough. Having said that, the old man Shan's eyes opened a little bit suddenly, and a huge Reiatsu pressed directly on Dongmenhao's body. Damn, why are you still engaging in sneak attacks? Dongmenhao was caught off guard and was almost overwhelmed by Reiatsu directly. Fortunately, the response was timely, but this Reiatsu was really huge, too huge. At this moment, Dongmenhao also brought up his Reiatsu to resist Old Man Shan's Reiatsu, but Old Man Shan's Reiatsu became more and more terrifying. Even Dongmenhao's Scarlet Reiatsu was suppressed to a limit. In the next second, knowing that he could not rely on pure Reiatsu to continue to withstand this pressure, Dongmenhao suddenly released his killing intent, and rushed towards Old Man Shan in conjunction with Reiatsu's bloody shock. Under such circumstances, you can still choose to use this method against the old man to weaken Reiatsu's suppression. It's a good idea, but the brat, don't be too arrogant, who do you think the old man is? A larger killing intent directly dissipated Dongmenhao's killing intent, and Dongmenhao was also instantly defeated on Reiatsu's side. As a result, Dongmenhao's whole body was directly crushed to the ground, and a big hole was made in the ground, but Dongmenhao's hands were still holding on tightly, and he could even hear the wailing of his own bones. Just when Dongmenhao felt that he was going to be overwhelmed, the pressure dissipated quickly, and Dongmenhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, some blood flowed from his nostrils. This old BD is really ruthless, even if he is under attack, he wouldn't be like this. Dongmenhao knew that the old man Shan would not really hit him hard, this was nothing more than a kind of prestige, a kind of deterrence. After all, Dongmenhao's talent is here, and old man Shan will choose to suppress it, so it will be more convenient for teaching or anything in the future. Anohanaretsu didn't stop it either, everyone is a sensible person and knows what the old man's purpose is. Okay, perseverance and strength are not bad. You are already the top choice among people with the same strength I have seen, but remember, kid, you are only talented now, not strong. When will turn your talent into capital you can be proud of? The old man Shan speaks with a big stick and sweet dates. He first praises him, and then hits him with a stick. The 2,000-year-old fox speaks in the same way. Chapter 46. After giving the big stick and sweet dates, the old man Shan also asked Dongmenhao to recover first, and then proceed to the next test. Dongmenhao didn't get hurt very much, although the Reiatsu came fiercely, it didn't cause any substantial damage to him, and it was more of a deterrent effect. So the recovery speed was also very fast. When Dongmenhao was almost recovered, Chur Sasakai also brought Sui Feng in. Captain, what do you want from me? After Sui Feng saw old friend Shan, he asked directly. The matters managed by Xing Jun were all inside the Soul Society, and old man Shan took the initiative to find him, which showed that this matter was not small. There is one thing I need to ask you, go to the training ground first. Old man Shan said that he took the lead to leave, while the others followed quickly. While walking, old man Shan also stated his purpose of finding Sui Feng. The next test is to test in all aspects, and Sui Feng is good at shunpo and white hits, which just complements Anohanaretsu. Naturally, the old man Shan will not end in person, and he was just a blow to his horse just now. So the test will be conducted by Anohanaretsu and Sui Feng. By the way, if Dongmenhao really shows this amazing talent, then Sui Feng will also become Dongmenhao's white hits and shunpo teacher. Dongmenhao? The student who chopped Captain Zaraki. After Sui Feng heard about Dongmenhao's situation, his eyes were fixed. At first, he thought that Dongmenhao was only strong in combat and terrifying in swordsmanship, but now he learned from old man Shan that Dongmenhao's other talents are also very good. This kind of person is rare in the Soul Society, and it is not enough to describe it. There are really few people who are truly omnipotent. After coming to the training ground, Sui Feng tested Dongmenhao's shunpo and white hits talents, and Anohanaretsu tested kendo and kid talents. I will suppress Reiatsu to the level of the vice-captain, but as the captain, the combat experience and the use of other abilities are not comparable to you, but you don't need to defeat me, just let me see yours. Potential is enough. Remember, only use white hits and shunpo tricks. There was no expression on Sui Feng's face, and his tone of voice was extremely cold. Dongmenhao naturally nodded, but Anohanaretsu's expression became a little weird. Because she knew how powerful Dongmenhao was after he integrated his kendo into white hits. Although Sui Feng is indeed rich in experience, Dongmenhao's strength is already close to the captain level in her eyes. In this way, maybe Sui Feng may suffer a little loss. Sister Hua, who has always been a bit dark-bellied, now also showed an expression of watching a drama, waiting to see how Sui Feng will respond next. As soon as the battle started, Dongmenhao's hands turned directly into the shape of hand knives, using his hands instead of weapons to use the killing sword. Sui Feng was dumbfounded by the murderous intent and this fierce attack. Is this still white hits? Whose white hits looks like kendo at first glance? No, it's not like kendo, it's just like kendo, it's just done with both hands. I actually integrated the sword into my hands to replace white hits, and can even exert a power far beyond the white hits I have mastered at this stage. Old man Shan's eyes were also brightened. Dongmenhao's talent in kendo had already been exposed long ago. Whether it was the battle with Zaraki Kenpeki or rumors about him, old man Shan had long recognized Dongmenhao's talent in kendo, even without his own eyes. Seen. But he didn't expect Dongmenhao to play such tricks in kendo. And what can be seen is not just simple kendo, but also some shadows of white hits skills, which shows that it is not a simple replacement, but a fusion. It's just that Dongmenhao's swordsmanship is too strong, so it overwhelms white hits. The old man's vision is quite vicious, so he can see the problem at a glance. And the shunpo shown in the battle is not bad, although it is not very strong, but it also depends on the time of study. Kendo and white hits may have been touched by Dongmenhao himself before, even during his lifetime, but Shunpo couldn't. This is a skill exclusive to Shinigami. From Shunpo, it can be seen that this talent is very strong. Not to mention how many things the old man Shan saw, Sui Feng is quite uncomfortable now, because Reiatsu is controlled by her at the level of vice-captain. Facing Dongmenhao's attack, she was even put at a disadvantage by white hits. Sui Feng's white hits needs to be used in conjunction with instant open to exert its greatest power. But think about it carefully, even though a captain has suppressed some strength, but to deal with a student who is not a Shinigami, he should use such a big move as instant opening. Isn't this nonsense? Although instant open can cooperate with white hits, and it is not a foul for her to use it, but she can't afford to lose this person. Most of Sui Feng's strength is relying on instant opening and Zanpakute's assassination. She simply hits the front. After she suppresses her strength, she can't hold Dongmenhao at all. The only advantage is that Shunpo is so powerful that Dongmenhao can't touch her. Chapter 47. Now Dongmenhao and Sui Feng are at an impasse, and the two sides can only stare and stare. Captain Sui Feng, the test is almost here, but can you finally let me see what Shunpo looks like under your full strength? With the situation like this, Dongmenhao didn't want to continue fighting with Sui Feng, but now he had another idea. Before, Kid evolved the explosive attribute when he saw Anohanaretsu's amplified move. Sui Feng's Shunpo dare not say that he is the first in Seoul society, but few people can compare with her. If you look at Sui Feng's full-strength Shunpo, will there be any changes in Shunpo? Thinking of this, Dongmenhao spoke directly. After hearing Dongmenhao's words, Sui Feng was also taken aback, but it seemed that what Dongmenhao said was okay. And just now simply using white hits and Shunpo together can't get close to Dongmenhao. Sui Feng is also a little depressed, since the other party wants to see, let him have a look. Sui Feng, who got serious, didn't suppress his Reiatsu anymore, and used Shunpo with all his strength. It was difficult for Dongmenhao to catch Sui Feng's figure before. After all, Sui Feng's Shunpo skills surpassed him too much. The reason why Sui Feng can't get close is because his killing swordsmanship has raised his body's reaction speed and perception ability to a very high level. Even without looking at it with eyes, Dongmenhao can react the moment anyone approaches him. Shunpo didn't travel through space, but moved at an extremely fast speed, so Sui Feng couldn't get close to Dongmenhao at all just now. Dongmenhao's reaction was too fast. She was often intercepted by Dongmenhao just before she got close. But it's different now. Sui Feng's speed under full strength is terrifying. Dongmenhao's body reaction speed is closely related to various skills and physical fitness, but it is still incomparable with a Shunpo master like Sui Feng. This time Dongmenhao was attacked before he could react, even if he managed to react, but his body couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. He was directly beaten by Sui Feng. But fortunately Sui Feng knew the severity of the attack, so he didn't care really hurt Dongmenhao. Your Shunpo has seen the ability of high-level Shunpo, yearning for it, and successfully evolved into a substitute Shunpo, level 235%. Sure enough, Shunpo has evolved, but Shunpo's level is not very high. These skills are different from killing sword Dao, which can be improved quickly by continuous killing. So Dongmenhao's killing swordsmanship improved rapidly at the beginning, and there was an existence like Sister Hua to teach him. So far, Shunpo has only been taught by the school teacher, and there is no special boost attribute, so Shunpo and white hits progress very slowly, and Dao Zen only quickly improved after awakening Zanpakut. I really want to come here, this skill is really awesome. Dongmenhao almost jumped up excitedly after knowing the ability of the stand-in Shunpo. The stand-in Shunpo, the first thing to enhance is the speed. The speed and distance of using Shunpo have been greatly enhanced. Even if the level has not been improved, the qualitative change of skill evolution has also improved these aspects a lot. Of course, this is not the point, the key point is the double word. After the evolution, the double Shunpo has the ability to take damage instead of himself once a day, no matter what degree and type of damage it receives. it can be directly immune to negative effects. Although the stand-in Shunpo itself has produced intelligence, it is not a real life. For him, these injuries are equivalent to direct immunity and ignore them. This is like being invincible for a second. This skill is still very useful for Dongmenhao, but of course being useful does not mean that it can be used. He can only be immune once a day, and it will be useless after using it, so it is impossible for him to run to deal with some powerful enemies now, such as stronger Ajichas and Vasto Lord. Immunity with one trick doesn't mean permanent immunity, but it's too late for this trick. Dongmenhao has been worrying about how to deal with Aizen. This guy will find a chance to use Kaika Suijutsu sooner or later. At that time, if Dongmenhao reads it, he will definitely be targeted by hypnosis, and if he doesn't, he is destined to be targeted by Aizen. So Dongmenhao is also very entangled, but now it is different with Shunpo as a substitute. Any damage can be immune once, including some special negative states, and the same is true for Aizen's hypnosis. As long as the hypnosis is immunized this time, Dongmenhao can temporarily retain the hypnosis effect, and can replace this hypnosis at any time, which is very convenient. Now with this move, Dongmenhao just needs to find some time to look at Aizen's Shikai and be done. The thing to watch out for afterwards is to be careful when Aizen uses Kaika Suijutsu, otherwise what he sees is different from what other people see, and it's easy to give away. But as long as he stays away from Aizen, the probability of being detected for this reason is almost zero. The appearance of the stand-in Shunpo also made Dongmenhao feel emotional. The fat beating was not in vain, and Sui Feng who left Dongmenhao's meal also breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a trace of smile on Bingshan's face. God knows how much she just had. Aggrieved. Chapter 48. White hits and Shunpo's tests are over, and kendo is no longer needed. This old man can see that, so next, let's release Kid. The old man Shan spoke up, originally intending to let Anohanaretsu test kendo and Kid, but kendo was directly integrated into white hits by Dongmenhao, so it is unnecessary. Just from the karate kendo, it can be seen how strong Dongmenhao's kendo talent is. Now the old man Shan is more curious about Dongmenhao's had. Anohanaretsu also said that as long as Dongmenhao uses had, it will produce an additional and more terrifying explosion, so he is also curious about what Dongmenhao's had looks like. Kid? I got it. Dongmenhao didn't talk nonsense anymore. Had's 11th Thunderbolt. Dongmenhao still used had number 11, and the other party must be testing his own blasting ability, and the trick of lightning is the best to test, because this trick will follow wherever the lightning goes and explodes. As the lightning spread forward, continuous explosions also began. It was as if a bomb was installed below the site. After a round of intensive bombing, a long gully was left on the site. Is this a thunderbolt? Had on the 11th? Is there a bomb planted under the first team? Unlike Old Man Shan and others who already knew about it, Sui Feng didn't know anything. He thought it was just a kid test, but who knew that throwing a had such an effect? If she remembers correctly, the move of the lightning bolt mainly relies on the spread of the lightning to paralyze the enemy. How can there be such a terrifying explosion? Sui Feng, who had been depressed by Dongmenhao before, was about to be blown to pieces this time. Sure enough, it will explode. Dongmenhao, I ask you, how did you do it? This time, even the old man Shan didn't have any clues. He rarely encountered things he couldn't understand, so he could only ask. This, Your Excellency, Captain, I don't know, it just became like this after watching Captain Anohana use number 88 had last time, and I don't know how to do it. Dongmenhao said like I don't know, in fact, he really doesn't know the principle, this is completely caused by the skill and evolution, as for the principle, how could he know? Since you don't know, forget it. Old man Shan doesn't care about so much, if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. Soul Society has a lot of special talents, just like those people in Team Zero back then, each and every one of them created things that no one else had seen before. So he attributed Dongmenhao's ability to talent for the time being. After all, he couldn't figure it out, so he was called Dongmenhao. Your test is over. The old man has already seen that it hasn't been long since you joined the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, but your growth rate has far exceeded the old man's expectations. For special talents, I will not be too stingy. From today on, you will learn from Captain Anohana in terms of kendo and kid. As for shunpo and white hits, Captain Suifeng will be in charge of teaching you. The old man Shan directly announced what he did. He could clearly see the talent just now. Although Dongmenhao's mastery of these skills can only be called a layman in front of him, how long has he been studying? He used an old Shinigami who was more than 2,000 years old for comparison. How many can compare? But in terms of talent alone, Dongmenhao's talent can be called terrifying. So now, in order to train Dongmenhao, Old Man Shan directly introduced two captains without hesitation. Dongmenhao's treatment can be said to be quite high. You must know that it is very good to have one captain to teach, let alone two now. By the way, you don't need to go to class at Mo Academy of Spiritual Art, you can directly join the fourth team from now on. Old Man Shan suddenly added another sentence, making Dongmenhao stunned for a moment, but that's fine, anyway, he planned to graduate early, and this time the test should be regarded as a graduation assessment. Yes, Your Excellency Captain. Dongmenhao responded immediately, and then several people left Team Yi. Afterwards, I will ask Xing Jun to give you the pass of the second team. With the pass, when the second team comes to look for me in the future, you can show the pass and come to see me directly. Sui Feng acted swiftly and decisively, and left without saying a word. Her pass is similar to the one given by Anohana Retsu, but the effect is better, and it can go directly to the captain, otherwise he will be stopped when he goes to the second team as a member of the fourth team. It will be reported to the captain only after asking the reason clearly. It would be best if this process can be saved. Okay, Dongmenjun, since you have graduated, then move to the fourth team as soon as possible. I believe that your joining will also make the fourth team very welcome. Anohana Retsu said with a smile, the characters of the fourth division are relatively easygoing, and Dongmenhao's Zanpakut has such a strong healing effect, so he will naturally be welcomed. Chapter 49. Since he has already graduated, Dongmenhao can only go back to the Zhenyang Lingshu Academy to pack his things. What? You have been approved to join the fourth team directly? And you don't have to take the assessment? What is this? Dongmenhao didn't have many things to pack. After all, he didn't study for a long time at Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, and he didn't have many things. After packing up, Dongmenhao went to Abarai Renji and others, and told about his situation. As a result, no surprise, all three of them were stunned. How long did it take to join the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art? Dongmen left immediately. He skipped a grade and graduated early, but what about Dongmenhao? Entered the fourth team without saying a word. If Dongmenhao hadn't mentioned it, they would really have no news at all. No, I've decided, I want to graduate early as soon as possible. Abarai Renji's eyes were blazing at the moment. Although the opponent was a monstrosity, he was also stimulated by the widening of the gap. Renji, you'd better not do this, Shinigami will face Su, especially the fan team you joined later, with your character, it must be a fighting type of fan team, no matter which type of fighting fan team it is, fighting not less. Facing Hollow, what level of Hollow do you think you can deal with now? Ordinary Shinigami will be very powerless against Hollow. You can stay at the Shenyang Academy of Spiritual Art for a total of 6 years. These 6 years are a safe period and a limited growth period. After you go out, you will not have such a comfortable environment, so you must rely on these 6 years to continue to accumulate. In this way, after joining the Bantei, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds, and you will be completely out of the category of ordinary Shinigami. Even the fourth team, the healing team, is not completely free of danger. Some missions may involve people from the 4th team, so you'd better stay honestly until you graduate in the past few years. Of course, if you have just pretend I didn't say anything about my strength. Dongmenhao felt that it was necessary to make it clear that to dispel the idea of these people graduating early, their strength and talent were good, but even at the beginning of the plot, the strongest was the vice-captain. Although the vice-captain's strength is good, but now they are not. Did you hear that, Renji? Give me peace of mind, UBD. Rukia kicked Abarai Renji directly. At this time, Abarai Renji finally woke up a little bit, because he was too stimulated just now. After calming down, I realized that the 6 years at Mo Academy of Spiritual Art was actually a period of stability. Once you go out, if you don't have enough strength, you will be cannon fodder. Look at the situation of the 11th squad. When Kurosaki Ichigo and others invaded, the entire squad was from top to bottom. Except for Kenpeki, a few of them were either released or hacked. The fighting power of the others is really rookie. This is still the fighting team, which means that one Ajichas can wipe out everyone in the 11th team except the captain, deputy captain, and a few people such as the bald head. Is this not cannon fodder? Graduating early unless you have the capital, such as Dongmenhao, and Hitsugayach where in the original book, that guy is born with a Reiatsu explosion, and he will not become cannon fodder after graduation. I still have to go to the 4th team to report, and I will come back to see you often. After chatting for a while, Dongmenhao left with his own salute. I really envy this guy, but this is what he deserves. After Rukia, you can join the 4th team. You will be taken care of by the guy from the East Gate. Adding the 4th team is not a fighting opposition, and it is safer. Abarai Renji looked at the back of Dongmenhao leaving and said. Stop rambling, I'll figure it out then, let's go. Rukia is a little dissatisfied with Renji's planning of her own life, but she also knows that Renji is doing it for her own good. In fact, she also has this plan. After all, she came to be a Shinigami to live a better life, and the 4th team is undoubtedly the best choice. Furthermore, Dongmenhao is a pervert in the 4th team. I guess he will be able to climb to a very high position by the time they graduate. Not to mention that a few people are still thinking here and there. Dongmenhao soon came to the 4th team. He is basically familiar with the 4th team, and the room has been arranged. There are so many people, is this a dinner party? After following the people to the lobby, Dongmenhao saw that most of the members of the 4th team were here. This is specially prepared by the captain to welcome you, and the captain also has other things to announce. Katetsu Isane said with a smile after seeing Dongmenhao. Dongmenhao was also a little curious about this, and Anohanaretsu quickly announced why so many people were called. Not only because of Dongmenhao's joining, but Anohanaretsu directly arranged Dongmenhao in the 3rd seat. As soon as these words came out, Dongmenhao was stunned. This is too much, I just joined and I was assigned to the 3rd seat. You know, the 3 seats are second only to the captain and vice-captain, which is already a very high position. It is difficult for a newcomer to be placed in this position, which is difficult to convince the public. Chapter 50. If it is placed in other teams, then such a situation may occur, but the 4th team is different. In addition to the fact that the chief of the 4th team must be stronger than the normal team members, the most critical decisive factor is the treatment method. Although almost all the Shinigami of Zanpakuto from the Awakening Healing Department have joined the 4th Division, it doesn't mean that everyone in the 4th Division has such Zanpakuto, just like my Zanpakuto. My Zanpakuto is called Frozen Cloud, and it's a Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow system, but I'm even more Grandmaster Kide. Needless to say, your strength, after you fought with Captain Zaraki, your reputation has basically spread throughout the 13th Division, so no one dares to disobey your strength. As for the treatment method, your Zanpakuto spiritual healing is also extremely terrifying in terms of treatment. The captain also asked everyone's opinions before, and no one refuted it. Your 3 seats are well deserved. However, this is only a preliminary recognition. How to make everyone truly recognize you requires your own efforts. Katetsu Isane explained the reasons again, and Dongmenhao suddenly realized that apart from these factors, there was another point that the members of the 4th division did not have the same sense of competition as the members of the other divisions. It's not that there is no competition at all, but the competition is not particularly fierce. After all, most of the people who join the 4th team are more easygoing in character and don't particularly desire strength, so the desire to compete for these things is not very strong. Dongmenjun, you are now the 3rd seat of the 4th team, so come and have a few words with everyone now. Anohanaretsu's speech ended quickly, and then Dongmenhao was asked to say a few words. After all, he is now the 3rd in command of the 4th team. Really, this is what I'm worst at. Dongmenhao was a little helpless, and it was a bit embarrassing for him to speak on stage, but he couldn't do it now. Everyone heard what the captain said just now, so I won't introduce myself, and I won't talk nonsense. Since I have taken the 3 seats, I will try my best to do well. If I can't do well, I won't stay in this position. It's useless to say beautiful words now, everything needs to be spoken with practical actions, that's all I've said. Dongmenhao bit the bullet and said a few words. After he finished speaking, the people below started to applaud. In fact, they are not novices, and the average age of Shinigami is not as simple as they seem on the surface. They don't like the kind of guy who plays bureaucracy and doesn't do anything. On the contrary, Dongmenhao's words also reveal that he is a hard-working man, and the 4th team will naturally welcome this kind of hard-working man. So although Dongmenhao just said a few words, the others were very satisfied. After Anohanaretsu said a word, the dinner party began. During the period, some people wanted to ask Dongmenhao for a drink, but Dongmenhao said that he did not drink. Whether it was before time traveling or now, he doesn't like drinking, because drinking alcohol will paralyze his nerves. It will make him unconscious, and even make him drunk and do things that he can't control. Dongmenhao hates this feeling. He likes the feeling of being absolutely sober, so he doesn't drink. Fortunately, the 4th team and the 11th team are different. There are many people who don't drink, otherwise Dongmenhao will be despised by the collective. In this way, Dongmenhao settled down in the 4th team. In the following time, Dongmenhao, in addition to handling the 3rd seat, learned various skills of Shinigami from Anohanaretsu and Sui Feng. The second is to communicate with Linghe Suiyan at night. The work of his 3rd seat is actually not very difficult, and he is in charge of the healing department. There is no way, why is his Zanpakuto called the healing department? So he even has to surpass Anohanaretsu in terms of healing, because the ability of the domain is too terrifying. As long as there are enough spiritual seeds and life energy, it can transform enough energy to heal all injuries, even for diseases. Diseases are nothing more than a series of diseases caused by physical problems, weakness, and weak vitality. Spiritual healing can strengthen the life energy of the opponent and strengthen the body's automatic immunity. With some basic treatments, even diseases can be cured quickly. So after staying in the 4th team for a while, Dongmenhao's reputation gradually spread. No way, his healing methods are really too heaven-defying, and after joining the 4th team, in order to solve the consumption problem of Dongmenhao, Anohanaretsu asked the 12th team to make some high-concentration spiritual particles. Dongmenhao can not only absorb life force, but also absorb spiritual particles. If you keep running outside to absorb it, the impact on the environment will be too big, so it is replaced with high-concentration spiritual particles. The 12th division of this kind of thing has technology, and the cost is not high. Dongmenhao is equivalent to transforming it into a healing medicine. It can be said that it is quite cost-effective to save people with a high concentration of spiritual particles, so Dongmenhao's prestige in the 4th team was quickly established. Chapter 51. Staying in the 4th team, Dongmenhao's strength has been improved by leaps and bounds under the guidance of the 2 captains, and other aspects are proceeding in an orderly manner. After coming for a month, Dongmenhao received a task. Treat Captain Jushiro of Division 13? I remember that Captain Jushiro's illness should be incurable. Captain, would you let me go? Dongmenhao was called to the office by Anohanaretsu, and then Anohanaretsu gave him this task. Jaisure Yukatake he still knows, that guy is an incurable disease, well, an incurable disease in the true sense. Jaisure Yukatake was sent to the so-called One-Eyed God tier because of illness when he was young, and the One-Eyed God tier gave Jaisure Yukatake the ability to stand in for the Soul King at the cost of taking away Jaisure Yukatake's lungs. The so-called One-Eyed God tier is actually an arm of the Spirit King, and this arm is now in Jaisure Yukatake's body. At the end of the original book, in order to prevent Yuhabok from collapsing the three realms, Jaisure Yukatake completely liberated this force, but was killed directly afterwards. Jaisure Yukatake's illness is not because it can't be cured, but because this guy's lungs don't belong to him at all. It's normal to have such a disease. Well, it's embarrassing to let him treat it. Letting you go is Captain Jushiro's idea, and I know you are not absolutely sure, but at least give it a try. Anohanaretsu is also helpless. She has spent a lot of effort on Jaisure Yukatake these years, but the illnesses on Jaisure Yukatake are just like the stones in the latrine, smelly and hard. She can only relieve it, at least to make Jaisure Yukatake not so uncomfortable. In that case, let me go to the 13th division. Dongmenhao suddenly had an idea, and then nodded. His idea is actually very simple. Although there are quite a few concentrated spiritual seeds, he needs to use most of them for healing, and only a very small part can be stored. This is actually not enough. Let's go to the outside world to collect energy, that would cause too much damage to the environment, and Jingling Ting will not let him do whatever he wants, and it will take a long time, but what about the Ling Wang's arm? Can he absorb it? This is a problem. The amount of Reiatsu in Ling Wang's arm is quite astonishing, so Dongmenhao has such a careful thought, try it when the time comes. The worst is that he won't be able to absorb it. And Jaisure Yukatake spoke up himself, and he couldn't be bothered. In this way, with such thoughts in mind, Dongmenhao rushed to the 13th division. It's the third seat at the east gate, the captain is already waiting for you, come with me. Dongmenhao's reputation is famous, and the current treatment is comparable to or even surpassed by Anohanaretsu. With such an existence, everyone wants to have a good relationship with him, and no one would spare their lives. So many people know Dongmenhao. He was recognized by the gatekeeper just after he came to the 13th squad. Jaisure Yukatake also told other people just now, so he took Dongmenhao there. Now Dongmenhao is treated as a guest of honor when he goes to any fan team, this is the benefit of strong healing ability. Then please. Dongmenhao was used to this kind of situation. During this period of time, not only people from other teams had come to him for treatment, but also some nobles. Soon, Dongmenhao saw the sickly Jaisure Yukatake, although sickly, but this guy's combat effectiveness is not weak, and his scheming is not weak. Kurosaki Ichigo was always under surveillance when he became Shinigami agent, and Jaisure Yukatake who sent the monitor was Jaisure Yukatake, who seemed like a good guy, but when he was really playing tricks, each of these people was more ruthless than the other. This is true even for Rukia in the original book. She is the person in charge of monitoring Kurosaki Ichigo. In the end, she basically did not show her feet. It can be seen that Rukia is also in acting school. Hello, Captain Jushiro, I am Dongmenhao, the third member of the 4th team. After seeing Jaisure Yukatake, Dongmenhao said hello. You don't need to be too polite, cough cough, please sit down. Jaisure Yukatake did not ask Dongmenhao to heal him immediately, but prepared tea, but he always coughed when he spoke. It's better to treat first. Seeing that Jaisure Yukatake looked like this, Dongmenhao couldn't sit down and drink tea, so he should treat it first and try, by the way, whether he can really absorb the Reiatsu in the arm of the Spirit King. In that case, let's start, just need Zanpakut to stab into the body. Jaisher Yukatake is also very familiar with Dongmenhao's treatment methods, or the entire jingling court is very familiar with it now. That's right, you can do it with your hands. Dongmenhao nodded, and then Jaisher Yukatake also stretched out his hand very simply, while Dongmenhao directly stabbed the knife into the back of the opponent's hand lightly. Dongmen, this guy has a super strong Reiatsu reaction in his body, and it doesn't seem to belong to him. The quality of this Reiatsu is too high. You can try to absorb it, but don't absorb too much at a time. I also need time to transform. Don't worry about being sensed by this Reiatsu, this guy seems to have intelligence, but he is in a deep sleep state, as long as he doesn't draw too much, he won't wake up. The moment the knife pierced, Lingyu's voice rang in Dongmenhao's mind. Chapter 52. I know, let's inject and extract at the same time. Dongmenhao injected the stored energy into Jaisher Yukatake's body at an extremely slow rate. Let Jaisher Yukatake at least feel the change, and at the same time draw the Reiatsu of the Spirit King. Dongmenhao has been thinking about whether he can extract the Reiatsu of the Spirit King. After all, the gap between the two is too great. But since Lingyu has already spoken, it is not a problem. Your Reiatsu is extremely shocked by the richness of the Spirit King level Reiatsu, it has rapidly increased, and has evolved into Ultimate Reiatsu, Vice Captain level 90%. As soon as Dongmenhao absorbed a little bit, the Reiatsu in his body changed drastically. Not only has it been greatly improved, but it has also evolved directly. Although Reiatsu has evolved once before, but that evolution was affected by the killing sword, turning into a bloody Reiatsu, which has a bloody deterrent effect. But the ultimate Reiatsu evolved this time is the first evolution that was truly influenced by the outside world. Dongmenhao has almost summed up one point, that is, these skills will trigger evolution when they see too many similar skills that surpass themselves and almost reach the top field. The ones that haven't evolved yet are White Hits and Knife Zen. These two skills are more troublesome. Even the White Hits technique used by Sui Feng is not up to the standard at all. Dongmenhao wonders whether the White Hits technique is only up to the Old Man Shan and a few of the Zero team. As for Dao Zen, don't think about it, no one will use this skill in front of Dongmenhao. Of course, these are not important, after all, it is not his mainstream fighting style, and now that Reiatsu has evolved, Dongmenhao has gained some benefits. Ultimate Reiatsu, just like the name, Incarnate Ultimate, each level of Reiatsu has a completely different amount and concentration. But Ultimate Reiatsu can make Dongmenhao's Reiatsu concentration always be one level higher than the existing level. This skill can be said to be very useful even in the early stage, let alone the late stage. Once Dongmenhao steps into the Spirit King level, under the influence of Ultimate Reiatsu, his Reiatsu concentration will even exceed the Spirit King level, and Dongmenhao doesn't know the exact level. Among the information he got, the highest level of Reiatsu is the Soul King level. The concentration of Reiatsu affects the power of all skills activated by Reiatsu. It can be said that Dongmenhao is now at the Vice Captain level, but the concentration of Reiatsu is already comparable to the Captain level. It's just that the quantity has not reached this level. But now that it's really fighting, Dongmenhao is confident that he can finish off the big dog. Of course, the premise is not to turn into a human. Once turned into a human, Dongmenhao is no match for that guy, but without turning into a human, Dongmenhao can completely abuse the opponent at this stage. Even though Dongmenhao doesn't know Bankai, the big dog's Bankai is really nothing, to be honest. Black Rope Scourge Pluton may look powerful, but he is too bulky, and his movements are consistent with those of the big dog. The strength of the big dog is at the bottom of the captain level. Dongmenhao can easily dodge the attack of Pluton. That kind of cumbersome attack is impossible to hit him, even he who is a grandmaster swordsman can use the movements of the big dog to analyze what moves the opponent will use next. So the big dogs don't pose any threat to him, and neither does Tosen Kaname. Tosen Kaname's Bankai deprives the five senses, but Dongmenhao has a substitute, Shunpo, who can directly immunize the opponent's Bankai. Once the effect is immune, then Tosen Kaname is even more useless, unless that guy hollow. It can be said that Dongmenhao's current strength can completely crush the captain of the weakest level, and he has received a qualitative improvement. It's reached the limit, and I can't bear it if I continue to absorb the present. While Dongmenhao was feeling the changes brought about by various skills, the voice of Lingheal came into Dongmenhao's mind again. At this time, Dongmenhao also stopped absorbing without hesitation, but the conveying continued. It's an exaggerated amount, should it be called the Reiatsu of the Soul King? Dongmenhao checked the energy stored in the spirit healing, it is too exaggerated. If Dongmenhao's first treatment to extract the vitality of the spirit seeds around the fourth team and add some plants is a drop of water. So now this is a whole small pool with a diameter of 10 meters, which is too exaggerated. Should it be worthy of the Spirit King class? The higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. Now Dongmenhao has seen what real terror is. After injecting some energy again, Dongmenhao drew his Zanpakut. It's amazing Zanpakut, I feel a lot lighter in my body, and I don't have the heavy feeling before. Jaishur Yukatake said a little happily. This treatment is indeed effective. Of course, it cannot cure him completely. He feels this way now because the vacancy has been filled after the energy injection, but his body is like a funnel, and it will drain out sooner or later. Chapter 53. Captain Jushiro, although my treatment is useful for you, you should also know your own physical condition. My Zanpakut can only guarantee that you will not be affected by the pain for a period of time, but after a long time, you will still return to the previous state. As for the duration, I don't know. Dongmenhao looked at the happy Jaishur Yukatake and reminded him. Well, I get it, I can actually feel it myself, the same is true of Captain Anohana's treatment of me before, and it can only last for a while, but the effect of your treatment is indeed very good, even better than Captain Uzhawa's treatment. Even better. Jaishur Yukatake has never felt so relaxed, as if all the pain has gone away from him, but he is actually very aware of his situation, and it is almost impossible to heal. Although it can only last for a while, Captain Jushiro can still find me after the healing effect passes. Dongmenhao said that such a large power bank should not be used in vain, and must be developed for a long time. The absorption this time did not actually reach the upper limit of the spiritual healing, but because the quality of this Reiatsu is too high, it takes a lot of energy to transform the spiritual healing, so it cannot be absorbed in large quantities. Anyway, Dongmenhao can't have too much to store this kind of energy, the more the better. Then I would like to thank the 3 seats at the East Gate, and I will trouble you in the future. Now that Dongmenhao said it, Jaishur Yukatake naturally didn't hold back, and nodded directly. Afterwards, Jaishur Yukatake naturally invited Dongmenhao to drink tea. Although Dongmenhao didn't know much about tea ceremony, he always drank tea directly in front of him. This also made Jaishur Yukatake a little speechless for a while. After drinking tea and chatting for a few words, Dongmenhao left the 13th squad because there was still work to do, and then returned to the 4th squad to explain the situation to Anohanaretsu. Sure enough, you can't do it either, but it's not bad to be able to relieve his symptoms. Anohanaretsu shook his head helplessly. Even if this matter is over, Jaishur Yukatake will be treated by Dongmenhao afterwards. In this way, another period of relatively ordinary days passed. On this day, Anohanaretsu called Dongmenhao over. This document was sent by the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, please take a look. Saying that, Anohanaretsu handed over a document in her hand to Dongmenhao. The practice of soul burial in class 1 after another? Then I'll take it. After seeing this document, Dongmenhao knew what was going on. Because the first class was an elite class, they would conduct a soul burial practice when they were first born. Before Dongmenhao followed the second-generation students. At that time, the second-generation students participated in all classes together. Dongmenhao also knew why Anohanaretsu gave him this document, because he was from class 1 before. Just like before, because he was more curious about him, Anohanaretsu went there in person. Everyone chose according to the situation, otherwise this kind of task would not be taken over by him. The third seat, and even normally, at most 1 or 2 ranks will be dispatched. The chief executive led the team. One of the reasons why Dongmenhao participated in this soul burial practice is because the people in the first class, Renji, and the others are his good friends, so it is inevitable to take care of them. The second is the problem of Aizen. This time, there will be Minos Grande without accident. It was created by Aizen, so Minos Grande is reserved by him. As for Aizen, he also wants to see if he can let Aizen use Kaika in front of him this time. Suijutsu. Use the stand-in Shunpo to immunize Aizen's ability to save trouble in the future. Then get ready, 3 days later you will lead the team of Division 4 there. Anohanaretsu nodded with a smile. In a flash, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Dongmenhao brought the members of the 4th team to the crossing gate. It turned out to be the 3rd seat in the East Gate leading the team. After Dongmenhao brought people over, the 13th team was shocked. They respected Dongmenhao extremely. After all, Dongmenhao treated their captain a few days ago, and they had never seen their captain so alive, so they were extremely grateful to Dongmenhao. After seeing Dongmenhao coming, they all greeted each other one by one, and Dongmenhao responded one by one. To be honest, Dongmenhao is a little helpless. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Now he has really experienced it. As his reputation became more and more famous in the Soul Society, people would greet him whenever he walked on the road. A few were fine, but if there were too many people and the frequency increased, he would feel annoyed. But there is no way, Ling Yu's healing ability can be called heaven-defying, and Dongmenhao's Kai's attainments are slowly catching up, which can be called terrifying in terms of healing. Soon, Dongmenhao and others saw the leading teacher and students coming. Dongmenhao went directly to say hello to the teacher, and then found Renji and others. Dongmen, we haven't seen each other for a while, but your reputation is getting louder and louder. It's only spread by our Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. After seeing Dongmenhao, Abarai Renji said enviously, he already has the 3rd seat in the 4th team and has a great reputation, but what about him? Still a student? It has been half a year since the first reincarnation entered the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. Dongmenhao has also joined the 4th team for several months. His skill progress has improved rapidly in the past few months, but it becomes more and more difficult to upgrade his level later on. Just like Reiatsu, even if he evolved once, he only reached the critical point of the vice-captain level. Chapter 54. After studying for a period of time, Dongmenhao has greatly improved his other skills except kendo. Killing sword, level 5 20%. Ultimate Reiatsu, vice-captain level 99%. Kid, level 5 2%. White hits, level 4 10%. Substitute Shunpo, level 5 1%. Sword Zen, level 4 89%. Dongmenhao is not surprised that several skills, killing swordsmanship, are improving very slowly. After all, he has only been a Shinigami for how long, and the real key to killing swordsmanship is killing. He hasn't done much during this period of time. Although other skills have improved a lot, it has also affected Reiatsu, but the further Reiatsu improves, the slower it will be. It has been almost 2 months since the treatment of Jaishur Yukatake, but the progress has gone by 9%, and it is really getting more and more difficult. Of course, other people don't know Dongmenhao's thoughts, otherwise they will definitely find a way to kill this guy. Normally, Shinigami may not be able to increase his Reiatsu by this amount even if it is decades. It turns out that it has only been a few months. That is to say, Dongmenhao will feel slower when he opens and hangs himself. Dongmenhao now expects that Aizen will be stronger this time. In other skills, Kid and his stand-in Shunpo improved very quickly. After all, one was taught by Sister Hua and the other was taught by Sui Feng, so the progress was rapid. White hits was a bit short because Sui Feng's white hits couldn't compare to her Shunpo at all. And Sui Feng's teaching focus is also on Shunpo, not white hits, so the progress of white hits is very slow, but even so, it has been promoted to the 4th level. Needless to say, Daozen, the communication with the two Zanpakut has been improved to this level, not as good as Kid and the double Shunpo, but much better than white hits. By the way, because Anohanaretsu used high-level Bakud in front of Dongmenhao, that is, number 99 Bakud, Dongmenhao's Bakud also evolved into a sealed Bakud. As the name suggests, when using Bakud to bind the opponent, there will be a sealing force at the same time. This sealing force will strengthen Bakud's shackles, and Bakud released with the same Reiatsu level. Dongmenhao is always stronger than others. Before, Dongmenhao was able to completely abuse the captain of the big dog level. Now he is naturally stronger, but he has never done it specifically, and he doesn't know what level he is. Soon, Dongmenhao threw out these thoughts: no matter how strong they are still incomparable against the peak group of people, and they must become stronger. The crowd was almost gathered, and everyone set off together. During this period, Dongmenhao also saw another guy he knew, Hisagi Shuai. This warrior with 69 engraved on his face. To be honest, Dongmenhao is very curious. Wait until the present world to develop and develop. Will Hisagi Shuai die immediately after knowing what this number means? Although Dongmenhao knows that the two numbers engraved on this product are for the 9th team Maguru Makensei, Dongmenhao decided that he must tell Hisagi Shuai the meaning of this number in the future to see if he will really die. At the same time, the 6th generation student Hisagi Shuai, who was walking among the students, also shivered. He always felt a wave of malice rushing towards his face, but he didn't know what happened. After passing through the broken world, everyone came to the present world. As before, the members of the fan team basically gathered in the temporary residence outside the world transmitting gate and would not participate in the students' courses. The last time Dongmenhao followed the 2nd reincarnation and snatched all the prey of the 6th reincarnation. He didn't pay too much attention to the 2nd generation students. In fact, when the lower grades practiced soul burial, they would put some falsehoods. There is no real virtual thinking, just some weak guys, especially for low-grade students to practice their hands. Look here, I'll follow those students. After Dongmenhao finished speaking, he left a group of people and left directly. If he remembers correctly, the ghosts who appeared suddenly were manipulated by Aizen, so Reiatsu hid them well. Even the 12th squad can't sense it. So he intends to follow the past, in case he may not perceive these Reiatsu later. The 3rd seat at the East Gate is really in charge. They even followed them personally. There is no way this kind of soul burial practice will be dangerous, okay? A member of the 13th squad said that every year, the 13th squad will receive many such tasks, but the probability of something happening is almost non-existent. Unless some unlucky person happens to be near the black cavity, and a powerful virtual person appears directly, causing other people to have no time to rescue, then it is possible to hang up. Are you blind? Didn't you see that the 3rd seat at the East Gate and the first-time student were so familiar just now? Those students are all classmates of the 3rd seat of the East Gate before graduation. It's normal to take care of them. Speaking of which, it's only been a few months since the 3rd seat of the East Gate became a Shinigami. It's really amazing. This kind of talent is not enough for monsters to describe it. Several members of the 13th squad kept discussing here, and Dongmenhao had already caught up with the students, but he followed in the air without being exposed. Chapter 55. The 6th generation students were the same as when Dongmenhao participated in the first time, hunting around for some truths that came running over. But because there were not as many students this time as last time, the number of imaginary numbers that appeared was also reduced a lot. As for the reborn, while looking for souls for soul burial, they also have to deal with some falsehoods that have been thrown down. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, until Dongmenhao sensed a huge Reiatsu, which was much bigger than normal Suke, and it was well hidden. If it wasn't because Dongmenhao's Reiatsu had evolved to ultimate Reiatsu, it would have been hard to notice. Sensing Su's position, Dongmenhao naturally wouldn't let this guy kill the student directly. He pulled out Zanpakut and aimed at Su's position with a single strike. A bloody crescent-shaped slash flew out, across the void, and then a huge void appeared in front of everyone. It's just that at this moment the mask on the opponent's head has been directly divided into two together with the head. That's the 3 seats at the East Gate, and the Minos Grande? Why is there such a Minos Grande here? Hisagi Shuai broke out in a cold sweat. Although he has good strength, it is still a bit early to deal with Minos Grande. Minos Grande is divided into 3 levels, and now there is Minos Grande of Jillian level, which is also the weakest Minos Grande, with very low intelligence. However, the Minos Grande that appears now is also different from the normal Jillian Minos Grande. The normal Jillian Minos Grande is much bigger than this, and they all look the same, moving very slowly. These are estimated to be experimental products made by Aizen. Although they look different, they are indeed Minos Grande. Yes, Jillian will also have some existences that are different from normal Jillian, but they are very few. There are a group of them in the original book, which are obviously experiments. Product. All students gather immediately. Dongmenhao didn't talk nonsense, and gathered all the students directly. Fortunately, the crowd was not very scattered, so it was easy to gather together. Dongmen, what happened? Why is there such a level of Su here? With Hisagi Shuai's words just now and the scene where Dongmenhao beheaded Minos Grande, everyone almost knew that this was Minos Grande. Stop talking nonsense, go back and ask questions if you have any questions, this is not the place to ask questions. Before Dongmenhao could speak, Hisagi Shuai shouted loudly, he was really frightened. These people haven't had much contact with the void in their lives, and they don't know what Minos Grande means. Even Jillian, who is the lowest level, needs the actions of the senior officers and even the vice-captain to defeat him. So he is in a cold sweat now. That's right, this is not a place to ask questions, but it seems that it is difficult for us to leave. Dongmenhao nodded, and the moment his voice fell, more than a dozen ghosts of the same size appeared around him, all of which were special Jillian Minos Grande made by experiments. Minos Grande, all Minos Grande, how come there are so many? The eyes of Hisagi Shuai and other 6th return students almost popped out. What a hassle, Bakut S73, Daoshan Jing. Although it is not difficult to kill these guys, Dongmenhao sensed that there were many Reiatsu reactions besides these guys. Not surprisingly, Aizen detected his existence, so he strengthened his strength and sent a lot of ghosts. If it was just the dozen or so heads before, Dongmenhao didn't even need to use Bakut to protect Renji and the others, just kill them in seconds and it would be over, but it doesn't work now. As Dongmenhao uses Bakut, a giant blue inverted mountain crystal envelopes all the trainees. The Bakut inverted mountain crystal on the 73rd can completely abandon the use of chanting, and it is so huge that even 3 seats are a bit too exaggerated. All the students swallowed sharply, because Shanjing and the others had read it in their textbooks, but they hadn't learned it yet. Hinamori Momo, who has the best talent in Kid once again, can only fully chant and use the number 31 had read canon, which is not powerful. As for the 6th generation, the strongest Hisagi Shuai is still unable to use had above number 60. What about Dongmenhao? The number 73 Bakut was directly thrown out, and the chant was abandoned, and such power could still be maintained after abandoning the chant. This is the effect of Kid's level up, all his skills are different from everyone else's. So it seems that the level is not high, but its own characteristics are terrifying. Every skill is like this, especially the evolved skills, which are even more terrifying. Then it's hunting time, Aizen, I hope you don't let me down. A gleam of blood flashed in Dongmenhao's eyes, the killing sword burst out, and the terrifying killing intent burst out. Although the Minos Grande around him had no intelligence, they had instincts themselves. This monstrous killing intent still affected them, causing all Minos Grande's actions to be stagnant. Shua! With a soft sound, Dongmenhao disappeared directly in place. Chapter 56. Ho. The moment Dongmenhao disappeared, many students in Daoshenjing heard waves of wailing from the surrounding Minos Grande. But their naked eyes couldn't see what was going on at all. The next moment, Dongmenhao, who had disappeared just now, reappeared above the Daoshenjing, while Minos Grande's mask and head were all cut off. With a face of more than a dozen Minos Grande, they turned into spirit seeds and disappeared amidst bursts of painful wailing. It's too fast, so fast that you can't see anything. Is this Shunpo? How strong is Shunpo to do this? The students were shocked again. A dozen Minos Grande, isn't the speed of this Shunpo a little too fast? Without any trace at all these Minos Grande were chopped off in the blink of an eye. Worthy of being the third seat in the East Gate. It seems that the rumor that he hacked the captain of the 11th squad is true. This kind of strength is completely unbelievable. Hisagi Shuai and others have also heard the rumors that Dongmenhao slashed and injured Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 11th team. Until now they have been half believed. It's not their fault, it's normal, it's like a school. You're in the first year of junior high school, and it turns out that a classmate directly crushed a PhD in theory. It's outrageous, okay? If you don't see it with your own eyes, even if this kind of news spreads, few people will fully believe it. It is also because too many people have said it that they will maintain a dubious attitude, otherwise they would have scoffed at it long ago. However, Dongmenhao's series of operations now let them understand that Dongmenhao is really scary, and that rumor may be true. Bang bang bang! While everyone was shocked, a huge void solidified from the void, and then fell to the ground with a loud noise. This time, the number was no longer a dozen, but dozens, and there were still a few normal Jillians, and counting. Captain Aizen, isn't it a bit too much to let so many ghosts out? At the same time, Aizen and Ichimarujin were also watching what happened here, and Aizen remotely controlled a lot of things. He is also more curious about the terrifying existence of the genius who is born once in a millennium in the Soul Society. The fact that Dongmenhao was trained by Sui Feng and Anohanaretsu is no secret to such a high level as the captain. Since it is called the strongest genius in the millennium, Aizen will naturally have to see how it turns out. After all, Dongmenhao will be his enemy in the future, so let's test it first. And he plans to continue to release more powerful ghosts, and he can find an excuse to use his own Zanpakuto when the time comes. As long as the opponent is hypnosis, then there is no need to worry at all. No matter how strong it is useless. Silver, don't underestimate the strongest genius in the Soul Society for thousands of years. You must know that he was able to injure Captain Zaraki not long after he joined Jinglingting. Although Captain Zaraki did it on purpose, we can see his potential and strength. I now suspect that only a Jich's level Minos Grande can pose some threat to him. Aizen shook his head. After hearing Aizen's words, Ichimarujin stopped talking nonsense and looked at the screen. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him, he just needs to find a chance to backstab Aizen. It's too much, even the third seat of the East Gate can't handle so many. Can you hear me? Damn it, why is the communication equipment of the 12th team useless at this time? Hisagi Shuai is already a little desperate, although Dongmenhao is strong, but now Minos Grande is constantly being used like a tide, God knows how much more. And he has the communication equipment given by the 12th team, which is for help, but now there is no response at all, which makes him very crazy. He swears that he will never trust the bastards of the 12th team again. Up. If you lose the chain at a critical moment, you don't want to play like this. No matter what Hisagi Shuai thought, Dongmenhao was very excited now. Holding the Zanpakuto in his hand, Dongmenhao went directly into the virtual group, like a wolf into a herd. After entering, there was a burst of killing, and every time he swung the knife, several heads would be directly killed by the bloody slash. Even after Su died, he would turn into spirit particles and disappear, but at this moment, because he killed too fast, a large amount of blood fell from the sky. Dongmenhao used Reiatsu to form a protective film on the body surface, so the blood couldn't affect him. But the ground has been completely dyed red, and there is even a situation where blood is constantly flowing. It's too exaggerated. How can this kind of person be a member of the 4th team, and the 11th team can't compare? Seeing Dongmenhao slaughtering these ghosts like a bloody butcher, most of the students were terrified. Who would have thought that such a butcher-like existence would be a doctor? Following Dongmenhao's beheading, the Minos Grandes were also frightened, and a large number of Reiatsu gathered to form balls of light, which is Su's signature skill Zero. Chapter 57. Zero. Dongmenhao glanced at Zero, who was condensed by the Minos Grandes. How could this kind of tactic touch him? He really regarded Shunpo as a vegetarian. Jillian level Minos Grande needs to charge when using Zero, which is enough time for him to dodge. But now behind him is the inverted mountain crystal. Once these Zero dodge, they will bombard the inverted mountain crystal. Dongmenhao is not worried about this at all, his kid accomplishments are no joke. With a single Shunpo, Dongmenhao avoided all the Zeros, and without Dongmenhao, Zero rushed directly in front of Daoshenjing. The students inside were so frightened that they closed their eyes. There are so many Zeros, they are also scared now, wondering if the inverted mountain crystal can block it. Boom! A bunch of Minos Grand Zero directly smashed into one place, and a huge explosion roared. No, all right? So many Zeros are blocked, and Daoshenjing doesn't look damaged at all. The students hiding inside Daoshenjing heard the roar, but they didn't feel any pain after waiting for a while, so they opened their eyes one by one, only to see Daoshenjing still standing. Is Daoshenjing, who has completely given up singing, so strong? Can't open so many Minos Grand Zero? Or is it because the 3 East Gate seats are too strong? Although Hisagi Shua has not learned this level of kid, he is not weak in this aspect and knows a lot. He knew that some powerful existences using kid and their rookies using kid were not a concept at all. So now it should not be that the inverted mountain crystal is too strong. After all, although the inverted mountain crystal has the ability to resist the enemy, it is not too strong. Another function is to use it as a medical place. But now these Jillian level Minos Grand Zero can't break the inverted mountain crystal, which shows how terrifying Dongmenhao's strength is. Before the smoke completely cleared, the Minos Grandes were attacked by Dongmenhao again. The Minos Grandes that had been pouring out before had stopped escaping. If nothing else, these should be the last batch. Dongmenhao unceremoniously started killing again, and his killing swordsmanship was improving rapidly at the moment. Only killing is the best nourishment for killing swordsmanship, other things, even the teachings of Sister Hua and others, are not as effective as killing. Shua. Just when Dongmenhao had nearly killed these Minos Grandes, he suddenly felt a crisis coming from his left rear. Without too much thinking, Dongmenhao directly dodged with Shunpo. His current sense of crisis is quite acute, so he reacted immediately. The moment Dongmenhao dodged, a grey-white figure hit the place where Dongmenhao was before, the ground instantly shattered and smoke filled the air. Finally a big guy here? Aizen really thinks highly of me. Seeing this kind of movement, Dongmenhao naturally knew what was going on. Aizen felt that the previous Jillians did not put enough pressure on him, so now he went directly to Ajichas. At this stage, only Minos Grande at this level can give Dongmenhao this sense of crisis. As for Vasto Lord, Dongmenhao doesn't think about it at all. In Hueco Mundo, there are as many Jillian-level Minos Grandes as there are. Although Ajichas are not said to be a handful, you can find a lot if you look carefully. But there are only a few Vasto Lords, and it is impossible for Aizen to send Vasto Lords over, so the answer is revealed. This head is exactly Ajichas. It was actually dodged, it's really sharp. A somewhat rebellious sound came out from the smog, followed by a gust of wind. The smoke dispersed, and Dongmenhao could see clearly what the void inside looked like. The mask is similar to a sheep skull, and the body is somewhat similar to the orc in Warcraft, but it is a little bigger than the orc, and the color is off-white. It doesn't look like the huge body of Jillian Minos Grande, but just by looking at it, it can be seen that the opponent's body has a terrifying explosive power. The ground under the opponent's feet was completely broken into pieces, which was caused by the attack on Dongmenhao just now. Since the Lord has come out, there is no need for these minions to exist. Multiple Kid, had S31, Red Cannon. Dongmenhao directly used another ability of his Kid, Multiple Kid. In fact, some Grandmaster Kid people have learned the skill of double chant, and there are additional chant and so on, but Dongmenhao's Kid is different, and now Dongmenhao's Kid can allow Dongmenhao to release multiple times. That is to say, a large number of Kid attacks can be released at one time. Of course, the number of Kid released also depends on the level of Kid itself. Just like Chong, one of Had, Dongmenhao can release hundreds at a time, while Chi Cannon can only release a dozen at a time, and Fiery Lightning Howl in the future can only release 3 at a time. Of course, as Dongmenhao's strength increases and Kid's level increases, these numbers will also change. Chapter 58. 7 or 8 red cannons scatter in all directions, directly hitting the mask of the Jillian level Minos Grande with lightning speed. Although it is only the number 31 had, it depends on who fired it. The remaining scattered Minos Grande's heads were directly blown to pieces, and now only a group of students, Dongmenhao and the opposite Ajichas are left on the scene. How is it possible that so many red cannons were released at one time, and that guy, could it be the Ajichas level Minos Grande mentioned in the textbook? But why is there such a level of Minos Grande here? Hisagi Shuai felt that his brain was about to explode. The previous large group of Jillians was enough nonsense, and now there is another Ajichas? What the hell is this? Could it be that they poked Su's lair in practice? Ajichas level Minos Grande? Senior, you mean the other side is an intermediate level Minos Grande Ajichas? The others were also pale with fright. The middle level Minos Grande Ajichas, they read in the textbook, it is said that only the vice-captain or even the captain can deal with this level of Su. But the number of such ghosts is very small, and it is almost invisible in this world, and the probability of encountering one is almost 0. Now they don't know how to describe their feelings, and they actually met this level of Minos Grande. East Gate 3 seats, leave us alone, run away, that kind of Minos Grande is not something you can deal with. You can still escape if you are alone. Hisagi Shuai gritted his teeth and simply yelled at Dongmenhao outside. Although the strength Dongmenhao showed just now is terrifying enough, but Ajichas level Minos Grande and Jillian level Minos Grande are not the same concept at all. There has been a qualitative change, which cannot be made up by pure quantity. With Dongmenhao's strength, Hisagi Shuai felt that Dongmenhao could escape, but if he kept guarding them, the probability of death was too high, and maybe everyone would be directly damaged here. Is this kid so enlightened? Hearing this, Dongmenhao was surprised. As for most of the other students, their hearts were raised in their throats. No one wanted to die. They entered Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art from Rukonga for a better life, didn't they? In the end, it was broken here before it became a Shinigami. The contrast is too great. They don't want Dongmenhao to leave them and run away, but the right to choose is obviously not in their hands, but in Dongmenhao's hands, so a heart is not the frantic beating of fighting spirit. Dongmen, run away, find a chance to avenge us in the future. At this time, Abarai Renji also took a deep breath and expressed his thoughts, followed by Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo. Although Dongmenhao and Hinamori Momo are not very familiar, but there is a saying, Hinamori Momo is kind. When the original Hisagi Shuai was brutalized by Minos Grande, she also took the initiative to help instead of running with other students. Along with Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru, because of their kindness and sense of responsibility, talent, and judgment, they became vice-captains later on. You really underestimate me. I'm not afraid of a few more of this kind of guy. Dongmenhao is also a little funny, he is not talking nonsense. The Ajich's level Minos Grande has a great span, from the vice-captain level to the captain level, but if you want to fight against the captain level, you must be a high-level Ajich's, or even Arankar. The Ajich's in front of him, although his strength is good, is not up to that level. What about Dongmenhao? He can easily torture the captain of the weakest big dog now, but before his combat power has improved, it is hard for him to judge his current strength. But the Ajich's in front of him was still easy to catch. Although Dongmenhao felt that he was easy to grasp, the students who didn't know his strength didn't think so. Anyone can make up brains, and now this group of students is doing it. From their point of view, the reason why Dongmenhao didn't run away was because he couldn't let go of them students. Basically everyone thought so, after all, the Ajich's level Minos Grande had too much impact on them. While they were brainstorming, Dongmenhao had already started. False bomb. Seeing Dongmenhao make a move, this Ajich's reacted directly. Just now he saw how Dongmenhao dealt with those Minos Grandes. The speed was so fast that he didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to attack Dongmenhao. So now you can only use extremely fast false bullets to attack. The power of false bullets is not as good as zero, but the speed is more important. It is still very good for interference, at least it can create a chance for him to attack. But he still underestimated Dongmenhao. Dongmenhao's Shunpo attainment is very high. The false bullets from condensing to releasing and then blasting towards Dongmenhao, this time is enough for Dongmenhao to use Shunpo to dodge. People with speed flow are the most disgusting. Even if you are better than others, as long as the speed is not as good as others, they can scrape you to death. Chapter 59. A Shunpo Dongmenhao came behind Ajich's, and chopped off the Zanpakut in his hand. Originally, Dongmenhao was still thinking about whether to test the ability of Linghe on the other party, but after thinking about it carefully, he gave up, not because so many students watched. It doesn't matter if the students see it, because the absorption is silent and the students don't see anything. But Aizen must be watching here, so just in case, Dongmenhao decided not to use it, and now his exposed means are enough to kill this guy. What a fast speed! Ring and spin. Ajich's is also Ajich's anyway, so it was not so simple and Dongmenhao gave him a second. The moment the knife came down, Ajich's also reacted, and directly dodged Dongmenhao's attack with a virtual displacement skill. However, although the knife was dodged, it was not completely dodged. 100 meters away from Dongmenhao, Ajich's appeared, but there was a somewhat hideous scar on his chest. Although he reacted quickly just now, he was still hit by the knife. Damn, this guy's speed is too fast. Ajich's broke out in a cold sweat. As for the injuries on his body, he didn't really care. Many ghosts have the ability of high-speed regeneration, and he also has it, so the wounds are regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this regeneration speed is not comparable to a pervert with a second long arm like Ulquiera. Just when Ajich's was startled, Dongmenhao used Shunpo to leave the spot again. This scene was naturally seen clearly by Ajich's, and his vigilance was raised to the limit at this moment. Dongmenhao's speed was faster than him, so he had to play hard, otherwise his vitals would be slashed, and his ability to regenerate would be useless. Bloody shock! Dongmenhao appeared directly in front of Ajich's this time, and directly released the bloody shock. His killing intent was unstoppable, but the suppression of killing intent was not very strong for Ajich's level Minos Grande. Even bloody deterrence can only deter the opponent for a moment, but this is enough. At this moment, Ajich's only felt a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him, and he was directly overwhelmed. The battle between masters is often over in an instant, and the outcome is already doomed if the mind is distracted for an instant. This time, Dongmenhao aimed directly at the opponent's mask, which was Su's lifeblood. Pfft! There was almost no obstacle. Dongmenhao's knife directly sliced through the opponent's mask. Because of the encounter in the Zaraki area, Dongmenhao learned what it means to fight quickly and decisively. No matter how you fight, as long as it is effective, the means are not important. He didn't think about getting too entangled with the other party. It's best to kill the enemy as soon as possible to prevent the knight from having too many dreams. This is the end? Just how strong are the 3 seats in the East Gate? The students who were worried before were once again cracked in their 3 views, and the crack continued to expand. At this moment, they all felt like they were dreaming. A Minos Grande that needs to be shot by the vice-captain and the captain is so simple to kill. From the time Dongmenhao fought against the opponent, in fact, the time was only a few seconds, and the winner was determined. It can only be said that Dongmenhao's fighting style is indeed vigorous and resolute. Your killing sword has experienced continuous crazy killings, and killed powerful life forms, and has been greatly improved, 50% at level 5. Your ultimate Reiatsu has been affected by the killing swordsmanship, it has rapidly improved, and successfully broke through to the captain level 1%. Sure enough, the killing this time directly improved Dongmenhao's killing swordsmanship a lot, and the progress reached 50%. As for Reiatsu, he also successfully broke through to the captain level. The captain level Reiatsu increased the Reiatsu in Dongmenhao's body by about 10 times. The gap between the captain and vice-captain levels is indeed huge. Not to mention other things, the existence of the captain level can also kill the vice-captain level simply by using Reiatsu. Of course, it is generally not so troublesome to beat the captain level to the vice-captain level, just crush it and it's over. Dongmenhao is an exception. His other skills are too heaven-defying, enough to make up for the level gap, but now Reiatsu has broken through to the captain level. Under the effect of the ultimate Reiatsu skill, the quality of Reiatsu is comparable to the super captain level. The current Dongmenhao, in terms of pure strength, is estimated to be at the top of the captain class. Dongmenhao felt that if he had another fight with the previous Ajichas, then he could kill him in an instant, which was very easy, without using bloody deterrence. The virtual gifts sent by Aizen this time can be said to be a big gift to Dongmenhao. Although Dongmenhao's Reiatsu is already at the critical point, if he breaks through slowly, he will undoubtedly have to wait for a while. The more the bottleneck, the more difficult it is to break through, just look at this improvement. Killing kendo has improved so much in one breath, but what about Reiatsu? It's just a breakthrough. Chapter 60. Dongmen, you are so powerful, you can even kill an Ajich's level Minos Grande so easily. How strong are you now? Abarai Renji said excitedly after Dongmenhao lifted the mountain crystal. Today he has gained a lot of knowledge. In fact, he is not the only one who is excited, but everyone else is also the same. The look of paleness from being frightened before had completely disappeared, and now everyone looked at Dongmenhao with admiration. Even some girls' eyes were so hot that Dongmenhao couldn't take it anymore. Speaking of which, if I get rid of these guys early this time, will that guy from Aizen do anything to Hinamori Momo? Dongmenhao was a little curious. Aizen's attack on Hinamori Momo was actually a coincidence. With a hint, a hero to save the beauty, and enough talent, Aizen focused on her. For Aizen, it was not necessary to attack Hinamori Momo. It's just that in terms of the situation at the time, Hinamori Momo was undoubtedly the best to control. Aizen needed an obedient person, and Hinamori Momo hit the gun himself. But now the chance for heroes to save the beauty is gone. Although Hinamori Momo had a good impression of Aizen because of his amiability before, there is no doubt that Dongmenhao's wave of heroes saving the beauty is more lethal. So Dongmenhao is also curious about what will happen next between Aizen and Hinamori Momo. I'm really sorry, everyone. Our support came a little late. There was a strange barrier outside the training site. After losing contact, we rushed over as soon as possible. The members of the 13th Division and the 4th Division were unable to remove the barrier. Even we spent some effort to remove the barrier, but it seems that everyone is fine now. It's great. When Dongmenhao was about to take everyone back, two figures appeared. These two people were officially Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, and the words were also spoken from Aizen. Regarding this, Dongmenhao complained crazily in his heart. This BD is really a movie star. If he didn't know the original plot, he would have been fooled by this guy. No matter how you look at it, he is a good guy. Blue, Captain Aizen, and Vice Captain Ichimaru, I didn't expect that it was you who came to rescue us. In fact, this time it was all thanks to the 3 seats at the East Gate. If it weren't for the 3 seats at the East Gate, we would have all died. Hisagi Shuae was surprised and immediately credited Dongmenhao. Dongmenhao didn't interrupt Hisagi Shuae either. Anyway, he didn't intend to hide anything. The methods that are exposed now are methods that Sister Hua and the others know very well. Is it because of the 3 seats at the East Gate? Then can you tell me what happened? Aizen glanced at Dongmenhao with a smile, and then continued to ask. The others also poured out everything they encountered like beans in a bamboo tube. Allah, I didn't expect the 3 seats in the East Gate to be so strong. Even Ajichas can be killed so easily. If I were replaced, I might not be able to beat the opponent and would have to run away. Ichimaru Jin's words made Dongmenhao speechless again. This guy is also an old CT. And in terms of strength, it should have reached the super captain level at the beginning of the plot. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo and Hollow, who returned from Hueco Mundo to the heyday of the present world, were all abused by Ichimaru Jin. This is still the case where Ichimaru Jin hides his ultimate move. The gap is not insignificant. Yin, don't say such things anymore, then go back first, I will report what happened truthfully. The character that Aizen is showing now is completely different from the character that Ichimaru Jin is showing. A good-natured captain, and a vice-captain who was sneaky, slippery, and hostile, and Ichimaru Jin's speech just now made other students very dissatisfied. What does it mean to run away directly? Although they seem to understand a little bit, if it is Ichimaru Jin this time, wouldn't they all die? All the students who had built up a little favor with the 5th division because of Aizen have all disappeared now. After all, Ichimaru Jin is also the vice-captain of the 5th division. With such a co-captain who is greedy for life and afraid of death, if he joins the 5th team in the future, will he be left behind by the opponent if he encounters danger? Sure enough, Dongmenhao is more reliable. Because of Dongmenhao's intervention, the plot has changed a bit now. These people have a higher opinion of Dongmenhao than Aizen. It is estimated that many people will go to the 4th team when they graduate. Unless it is really not suitable, such as Abarai Renji. If there is nothing special, then joining the 4th team is inevitable. Of course, Jinglingting will not have such a completely unbalanced distribution method. Except for a few of the most outstanding people, the places where the others go are all assigned by Jinglingting. As long as the talent is enough, then what kind of team to choose is their own decision. If the talent is not enough, the strength is not enough, then they can only obey the allocation of Jinglingting. However, considering the talents of Renji and the others, it is estimated that they can choose by themselves when they graduate. Invisibly, Dongmenhao helped Hinamori Momo this time. Chapter 61. The above is what happened this time. As for why the equipment of the 12th squad failed, and who set up the enchantment in this world, it is completely unknown. Soul Society, in the hall of the first team of Jinglingting, where all the captains are gathered at the moment. It has been several hours since everyone returned to Soul Society, because this time things were too unusual, so Old Man Shan held a captain meeting, and Dongmenhao was the 3rd member who made an exception to attend the captain meeting this time. I see, Dongmenhao, is everything you experienced the same as Captain Aizen said? After listening to Aizen's report, Old Man Shan nodded and looked at Dongmenhao. Yes, Your Excellency, Captain, it is indeed what Captain Aizen said. Dongmenhao also said very calmly. It's so strange that the equipment of the 12th Division can go wrong, and there is also the enchantment that Captain Eisen takes time to untie, and a large number of Jillian-level Minos Grande and Anajichas. We don't have any other ideas for the time being, but you should ask Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri about the 12th squad. After all, you are responsible for this. Kurako Shunsui spoke at this time, and set his sights on Kuratsuka Mayuri. Kuratsuka Mayuri is now the most suspected. After all, the fakes and other equipment used in the trial were provided by the 12th team, and the 12th team has the best chance to attack team. Hey? How could I know about this kind of thing? The soul burial practice of the students of Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art is not a big deal, and our team just sent a seat officer to take charge. Kuratsuka Mayuri was a little speechless. They could create such an exaggerated enchantment in the present world without anyone noticing, and sent so many ghosts to the past by the way. It is normal to hinder their equipment communication or even destroy the communication. Besides, there is also a problem with the third seat in the East Gate. He has only been in the fourth team for a long time, and he has the strength to deal with Ajichas, and according to Captain Eisen, he should be crushed without any suspense. Kuratsuka Mayuri said that he did not take the blame, and dumped the blame on Dongmenhao by the way. Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, although I haven't joined the fourth team for a long time, I am very talented, and I already have the combat power to kill Su before I entered Zheng Yagwang Spiritual Art Academy. Moreover, my whereabouts are almost under the noses of the entire Jinglingting Shinigami. You ask our captain and the Jinglingting Shinigami, do I have this time to go and do so many things? Dongmenhao said a little speechlessly, I know you want to blame me, but it would be outrageous to blame me. I can prove that Mr. Dongmen is indeed fine. He spends most of his time in Team 4 and Team 2. As for other times he is also treating other people, witnesses can be found. Anohanaretsu also spoke. I can also attest that, after all, he has been learning Shunpo and white hits from me. Sui Feng also spoke at this time, Dongmenhao's Shunpo talent is the best she has ever seen, and she has improved the fastest, even your Yuaki Sui Feng, who she respects very much, feels that it cannot compare with Dongmenhao. Me too, Mr. Dongmen helped me heal before. Jaishur Yukatake also spoke, he felt that he was still very accurate in seeing people, and Dongmenhao couldn't possibly have a problem. I can also prove that, after all, if this matter is really done by Dongmenjun, what is the purpose? At this time, Eisen also stood up as a good old man to help Dongmenhao. Everyone was very convinced by Eisen's words, but before they could say anything, Eisen continued to speak. However, there is one thing that I am more concerned about, and that is the strength of Dongmenjun. If Dongmenjun really has the strength to crush Ajich's level Minos Grande, then undoubtedly his strength should have reached the captain level. I hope that I can test Dongmenkun's strength. After all, the position of captain and vice-captain of the third team is still vacant. Although Dongmenkun can't complete Bankai in such a short time, if he has captain-level strength, he can fill this position as soon as possible. Vacancy. Now this matter cannot be clarified in a short time, so it is better to focus on other aspects first. What Eisen said next surprised Dongmenhao, he really didn't expect Eisen to say such a thing. That's right. The captain position of the third team has been vacant. Ichimarujin should have been in the position, but now Eisen has pushed him out, and the purpose is already very clear. Eisen himself applied for the test, which means that Eisen intends to use Kaika Suijutsu on him. Perhaps it was also because his strength had reached such a height that Eisen felt insecure and wanted to use Kaika Suijutsu's power as soon as possible. After all, Eisen in this period should be conducting the hollow experiment, so relying on Kaika Suijutsu to avoid sight is more. The stronger Dongmenhao is, the easier it is to detect some problems, so Eisen directly pushed Dongmenhao up. Take this opportunity to use Kaika Suijutsu to ensure that there will be no loopholes in your plan. As for whether Ichimarujin is the captain of the third division, it does not make any difference to Eisen at all. After all, he will definitely fight against the Soul Society in the future, so it doesn't matter if he is the captain or not. Aizen's words made many captains very surprised, but Aizen's words seemed to be fine, on the contrary, they were very reasonable. Chapter 62. Hearing Aizen's words, Old Man Shan's eyes also flashed a gleam. The third team is indeed a big trouble now. When the team captain collectively defected from Hollow, the captains of the second team, third team, fifth team, ninth team, and 12th team all ran away, and all the kid chiefs and deputy chiefs were gone. At that time, Soul Society could be said to be hurting, but fortunately, Sui Feng, Aizen, Komamura Seijin, and Kuratsuka Mayuri came off the bench and barely filled the vacancy. But the third team has the biggest problem. There is no substitute captain, not to mention the captain, nor the vice-captain. Now the third team has always been managed by the first team, which is quite helpless. If Dongmenhao has this strength, then maybe he can come on the bench. As for whether he is qualified or not, as long as the strength is there. Originally, the captain's request should be to learn Bankai, but wouldn't Zaraki Kenpeki also liberate Zanpakut? That being the case, as long as there is enough combat power, it doesn't seem to be a problem to let Dongmenhao go. The third team is a support team. Strictly speaking, the responsibilities of the rescue team are similar to that of the fifth team. Most of the tasks require sufficient strength. Dongmenhao, what do you think about what Captain Aizen said? Old Man Shan looked at Dongmenhao after making up his mind. Now Dongmenhao's own wishes are very important. First of all, Dongmenhao doesn't know Bankai. If he knows Bankai, then he will go directly to the top. But now he doesn't know how, so strictly speaking he is not the captain. The second is that Dongmenhao's potential is too strong. If Dongmenhao is thrown into the captain position now, it will undoubtedly slow down Dongmenhao's promotion speed, which is not what he wants to see. After all, he is old. Although Soul Society still has many strong people, none of them can compare with him. He sees Dongmenhao's potential, so Dongmenhao has a great possibility to grow to his height, so now Dongmenhao's own wishes are also very important. Your Excellency, Captain, I don't think I can take the position of captain. I have the strength, but I have joined the 13th team for too short a time, and I am good at fighting. Now let me manage a team. I think it is too much early. Dongmenhao said, what kind of captain should you be? Now in the fourth team, every aspect is improving rapidly every day, just need to take a treatment and a mission from time to time, and it's over. But once he becomes the captain, compared to Chweer, he is so busy. Of course, he can hand over these matters to other people without restraint, but why bother himself? He doesn't care whether the captain is the captain or not. With his current reputation, he is even more popular and respected than some low-key captains in the 13th team. Why bother to make trouble for himself? What the third seat of the East Gate said is also very reasonable. I haven't joined the 13th team for a long time. It is indeed a big problem to directly serve as the captain. Kurako Shunsui nodded. This is not Zaraki Kenpaki's kind of guy who never cares about things. Of course, this guy himself is also like this, leaving everything to Ise Nanao to do. Since this is the case, then we can each take a step back and test the strength of Dongmenjun. If Dongmenjun's strength reaches the captain level, then we will be the captain of the third team. You don't need Mr. Dongmen to handle those government affairs. You can just leave it to the people who handle the government affairs in the current squadron. The third squadron is used as a support force. Now it lacks the strength of the captain and vice-captain. Jun Dongmen only needs to deal with the current stage. Support tasks that the rest of the third division cannot handle. After a period of time, Dongmenjun has almost adapted, and if he thinks it is suitable, he can directly become the captain. If not, then he will take over temporarily and wait until a qualified person appears to take over. During this period, Mr. Dongmen is still a member of the fourth team, and only needs to take action when the third team has a task that cannot be handled. Aizen spoke again, and this plan made everyone feel good. Old Man Shan also nodded. It would be an embarrassing thing for the third team to lose the most advanced combat power. You must know that this is a support team. What are you supporting when the highest level combat power is completely lost? So the current position of the third team is quite embarrassing. If Dongmenhao is strong enough, he can temporarily replace this position, at least making the current situation of the third team less embarrassing. Otherwise, the third squadron, which is a more advanced support task, can't take over at all and can't support it, so why do you need to support the squadron? Soon, everyone's eyes were on Dongmenhao again, and the meaning was very clear. Since Captain Aizen said it's for this sake, then I agree. Dongmenhao can only follow Aizen's wishes now. In his opinion, Aizen is determined to play Kaika Suijutsu for himself today, so let him play. Anyway, Dongmenhao, who has a double shunpo, is not afraid of Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu at all. It happened to be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make Aizen slowly reduce his attention to himself. Chapter 63. The test will be done by Captain Aizen, and the other captains will be in charge of supervision. The old man Shan knocked on his crutches and settled the matter directly, which also made Zaraki Kenpake very upset. He originally planned to replace Aizen. After all, Dongmenhao's strength has improved too fast. From the first meeting to the present, it has been able to easily kill the Aegis level Minos Grande. This progress is simply heaven-defying. This also makes Zaraki Kenpake's blood boil. In his opinion, Dongmenhao, who can slash against him like a beast, is undoubtedly a pretty good opponent, at least more suitable for him than the other captains of the 13th squad. But now that old man Shan has spoken, he doesn't dare to act recklessly, otherwise it would be bad if old man Shan dragged him to a bloodbath. What he likes is fighting with the strong, rather than being unilaterally pressed to the ground and exploded with hammers. A group of captains and Dongmenhao came to the martial arts arena of the first team. Since it was a captain-level test, the barrier that old man Shan had set up here would not cause any excessive damage. Dongmen Lord, please be merciful. Aizen looked at Dongmenhao on the opposite side and said. Captain Aizen was joking, you are the captain of the 5th team, my strength should be nothing. After Dongmenhao complained inwardly, he continued to be courteous with Aizen. After the two were polite, the old man Shan called out the word beginning. Immediately afterwards, Dongmenhao saw Aizen pull out Zanpakut directly. Shatter it! Kaika Suijutsu! As Aizen directly liberates Zanpakut, a mist of water appears in the field. Aizen claimed that his Zanpakut was used by the water mist system to confuse people, but now Dongmenhao has one Kaika Suijutsu. However, after Dongmenhao thought about it, he still didn't directly use the substitute Shunpo to release this control. Although the stand-in Shunpo can be removed, it will be more troublesome to avoid Aizen after it is removed. In this case, let's keep it for now. Anyway, the probability of Aizen attacking him is almost zero, and he doesn't need to worry about Aizen targeting him before the plot begins. That being the case, there is no need to disarm Kaika Suijutsu, so that he can fade in front of Aizen. Had no 63 fiery lightning howl. Dongmenhao didn't bother to perceive Aizen either, and directly released number 63 had, fiery lightning howl. A ball of lightning spewed out from Dongmenhao's hands, and then turned into a beam of lightning. The fiery lightning howl released by Dongmenhao was enough to cover the entire field inside the barrier. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the venue was directly occupied by lightning and smoke. Unable to find Captain Aizen, directly using this kind of violent means to cover bombing, and the power of this fiery lightning howl. Isn't it a little too much? Komamura Seijin and others were taken aback. This is unreasonable. People use Zanpakut's ability to conceal and hide, and then look for opportunities to shoot. It's better for you to bomb the audience with HAD directly. This hiding is useless. I've always heard that his swordsmanship is terrifying, but I didn't expect kid to be so accomplished. Number 63 had abandons the chant and most people here can do it, but it's not easy to maintain such a huge power. Kurako Shunsui touched his own bar and said, the others all glanced at Zaraki Kenpei very cryptically after hearing it, good guy, just report the ID number directly, the people here, only Zaraki Kenpei can't use kid bar. But Zaraki Kenpei doesn't care, he cares more about what's going on inside. It's a rough method, but it's also very useful. It directly broke my Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai. Dongmen-kun is really strong. Aizen's voice came from the field, and after the smoke quickly cleared, everyone saw Aizen's slightly embarrassed figure. Obviously it was bombed just now, and actor Aizen is online again. Even if Aizen does not rely on Kaika Suijutsu's own strength, he is also a super captain. Had can't hurt this guy at all. The current embarrassment is just that this guy continues to act. I just took advantage of the field, because of the existence of the enchantment, the surrounding space is reduced, otherwise this trick will not be of much use. Dongmenhao shook his head, and then the two fought again. This time, Aizen didn't need any abilities, and directly fought Dongmenhao in the sword. He didn't intend to really fight Dongmenhao. Now he just needs to show weakness and be defeated by the trend. Seeing that Aizen was going to fight him with a knife, Dongmenhao pulled out his Zanpakuto without hesitation, and the killing intent scattered like a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. So that's the case. No wonder Captain Anajawa is so interested, and even directly contacted Dongmenhao to strike ahead of time. This kind of killing intent is simply another Captain Anajawa. Kurako Shunsui knows the details of Anohanaretsu, first-generation Kenpei, murderer and villain. What about Dongmenhao? Now this killing intent has already made their captain startled. Before, they had always heard that Dongmenhao's killing intent was terrifying, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew how terrifying it was. Chapter 64. The two Zanpakuto collided, but the result was no surprise. Aizen was directly chopped off with a knife. Aizen's exposed strength was not very strong, and it could even be said to be a relatively weak row, so now he was directly chopped off by Dongmenhao. Aizen, who was cut flying, hit the edge of the enchantment and then used Shunpo to leave in embarrassment. As expected of Lord Dongmen, I am no match at all in melee combat, but what I am good at is basically Kid, the proud son of heaven, Iron City Walls, Dragon Walk, Lion Roar, Tiger Roar, Wolf Run, before the collapse cutting off the heavens and the earth, Bakud's 81 splitting void. Before he finished speaking, Aizen saw that Dongmenhao was going to continue to attack, and immediately began to chant quickly. And while using Shunpo to distance himself from Dongmenhao. After chanting, a transparent wall appeared in front of him, number 81 Bakud, splitting void. Dongmenhao's sword directly slashed at the splitting void, and was blocked by the splitting void. However, because Aizen's explosive strength is not very strong, Dongmenhao's sword slash on splitting void makes splitting void a little shaky. King's Lander. Aizen began to chant again, but Dongmenhao didn't intend to continue acting with Aizen, so he simply left with Shunpo and attacked Aizen from another direction. The splitting void is just a wall, not a closed space, so Aizen can't completely prevent Dongmenhao at all. Seeing Dongmenhao disappear, Aizen quickly used Shunpo to leave, still chanting continuously. 61 of Bakud, the six-stick light prison. Just when Aizen was about to finish singing, several light sheets directly caught Aizen and fixed him in place, and then Dongmenhao's knife directly rested on Aizen's neck. Captain Aizen, it looks like you lost. Dongmenhao said very calmly, knowing that Aizen is acting, then he will explode with the strength he should explode, and it is not a problem to crush Aizen who is acting. It's true that I lost. In terms of swordsmanship, I am no match at all. You also broke Zanpakuto's ability, and you also lost in Kid. You are really amazing, Dongmen-kun. Aizen said with a wry smile. The outcome has been decided. Since Dongmenhao has won, Dongmenhao will temporarily act as the captain of the third team from now on, and be responsible for the urgent tasks of the third team. The old man Shan also spoke, saying that he was acting as the captain, but in fact, he followed up with some missions that the third team can't do now. At other times, Dongmenhao is still in the fourth team, or a member of the fourth team, and now it is equivalent to a strong foreign aid for the third team. Brother Dongmen, congratulations, do you want to have some wine together? Now that it's over, everyone naturally plans to leave. Kurako Shunsui ran directly in front of Dongmenhao to get close. I'm sorry, the leader of the Beijing band. I played a game with Ajichas in the present world, and now I played a game with Captain Eisen, so I'm a little tired. I want to go back to the fourth team to rest. Dongmenhao directly rejected it, which was boring, and besides, he didn't drink alcohol. That's right, let's talk about it another day. Although Kurako Shunsui felt that it was a pity, what he said was also true, so he didn't say anything more. Jushiro, I heard that you are almost in good health, how about having a drink with me? Kurako Shunsui turned to look for Jaishur Yukatake again. It's fine to drink, and if Vice Captain Ise finds out that you went to drink secretly, you know the consequences. Jaishur Yukatake looked at Kurako Shunsui with a smile, and Kurako Shunsui immediately fought a cold war. As I said before, this guy is also the captain of the hands-off shopkeeper type, and his vice-captain, the past Sally Yakomaru and the current Nanao Ise, are each his nemesis. Then forget it. Kurako Shunsui was decisive, not because he was really courageous, but because he sneaked there yesterday and was reprimanded by his vice-captain, usually every few days. In this way, the vice-captain wouldn't be too angry, but now it's been a day, and the captain will die if he goes again. Hey, Dongmen, Lao Zi will come to you after you recover. Zaraki Kenpake was even more straightforward, and left without saying a word. This guy is a fighting maniac. But he felt that Dongmenhao was exhausting too much now and he was not at his peak, so there was no need to trouble Dongmenhao, so he left first. Dongmenhao was also a little speechless about this. It's not a good thing to be targeted by this beast. However, he is not a person who is afraid of getting into trouble. He dare not say that he will be able to do this when he is head-to-head without using his whole cards, but his shunpo is definitely not what Zaraki Kenpake can keep up with. Zaraki Kenpake is too serious, and Dongmenhao is an all-round player. If it is a kite Zaraki Kenpake, he has the confidence to easily handle Zaraki Kenpake. No matter how powerful he is, he's nothing if he can't meet people, so at worst, he'll play tricks on him when he comes to his door. Chapter 65. Mr. Dongmen is really showing off this time. When they left, Anohanaretsu was with Dongmenhao, who was originally a fan team. Captain, don't make fun of me. If I can, I don't want to be in the limelight. Now I have one more thing on my mind, but fortunately, I don't need to be the captain. This is enough. Dongmenhao glanced at Anohanaretsu helplessly. Is Dongmenjun so disrespectful to see the captain? You must know that the captain is the highest ranking group of people in the 13th division, and he is respected wherever he goes. It's not that I don't want to see you, but it's too troublesome. Captain, don't you often leave things to Sister Yanjian to do? As for reputation, my reputation in the entire Jingling court is no less than that of the captain. Dongmenhao's words made Anohanaretsu nod his head. Indeed, being the captain is not good because there are too many things in his hands. However, Anohanaretsu has a hard-working Katetsu Isane as the vice-captain. Although Dongmenhao is the third in command, he never cares about this aspect. He wouldn't do it anyway if he was asked to do it. In this way, the two returned to the fourth team while chatting, and the days after that returned to calm. However, Dongmenhao can't go to Suifeng for a short time. Suifeng is busy investigating the cause of the accident in this melee contact, so he has been busy all the time, so naturally he has no time to teach Dongmenhao. But soon Dongmenhao encountered another thing, the news from Rukia and others. After receiving the news, Dongmenhao went directly to the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. This time the incident was also an incident in the original book, and Rukia was found out by Byakuya Kukaki. Byakuya Kukaki also planned to take Rukia into Kukaki's family according to Kukaki's last words. As a price, Byakuya Kukaki could no longer touch the rules of Kukaki's family. The four great nobles, the Shihaoran family, because of Yoryuki's character, the elders couldn't hold back at all, and Yoryuki also defected, and the Shiba family, there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens left, but they still retain the names of the 4 great nobles, that's all. There is also the Tsuneya Shiro family who does not show their mountains and water. As for the Kukaki family, they are also the most stubborn family. The character of Byakuya Kukaki was somewhat rigid under that kind of education since he was a child, so even if he became the head of the family, the elders still control a large part of the power. Coupled with the incident of Kukaki Fiajin and Rukia, Byakuya Kukaki became as stubborn as the original book, but Byakuya Kukaki himself is still kind and righteous, but he is bound by the rules. Rukia's entry into Kukaki's house is not a good thing for Dongmenhao. In the original book, Rukia originally planned to give up, but was persuaded by Abarai Renji to join the Kukaki family. But Rukia, who joined Kukaki's family, couldn't be happier. The atmosphere was too depressing. So after receiving the news, Dongmenhao went directly to the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. This time, Dongmenhao was surrounded by people. There is no way, his reputation is too loud now, and although he exists as a foreign aide for the 3rd team, he claims to be an interim captain. Even if he is an interim captain, he is still a captain. In addition to the news that he defeated the captain of the 5th team, Aizen, and the publicity of the students who answered your first class, Dongmenhao's reputation is now very loud in Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art. As soon as he came in, he was surrounded by people, and Dongmenhao still used Shunpo to escape from these people. Rukia, I think you should join the Kukaki family. Why do we become Shinigami? Isn't it for a more stable life? That is one of the 4 nobles. After joining their family, you don't have to worry about your future life. After following Reiatsu to find the 3, Dongmenhao could hear Abarai Renji persuading Rukia from afar. This guy is really... Dongmenhao couldn't help shaking his head. Renji looked at the problem from his own point of view. He persuaded Rukia in this way without knowing the Kukaki family, which seemed to be good for Rukia, and he thought so, but in fact he was harming others. Renji, do you really know what kind of family the Kukaki family is? After Dongmenhao walked up to the 3 of them, he asked Renji directly. Seeing Dongmenhao coming, Renji planned to ask Dongmenhao to persuade Rukia, but Dongmenhao asked him a question first. What do you mean by that? How can I, a student, understand the Kukaki family, one of the 4 nobles, but the life of the nobles must be very good? Renji frowned and shook his head. Sure enough, then I will tell you about the 4 nobles I know about. Dongmenhao told everyone what he knew about the Kukaki family and some nobles. Now many of these nobles will give Dongmenhao face because his healing ability is too strong. These people need his power, so they have a wide network of contacts, and their understanding of nobles is not limited to the original plot, but more. Chapter 66. It's all said and done, what else do you think now? After Dongmenhao told them what he knew, Renji was also directly fooled this time. In the past, they always envied the life of this kind of nobles. Some nobles in Rukanga alone are already very powerful, not to mention the 4 nobles of Jinglingting. What does it look like? Joining the Kukaki family, Rukia really doesn't have to worry about material things, and it can even be said that he is extremely rich. However, members of the 4 major nobles value their own reputation very much. If Rukia really joins, he will be rejected by the entire Kukaki family. Besides, he will also be discussed by other nobles. Even if they dare not say it in person, Rukia will live in such discussions in the future. There are also the rules of the four nobles. Even if you are the head of the family, once you violate too many rules, you will still be targeted, and even directly lose the position of the head of the family. The nobles are not dominated by the head of the family. Rukia joins, it's a canary in a cage, think about it, especially Renji and Rukia. You also said at the beginning that you grew up as a wandering Rukanga and depended on each other for life. Is this canary life really what you pursue? After becoming a Shinigami, I don't have to worry about material life at all. I can take care of it when I join the fourth team, and I can even join other teams. I have a good relationship with many captains. Having said so much, these are just some suggestions. As for how you choose Rukia, this is actually your own business. What kind of life you pursue depends on your own choice. After Dongmenhao finished speaking, he handed over the right to speak to Rukia. He would not interfere with Rukia's choice. In fact, he hoped that Rukia would not join the Kukaki family. But he will not choose for others, at most he will help analyze, how to choose in life is his own business. In this case, I suggest Rukia not to join. Kira Izuru also spoke, this environment is not suitable for Rukia's life at all. I see, the canary in the cage, this metaphor is really good, but unfortunately this kind of life is not what I pursue. Rukia has also confirmed her choice. She didn't intend to join the Kukaki family at first, but she hesitated because Renji lobbied her here. Now, she naturally won't continue to hesitate. Sorry Rukia, I didn't think so much. Renji's complexion is a little ugly, Dongmenhao will definitely not deceive them, and they will learn about these things when they enter the Soul Society, and Dongmenhao they know will not talk nonsense. So that's true, and once Rukia is on board, then the results speak for themselves. No. Renji, you don't need to apologize, I know you are doing it for my own good, let's stop this matter. However, I am still a bit puzzled. Why does Byakuya Kukaki, who is the head of the Kukaki family, want me to join the Kukaki family? I should have nothing to do with him. Rukia never blamed Renji, although Renji was really wrong, but it was for his own good, and there was no malice. She just couldn't figure out what was going on with Byakuya Kukaki. Although I'm not very clear about this, I should be able to roughly guess it. Rukia grew up in Rukanga, so there is no such thing as a Kukaki family's wandering children. Otherwise, Rukia would not be allowed to join the Kukaki family, but go back to recognize her ancestors. When I was in the fourth team, I heard about Byakuya Kukaki. It is said that it also shocked the aristocratic circle of the Soul Society. Byakuya Kukaki, as the head of the Kukaki family, married a commoner wife from Rukanga. At that time, Byakuya Kukaki was still having trouble with the elders of the Kukaki family. But in the end, because of his status as the head of the family and the captain of the 6th division, the elders made a step back. This is the only place where Rukia might be involved, and the woman Byakuya Kukaki married should have something to do with Rukia. This woman has died of illness. It is said that after her death, Byakuya Kukaki has been asking people to look for someone in Rukanga, and it all becomes clear. Rukia, next time Byakuya Kukaki comes to you, just ask him directly. If you don't join the Kukaki family, that guy will probably tell you. After Rukia joined the Kukaki family in the original book, Byakuya Kukaki did not tell her about Kukaki Fyujin, which caused Rukia to always feel that she was a substitute for Kukaki Fyujin. It was not until after Aizen defected that he told the truth. It is typical to have problems, and if you don't know it, you just hold back. But this time Rukia does not join, then Byakuya Kukaki should tell Rukia. After all, Kukaki Faye is really Rukia's sister, so the probability of telling Rukia is still very high. Chapter 67. Well, I see. I will ask about this matter when I give him an answer. Thank you Dongmen, and you came here just for me. By the way, we have already heard that you will become the third team captain. Originally, the atmosphere was a little heavy, but after Rukia recovered, the atmosphere changed directly. After all, Rukia was born in Rukanga since he was a child, so he doesn't have that kind of hypocrisy. Isn't it right that we're all friends? As for the captain of the third team, I'm just acting as an interim, and it's also announced to the public. In fact, I don't have much relationship with the third team. Squad 3 is rather embarrassing now. There is no captain, no vice-captain. As a support unit, I have been criticized. I am strong enough, so I temporarily took this position. To put it bluntly, it is just filling their completely insufficient combat power. Dongmenhao shook his head and told the three of them the truth. Is the rumor that you defeated the captain of the 5th division true? It is said that you learned it from Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division. It should not be false. Rukia asked with bright eyes, that's the captain. During the period of studying at the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, what they heard most was the words of the captain, and they also learned what the captain meant. In the 13th team, the strongest is the captain. This is the pinnacle of combat power, and it is also the pinnacle of the 13th team's power. As a result, Dongmenhao actually defeated a captain, which was even more shocking than defeating a Jich's level Minos Grande. That's true, but it was just a test, and Captain Aizen didn't use Bankai. Dongmenhao also nodded. Logically speaking, this news would not leak out, but there are always people who can't control their mouths. Kurako Shunsui accidentally revealed it when he got drunk while drinking with others. That guy is a full-fledged alcoholic. Although he is not drunk in the original book, but after he really learned about it, he realized that this guy would go to the tavern every few days. He often gets so drunk that he is taught a lesson by his own vice-captain the next day, and he has quite a lot of drinking buddies. That's why he made a slip of the tongue after drinking and directly said this matter. Of course, this is not important news, otherwise Kurako Shunsui probably wouldn't have said some important news even if he was drunk. The news spread quickly, and after combining Dongmenhao's temporary replacement as the captain of the third team, most people basically believed that the news was true. So now that this news spread to Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, it also made the students worship Dongmenhao to a higher level. Even some reincarnations were extremely regretful, because of Dongmenhao's fighting power and his killing intent, they didn't dare to approach him at all, thinking that Dongmenhao was a very dangerous person. But what about the result? He slowly climbed to the captain's position, even if he was acting temporarily, he was still the captain, but now Dongmenhao didn't have Haori on him. In the first class, Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru are also a bit of a headache now. Because of Dongmenhao, they have also become a lot of attention, and many students are close to them. This sudden enthusiasm made them a little overwhelmed. In fact, they themselves knew that it was not because of themselves. The main reason is that they are friends with Dongmenhao, and if they can be friends with a captain, isn't it inevitable that they will be taken care of in the Jingling court in the future? So it is also necessary to get close to them. The second class is Rukia. Rukia is still a girl. Although she has a lively and informal personality, she can't stand it. Of course, Rukia also knew what these people were going to do, so she kept a certain distance from others. At least they won't bring Dongmenhao any trouble. And they think that their talents are good, and they don't necessarily need Dongmenhao to take care of them to become Shinigami in the future. Bankai, so we can't even awaken Zanpakut, Dongmen. What the hell is Zanpakut doing, Shikai? Renji looked at his Zanpakut with some helplessness. Now besides his class, students in other classes have also been assigned sealed states one after another, but it is not so simple to awaken Zanpakut. There is no shortcut, you just need to communicate with Zanpakut slowly using Sword Zen. By the way, let me remind you that Zanpakut is differentiated from your soul. If there is no accident, Zanpakut's sword spirit will be one of your most confident people. Don't have any doubts about your Zanpakut, because you and Zanpakut are one. Dongmenhao felt it necessary to remind. You don't need to remind me. Those teachers almost made our ears callous when they said this. Rukia says every teacher is saying this. It makes sense to say this. If you have doubts about your Zanpakut, you may not be able to awaken Zanpakut as a result, or you may lose contact with Zanpakut during battle after awakening. This is not a small matter. Once the combat power is damaged in the battle, then you should know the result. Dongmenhao once again reminded that Kukaki Xianghe was sealed because he did not trust his own Zanpakut. As a result, he could not contact Muramasa at critical moments. To be honest, this is all because of his own problems. Because of Muramasa's ability, he will suspect whether Muramasa will use this ability against him. Muramasa can make other Zanpakut rebel, so can he make himself rebel? Because of this idea, he couldn't contact Zanpakut at the last moment, so he was sealed. There are actually some such examples in the Soul Society. These people are inherently suspicious, even so suspicious that they don't even trust their own Zanpakut. Obviously this is differentiated from their souls, it is part of them, but in the end they don't choose to trust Zanpakut. After telling these examples to everyone was also a little silent, and they kept warning themselves not to be suspicious of Zanpakut. There really is such a thing, forget it, skip this topic, this is far away from us, and now we can't even achieve the awakening of Zanpakut, let's take it slowly. Dongmen, tell us how you defeated the captain of the 5th division, we are quite curious. As soon as Renji said this, Rukia and Kira Izuru's eyes lit up, and they were looking forward to it. It can't be said that they are 28 trigrams. Anyone will be curious about this. Well, it's a battle with the captain. Chapter 68. I knew all of you must be here, wait. Dong. East Gate 3 seats. No, Captain Dong Gate. Just when several people were about to leave to find a place to talk slowly, a figure suddenly turned out from the corner. This person is Hinamori Momo. Although Dongmenhao has nothing to do with Hinamori Momo has a good relationship with Renji and Kira Izuru, because the relationship between the two also became friends with Rukia. It's Hinamori, you don't need to call me the captain. After all, I'm just the acting captain and I don't have any real power. Just call me by my name. Dongmenhao was a little speechless when he saw Hinamori Momo's nervous appearance. So why is it said that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong? This is one of the reasons. In addition to being chased and intercepted when going out, there will also be situations where other people get nervous when they see him and can't speak smoothly. Ah? Oh. I see, then, can I call you Dongmen Jun? Hinamori Momo's little face turned red a little, and then asked nervously. Okay, I don't care what other people call me, as long as I don't have some weird nicknames. When Dongmenhao said this, his face became a little weird. When he left Zaraki District, he didn't know that he had the nickname of Switu. He didn't know it until he joined the 4th team. Regarding this, Dongmenhao said that he was really helpless, he just wanted to take revenge, what's wrong with being more murderous? In a place like Zaraki District, cutting the weeds but not the roots is an act of death, okay? Dongmen, Hinamori has been pestering us to ask you questions all day recently, maybe. Renji's face became a little weird, and then he said something about Hinamori Momo in recent days. After he finished speaking, Hinamori Momo's reddened little face immediately turned red as if it had been put in a steamer. No, nothing. Although Hinamori Momo tried his best to justify, but it was obvious that any justification was pale. Seeing Hinamori Momo's appearance, Dongmenhao was also a little confused. Did he accidentally replace Aizen's position? The first time Hinamori Momo came into contact with Aizen was when Aizen came to Mao Lingju Academy. At that time, Hinamori Momo felt Aizen's kindness, and a hero rescued the beauty, which led Hinamori Momo to Aizen. Strictly speaking, Aizen actually attacked Hinamori Momo for the second time, that is, when he saved them. Although the routine of Hero Save the Beauty is very tacky, its lethality is still enormous. In this attack, Dongmenhao chopped off all the virtual capital released by Aizen. And at that time, because of Ichimaru Jin's stubbornness, the people in the first class felt disgusted with the vice-captain of the 5th division. If you hate a person, you will naturally feel that the people around this person are not pleasing to the eye. Coupled with Dongmenhao's performance that time, Hinamori Momo's affection for Dongmenhao after returning can be said to be a rocket-like improvement. After that, Dongmenhao spread a lot of news, defeating the captain of the 5th team, becoming the replacement captain or something. Especially after defeating Aizen, some of the prestige that Aizen had established was also broken. Hinamori Momo has a good relationship with Renji and others. After all, they are all in the same class, and in terms of talent, they are all top-notch. After returning from the soul burial practice, Hinamori Momo often asked Renji and others about Dongmenhao's news. In fact, it was not just her, but almost the whole class. After all, the two of them are the only ones in the group who are friends with Dongmenhao. If you don't ask them, who do you ask? Because of the relationship between the two, they also became friends with Rukia, and several people have the current relationship. Okay, just skip this topic for me, find a place to eat and chat if you want to say something. Dongmenhao said. Okay, finally got the chance to slaughter a big family, we will eat you. Renji and the others' eyes lit up immediately. Although they have no worries about food and clothing at the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, they have no money. They can only stay in school even if it is a holiday. After all, they are different from Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo has 2 family members. Naturally, there is no way to consume without money, and naturally there is no salary without becoming a Shinigami. Dongmenhao also took them out to eat a few times before, and he basically paid for them. It's not that Dongmenhao is being taken advantage of, but that he knows the characters of these people. If these people have money, of course he won't let him give it all the time, but they have no money. Money. When they reached the 1st district, all their savings had been spent. If he didn't know these people, Dongmenhao wouldn't do it. After all, sometimes, if you give too much to a person, it will become a matter of course. When you don't give it one day, they will feel dissatisfied, and even think that you have a problem. But knowing the personalities of these people, Dongmenhao dared to do this. Besides, Dongmenhao usually proposed to go out for dinner, and the frequency was very small. The time he stayed in Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art was too short. Then you will be disappointed, I still have a little savings, if you want to eat me down, you still can't do it. Dongmenhao also showed a smile. He has a lot of savings, and the salary of the 3 seats in Jingling Court is not low. And he went to some nobles to help with medical treatment, and those nobles would also give a lot of money. To put it bluntly, he planned to make friends. After all, Dongmenhao, a person with explosive healing ability, is really important, and it is necessary for them to make friends. As a result, although Dongmenhao has not been in Jinglingting for a long time, he is considered to have a small fortune. Hinamori Momo doesn't know what to do. Although she has some relationship with Abarai Renji and others, she has little relationship with Dongmenhao. So now that people are going to have a dinner party, should she follow or not? Go along, the relationship is not enough, don't follow, and I am a little bit reluctant. Let's go Hinamori, your idol is still here. Renji spoke, but Hinamori Momo didn't speak either, but looked at Dongmenhao, and she couldn't follow if Dongmenhao didn't speak. Then let's go together, more people will be more lively. Dongmenhao said with a smile. He has no malice towards Hinamori Momo, although reading the original Hinamori Momo is like a shit-stirring stick, but to put it bluntly, this guy was too miserable by Aizen. Aizen is just for fun, but Hinamori Momo is the kind who gives true feelings. It can only be said that he followed the wrong person. If it were a captain who hadn't defected, then Hinamori Momo would undoubtedly belong to that kind of loyal person. It can only be said that the people he met were wrong, so Dongmenhao didn't have too much malice towards her. The current Hinamori Momo is not the later Hinamori Momo, nothing has happened yet. Chapter 69. The interior of the Jingling Court is divided into different areas, the team dormitory area of the 13th Division, the noble residence area, the 46th room in the central location, the living area, and so on. This living area is also the only area inside Jinglingting where the students of Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art can go before graduation. Many Shinigami also like to have dinner and drink here. Dongmenhao and others also came several times, and the group soon came to the living area. 3 seats at the East Gate. Idiot, call him the third seat of the East Gate, and the captain of the East Gate. After the group came here, basically 80% of the Shinigami here would greet Dongmenhao. Dongmenhao and the others are very familiar, especially the members of the third team. It is very exciting to see Dongmenhao. After the captain defected back then, there was no captain and no vice-captain. It was okay at first, and several teams were short of people. But now only their third team is left, and their relationship with Dongmenhao is the same as the other teams. Even Dongmenhao has seen more people from the third team, because they are the support team. Without the support of the captain and vice-captain, they couldn't complete some support tasks at all. In order to prove themselves, the members of the third team rushed forward with all their strength, and the result was that the casualty rate remained high. But after Dongmenhao came, he directly reduced the casualty rate of all Shinigami a lot. This is something that Anohanaretsu can't do. After all, she is the captain, so she can't do everything. Dongmenhao is the third seat, and he handles many things. His healing ability is already strong, so the casualty rate has dropped a lot, and the people in the third team are also very grateful to Dongmenhao. Now Dongmenhao has become the interim captain. Although he is only a name, he is still a member of the 4th Division, but at least it has supplemented their top combat strength. They are also very grateful. Dongmen, you are really famous in the 13th team. Most Shinigami will greet you when they meet you. The other 4 were a little envious. Why did they become Shinigami? Isn't it just for a better and even more beautiful life? Now that Dongmenhao has achieved their goal, they are naturally envious. Once or twice is okay, but what about 10 or 100 times? Think about it for yourself. Every time you go out, a lot of people will greet you and say hello, and you have to respond to them. If there are too many, it will be annoying. Dongmenhao shook his head. This is not Versailles, he is really annoying. Don't say it 100 times, if I can, tell me 10,000 times. Renji's words made Dongmenhao's forehead full of black lines, and even Rukia and others couldn't help but give him a big roll of eyes. This kind of dream should be continued when you go back to sleep. Rukia doesn't give Renji any face, the two have always been straightforward and don't know any tricks. Isn't this brother Dongmen? I didn't expect to meet here. These are your classmates, do you want to have a drink together? Just when everyone walked into the store, a somewhat lazy and out-of-tune voice came over. The leader of the Beijing band? You should be handling team affairs in the team building at this time, and now sneaking in to drink, aren't you afraid that the vice-captain of ISE will beat you up? Dongmenhao can tell who the voice is without seeing anyone, Kurako Shunsui. This guy must have something to sneak out to drink now. Well, don't say that, my little Kigzu still loves me as the captain very much, it's just a drink, it's not a problem. Kurako Shunsui now glanced at both sides with some guilt, and then returned to the previous lazy look again. As long as you're happy, besides, I said I don't drink. Dongmenhao glanced at this guy speechlessly, he now wonders if this guy is a shaking M. Whether it's Nanao Ise or the former Yakomaru Lisa, each of them often hits this guy, but after being hammered, this guy still keeps provoking his vice-captain in the same way. The probability that this product is a shaking M is too high. Really, you don't drink alcohol at such a young age, you are simply a different kind of guy. Kurako Shunsui really finds it incredible that even a sick guy like Jaishur Yukatake likes to drink, but due to his health, he can only drink some sake. The female Shinigami are okay, there are indeed quite a few who don't drink, but among the male Shinigami, Dongmenhao is the only one he's met who doesn't drink. For an alcoholic like him, not drinking is as exaggerated as not drinking water, incredible and incomprehensible. I still think you are different. As I said, I don't need alcohol to paralyze my brain. I just need a brain that is clear enough. The leader of the Beijing band, you should have an appointment, so I won't accompany you. I'm going to have a dinner party here too. Dongmenhao sensed that there were still some powerful Reiatsu inside, and said, I did have an appointment with someone. By the way, why does this person look familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Kurako Shunsui glanced at the people beside Dongmenhao and then directly set his sights on Rukia. As a result, his words directly confused Rukia. She had never met Kurako Shunsui, and if Dongmenhao hadn't told her, she wouldn't have known that this was the captain of the 8th Division. Facing the captain at this moment, they were also a little nervous, and their bodies were stiff. I remembered, you are Kukaki Fiajin. No, you should be the girl named Rukia who has caused a lot of trouble recently. No wonder Byakuya Kukaki wants you to join the Kukaki family. You are Kukaki Hima's younger sister, right? You two look exactly the same, that is, there is a big difference in temperament. Kurako Shunsui finally remembered that they knew everything about Byakuya Kukaki's marriage to a commoner, and they had attended the wedding, so they naturally knew what Kukaki Fei really looked like. Recently, the operation of Byakuya Kukaki has set off a storm in the noble circle of Jinglingting. Kurako Shunsui is also one of the high-ranking nobles, and he himself belongs to the circle of nobles, so he has naturally paid attention to such things. Before, he was still curious about what happened to Byakuya Kukaki, but now it is finally clear that this should be the request of Byakuya Kukaki before Kukaki Fiajin died, and only Kukaki Fiajin can make Byakuya Kukaki break the rules for the second time. Do you know about me? Rukia and others naturally heard what Kurako Shunsui said, and now they almost understand that they look exactly the same as Rukia, and they are still sisters, but Rukia still wants to ask for some details. Chapter 70. I'll tell you what I know. You look exactly like Kukaki Hima. After Kukaki Hima died, Byakuya Kukaki sent someone to find someone in Rukonga. According to your situation, you should have a sister relationship with Kukaki Fiajin. As for the specific details, you can only ask Byakuya Kukaki, I don't know much about it either. Kurako Shunsui shook his head. Rukia felt a little regretful about this, but at the same time suddenly understood, and generally knew what was going on. Thank you very much for telling me this news. Rukia bowed to Kurako Shunsui and said gratefully. It's all small things. It's no secret in our circle. Then I'll go drink first. The time is short. If I'm found out. What will happen if you are found out? Of course I will be given a severe lesson by Xiao Kigzu, I don't want to be beaten. Wait. Before Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, he heard a cold questioning voice, and he didn't realize it until halfway through the answer. This voice was so familiar. Crack, click. After slowly turning his head like a machine to see the people behind him, Kurako Shunsui froze with fright. Captain, leave a lot of work that belongs to the captain to me, the vice-captain, but secretly come here to drink, isn't that a bit too much? That's right, the person standing behind Kurako Shunsui at this moment is Nanao Ise, and the surrounding air is almost frozen into ice. Even Dongmenhao could see the weird black aura emanating from Ise Nanao's body. Little Kigzu, I see you are working so hard and plan to buy some food to reward you? That's right, that's it. After holding back for a while, Kurako Shunsui finally choked out a poor excuse. Really? Then, Captain, Please explain why Vice Captain Matsumoto and the others are here. Nanao Ise adjusted her glasses. How would I know that? That guy is a famous alcoholic. You don't know it. Drinking is very common here, okay. As soon as Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, there was a sound of chickens flying and dogs jumping from above. Vice Captain Ise, thank you for telling me that Matsumoto is here. In addition, Matsumoto also said that it was the leader of the Beijing band who asked her to drink here. You can figure it out yourself. At this time, another person in a feather woven came down, followed by a woman with a big bag on her head. This person is Matsumoto Ranjaku. His figure is so good that it explodes, but unfortunately, he can't capture it at all. Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimaru-jin are a pair from beginning to end, and they have been since childhood. Matsumoto Ranjaku has always liked Ichimaru-jin, even if Ichimaru-jin betrayed in the original book, she still likes him, so don't think about it. If Ichimaru-jin is really a traitor, it's okay to say, but he is an undercover agent, and his whole mind is to retrieve a part of Ranjaku's lost soul, so don't think about attacking this one. I'm sorry Beijing band leader, I didn't mean to let you out on purpose, but there's nothing I can do if the leader is here. Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at Kurako Shunsui with some embarrassment. As the saying goes, a dead friend never dies, so he decisively sold Kurako Shunsui. The two big drunkards both chose to sell each other the first time they were caught. It should be said that they are the legendary drinking buddies. Hey? Captain Dongmen, you are here too. I really envy you as the captain. You don't need to deal with any documents. Shiba Ishin said that he really envied Dongmenhao, and even a little envious of Kurako Shunsui. Don't look at him now that he has captured Matsumoto Ranjaku, but this guy is thick-skinned to the limit. It's like Kurako Shunsui, although he was arrested, but a lot of work is still done by Nanao Ise. He can only do it by himself, which makes him extremely depressed, and as for Dongmenhao, he is even more envious. Although he is replacing the captain, he is still the captain. He doesn't have to deal with any headache files, so it's not too comfortable. Captain Shiba was joking, those who can do more work. Dongmenhao said politely, this is the father of Kurosaki Ichigo, and he is still in the 10th squad. The Shiba family will not fall to the level of the original book. But when he disappeared too, Shiba's family was out of business. Although I know it's a polite remark, it still sounds good. Then I'll leave first. I still have a lot of things to deal with. After Shiba Ishin said something, he took Matsumoto Ranjaku and left directly. Before leaving, Matsumoto Ranjaku also gave Kurako Shunsui a wish for you emoji. That. Xiao Kigzu, listen to me, ouch. Kurako Shunsui raised his right hand in cold sweat, like an elementary school student trying to speak in class. But Ise Nanao naturally wouldn't give him a chance to quibble, so he directly chose to do it. No, it was his foot. Is this really Godi 13? Why does it feel so? The four of them don't know what to say anymore. What kind of comedy picture is this? The guy in front of him who is being beaten by Fat is the captain, definitely a captain. Also, that person just now was Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th division. The captain ran into the tavern to arrest the vice-captain, and the vice-captain of the 8th division came to arrest the captain. And the 8th squad seems to be very violent here. Look at Kurako Shunsui, this is a scene of domestic violence. Actually, just get used to it. There are many reliable people in the 13th squad, but there are always a few unreliable ones. Just get used to it. Dongmenhao said that this is actually not an unacceptable thing, that is, it will have a greater impact on students and those who have just joined Godi 13, but it will be fine if you get used to it. It's not surprising that these two drunks have come up with something. As for the scene of domestic violence where the vice-captain of the 8th division beats the captain, just look at the store manager who is yawning next to him and you will know that this is commonplace. I guess people are tired of seeing it, now Dongmenhao can be sure, this product is a shaking M. Captain Dongmen, we still have team affairs to deal with, so let's take our leave first. After beating up Kurako Shunsui, Nanao Ise dragged Kurako Shunsui by his collar and dragged him away. Brother Dongmen, next time. Before Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, Ise Nanao directly punched him on the head with a heavy fist, and then he fainted. This skillful movement was as if it had been tempered thousands of times. Dongmenhao had nothing to say after seeing it. Chapter 71. This time Rukia and others really learned a lot, and the operation of Kurako Shunsui and others really impacted their three views. Now if nothing else happens, they will not consider the 8th and 10th teams, one is an unreliable vice-captain, and the other is an unreliable captain. During the meal, Hinamori Momo let go a lot, and also talked about her family's situation. Dongmenhao at Chweer didn't care much, and Matsumoto Rangiku would naturally look for him later. But what Dongmenhao cares about is Chweer's Harinmaru. If he remembers correctly, there was a theatrical version in the past, which was also about Chweer. That theatrical version is very nonsense. Although other theatrical versions have produced some things independently, they can also be explained. Only this theatrical version is extremely nonsense. Zanpakuto was created by Iruma Wanjiu, and then Shinigami slowly communicated and divided their souls, thus forming their own Zanpakuto. In the history of the Soul Society, there is no identical Zanpakuto, because everyone's soul is completely different. It is impossible for two identical souls to exist in this world, just like it is impossible for two identical leaves to exist. But in this theatrical version, Harinmaru has become a wild Zanpakuto. When Chweer is chosen, Sujiro Kusakagwan is also chosen. Isn't this nonsense? This kind of thing is impossible to happen. Harinmaru has always been exclusive to Chweer, so the beginning of this theatrical version is a big bug, but this bug does not know whether this world will exist or not. You can pay attention when Chweer enrolls, the same Zanpakuto is basically impossible to exist. Even if Dongmenhao's Zanpakuto imitates Anohanaretsu, it is only similar in some places, and the specific abilities are not the same. This time I met Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo has become his little fangirl, and she also said that she will choose to join the 4th team after graduation. Well, this has become a mess. Renji must have joined the 11th team, this is iron. Rukia didn't enter Kukaki's house, so naturally it is impossible for him to enter the 6th team to get the approval of Byakuya Kukaki. Rukia and Hinamori Momo said they would join the 4th division, but Kira Izuru hasn't made a decision yet. In short, everything has changed, but it is moving in a good direction, but the follow-up plot may not affect too much. Rukia and Hinamori Momo are chess pieces randomly selected by Aizen. Their existence can be replaced, but the substitutes are interesting. I don't know who Aizen will choose. After the people parted, a few days later, Byakuya Kukaki went to Rukia and got a reply from Rukia. Byakuya Kukaki was not too surprised by Rukia's answer, but Rukia knew something that surprised him. Rukia did not hide where she got the news from, and told Byakuya Kukaki. Because Rukia did not join the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kukaki also told Rukia what happened to Kukaki Fyujin at the beginning, and Rukia was abandoned by Kukaki Fyujin at the beginning. It's just that Kukaki Fyujin couldn't survive at that time, so Rukia was discarded. Rukia is a baby after all, and maybe someone would like to adopt her, but she is different, she is an adult now. When she was dying, she met Byakuya Kukaki, but when she went to find Rukia again, Rukia had already been taken away. This also made Kukaki Fyujin extremely self-blaming, and entrusted all this to Byakuya Kukaki before he died. To be honest, there is no big problem with Kukaki Fyujin's approach. She is unable to raise herself, and even without Byakuya Kukaki she must die, so it is inevitable to abandon Rukia. Bring Rukia all the time, so in Kukaki Fyujin's view, both of them are dead, so it's better to take a gamble. But how good luck tricks people, resulting in such a situation. After listening to it, Rukia didn't have any reason to resent her sister for abandoning her. In fact, to put it bluntly, Kukaki Fiajin is not her mother, but her sister, and Rukia was not born by Kukaki Fiajin. So there is no way to blame Kukaki Fiajin. On the contrary, Kukaki Fiajin was always thinking about her before she died, which moved her very much. She also proposed to Byakuya Kukaki the idea of going to worship her sister, and Byakuya Kukaki also agreed. This time Rukia did not join the Kukaki family, and Byakuya Kukaki naturally did not need to negotiate terms with those old fritters. He is also the owner of the family now, so the degree of freedom is much higher than in the original book. This guy will do what he can. But what Dongmenhao didn't expect was that after finding Rukia, Byakuya Kukaki went directly to the fourth team to find him. Captain Kukaki, I don't know why you suddenly came to the fourth team to find me. Dongmenhao asked while pouring tea for Byakuya Kukaki. I came here for a simple purpose. I hope you can help me take good care of Rukia. She has already told me that she will join the fourth team after graduation, and she has a very good relationship with you. You should also know the relationship between me and her sister. She is Fiajin's only relative. I don't want any accidents to happen to her. There was no fluctuation in Byakuya Kukaki's tone, and after speaking, he directly put a box he brought in front of Dongmenhao, and opened it. Captain Kukaki, don't you underestimate me? Rukia is my friend, no matter what, I should take care of her. After all, I cherish friendship very much, so please take these things back. Dongmenhao shook his head. There are a lot of banknotes inside, enough for anyone to squander at least half of his life's money carefree. In fact, Dongmenhao can understand Byakuya Kukaki's thoughts, and Kukaki Fiajin asked him to take care of Rukia, but now Rukia doesn't enter Kukaki's house, he can't take care of her. In the future, it will not be the sixth team, and it will not be taken care of, so we can only start with Dongmenhao. Byakuya Kukaki didn't have any bad thoughts, just wanted to ask Dongmenhao to take good care of Rukia. I gave it to Rukia, but she didn't want it, so I want to store it with you, so she can get it if she needs anything. This guy Byakuya Kukaki really doesn't know how to express himself. This is indeed an operation made by this guy. After all, the original book of this guy also interfered with Rukia's life in the 13th squad, making it impossible for him to become a seat officer. If he does not become a seat officer, he will not be exposed to advanced tasks. Protecting Rukia in this way, this guy is not as icebergy as he appears on the surface. Now that Rukia didn't join, he actually started sending money. If you really want Rukia's good, don't interfere with her life casually. She is also a self-reliant person. To be honest, your operation will only make Rukia very disgusted. Not everyone can see what you think. Dongmenhao said helplessly. This guy really didn't know that such an approach would only make Rukia disgusted. What would Rukia think? In exchange for money from my sister? Chapter 72. In the end, Byakuya Kukaki also took back the money he had taken out before, and left the fourth team. He knew that this time he had some problems, but his character is like this, whether in the original book or now, he likes to use his own way to interfere in Rukia's life. Dongmenhao didn't know if his words would work for Byakuya Kukaki. But then Rukia will definitely join the fourth team, so that Byakuya Kukaki will not be able to interfere. Rukia's incident was just a small episode. A few days later, Dongmenhao received an urgent task. An accident happened to the second team. Is there this paragraph in the original book? No, why am I so entangled in the original book? When Dongmenhao received the emergency rescue mission, he subconsciously leaned on the plot. But soon he realized that he was completely in a dead end. Except for the plot of the main line Kurosaki Ichigo, the other plots were basically mentioned in one stroke. In the decades before the main storyline begins, the Soul Society cannot be peaceful. Aizen's hollow experiment is always going on, followed by the threat of Hueco Mundo. Shinigami and Su battles are going on all the time, but rescue missions like this one don't come up very often. The rescue mission this time is already a big one. The people from the second team had been investigating the previous soul burial practice in the present world, so Dongmenhao hadn't seen Sui Feng for a while, and Sui Feng had been busy dealing with this matter all along. But now the members of the second team lost contact with the captain Sui Feng in this world. After the 12th team couldn't contact the second team, they immediately reported the matter to the first team. Immediately afterwards, Old Man Shan ordered the members of the 3rd and 4th divisions to go to the rescue. One was the combat rescue team, the other was the treatment and rescue team, and the leader of the team happened to be Dongmenhao. After all, Dongmenhao is now the nominal acting captain of the 3rd team, and also the 3rd seat of the 4th team, so it is best for the two teams to be led by him. Sufficient combat power and sufficient healing ability. It's been less than an hour since we lost contact, but the captain lost contact for so long, could it be that Guy Eisen did it again? Dongmenhao gathered the members of the 4th division and then rushed to the Chuanjimen, thinking about what kind of trouble Sui Feng and others encountered. One must know that Sui Feng's strength is already quite good, the most important thing is that Sui Feng's speed is fast. And her ability after Zanpakutsu Zumibaki Shikai is also very heaven-defying. What kind of thing can practice Sui Feng also entangle? Apart from Eisen doing things, Dongmenhao really can't think of other possibilities. It couldn't be that Sui Feng was besieged by a group of Ajichas or even Minos Grande of Vasto Lord level in the present world. It is impossible for so many Minos Grande to appear at once in this world, unless there is a mastermind behind it. Yes, it is Eisen. Other than this guy, no one else can do it at all. But it's useless to think about it now. After reuniting with the members of the 3rd team, everyone quickly entered the world transmitting gate. Captain Eisen, is it necessary to do this? So many semi-finished test products were released at one time, and the second team was also tested. Ichimaru-jin asked with some doubts. The second team was investigating in the real world, and Eisen dropped a large number of experimental products in the real world at one time, attacked the second team, and once again cut off the communication of the 12th team. It can be said that the 12th team is also an old unlucky guy. It is often messed up by Eisen, and there are continuous problems. It is certain that the 12th team will be held accountable. Silver, you should know that my goal is not Captain Sui Feng, but Captain Dongmen. As the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, I'm curious, what is his real strength now? The previous Ajichas was easily killed by him. A gleam flashed in Eisen's eyes. This guy is an experimental maniac. Whether it's Arankar in the virtual world or Hollow in Shinigami, he has been constantly experimenting. This time, Eisen also did it on purpose, and Dongmenhao, the most talented Shinigami in the millennium, caught his attention. Dongmenhao's growth rate completely surpassed his understanding of Shinigami. For Dongmenhao, improving his strength is as simple as eating and drinking. Eisen dispatched an Ajichas before, thinking that he could test Dongmenhao's strength, but the result was not good, and he couldn't really test Dongmenhao's strength by himself. So much so that now he has used other means to directly attack the second team, so that the 3rd and 4th teams must go to support, and even their 5th team has also received orders, but now they are on standby. If Dongmenhao also loses contact, then the 5th team will also play. Knowing that Dongmenhao would definitely go there, Eisen did this once. But Dongmenhao didn't know that this time the incident was caused by himself. The concentration of spirit particles in the air is high, but Reiatsu cannot be sensed. It should be something like an enchantment. After coming to the present world, everyone can't perceive where Reiatsu is, which means it is hidden. It's really troublesome. You even blocked Reiatsu with an enchantment. You can't find this kind of situation. Everyone in the 3rd division is separated according to the team organization. When you find it, notify the others immediately. Don't be idle in the 4th division. Get moving. Dongmenhao is the same, even with his Reiatsu, he can't find where it is, the enchantment in the Shinigami world is too buggy. As long as the barrier is strong enough, Reiatsu's concealment will be very thorough, just like Aizen has been unable to find Urahara Kisuk and Masked Legion. Because there is an enchantment to isolate Reiatsu to death, even when I go out, I will completely suppress Reiatsu. Perception is pretty much useless in this case. Dongmenhao's perception is strong, but the premise is that the opponent must release Reiatsu, and his perception is more inclined to use in battle. Now he can only look for it. Fortunately, there are many people, and there are many people from the two teams. Although the enchantment is troublesome to perceive, the carpet search should not take long. After about 10 minutes, Dongmenhao received news from members of the third team and found the barrier. But the strength of the members of the third team is simply not enough to break the barrier, so they can only find Dongmenhao. After Dongmenhao received the news, he went directly to the location of the enchantment, and other team members also rushed to the location of the enchantment after receiving the news one after another. Chapter 73. It's hidden in such a place, no wonder so many people have been looking for it for more than 10 minutes, but why is it in such a place? Dongmenhao looked at the pitch-black cave in front of him. The entire barrier was almost integrated with the mountain. Dongmenhao didn't know the internal situation, so he needed to break the barrier. I should be regarded as the nemesis of enchantment. Dongmenhao couldn't help laughing at the enchantment in front of him. This enchantment is very complicated, so it is very difficult to break it with conventional methods, and the strength is also very high. After all, trapping the Captain Suifeng in it speaks for itself. But don't forget, one of Dongmenhao's Zanpakut, Ling He, the domain can absorb spirit particles in the atmosphere and Reiatsu in the living body, and this enchantment is also arranged with Reiatsu, so it can be said that it has met the nemesis. Absorb it, Ling He. Dongmenhao pulled out his own Zanpakut and directly shik-ai'd, and then Zanpakut pierced into the barrier, and after the spirit healed was released, he began to devour the barrier crazily. The originally unbreakable barrier didn't last for 3 seconds before it was directly broken. Reiatsu has been sensed, all members below the officer level stay at the entrance of the cave, and the officer will go in with me. The barrier was broken, and Dongmenhao sensed the Reiatsu inside. It was very chaotic, it could be said to be a mess, all kinds of Reiatsu were mixed together, but Dongmenhao still easily sensed Suifeng's Reiatsu. As long as he releases Reiatsu, Dongmenhao can easily sense that the hole is not big and the situation inside is not clear. Dongmenhao didn't dare to bring someone who was too weak, otherwise it would be more trouble than rescue. So the others stayed outside, and the 3rd and 4th divisions both came with 10 officers, plus Dongmenhao, a total of 20 people entered the cave. Follow me closely, pay attention to your surroundings. Dongmenhao reminded, and then led the team to continue walking in. He had already sensed Reiatsu, so he naturally went to find Suifeng at the first time, but the road inside was indeed quite winding, and it was still dark. However, Dongmenhao directly used the red cannon for lighting. The red cannon is not just a simple means of attack, but can be used as a lighting tool by adjusting the strength of Reiatsu. Roar! Just when Dongmenhao and others came to a fork in the road, there was a roar like a wild beast, and then a figure rushed in front of everyone, and came over with a knife. How is this going? Everyone was taken aback by this scene, and Dongmenhao was also a little surprised, not because the other party jumped out suddenly, but because he had a strong sense, he naturally knew that there was something here. The reason why he was surprised was because the guy who came out was quite special. Not surprisingly, this guy should be a Shinigami, with Seeing Jun's costume on his body and Zanpakut in his hand, but his body is covered with a lot of white substances, and there is a mask on his face. Scarlet eyes stared at everyone. No wonder the Reiatsu was so weird just now, it turned out that Shinigami was hollowed. Dongmenhao also knew, it must have been caused by Aizen again, there is no one else who made hollow, okay? Captain, this guy seems to be Seeing Jun, but now. The other team members were confused and didn't know what to do. During the hollow experiment decades ago, they didn't know that many captains and vice-captains were hollowed. Now seeing Su's mask appearing on Shinigami's body, everyone except Dongmenhao was terrified. 30 of Bakud, mouth flashes 3 times. 3 light sheets directly fixed Hollow Seeing Jun's waist and hands to the cave wall. Let's go first, don't worry about him, he is a member of the second team after all, let Captain Sui Feng decide. After seeing Captain Sui Feng, Dongmenhao's Bakud has the power of sealing, even if it's just a simple number 30 Bakud, this guy can't untie it now, even the opponent doesn't even have the strength to struggle at this moment, and is directly sealed and fixed on the cave wall. To be honest, Dongmenhao would have no problem killing this guy now. After all, Dongmenhao is not omnipotent, he can't pull out the void from this guy's body, his Zanpakut can only absorb Reiatsu and life force, but there is no way to absorb the excess soul in the opponent's body. Once hollow is performed, there is an extra soul similar to Zanpakut in the body. This is Su, and unless Su is completely suppressed and defeated, it cannot be recovered at all. He's not Ura Harakisuk anyway, and he doesn't have Hgyaku, so he can't help these people. Furthermore, even if these people save the Soul Society, they will be executed directly in the end without any accidents. Back then, so many captains and vice-captains directly hollowed, what was the final result? Soul Society directly gave up. This is true for the captain and vice-captain, not to mention these team members, but Dongmenhao decided not to do anything after thinking about it, and let Sui Feng deal with it. After all, he and Sui Feng also have friendship. This is a member of the second team, and it should be handled by Sui Feng himself. After securing Hollow Seeing Jun, Dongmenhao led the crowd forward quickly. During this period, he encountered more than a dozen Hollow Seeing Jun, and without exception, Dongmenhao used his mouth to flash 3 times to pin him down. What happened here? Why did so many Seeing Jun become like this ghost? Even though all the people who came in were the chief executives, their mentality had already collapsed in the face of this weird scene. To be honest, even if they were asked to go directly to the battlefield and fight, they would not be afraid. They had seen this kind of scene a lot. But this kind of weird scene is really scary. Shinigami has become something similar to Su. You must know that they are sworn enemies, so now their mentality has collapsed. Stop talking nonsense, we'll be there soon. After Dongmenhao replied, the others stopped talking nonsense. Although they were still very scared, they could only bite the bullet now. After bypassing the cave that could be called a labyrinth, everyone found an empty cave underground. This is where Reiatsu comes as a mess and also where Dongmenhao senses Sui Feng Reiatsu. The interior of the cave is very large, but it is not empty. It is crowded with many Hollow Seeing Jun that I met before, and there are some masks that look a little damaged, and there is a blue light curtain at the corner. It is an enchantment. Dongmenhao could clearly see Sui Feng as the captain, Omada as the vice-captain, and dozens of seriously injured Seeing Jun inside. At this moment, those guys outside are constantly attacking the enchantment. Chapter 74. Captain, what should we do now? It's not an option to continue like this, our Reiatsu will be exhausted sooner or later. Omada Marekio, the vice-captain of the second squad, was already a bit desperate. This time, after receiving the mission, they immediately dispatched personnel to start an investigation, but as the investigation deepened, members of the Seeing army began to disappear, and finally Sui Feng was alarmed to go out in person. In the end, everyone searched all the way and found this cave, but after entering, they encountered many Seeing Jun who had disappeared before. At this time, Seeing Jun had already hollowed. This impact is quite huge for them. And it's not just hollow Seeing Jun, they also encountered a lot of strange-looking ghosts. According to what Sui Feng said, these virtuals are very similar to Arankar, but they are not completely Arankar, but half, imitation, Arankar level Ajichas. Arankar is not exclusive to Aizen, it will be Arankar after reaching a certain level. Of course, this requires a lot of strength. According to the records of the Soul Society, the Arankar level Minos Grande was indeed found in Hueco Mundo. There are even beheading records, but this time there are too many. And it is different from the normal Arankar. After the virtual Arankar, there will only be a small piece of mask left on the face, but now these virtuals only break less than half of the mask. Moreover, if Su wants to achieve autonomous Arankar, it needs to achieve Vasto Lord, which Ajichas basically cannot do. The later Arankars were created by Aizen using Hgyaku, which is completely different from normal Arankars. But even if the ghosts here are half Arankar, and there is no reason, but there are too many, not to mention the other Jillian level Minos Grande, and the Ajichas level half Arankar has a total of 6 heads. Although Sui Feng is strong, the half Arankar level Ajichas have already surpassed the weakest captain level, and with the large number, Sui Feng simply cannot hold back. Originally, she could have escaped alone, but there are still a group of oil bottles behind her. Shut up, we lost contact, the Soul Society will definitely respond quickly, and support should come soon. Sui Feng directly told Omida to shut up, the Reiatsu here is too complex, causing her perception to become a little confused. Dongmenhao can find her Reiatsu by relying on her ultimate Reiatsu, but she, BJBB, can't find other human. The surrounding area is surrounded by water, and there is no way to perceive it. But she also knows that this time the support will not be too slow, because of the previous incident. Sui Feng and the 12th team will contact each other every once in a while. If there is no contact, it means that something happened to them. After all, there had been an accident before, so naturally Sui Feng would not suffer along with it. Facts have proved that her decision this time is very correct. It is precisely because of her agreement with the 12th Division that Dongmenhao brought me here as soon as he received the emergency support mission. Had S-88 Filong class thief shaking the sky. While Sui Feng was talking to Omida, Dongmenhao, who had already found here, didn't talk nonsense, and raised his hand to record had with the number 88. The beam of light transformed into a thunderbolt rushed into the group of monsters, and then exploded, causing the whole mountain to shake for a while. The Shinigami who had been waiting outside were startled. Flying Dragon class Rogue Thunder Cannon? Support is here. Seeing this scene, Sui Feng was also surprised, and then looked at Omida behind him. The enchantment is temporarily handed over to you to maintain, and I will go out to help. After Sui Feng dropped a sentence, he passed through the barrier directly. After the barrier is established, if it is attacked and reaches the limit, it will be destroyed directly. If you want to maintain it, you need to continuously inject Reiatsu. That's why Sui Feng stayed inside the barrier all the time. She knew very well that if it was replaced by Omida, the attacks from those guys outside would easily tear the barrier apart. But it's different now. When the support arrives, these semi-Arankars will definitely point the finger at the outside. Even if there are still Su, they will pay attention to the fact that Omida's subordinate pressure should be able to support Wei here. Although Omida is not very reliable at ordinary times, he can play a lot of roles at critical moments, and Omida is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. This guy dared to fight Baragan directly. Although his strength was not very good, he at least had a backbone, and he would not betray or stab a knife and leave his companions to run away at critical moments. Kill the enemy, Suzumibaki. As Sui Feng spoke Shikai, the Zanpakut in her hand quickly turned into a golden finger caught and covered her right hand. This is Sui Feng's Zanpakut Suzumibaki. When Shikai hits the same place twice, it will cause a one-hit kill effect. But Bangkai has a big problem. Sui Feng, who originally took the assassination route, Bangkai turned out to be extremely bulky and similar to a missile attack. However, the power is great, but it needs a 3-day cooldown to release one shot, and of course it can be released continuously, but the cooldown time will be extended, and it will also be a heavy burden on her body. Sui Feng, who liberated Zanpakut, turned into a Shinigami, constantly flickering in the semi-Arankar. One by one bee pattern flower appeared on these virtual bodies, and after hitting the same place twice, it would be directly lore. Now Sui Feng hasn't done anything for real yet, otherwise he should use instant open. On the other side, Dongmenhao and others naturally rushed into the enemy group, and his target was the 6 Ajichas. When he first came in, he sensed the situation of the enemies here. The 88th had just now blasted directly at the weakest semi-Arankar Ajichas. However, this had didn't kill the opponent directly. After all, this was a void whose strength surpassed that of the captain of the weakest tier. How could it be so easy to blow up to death? This sudden blow, coupled with Dongmenhao had's explosion power was even greater, it was only seriously injured, and a lot of other surroundings were killed. These guys are not the strongest among the Ajichas. The strongest Ajichas should be those Arankar's very perfect Ajichas in the original book. Those virtual strengths are quite terrifying, and the captains of the home team were completely embarrassed. Even after killing the opponent, they were seriously injured. That was the peak Arankar Ajichas. Although these semi-Arankars were stronger than the weakest and first-class captains, it was just like this. The main reason is that these guys are semi-finished products, only retaining the instinct like a beast, without any brains, which is much easier to deal with. Now Dongmenhao rushed over to make up the knife, but just now he severely injured one of them. Chapter 75. Dongmenhao's speed is too fast, his shunpo is not a joke, so just as the others reacted, he had already rushed in front of the injured half-Arankar Ajichas and slashed straight out. The bloody knife light directly split it into two, and this half-Arankar level Ajichas was killed just like that. Sure enough, the previous had auxiliary attack was very useful, and it was very easy to deal with this kind of mindless guy. If you change it to normal, it will not be so simple. East Gate, this way. Dongmenhao, who was about to kill an Ajichas, suddenly heard Sui Feng's voice, and then saw Sui Feng walking through the virtual group and quickly approaching him. Without any hesitation, Dongmenhao rushed towards Sui Feng's direction, and the two joined together in the blink of an eye. You killed one half-Arankar of the Ajichas class, but there are 5 more. The other team members are not their opponents at all. They must be eliminated as soon as possible. I will be in charge of 2 of them, and you will be in charge of 3. Sui Feng spoke quickly, and directly threw 3 heads at Dongmenhao, because she was very aware of Dongmenhao's combat power because she taught Dongmenhao the relationship between shunpo and white hits. Although she really didn't want to admit it, she had to say that Dongmenhao's strength was stronger than hers in a frontal fight. Now is not the time to fight for face, these troublesome guys must be resolved as soon as possible, and the pressure on the others is also great. After all, those Jillian-level Minos Grandes are also half-Arankar level, much stronger than normal Ajichas. Fortunately, the people brought in by Dongmenhao are all senior officials. If other Shinigami come in, it will be purely food delivery. You must know that even these officers are feeling the pressure now, they can only choose to hold together, otherwise they will die easily, and the strength of the officers of the 4th team is weaker than that of the 3rd team. After all, it is a healing team rather than a combat team. Then make a quick decision. Dongmenhao took a deep breath, this time he really felt the pressure, this level of emptiness, without revealing some whole cards, really required a lot of effort for him. The two separated quickly, but Dongmenhao didn't fight head-on at the first time, taking advantage of the instinctive vigilance of these people and not launching an attack, he took advantage of this gap to start chanting. The crack of the thundering carriage and the spinning wheel. This thing has light. 1 is divided into 6, multiple chant, Bakades 61-6 branch light prison. Several pieces of light appeared around the 5 Ajichas, instantly fixing their bodies in place. How is this possible? Seeing the 2 Ajichas in front of him suddenly being trapped by the 6 sticks of light, although Sui Feng's body was still rushing towards each other and attacking, the word flashed in his mind. Especially after her Suzumibaki thorn left a bee-pattern flower on a head, the corner of her eyes swept to Dongmenhao's side, where the 3 Ajichas were also trapped by the 6-stick light prison. This made Sui Feng feel unbelievable to the extreme. She also knows that the double chant has reached a certain level, and Kid has many powerful skills, such as double chant, postscript chant, anti-ghost killing and other tricks. But even the double chanting is just a superimposed attack of 2 Kid, and Dongmenhao released 5-6 stick light prisons instantly with 1 chanting alone, which is truly incredible. Sui Feng, who left a bee pattern flower on a virtual body, quickly opened the distance, and the 6 stick light prison is very effective against ordinary virtual. But now these virtual powers are too strong, the 6 light prisons can only be restrained for a moment, but after Sui Feng pulled away, she found that these virtuals are still struggling. Sui Feng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and continued to attack. However, because he missed the best time to attack, the opponent broke free from the restraints. This time, the Feng Guanhua appeared less than 10 centimeters away from the previous Feng Guanhua. This also made Sui Feng extremely annoyed. If he hadn't been dazed and retreated just now, he could have easily taken off his head. It's good now, a good opportunity was wasted in vain. And Dongmenhao on the opposite side took advantage of this opportunity to slash and wound Su Su with lightning speed. Originally, he planned to kill the opponent directly, but Su's steel skin at this level is too strong. After his knife slashed in, it was still stuck, so that Dongmenhao only cut half of a virtual mask. Even if the mask hit is not completely shattered, then it can only seriously injure these ghosts. The release of the 6 stick light prison just now was not so simple. In the case of multiple chants, it cost him some Reiatsu. Fortunately, now that Reiatsu has evolved into ultimate Reiatsu, the quality has increased, so the consumption has decreased. Otherwise, with his current Reiatsu amount, it would be impossible to put it randomly like this. Asking for flowers. Reiatsu is the energy in the body. Without Reiatsu, the power of various skills is greatly reduced, even Kid cannot be released. Now these ghosts will not give Dongmenhao time to continue using Kid. Instant coax. When Dongmenhao was fighting with these Su, he heard Sui Feng's loud shout, followed by a huge Reiatsu soaring into the sky. Dongmenhao, who took a look in the gap, also saw that Sui Feng was using his big move now, instant coaxing. Although Sui Feng's instant coaxing is not as good as Shihao and Yoryuaki's, he also instantly increased his combat power by a lot. If you want to say it, it is similar to the 8 inner gates in the Hokage world. Of course, the sequelae are not so exaggerated. It is an explosive move. The instant coax Sui Feng uses is just the first stage of the instant coax. The second stage of instant coaxing will have attributes. Yoryuaki's Thor battle form is an example. 0, 0. The third stage is direct animalization. Now Sui Feng has only reached the first stage, but this is also very good. After all, this is independently researched by Sui Feng. Your White Hits has sensed super strong White Hits fusion skills and successfully evolved into combo White Hits, level 4 30%. Instant coaxing is a technique that uses the combination of White Hits and Kid's moves to explode, which can increase the ability of White Hits. Although Kid is integrated, it is undoubtedly a super skill among White Hits. So now White Hits has evolved directly, and the evolved White Hits are called combo White Hits. The function is very simple. When using White Hits to fight the enemy, every time you attack the opponent 10 times in a row, the power of the White Hits attack will be doubled. Of course, there is also an upper limit. The upper limit is 9 times the increase. This surprised Dongmenhao, although his White Hits is the weakest, but don't forget that he has integrated kendo into White Hits. Although using the sword Dao in this way will weaken some power, but now that White Hits has been raised to this level, it is much more interesting. As long as you hit the opponent 90 times in a row, you can increase your combat power by 9 times. Chapter 76. Judging from the current situation, the combo White Hits has suddenly risen to a higher level, so as to connect White Hits with the killing sword. As long as it hits the opponent 90 times in a row, then Dongmenhao's attack will be the strongest attack. No, it's not 90 times, and it only needs to hit the opponent 30 or 40 times in a row, then the increase can make Dongmenhao's combat power reach the limit under normal conditions. The reason why it is said to be normal is also because Dongmenhao's Zanpakuto is also very powerful after liberation. The blood smoke itself can increase the attack several times, once Bankai is estimated to be even more serious, so the increase in combo white hits can only be regarded as the strongest combat power without using Zanpakuto normally. Now, Dongmenhao is going to use blood smoke. Blood smoke can't be hidden. There is a monk in the Zero team. That guy can read the name of other people's Zanpakuto at a glance. It doesn't make sense at all. It is under his guidance that Abarai Renji successfully used his real Bankai's Zabimaru under the guidance of 580. Although we have to wait until later to see Team Zero, it is impossible for Dongmenhao not to use bloody smoke in the future. In Soul Society, there are also Zanpakuto in pairs, so Dongmenhao is not worried about being independent. As Suiyan is a fighting madman, Dongmenhao can't hide it all the time, but he will keep Suiyan's real ability as his whole card. Now he only intends to use the increase in combat power of the blood smoke, and does not intend to use the smoke to corrode. Slaughter, bloody smoke. The moment Dongmenhao spoke the Shikai language, the blade was quickly dyed red, turning into a scarlet blood blade. Dongmenhao could sense the excitement of Suiyan now, although Suiyan was fighting Dongmenhao almost every day, but it was the first time Dongmenhao had actually used it to kill an enemy. Blood smoke excitement is a very normal thing. After feeling the excitement of the blood smoke, Dongmenhao didn't hesitate anymore. Sui Feng's fighting power skyrocketed because of the instant coaxing, and he pressed the hammer on both ends, but Sui Feng didn't use Bankai. It's not that she is reluctant to use it or something else, but because once she uses it, she will consume a lot of Reiatsu. And at this time, it is not suitable to use such a bulky big killer. Dongmenhao held the bloody smoke in his hand, swung it down suddenly, and a huge bloody crescent slash dozens of meters long came out, and directly slashed on an Ajichas. Bloody slash didn't kill the opponent immediately, but it led the opponent all the way back until it smashed into the wall. Slash cut a huge gap in the cave wall, and the Ajichas inside had his hands chopped off by Slash. There were wounds all over his body, and he could only wail continuously while embedded in the wall. It was just one blow, and it was a frontal blow that beat an Ajichas of this level to such a level. It can only be said that the increase in blood smoke is really terrifying. Without the boost just now, Dongmenhao can still hurt the opponent with the killing sword, but it can't cause any fatal injuries, except that the mask hit at the beginning was a real hit, and the opponent will dodge the subsequent attacks. So although it can leave wounds on the opponent, it can't seriously injure the opponent, and now after getting the boost of the blood smoke, it can cut an Ajichas into a seriously injured and dying state with one blow, which is simply not too pervert. This is still without using the other ability of blood smoke, otherwise it would not be too easy to solve these virtual heads. Although the current Dongmenhao doesn't know Bankai, Shikai alone can easily defeat those Bankai who are not very strong. Seeing the effect of his attack, at this moment Dongmenhao exploded with all his strength, the sword light in his hand danced into a knife light network bloody network, and the remaining two Yazhuang cages were electrified into the doctor. With this blow, the two Ajichas were directly cut to pieces by him. The growth rate of the blood smoke is too strong, 3 Ajichas, beheaded 2 directly, and 1 is dying. On the other side, Sui Feng has already taken care of one end and is working on the other end. Seeing this scene, Dongmenhao didn't help, Sui Feng is very easy to deal with the other end. He chose to save people, and the officers he brought were now forced into a bit of a panic. After all, these semi-Arankar level Jillians are also very strong. But now Dongmenhao is like a scythe harvesting the lives around him like wheat. Hollow Xing Jun was only seriously injured and did not kill directly, while Su killed them all. Sui Feng also used 2 hits to kill the last Ajichas directly, and Dongmenhao made up the dying Ajichas, basically clearing all the enemies. Your killing swordsmanship is bathed in the blood of the strong, and you have obtained a huge improvement in the fight with the strong, 90% at level 5. Sure enough, after this killing, the killing sword quickly improved, and at the same time it also drove Reiatsu. This time Dongmenhao made a lot of money. Killing kendo and Reiatsu have all improved a lot, and the most important thing is that white hits has also evolved because of seeing Shunhong. Go to the wounded, hurry up. Dongmenhao quickly yelled at the others, and then Omida immediately dispelled the barrier. He couldn't participate in the battle just now, because there were dozens of wounded behind him, and he was also injured, but it was not so serious. In this case, he could only watch and wait until the battle was over before removing the barrier, and then quickly brought the seriously wounded over. Captain Sui Feng, you should come here for treatment too, your condition doesn't look very good either. Dongmenhao glanced at Sui Feng. Sui Feng's condition was indeed not very good. When we first met Sui Feng, he was injured. This time, he dealt with 2.5 iron Karajichas, and he also suffered serious injuries. The left hand seemed to be distorted a bit, and there were many large and small wounds on his body. Then please. Knowing Dongmenhao's healing ability, Sui Feng naturally nodded, and Dongmenhao directly used Linghe to heal Sui Feng. And Sui Feng was staring at Dongmenhao's Zanpakut. Sui Feng also saw it when Dongmenhao used the blood smoke just now. After all, the 10 slashes were really terrifying. In addition, at that time, Dongmenhao's Zanpakut directly turned blood red, and it was obvious at a glance that the ability was not so simple. 3.3. But now she didn't ask so much. Soon, the injuries on Sui Feng's body were almost healed, but after Dongmenhao took a look, he took off the Death Tyrant outfit directly on his body. He was still wearing casual clothes, so there was no problem. On the contrary, it is Sui Feng, because he used instant coaxing in the previous battle, so he has to cover it a little bit. Sui Feng was taken aback when he saw the deadly costume handed in front of him, and then realized that he really needed to cover up. Bing Shan couldn't help but blush. It was fleeting. Dongmenhao didn't doubt it. Did I read it wrong? She didn't reject Dongmenhao either. After all, the two were already familiar with each other, so she took the Shiba outfit and put it on her body. However, she is petite, so the clothes she put on were a bit bigger, which gave people a sense of contrasted with cute feeling. Chapter 77. After treating Sui Feng, Dongmenhao healed all the seriously injured, and handed over the minor injuries to other officers of the 4th Division. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to deal with it, but it's more or less necessary to give the members of the 4th Division a chance to perform. Otherwise, the position of the 4th team will be very embarrassing. He can cure everyone by himself, so what about the 4th team? Originally, the combat power is weaker than that of other teams, and Dongmenhao has taken care of the treatment up. Although Dongmenhao is also in the 4th team, but doing so will make them feel useless. Dongmenhao also took this into consideration, so he only treated those who were seriously injured, and left the rest to others for treatment. Captain Sui Feng, you can make up your own mind about these Hollow Xing Juns. We met some Hollow Xing Juns when we came in before, and they were all controlled by me. As the captain of the Tufan team, you need to come make a decision. Dongmenhao looked at some of Xing Jun who had been knocked out on the ground. In the battle just now, some of Hollow Xing Jun were killed and some were knocked out. There is no way to be killed, after all, these guys are all hollow, and there is no sense at all. It is not bad to be able to leave some of them unkilled. Bring it back to the Soul Society, let the captain make the decision. Sui Feng took a complicated look at these Xing Jun who had a ghost-like shell on their bodies. Alright, take these Hollow Xing troops out, the same goes for those on the road, there are still some wandering guys in the cave, I'll deal with them first. Dongmenhao asked others to deal with these Xing Jun, while he planned to deal with the rest. Not all of the Su and Hollow Xing troops gathered here, and some wandered elsewhere in the cave. Let me go with you, I just have a question I want to ask you too. Sui Feng also followed at this time. She wasn't worried about the others, since Omida was here, and there were so many officers. as long as she didn't encounter the half-Arankar level Ajichas just now, it wouldn't be a problem. Just like that, the two left the main force, and Sui Feng also asked his own question. What's the matter with your Zanpakut? I remember that your Zanpakut should be of the healing department, why just now? Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I can keep it a secret for you temporarily, but this kind of secret should not be kept for long. Sui Feng asked his own question, but didn't go beyond it. There is nothing I can't say, my Zanpakut can be understood as the same double swords as the leader of the Jing band. You all know that one is called spiritual healing, and its main ability is healing. The other is called blood smoke, and its main ability is boosting combat force. Dongmenhao also knew that he couldn't hide it. He had exposed the bloody smoke on purpose. Anyway, Zanpakut in pairs was not a precedent, and there were others in front of him. It turned out to be a pair of Zanpakut, no wonder, but I remember you only have one sword after Shikai. Sui Feng was a little confused again, isn't the paired Zanpakut like Skyo no Kotori and Kaiten Kaikotsu the two swords after Shikai? My Zanpakut can control whether it splits into two knives, and I'm used to using one, so there's no need for splitting. After Dongmenhao finished speaking, Sui Feng finally figured it out, and didn't say anything more after that. Both of them were very fast, and Dongmenhao's perception was quite pervert. Soon all the hollow Xing Jun and half-Arankar level Minos Grande in the cave were almost dealt with. When we came, hundreds of Xing soldiers came over, and now only 40 or 50 are left alive, and the hollows 37, and the rest are all dead. Sui Feng looked at Xing Jun lying on the ground beside him with a complex expression. Although she feels like an iceberg, even a little cold-blooded and ruthless, but this is a must for the leader of the Xing army, but now seeing so many of her subordinates die, it is somewhat uncomfortable. Let's go back to the Soul Society first, and hand this guy over to Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, I believe he will like it very much. Dongmenhao looked at the roaring Minos Grande trailing behind him. It was a given that Aizen was doing something, but that didn't stop him from grabbing one and handing it over to Kuratsuka Mayuri. Kuratsuka Mayuri is a bit perverted, but the role of Kuratsuka Mayuri is also reflected at the critical moment. A semi-Arankar level Minos Grande, definitely modified with Hgyaku, might be able to work out something for Kuratsuka Mayuri. Everyone, return to Soul Society. Sui Feng also gave an order, and then everyone returned to Soul Society. After returning, Sui Feng also reported what happened, and then the old man Shan directly held a captain's meeting. According to the information reported by Sui Feng and Dongmenhao, what happened this time was full of conspiracy. Why is there a captain meeting at this time? I'm still busy dealing with that Minos Grande. At this moment, Kuratsuka Mayuri was completely different from usual, a little anxious, because when Dongmenhao came back, he directly handed over the Minos Grande to the 12th Division, which caused Kuratsuka Mayuri to be extremely excited for a while. Minos Grande has been studied a lot, but this half-Arankar level Minos Grande has not been studied. Especially when he knew that this half-Arankar level Minos Grande was actually a Jillian level, he almost went crazy. How could the virtual Arankar be so simple? So this made him extremely excited, but he was called to a captain's meeting before he could do any research. How could he not be depressed? In the eyes of this mad scientist, nothing compares to research. Quiet, the reason why 113 held the captain's meeting this time, Captain Sui Feng, it's up to you to explain what you encountered when you went to the present world this time. As soon as old man Shan knocked on his crutch, Kuratsuka Mayuri also shut up. Sure enough, no matter what the Jiki snake god is, except for Aizen, everyone else can be directly suppressed by old man Shan. Sui Feng was also unambiguous, and quickly told the back and forth of what happened to him after he went to the present world. It's so serious, what about those Xing Jun from Hollow? Shiba Ishin was also taken aback after hearing this, and then asked. Temporarily imprisoned in the nest of maggots, waiting for the captain to send it down. Sui Feng spoke. Hollow Seeing Jun is no longer a Shinigami. Since he is already hollow, he will be sentenced to death. As expected, Old Man Shan is still Old Man Shan. As long as he has something to do with Su, he will not let it go, and those captains were like this, let alone some Seeing Jun. Your Excellency, Captain, why don't you hand over these Seeing troops to the 12th Squad for research? We still don't know the reason for Shinigami's hollow. Let Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri do the research, not to mention saving them. If something useful can be researched, it will be beneficial to us. It's better than killing them directly. At this time, the door of the hospital opens. Chapter 78. That's right, Captain Dongmen is right, leave it to our 12th team to deal with it. When Kuratsuka Mayuri heard this, he immediately became more excited. Now he looked at Dongmenhao as if he was looking at a lucky star. He just gave himself a special Minos Grande, and also sent him a large number of Hollow Seeing Jun. For a mad scientist like him, this is undoubtedly the best. What the two said one after the other made Old Man Shan fall into deep thought, and he was also thinking about what Dongmenhao said. Captain, I think what Captain Dongmen said is right. Since this is already the case, why don't we leave it to the 12th Squad for research? If we can find a solution, then we don't have to worry about it in the future. At this time, actor Eisen also stood up, and always carried out the setting that he is a good guy. In fact, Eisen is not worried about whether Kuratsuka Mayuri will research something. There is only one scientist in this world that he can respect, and that he recognizes, and that is Ura Harakisuke. So Eisen doesn't think that Kuratsuka Mayuri can study anything from it. As Eisen spoke, other captains also spoke one after another. After all, it was about Shinigami's hollow, and the hollow incident had happened many times. But apart from the one several decades ago, this one is the most serious one. If this continues, there may be big troubles. Okay, the old man already knows, then according to what Captain Dongmen said, Seeing Jun will take care of it. 11. Old Man Shan also made a final decision. He himself was also worried about these issues, so he put down his killing intent for the time being. In this way, Kuratsuka Mayuri once again harvested a large number of test products. Afterwards, the old man Shan asked all the team captains to pay attention, especially the 13th team who went to the present world and the 11th team who were in charge of the battle. They were the easiest to be attacked. The meeting ended quickly, and Dongmenhao also reported the situation of his paired Zanpakut to the old man Shan before, at least report it first, so as to save trouble in the future. Don't talk, I know what you want to say, you know what happened before, I had a fight with Captain Suifeng and Hafaran level Yajunka's Minos Grande. Although there is nothing wrong with the injuries, but the Reiatsu consumption is not recovering so quickly. If you want to fight, find someone else. When he was leaving, Dongmenhao saw Zaraki Kenpeki approaching and knew what he was going to do without even thinking about it, so he simply refused. In fact, his Reiatsu has recovered. Ultimate Reiatsu is an improvement in all aspects, and the same is true in terms of recovery ability. This made Zaraki Kenpeki depressed. People knew what he was thinking before he said anything, but it seemed right after thinking about it. If it wasn't Dongmenhao at his peak, it would be boring. In the end, Zaraki Kenpeki was sent away, but Dongmenhao also knew that it was not enough not to fight with this guy, so he had to find a chance to see it later. Captain Dongmen, you have helped me a lot this time, do you want to sit in our 12th team? Zaraki Kenpeki sent away, and then Kuratsuka Mayuri came again. Dongmenhao was also speechless about this. What was he helping Kuratsuka Mayuri for? Not because he might get some good stuff from this guy later on. Kuratsuka Mayuri's scientific research ability should not be underestimated. Dongmenhao remembers that the superhuman medicine made by this guy is a heaven-defying thing. Such things as superhuman medicine can speed up the other party's feelings. This speed up is equivalent to speeding up the brain's thinking ability countless times. In fact, it should be a good thing logically. After all, there are more things to think about after acceleration. This kind of thinking acceleration is a good thing for many people, but the acceleration of the superhuman drug is extremely terrifying. When Kurotsuka Mayuri is used to deal with other people, it instantly accelerates other people's thinking to a terrifying level. In the outside world, the thinking is equivalent to hundreds or even thousands of years. Speeding up thinking is a good thing. It can be used to analyze the enemy's tricks, but it is not good to go through the nose. It is equivalent to the thinking is directly fixed in one place, and it will not collapse for a day or two, but what about decades, hundreds, or thousands of years? This is equivalent to locking a person in a cage and continuing like this. And it's not just that, the pain received will be continuously fed back to the brain, which is also a kind of torture. Because of the accelerated thinking, he couldn't even control his body, and wanted to raise his hand, but found that it would take decades or hundreds of years to raise his hand. What a torture! In addition to superhuman medicine, Kurotsuka Mayuri has all kinds of wonderful things in his hand. These things can also be regarded as some hole cards, and Dongmenhao is even more curious. If he gives these things to Kurotsuka Mayuri, can he let those Seeing Jun master hollow, and even research things to resist hollow? This is very necessary. Although hollow is a way to enhance combat power, it is not a good thing to have an extra thing in your body that will rob you of your body at any time. This is not Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto will remain loyal to its holder unless there is an accident like Muramasa. But hollow is different. Once he can't control it, just wait to be swallowed up and turned into a void. So hollow is not within the scope of Dongmenhao's consideration, and it's not that he can't do without it. In the end, Dongmenhao sent these Seeing Jun to Kurotsuka Mayuri, also to get a wave of Sui Feng's favor. No, I plan to go back to Division 4 to rest. If I have a chance, I will visit Division 12 next time. Dongmenhao shook his head and refused, and Kurotsuka Mayuri didn't care about it, but directly contacted Nianmen and asked Nianmen to take someone to the Maggot's Nest to bring the hollow Seeing Jun who was imprisoned there back to the 12th Division. As for himself, he should hurry back and continue studying the Semi-Iron Carminos Grande. Mr. Dongmen looks very popular now. Watching Dongmenhao, Li Dihao, build a good relationship with each captain, especially Kurotsuka Mayuri, who is the most difficult to deal with. After all, Kurotsuka Mayuri has some small thoughts all day long. He even wanted to study many captains, but he still had a bottom line, and he was very reliable at critical moments, so that he would not make some weird things. But even so, Kurotsuka Mayuri was rejected by the other captains. There was no way, no one wanted to have a mad scientist beside him who could make his own ideas at any time. To be honest, I don't want to get too involved with Captain Kurotsuka Mayuri, maybe he still wants to draw my blood. Dongmenhao told the truth, if it weren't for those heaven-defying items, he wouldn't care about Kurotsuka Mayuri, who would stay with a weirdo who might want to study himself at any time, and he is not a person with a problem brain. After listening to Dongmenhao's words, Anohanaretsu couldn't help laughing. Indeed, it's not a day or two since Kurotsuka Mayuri wanted to study them. Chapter 79. After returning to the 4th Division for a few days to recuperate, Dongmenhao went to another place, the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. This place is managed by the Gongamayo family, one of the 4 nobles, and ordinary Shinigami are not eligible to enter the Great Spirit Book corridor at all. But now Dongmenhao is named the captain of the 3rd team, so he has the right to enter the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. However, even the captain cannot read all the records, and some secret things also require permission. For Dongmenhao, there are actually not many secrets, he knows everything he should know. As for why he came to the Great Spirit Book corridor this time, Dongmenhao naturally has a reason. He likes Sui Feng very much, and this time the rescue has gained a lot of favorability. But it's not enough. If you want to attack Sui Feng, you need to work hard. The best way is to start with your Yuaki. Your Yuaki left in a hurry to save others, and she also thought it was a good thing to keep Sui Feng behind. But she didn't know Sui Feng's loyalty to her. It was naturally good for Sui Feng that she did this, but what she didn't know was that Sui Feng's loyalty to her was obviously higher than Soul Society. In the original book, Sui Feng also asked Yueki why he didn't take her away. If Yueki was willing to take 880 with her, then she would not hesitate at all. So it is best to start with Yueki's matter. Although Dongmenhao knows what happened and who is behind the scenes, the surface work needs to be done well. So he came here to read the records of the captain's collective defection. The news announced to the outside world is that the captain collectively defected, but it was the collective hollow incident of the captain. This is something that only captains are qualified to know. Dongmenhao now also has this authority. Looking through the original records, it turns out that Harakisuk was directly listed as a prisoner. There was no way, Harakisuk ran to the scene to save people, and Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu had no solution. And once they run away, the shit pot will be on their heads, and there is nothing they can do about it. After looking through the records of this incident, Dongmenhao looked through all the records about Shinigami Hollow. He knew that the fact that he read these materials would definitely reach the ears of Old Man Shan, but he was not afraid. After all, he was involved in the Shinigami Hollow incident, so it is inevitable to find out what happened, so even if Old Man Shan finds out about it, there is no problem. On the contrary, he can still create an image of doing his best for the Soul Society. Why not do it? After leaving the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, Dongmenhao found Sui Feng directly. "Why are you here? What's the matter?" Sui Feng glanced at Dongmenhao in surprise. Dongmenhao didn't look like he was here to study. Usually Dongmenhao would come here from morning to afternoon for a day, but today he came near the evening. "Well, there is something I want to ask. I went to the Great Spirit Book corridor to check all the records about the Shinigami Hollow incident. There are many strange things about the events of that year. You should know a lot about Shihao and Yueki." Dongmenhao asked his own question, but Sui Feng was directly fired. "Shut up and don't mention this traitor to me." At this moment, Sui Feng's facial expression was even a little distorted. "I've heard about your relationship with Shihao and Yueki. It's normal for you to hate her now, but as I said before, there are many doubts about this matter, so I'm here to ask you. There may be some hidden secrets about this matter that we don't know." Dongmenhao doesn't care about Sui Feng's emotional changes either. Sui Feng's emotions will definitely explode when talking about this matter, but Dongmenhao will turn it back after the explosion now. "What the hell do you mean? Are you trying to say that woman isn't a traitor?" Sui Feng frowned, his voice was cold. "Jag. Actually, is it the traitor Captain Sui Feng? You should know better than me. You are the person who knows Shihao and Yueki best. If you exclude your personal emotions, what kind of person do you think she is? Would she do such a thing? You know, as far as I know, Shihao and Yueki is the patriarch of the Shihao clan, one of the 4 great nobles. Unlike the Shiba family, which is a little bit down, the Shihao clan is considered prosperous. She is still the captain of the second team, and she has such a high status. Why would she do such a thing?" After Dongmenhao finished speaking, he continued to look at Sui Feng. "Who knows what she thinks? Maybe it's because of that guy from the 12th team." Although Sui Feng is still angry, but now he has recovered a lot. "You're talking about Harakisuk, the former captain of the 12th squad, right? This person is also one of the suspects. I've read the records of this incident. He voluntarily applied to participate in that investigation, but was rejected by the captain. Afterwards, he and the former Chief Kid went to the scene against orders. Then there was the Captain Collective Hollow incident, but problems followed. After the captain's and vice-captain's hollow, it was he and Tessai Tsukabishi who brought him back to Jinglingting, and after being arrested, Harakisuk did not resist, but argued with the 46 room. But room 46 once thought he was guilty, and there were traces of had number 88 released by Tessai Tsukabishi at the scene, but this trace was blocked by something, and the two were in the same group, so it couldn't be Yura Harakisuke. According to the report given by the 12th squad, apart from the Reiatsu of the two, there was no Reiatsu of the other captains and vice-captains at that time, giving people the illusion that Tessai shot into the air. But this shot was blocked by something. It was judged based on the traces. Since it wasn't the captains, nor Yura Harakisuke and the others, a third party appeared on the scene. However, the third party Reiatsu did not stay, and there is no remaining Reiatsu, so what did the other party use to block Tessai Tsukabishi's had? It can't be out of thin air. Had, the great kid, is no joke. Shihao and Yoryuki also went to the rescue after learning that Yura Harakisuke and others were arrested. There are many doubts in it, so the probability that this matter was done by Yura Harakisuke and others is not high. Dongmenhao said a lot of words, and Sui Feng also frowned after listening. Indeed, she also read the records to prevent her. I also know that there are doubts in it, but because of anger, she becomes worried about Shihao and Yoryuki, so she ignores these things. This is the consequence of emotionality, which often affects people's thinking ability and ignores some key points. Chapter 80. A third party? There is indeed this problem, but why can't the equipment of the 12th Division detect the Reiatsu reaction, and neither can others? Sui Feng asked with some doubts. Hearing this question, Dongmenhao was also a little choked up, so what's wrong with Sui Feng? Since Yoryuki is involved, is asking the question out of his mind now? If it was detected, Yura Harakisuke and others would not have defected. What I said just now proves that there is a third party on the scene, but this third party can handle the detection of the 12th squad and the perception of others. Combining these two incidents again, during the soul burial practice, the communication of the 12th team was directly blocked. There's no way Yura Harakisuke and the others did it. If it is said that they are the masterminds behind the scenes, it can also be explained that they will not be noticed when they enter the Soul Society, but Jinglingting is different. There is an enchantment around Jinglingting, once you touch it, you will be discovered, so it is impossible to sneak into Jinglingting, and the 12th Division team is inside Jinglingting, so the probability of Yura Harakisuke's attack is almost zero. Since it's not Yura Harakisuke and the others, it means that the mastermind behind the scenes is still inside Jinglingting, and they know everything about Jinglingting. You were led into the trap step by step when you performed the mission afterwards. There are indications that all the masterminds behind the scenes were still inside Jinglingting, but the other party's actions were very clean, so there is no evidence at all. Following Dongmenhao's explanation, now Sui Feng believed it, mainly because she herself did not want to believe that Yoryuki would abandon her, so now with Dongmenhao's rhetoric, her attitude changed. Then let's report this matter to the captain now. Sui Feng is also a little anxious. Although she complains that Yoryuki didn't take her with her, she is still loyal, so now she wants to help Yoryuki get rid of all these charges. It's best not to do this. First of all, we don't have any evidence in our hands. What we judge is based on my guess and your trust in Shihao and Yoryuki. You think she won't do such a thing because you know her well enough, but what about the captain? He's different from you. There is no evidence, even if there are some doubts, everything is empty talk. Furthermore, the most critical point is that we don't know who is behind the scenes and where they are now. I don't need to say more about the consequences of exposing this news too early. Since he can use the hands of Room 46 to deal with Yura Harakisuke and others, he can also use the same method to deal with us. Don't be fooled by the other party instead of doing nothing. The probability of this is not small. Dongmenhao shook his head, telling the old man Shan was useless, so let's continue to wait. Now he doesn't have the strength to compete with Aizen, and if he wants to compete with Aizen, he must at least be promoted to the super captain level. After all, Aizen is in existence second only to the Spirit King level in the later stage, so his current strength is not enough. Furthermore, if Aizen doesn't take the initiative to stand up, Dongmenhao can't do anything about it. He is invincible with Kaika Suijutsu. Even Dongmenhao can eliminate this ability, but others can't. He doesn't want to be splashed by Aizen. Damn it, is there nothing you can do? Sui Feng was also a little annoyed, but this time it was not with Yueki, but with his inability to do anything about this matter. There is no way, at least not for the time being, unless the people behind the scenes show their feet, but the probability of this is too small, so we can only wait. The other party must have some purpose for doing this. If the purpose is achieved, it may surface. Gone. Dongmenhao shook his head. This matter can only be put aside for the time being. Let's talk about other things now. I have heard something about your relationship with Shihao and your Yueki, can you tell me about it? Dongmenhao changed the subject and turned to Shihao and your Yueki. At this moment, because he knew that your Yueki was not a traitor, and temporarily let go of his emotions, Sui Feng's words became a lot more pertinent. Perhaps it was also because the previous incident had a greater impact on Sui Feng and opened her heart a little, so Sui Feng talked about some things with your Yueki back then. But the more I talk about it, the more excited I get, especially when I think about your Yueki's abandonment at the beginning, which makes Sui Feng's emotions a little out of control, and even his eyes are a little red. Do you think Shihao and your Yueki left you regardless and abandoned you? Dongmenhao asked after organizing the language. Rot. What else but this? If she didn't abandon me, why did she keep me in Soul Society? Sure enough, people who get into a dead end will never think about other things, but will accept the dead end, and now Sui Feng is like this. Captain Sui Feng, I think you need to re-understand what abandonment is. At the beginning, Shihao and your Yueki went to room 46 to rescue people. After saving people, she escaped from Soul Society. Her identity is equivalent to a fugitive. I can understand that she left you. If she really cared about you, she would never take you away. Because she is already a prisoner who did that kind of thing, and if she takes you with her, you will become a prisoner too. Maybe you don't care about this status, but she doesn't think so. Because she cares about you, she won't take you away with her, and let you be charged as a mortal. If she doesn't care about you, she can take you away with her, but that shows one thing, she doesn't care about you. Everyone cares about others in different ways, and not everyone can understand it. Let me tell you about my classmate. Dongmenhao told Sui Feng about Rukia and Byakuya Kukaki. Do you think Byakuya Kukaki interfered in Rukia's life for Rukia's sake? From Byakuya Kukaki's point of view, maybe yes, but from Rukia's point of view, she will feel that her life is controlled by others, and everything is made by others for her. She is like a marionette. Now you are in the same state as her, and it is the same with Shihao and your Yueki and Byakuya Kukaki, they feel that what they do is for the good of others, but others don't understand. This is human nature. Everyone is like this. I think I'm doing it for your own good, but you can't understand. The solution is very simple. Think about it differently. Put you in Shihao and your Yueki's position, think in her way, and judge for yourself. Was it wrong or right to take you away at that time? Was it for your own good or abandoned you? Dongmenhao can be regarded as a guest psychiatrist now. In fact, both parties are fine, but neither of them considers the problem from the perspective of the other party. Chapter 81. Take her place. Sui Feng was taken aback, understanding the problem emotionally. She always felt that your Yueki had abandoned herself. But now that she has calmed down, and brought in your Yueki's perspective, she suddenly felt as if she could understand your Yueki. Even to change it again, if this hadn't happened at the beginning, but she had no choice but to leave Soul Society, would she want to take Ye to go with her? Of course not. Thinking about it this way, it's the same, and the thinking that was so stubborn before has finally been released. Did I really blame your Yueki-sama wrongly? Sui Feng's expression was a bit dull. Seeing this scene, Dongmenhao almost knew that Sui Feng had thought clearly. Shihao and Yuryuaki didn't take Sui Feng away, most of it was for Sui Feng's good, that's for sure. However, Yuryuaki at that time probably did not expect Sui Feng to turn this anger into motivation, and even quickly took over the second team. But even if they take over the second team, their Feng family is still a subsidiary family of the Shihaoran family, so it will not change and cannot be changed. Thought it out. Dongmenhao said with a smile beside him. Well, I figured it out, I was indeed too stubborn before, thank you this time. The corners of Sui Feng's mouth raised slightly, she is in a good mood now, knowing that the object of her allegiance is not intentionally abandoning herself, but for her own good, that's enough. So subconsciously, a smile appeared on the corner of Sui Feng's mouth. You know, every time Dongmenhao saw Sui Feng before, he always had an iceberg face, like someone owed her millions. On the one hand, it is because she has closed her heart, on the other hand, it is also because she is the captain of the second team, so she needs to keep calm when doing things, but when it comes to Yuryuaki's matter, her emotions are extremely serious. You're welcome, it should be, Captain Sui Feng, if you can figure it out, I'm happy to see it. Dongmenhao smiled and responded, this time, the goodwill should be very successful, Yuryuaki is Sui Feng's most important person, and now Dongmenhao uses this to break Sui Feng's obsession. With time you should be able to take down Sui Feng. You don't need to call me Captain Sui Feng anymore, just call me Sui Feng. Sui Feng said something suddenly, which surprised Dongmenhao a little. It is very important to change the address, which means that Sui Feng also has a certain affection for him, otherwise he would not have said such a thing. Dongmenhao is also a normal man. He also liked these producers' wives back then. He has nothing to do with Sister Hua now, but he will in the future, as long as he defeats Sister Hua at that time. Sister Hua's strategy can be said to be the simplest and also the most difficult. The simplicity lies in that you only need to defeat Sister Hua, and you can basically make Sister Hua completely devoted to you. The difficulty lies in that it is very difficult to defeat Sister Hua. Sister Hua's strength is probably not weak among the super captains, so Dongmenhao doesn't have this ability now, so he can only wait for the future. I see, Sui Feng. Dongmenhao smiled and nodded. The sky had already darkened at this moment, the two went to eat something, and then separated. After a period of time, the people of the second team found that their captain seemed to have changed a lot and became a lot more cheerful. Although he still had an iceberg face, he didn't have the feeling that people would be scared at a glance. This change in mentality is still quite big. And when Dongmenhao went to study with Sui Feng later, Sui Feng even taught Dongmenhao Shunju. Sui Feng developed this trick by herself, not from Shihaoran's family, and she didn't even know that Shihaoran's family would know this trick, so she naturally taught it to Dongmenhao without any suspense. In fact, even if she doesn't teach this trick, Dongmenhao can slowly study it in the future. As long as White Hits and Kid reach a certain level of this trick, it is not difficult to know the direction and spend time researching it. However, after learning this move, it did not form a new skill, but was directly included in the combo attack. Originally, combo White Hits was pervert, but now there is another boosting skill, which makes Dongmenhao's strength skyrocket under normal conditions. He is not Kurosaki Ichigo, a super specialist. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo has no one to teach him, and he basically walks wild ways. Besides Zanpakuto, the only thing Kurosaki Ichigo knows is Shunpo, and it's very rusty. But Kurosaki Ichigo is enough to eat Zanpakuto all over the world, and his Zangetsu is really too pervert. How many people would have been Kurosaki Ichigo's opponents if it hadn't been for Yuhabaka's power to suppress Zanpakuto's real power? This kind of natural strong man is really speechless. To be honest, Dongmenhao also envied him, but in terms of the upper limit, he is undoubtedly higher. In the next few days, Dongmenhao ran to the second team almost every day, and the relationship with Sui Feng was constantly getting closer. People in the second team can also see some problems. It is obvious that their captain changed because of Dongmenhao. Benefactor. So they felt that Dongmenhao and their captain were a good match, maybe they could really make a pair. A few days after the peaceful time, Dongmenhao encountered trouble, and this trouble was named Zaraki Kenpeki. This guy actually went to the fourth team to block the door. Anyway, the meaning is obvious, if Dongmenhao doesn't fight him, he will keep blocking here. This guy blocked the door of the 4th division fiercely, making the 4th division and the people who came to treat them from other divisions a little terrified. But these people have nothing to do with this product. Good guy, I've learned how to block the door. It's a headache. Just find a place to fight with him. Dongmenhao is also helpless, this guy is completely unreasonable. 3.1 He was busy attacking Sui Feng these days, but this guy came to annoy him instead. It does need to be dealt with, but if you defeat Captain Zaraki, he will probably come to you more frequently in the future. Anohanaretsu said with a smile, she naturally knows Zaraki Kenpeki very well. To put it simply, it is stalking, unless you encounter someone who is really too big to beat, such as Old Man Shan. Of course I have a way to deal with this guy. He came to me mainly because the previous time I confronted him head-on and made him feel that I was the same kind of person as him. This time I will use Shunpo and Kid to deal with him. Dongmenhao has a lot of ways, why doesn't this guy find other people? Naturally, it's because other people don't fight him hard, and even use Kid to disgust him, so Dongmenhao also uses this trick. Jid has been making trouble for himself. Chapter 82 Captain Zaraki, if you want to fight, you can go to the first team to report, and then find a place to fight. Dongmenhao said directly to Zaraki Kenpeki outside, after all, it was a captain-level battle. Although one of them couldn't do Bankai, and the other didn't even know how to Shikai, their combat effectiveness was indeed beyond the normal captain level. In this case, you must go to the team to report. This is not as simple as the captain beating the vice-captain and the father beating his son. Captain-level battles often cause huge damage, and Jingling Court generally prohibits captain-level battles because the destructive power is too great. So Dongmenhao didn't want to be directly held accountable by the first team. Although such accountability will not be very serious, confinement and the like are certain. Zaraki Kenpeki doesn't care, but he does. TCH, what a hassle. Zaraki Kenpeki looked unhappy, but Dongmenhao wouldn't fight him if he didn't do this, so he had to do this. Xiaojian, go to the first team, I will show the way, and then fight with Xiao Hao. The Yaqian Liu on Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulders spoke, and as for her addressing Dongmenhao's 19, Dongmenhao was powerless to complain. Yaqian Liu himself likes to have nicknames, but fortunately, he is only called Xiao Hao, and it would be terrible if he were called Xiao Hazi. And it's much better than nicknames like Bald Head. You don't need to show the way to the first team, Baqian Liu. Zaraki Kenpeki said that he will not get lost when he goes to the first team, after all, captain meetings are often held. Everyone knows the consequences of Yaqian Liu's guidance, even if you don't get lost, you will get lost directly. Seeing the two communicating, Dongmenhao was a little curious as to what kind of existence Yaqian Liu really was. The existence of Yaqian Liu in the original book is very strange. At the beginning Zaraki Kenpeki picked up Yaqian Liu in the wild, and he killed many people at that time, but Yaqian Liu, a child, crawled out without fear, and was later adopted by Zaraki Kenpeki. This way of appearance is very magical, and Zaraki Kenpeki Bankai disappeared in the later stage, which is very strange, and Zaraki Kenpeki also appeared once during the battle. Dongmenhao all doubted whether Yaqian Liu was Zaraki Kenpeki's Anpakut or part of the power. Like Hueco Mundo's Coyote Stark, Lilynet is derived from his soul. But if this is really the case, then what about Yaqian Liu's three-step sword beast? In short, the relationship between Yaqian Liu and Zaraki Kenpeki is very special, and Dongmenhao can't figure it out for the time being. Afterwards, a few people came to the first team to report. Although captain-level sparring is not very common, it is not uncommon. So there is no big problem after the report. Due to the great destructive power of the captain level, the old man Shan also sent people from the kid to set up the barrier. Since everything is ready, let's fight. A burst of golden Reiatsu erupted from Zaraki Kenpei's body, but now that he was isolated by a barrier, it didn't overwhelm the surrounding kid crowd. Fight? I don't intend to fight with you this time. In order to prevent Zaraki Kenpei from making troubles for him in the future, Dongmenhao directly used Kid. Bakut S61 6-stick light prison. Bakut S60 200 steps railing. Bakut number 63. Chained. Bakut S79 9 obsidian bonds. The 75 5 pillars of Bakut. Dongmenhao completely abandoned the chance of Bakut, and released them continuously. First, the light sheet directly restrained Zaraki Kenpei in place, and then a 100-step railing was inserted on his body, and then a huge golden chain directly locked Zaraki Kenpei. After the chains, the Juyeo bin directly sealed the medium-sized Reiatsu in all directions. After sealing, 5 huge iron pillars fell from the sky, and Zaraki Kenpei was crushed under the iron pillars before he had time to react. Using 5 Bakut in a row, Dongmenhao's Bakut itself has the seal characteristic, and because of ultimate Reiatsu, the quality of Reiatsu is extremely terrifying. It may be difficult for a single head to control the Zaraki Kenpei guy, but with 5 consecutive hits, that's not necessarily the case. At least Zaraki Kenpei in this state should not be able to handle it. This. What a strong Bakut attainment! Seeing Dongmenhao using so many powerful Bakuts so smoothly, the kid outside were all shocked. Captain-level fights, they have come to set up the enchantment not once or twice, so this time they are also mentally prepared, and the letter chief kid has come. But now that Dongmenhao's Bakut came down, he was surprised, it was too fast and too simple. It is not impossible for him to use such Bakut continuously, but the speed is definitely not as fast as Dongmenhao, and he found that even if Dongmenhao gave up singing, the power of Bakut used did not lose much. This is the most surprising thing. You must know that unless Kid attains a certain level, abandoning chanting will still lead to the loss of Kid's power. Especially the kid above the number 90, completely abandoning chanting, at least he doesn't know anyone who can completely retain the power of Kid. Maybe Old Man Shan, the chief captain, can do it, but he has never seen him as the head of the great kid. After a careful comparison with Dongmenhao, the eldest kid leader found that his attainments in Kid seemed to be really inferior to others, which was embarrassing. You must know that the Kid people are best at Kid, and everything is based on Kid. It turns out that your main job is not as good as someone else's part-time job. It's not embarrassing. It's almost over. That guy didn't even have time to take off the blindfold. It's normal to be controlled. To be honest, if other people use this series of Kid, they may not be able to seal Zaraki Kenpei, but the person who uses it now is Dongmenhao, and Dongmenhao's use of these tricks is much more powerful. And the crucial point, Zaraki Kenpei did not have time to take off the blindfold. Zaraki Kenpei's blindfold was given to him by the 12th squad, and when he usually wears it, he will keep devouring his Reiatsu and storing it. To put it bluntly, this guy usually fights with people in a state of water. Only taking off the blindfold is his prime, but now Zaraki Kenpei has no time to take off the blindfold. If the blindfold is taken off, Dongmenhao may not be able to control this guy in this series of Bakut. But if he didn't take it off, he could only obediently be tied up and temporarily sealed. Seeing that there was no reaction from the iron pillar in front of him, Dongmenhao was sure that now Zaraki Kenpei below could not control his Reiatsu, and he couldn't take off the blindfold, so he probably could only be incompetent and furious below. As for how long it would take for him to break through these Bakut, Dongmenhao didn't know, and didn't bother to find out. Chapter 83. Yaqian Liu, be optimistic about your captain. By the way, if this guy comes out and wants to trouble me, you can tell him to come and I will seal him once. I still have a lot of kid that I haven't tested. He wants to be a test product, feel free to come. Dongmenhao stopped paying attention, and instead spoke to Yaqian Liu next to him. I know Xiao Hao, I will tell Xiaojian, but Xiaojian should be very angry if he comes out. Yaqian Liu nodded, since it wasn't dead anyway, Yaqian Liu didn't care too much, and she was also curious about how angry Zaraki Kenpake would be when he broke free. Then let him be angry, if you dare to trouble me, come once and I will block you once. Dongmenhao left after speaking. As for Zaraki Kenpake's thoughts, he didn't care, he would definitely be very angry when he came out. He even rushed directly to the fourth team to trouble him, but Dongmenhao couldn't help it. Once the precedent is set, this guy will stick around, and don't forget, he and Zaraki Kenpake technically have a feud. When he had just come from the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art, Zaraki Kenpake blocked him and beat him up. At that time Dongmenhao couldn't compete with Zaraki Kenpake at all, and was cut badly. If it weren't for the ability of spiritual healing, he would probably have to lie in bed for a long time, and he always remembered this hatred. Captain Dongmen, if we have time, we can share kid experience. Just when Dongmenhao was about to leave, the elder kid chased after him, and Dongmenhao knew what was going on. After all, the power and speed of his release of kid were perverted a bit. Regarding this, Dongmenhao dismissed the elder kid with a few polite words, and then left. As for the kid people, the head of the kid also left a few people here to take a look, and he also wants to know how long the kid can last. He didn't think about unblocking. Unblocking is tantamount to offending Dongmenhao, and he plans to befriend Dongmenhao. Furthermore, this is a battle between the two captains. It is estimated that such a Bakud seal will not last long, so there is no need for their kid to intervene. This battle can be said to be quite sloppy. After returning to the fourth team, Anohana Reiatsu, who learned about the situation, couldn't help laughing. She really didn't expect Dongmenhao to be so straightforward, to seal Zaraki Kenpake directly with Bakud. This is a direct shot of the explosive barrel. She is now also curious about what will happen next. This incident naturally reached the ears of Old Man Shan and the other captains. Although they didn't see it in person, they can basically make up the scene at that time. Ha 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 ha, that damned beast was sealed by Bakud. The happiest thing is Kuratsuka Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division. This guy has been at odds with Zaraki Kenpake. Now that Zaraki Kenpake has been sealed in this way, he even temporarily put down his research. The news spread wildly in Jingling like wings. In the evening, a golden terrifying Reiatsu shot up into the sky, and then quickly approached the fourth team. Rush out so soon? Dongmenhao was a little surprised. You must know that Zaraki Kenpake is equivalent to being completely sealed, and it is not so simple to break a complete seal. If you simply eat a Bakud, Zaraki Kenpake's Reiatsu blinks and you can break away. But multiple Bakud is equivalent to completely blocking Zaraki Kenpake's Reiatsu, which Dongmenhao didn't expect to be able to rush out in one day, but this guy came to the fourth team, which means he is here for revenge. Dongmen, get out! Before the person arrived, the voice came first, and Dongmenhao could feel the guy's anger from the voice. If there is no way to change it, everyone will be angry. After all, what this guy desires is fighting, and Dongmenhao is the only suitable person, but the result? He was given a set of had-set meals directly fooling Zaraki Kenpake. It's hell to not be angry after breaking through the Bakud seal. But will Dongmenhao spoil this guy? Of course not. It's true that Zaraki Kenpake has a true temperament, but it doesn't mean that everyone likes him. Although Dongmenhao doesn't hate him, he hates his behavior. Why do you kill people whenever you want? Lao Zi provoked you. Bakud no 99 forbidden. Before Zaraki Kenpake rushed to the fourth team, Dongmenhao flashed out with his substitute Shunpo, and then hit Bakud with number 99. The thongs and nails directly blocked the hands of Zaraki Kenpake, who was still completely oblivious to his surroundings in anger. 99 of Bakud Second Fan Swastika. First song, Stop Stretching. 2 songs 100 links. Finale, Swastika Te Feng. As Dongmenhao continued to sing, the huge cloth belt directly wrapped Zaraki Kenpeki, and then a dozen irons pierced directly into the body, and the last huge stone tablet with the swastika symbol fell from the sky, directly smashing Zaraki Kenpeki into the soil. A huge pothole was smashed above the ground, and Zaraki Kenpeki was sealed again after he escaped. Additional chant. Dongmenhao landed on the stone tablet, and then chanted the number 99 Bakud, and this time he simply blocked this guy for a while. His additional chant is the skill that seals Bakud's own, which can strengthen Bakud by injecting Reiatsu and the same chant after using the same kind of Bakud. As for the amount of reinforcement, it depends on the quality of the user's Reiatsu, and the quality of Dongmenhao's Reiatsu is a proper super captain level. Zaraki Kenpeki at this stage still has this level of power, and the most important point is that this guy still hasn't taken off his blindfold. This time I used Bakud number 99, enough for this guy to drink a pot. Anyway, Dongmenhao has already thought of it, as long as this guy dares to make trouble for himself, he will seal it once, and he is not used to Zaraki Kenpeki. The money is good, there is always a time when Zaraki Kenpeki will give up. Although the relationship will be stiffer at that time, there is no need for him to have a good relationship with this guy. 99th Bakud, and there is this special additional chant, it seems that Captain Zaraki will need a lot of time to break through this time. Anohanaretsu also came out naturally, there was such a big commotion outside her team, not to mention her, everyone else sensed it too. It's just that when Anohanaretsu came out, he saw the scene where Dongmenhao was using additional chant. Dongmenhao knows some of these kid skills Anohanaretsu more or less. Let him stay for a while, and if he dares to trouble me next time, he will continue to seal it. It is not easy to defeat this guy head-on, but the seal is an unexpected opinion. Dongmenhao said after patting the steel. Chapter 84. Dongmenhao said that Zaraki Kenpeki is easy to deal with is not just talking nonsense, no doubt Zaraki Kenpeki is indeed quite tough. But he also has a problem. Except for learning kendo from the old man Shan, he has never had much contact with Shinigami's skills, because he thinks it is unnecessary. What's the use of learning those things? He only needs to hold his own knife and chop the enemy directly, and it's over. This is his idea. Just like Dongmenhao is dealing with him now, it's too easy for a captain-level person to kite this guy with Kid and Bakud. Of course, it is not easy to completely seal this guy. Dongmenhao also sealed Zaraki Kenpeki so easily because of the characteristics of sealing Bakud and the advantages of his own ultimate Reiatsu. Someone else might have just thrown a Bakud and Zaraki Kenpeki would have broken through before the next Bakud hit, but even so, that's where Zaraki Kenpeki's weakness lies. When a berserker meets a mage, as long as this mage is not approached, then the berserker can only be beaten passively. Little Jian ran so fast, but it was sealed again. This time the seal is stronger. Not long after Zaraki Kenpeki was sealed, Yaqian Liu ran over and patted the steel. This seal is much stronger than the 983 just now. It is unknown when Zaraki Kenpeki will be able to break out. Dongmenhao also told Yaqian Liu that she couldn't break the seal with her strength, either wait for Zaraki Kenpeki to come out by himself, or he let Zaraki Kenpeki go, it's as simple as that. In the end, Yaqian Liu stayed in the fourth team, because she had to guard Zaraki Kenpeki, and she had a good relationship with Anohanaretsu and others, after all, she was a member of the Women's Shinigami Association. With Captain Zaraki has been sealed again. It seems so. Just now I heard Lord Dongmen's chants. It seems to be Bakud on the 99th. It's really amazing. The Bakud on the 99th is easy to come by. The members of the fourth team all slipped out after Dongmenhao and the others left, and looked at the huge stone tablet with emotion. The members of the fourth fan team now call Dongmenhao differently from the other fan teams. Since Dongmenhao bears the name of the captain of the third team, but is also a member of the fourth team, so they can't call Dongmenhao the captain, and they can't call him the third seat. They just call him an adult. People in other teams call Dongmenhao the captain, Jad. Early the next morning, the news that Zaraki Kenpeki was sealed again, and that it was directly sealed by number 99 Bakud spread throughout the jingling court again. This guy actually sealed Captain Zaraki twice in a row, but this matter still requires the captain to speak. Sui Feng was also a little surprised listening to the report of his subordinates. Xing Jun himself was collecting intelligence, so Xing Jun naturally found out about this kind of thing. Sui Feng's relationship with Dongmenhao has rapidly warmed up during this period of time, but she did not expect Dongmenhao to deal with Zaraki Kenpeki like this. To be honest, it was a bit dumbfounding, but the first team did not speak, and it was not good for Sui Feng to intervene directly. One is because of the current relationship between Dongmenhao and her, and the other is because both parties are at the captain level, so just wait for the higher UPS to speak. Captain, don't you really need to worry about this matter? Captain Zaraki is also the captain of the 11th team, so it's not good to be sealed like this. On the side of the first team, Kojiro said with a strange expression on his face. Don't worry about that brat, it's time for someone to take care of him, so we don't have to trouble us all day long. The old man Shan said that he wished Zaraki Kenpeki would be sealed, otherwise, apart from doing missions, this guy would find someone to fight in the Soul Society all day long. Although he could temporarily suppress that guy, but if he didn't pay attention, something would happen. It's not easy for him to directly teach Zaraki Kenpeki a lesson. Now that he has Dongmenhao who can make Zaraki Kenpeki feel embarrassed, he naturally won't say anything more. By the way, inform the second team that they don't need to worry about this matter, and let those two brats make trouble as they please. Knowing that Dongmenhao had a sense of proportion and would not make too much noise, the old man Shan chose to let it go. So Zaraki Kenpeki was sealed this time, and no one cares about it. However, the fact that Zaraki Kenpeki was sealed twice in a row has also become a topic of conversation among the Shinigami after dinner. Of course, the people in the 11th team were upset. After all, this was the captain of their team, so they went to the fourth team to find trouble. However, the deputy captain of their family was staying in the fourth team, so Yaqian Liu let them go back without any trouble. During the period, Yaqian Liu and others also tried to break the seal, but Dongmenhao's Bakud was too strong. And it also added chanting, in front of other people, this is a big mountain, no matter what the 11th team members can't untie the seal, they are all lose their temper. In the end, he could only leave in despair. In this way, Zaraki Kenpeki was sealed for nearly a month, but not many people cared about his affairs except the 11th team, because the emergence of another incident attracted the attention of others. Ichimaru Jin, vice-captain of the 5th team, applied for the captain's assessment. He has mastered Bankai. After passing the test, he will become the captain of the 3rd team. These were the original words of the old man Shang Shan at the team captain meeting, and the eyes of the others were on Dongmenhao for the first time. After all, he is now the acting captain of the 3rd team. Look at what I'm doing. I was just using a name. I said before that as long as there is a suitable person, then let the suitable person become the captain of the 3rd division. I have no objection. Dongmenhao didn't care about the title of captain, it was of no use to him at all. His reputation did not come from the name of the captain. Since there is no objection, Dongmenhao will carefully test the captain's assessment. At this time, the old man Shan spoke again, while Dongmenhao was speechless. Why did he have to test? But thinking about it, it seems that there is no big problem. After all, he is now the acting captain of the 3rd team. There must always be someone among these captains to test, so it is normal for him to go. After all, there are 3 conditions for the captain's assessment. First, pass the assessment under the witness of the 3 captains. To put it bluntly, it means confirming Bankai. It's more difficult. Third, defeating the previous captain Zaraki Kenpeki in front of 200 captains was the way to kill the previous Kenpeki and successfully become the captain of the 10th team. Now Ichimaru-jin is naturally taking the first route, and the tester, Dongmenhao, is also the acting captain, so he is the most suitable one. Chapter 85. The test location for the captain's assessment is not in the first team. After all, Bankai will definitely be used during the test. Except for a very small number of Bankai, the captain's Bankai will be very noisy. And the first team has already obtained Ichimaru-jin's Bankai data, so it is impossible to test it in the first team. Even the test site was placed directly outside Jingling Court. This is rarely the case, but it can't be helped, because Ichimaru-jin's Bankai is too pervert. The scope is too wide, you have to go outside the Jingling Court. The test site was placed outside the Jingling Court. How big is this guy's resolved movement? Kurako Shunsui looked at Ichimaru-jin, who was squinting in front of him, and was a little curious. What kind of Bankai would let the test site be placed outside Jingling Ting? At this moment, among the captains, only the 11th team, the captain of the 12th team is not there, and everyone else has arrived. Kuratsuka Mayuri is busy doing research, so he has no interest in participating in such an assessment witness. As for Zaraki Kenpeki, needless to say, he is still lying in the underground outside the 4th team. Then the captain test begins. When Old Man Shan knocked on his crutch, everyone was shocked. Captain Dongmen, then I will not be polite, you have to be careful, my Zanpakuto is very fast. Ichimaru-jin, who squinted his eyes, also reminded, and Dongmenhao also nodded. He also knows Shin's very well, and it can be said that he is the person who understands Shin's ability best besides Ichimaru-jin. Seeing that Dongmenhao was ready, Ichimaru-jin also directly pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand. Shin's in its original form can't even be called a sword, it's almost a dagger, it's too short. Shoot him, Shin's. As the Shikai language was spoken, the Zanpakuto in Ichimaru-jin's hand turned into a white light and rushed towards Dongmenhao. Shin's in the Shikai state has a speed faster than sound and can stretch 100 times. However, as soon as the blade rushed in front of Dongmenhao, Zanpakuto in Dongmenhao's hand directly slashed him in the wrong direction. Ichimaru-jin could only feel a huge force coming from the blade, causing his right hand to deviate a little to the right uncontrollably. Vice Captain Ichimaru, there is no need to test, just go directly to Bankai. Dongmenhao said that he is looking forward to Ichimaru-jin's Bankai, which is 500 times the speed of sound and can stretch 13 kilometers. Of course, it's not that long or fast, Ichimaru-jin said it himself after he stabbed Aizen. He lied about the number in order to make Aizen think that the length and speed of his Zanpakuto were the key. And the real power is the Zanpakuto fragment toxin dissolved in the body. Of course, although the length and speed are not as outrageous as he said, they are fast enough, so fast that no one else can detect them, and they can't react at all. Naturally, no one doubts this number, so this knife is still very perverted. However, it is only limited to the captain level. Every super captain has a terrifying fighting power. If his Zanpakuto is on guard, the lethality will be much weakened before the super captain level. Then I won't be polite, but I still want to remind you a little bit, Captain Dongmen, you must be careful, after all, my Bankai is very fast. Bankai Kamishini no Yuri. Ichimaru-jin went directly to Bankai, a burst of Reiatsu burst into the sky, and the blade rushed out at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Even Dongmenhao's naked eyes could hardly see the trajectory of the knife clearly. But Shinigami's way of fighting is not only relying on eyes, but also relying on Reiatsu. Zanpakuto itself has strong Reiatsu, and Dongmenhao's ultimate Reiatsu takes his perception to the next level, so he can perceive the movement trajectory of Kamishini no Yuri. But Dongmenhao also discovered that this speed is really fast, and it is difficult to block it under normal circumstances. Slaughter, bloody smoke. The blade turned scarlet, and the speed increased several times, so that it could keep up with Ichimaru-jin's speed. In the same way, Dongmenhao, holding the blood smoke, directly slashed Ichimaru-jin's knife away from the direction. This time the deviation can cause a big impact. Because the speed is too fast, and the blade is too long. Although it was not as long as Ichimaru-jin said, but because of this lateral movement, the section that rushed out directly cut a hill horizontally. Ichimaru-jin is now casually waving the zanpakuto in his hand. The destructive power of such a long blade is terrifying. The blood-colored knife, I remember that the knife at the east gate is not the same color after Shikai, and what about the bloody smoke? Isn't it Ling He? Except for Old Man Shan, Sui Feng, Aizen, Tosen can name Ichimaru-jin, the other captains were puzzled for a while. Ask for flowers. After all, Sui Feng has seen Dongmenhao's other zanpakuto Shikai, and the Old Man Shan also saw it from the documents Dongmenhao filed, and he also knows that Aizen and the others observed it secretly before. So they are not very surprised, but the other captains are completely different. The zanpakuto of the East Gate is a pair of zanpakuto similar to the leader of the Jing band, one is called Ling He, the other is called Blood Smoke, one is dedicated to healing, and the other is dedicated to fighting. Sui Feng briefly explained, and then everyone came back to their senses. Another set of zanpakuto? I didn't expect to be good at fighting in addition to healing. What a zanpakuto! 0. Komamura Seijin, who was wearing a toilet, was also amazed. Dongmenhao's fighting power was beyond his reach. Dongmenhao is similar to Zaraki Kenpeki, and has super fighting power without using zanpakuto in battle. Now it is Shikai to block Ichimaru-jin's Bankai. Ichimaru-jin's Bankai is undoubtedly super strong. At least just now, Komamura Seijin really didn't see what was going on. As a result, the knife has been stretched and turned into this shape, and Dongmenhao directly blocked the knife. Komamura Seijin found that if he fought, he seemed to be no match for others. Needless to say, Dongmenhao just abused him directly, and Ichimaru-jin's side, once the other party Bankai, there was nothing he could do. Although he can also do Bankai, Pluton has a huge body and busy movements. He is completely heavy and powerful, so he can't stop Ichimaru-jin's Bankai at all. Don't say that it can't be blocked by normal Bankai, even Pluton, the black rope scourge under his secret technique, can hardly block Ichimaru-jin's Bankai. Among many captains, Ichimaru-jin's Bankai is already very pervert, and the speed is really too fast. Even Bankai is blocked so easily, and there's a full set of zanpakuto. East Gate Captain, how strong are you? Ichimaru-jin's face became a little stiff. Of course, this was half-truth, the real reason was that he didn't expect Dongmenhao to actually block his Bankai, and he caught it head-on, and the false one was because he already knew about the blood smoke. Chapter 86. You can judge for yourself whether you are strong or not, but your tricks should be more than that. Bankai is not that simple. Dongmenhao looked at zanpakuto beside him and said that he knew Ichimaru-jin Bankai's moves. Kamishini no Yari does have a special trick, be careful, no stepping and even blade. Kamishini no Yari did not know when he retracted, and was placed in front of his chest by Ichimaru-jin. As for the position of the tip of the knife, it aimed directly at Dongmenhao. At this moment, Dongmenhao has simply closed his eyes. It is difficult for the naked eye to keep up with this speed. It is better to use Reiatsu to perceive it directly, otherwise the naked eye will be distracted. Cut. Before Ichimaru-jin made a move, Dongmenhao directly slashed a huge bloody crescent slash that was tens of meters long. The bloody crescent slash rushed towards Ichimaru's 427 silver, and Ichimaru-jin's move was released instantly. The Kamishini no Yari in his hand expands and contracts crazily like a convulsion. Due to its long enough length and speed, this knife can be said to be as terrifying as a super long-range sniper Gatling. The tip of the knife collided with the bloody slash, retracted immediately after the power was exhausted, and then rushed out again. Due to the extremely fast speed, the other captains could only see that Dongmenhao's slash was shattered in the blink of an eye, breaking instantly, and the tip of the knife continued to rush towards Dongmenhao. It's just that Dongmenhao can perceive the movement trajectory of the blade, so he used Shunpo to dodge directly in advance. For a moment, everyone could only see countless sword shadows and Dongmenhao who directly used Shunpo to transform into dozens of shadow clones. Of course, there was the hill in the rear that had been poked directly by Ichimarujin's Kamishinai no Yari. It's true that one is better than the other, even if one's knife is so fast, the other can easily dodge. Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but sigh with emotion, the fighting power was really perverted to the extreme. Look at this Shunpo, maybe Shunpo's attainment is almost the same as Sui Feng's. Captain Sui Feng, Captain Dongmen's Shunpo was taught by you. How is his Shunpo now? Can you give an evaluation? Jaisher Yukatake looked at Sui Feng, and asked. It was too fast, so many shadow clones were pulled out, it was outrageous. The Shunpo of the East Gate is no less accomplished than me. Sui Feng gave the evaluation, this is not her bragging, this is true. The main reason is that Dongmenhao's Shunpo has evolved, so if the level is converted to normal, then you need to add 2 levels to this level. Although Sui Feng's Shunpo attainments are very strong in Jinglingting, to be honest, there are still big problems compared with real masters. Just look at Shuradu's Senjumaru in the original book, this guy ran to the 4th team at a very fast speed when the 0 team just came to Jinglingting, and took away the wounded, and by the way cut off the 12 team Zanpakut take away. Among them, he still broke through the defense system of the 12th squad, and then ran all the way back. This Shunpo's attainments can be said to be outrageous to the extreme. Sui Feng can't react at all, so although Sui Feng's Shunpo is strong, it is still not enough in front of top players. And now Dongmenhao's Shunpo is basically able to catch up to Sui Feng. How long has it been since his Shunpo equaled yours? Kurako Shunsui and others were inevitably shocked. I know you are a genius and you are a monster, but is it necessary to go too far? Now the 2 people in the field are engaged in a speed duel, one Shunpo dodges the attack, and the other keeps attacking with Zanpakut. Suddenly fell into a deadlock. That's it. Soon, Old Man Shan knocked on the crutch in his hand, and both Dongmenhao and Ichimarujin stopped immediately. In fact, both sides now have hidden clumsiness, of course. Ichimarujin's hidden clumsiness is useless. Although his knife fragments are poisonous, they have to stab the opponent. If they can't stab Dongmenhao, this move is useless. Dongmenhao still has a lot of hole cards that are useless, such as anger explosion, instant coaxing and other skills. Once used, his speed will increase sharply again, and he has not yet used Bakud and had. With his current attainments, he can use such tricks even when moving at high speed. So it is not difficult for him to kill Ichimarujin, but it is not a life and death struggle now, so there is no need to be so desperate. Ichimarujin's Bankai has been seen by everyone. He is indeed qualified to be the captain. From now on, Ichimarujin will be the captain of the 3rd team. As for Dongmenhao, he will be cancelled as the acting captain. After the 2 stopped, the Old Man Shan announced the order for Ichimarujin to become the captain. As for Dongmenhao, he didn't intentionally give Dongmenhao any identity, because it didn't conform to the rules, and Dongmenzao didn't care about it. Old Man Shan intends to use Dongmenhao as the trump card of the Soul Society. After all, the growth rate is really terrifying. Now there is no shortage of captains, and Dongmenhao has returned to the previous 3 seats. Of course, although he is not the captain anymore, many captains already regard him as a captain-level existence. After all, Dongmenhao's record is too good to be true. There are many Aegis-level Minos Grandes who have been beheaded, and Aizen has been defeated. Looking at this posture now, if Ichimarujin continues to persevere, he will inevitably fail. Continuous high-intensity use of Bankai's tricks consumes a lot, so in their eyes, although Dongmenhao can't get close to Ichimaru-jin for a while, the consumption can still kill him. In addition, Zaraki Kenpeki was also sealed. In short, although Dongmenhao is not the captain now, no one will give Dongmenhao a face. His strength is here. Is there something wrong with the captain? It was a wonderful duel, but the destructive power is a bit strong. Kirako Shunsui glanced at the hill behind that was poked and exploded and the messy forest that was directly ravaged. Ichimaru-jin's Bankai really can't use 2.5 casually, especially inside Jinglingting, otherwise this length, this speed, a few strokes can sweep away a small area of Jinglingting, this is no joke. It looks like I have to find a vice captain as soon as possible. Aizen also said in a pretentious manner. With Captain Aizen's popularity, is it not easy to find a vice captain? Since Aizen is a good guy with good personnel, it is really easy to find a vice captain, and there is nothing wrong with what everyone said. How are you all right? After Sui Feng came to Dongmenhao, he looked at Dongmenhao and asked. Of course I'm fine. You can tell by the clothes on my body. The clothes are not torn, but thank you for your concern. Dongmenhao said with a smile. Chapter 87. After Ichimaru-jin became the captain of the third team, Dongmenhao resumed his position as the third seat of the fourth team. During the period, Katetsu Isane originally planned to give up the position of vice-captain, but was rejected by Dongmenhao. The reason is very simple, he doesn't like troublesome things, and the things that the 4th division needs to deal with are generally handled by Anohanaretsu and Katetsu Isane. So Dongmenhao didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, he just practiced honestly, other things had nothing to do with him. Although it is still the third seat, his reputation has not declined, on the contrary, it has become more and more famous. Linghe's healing ability allowed him to pull the casualty rate of Seoul society to a very low level by himself. Zaraki Kenpeki, who was sealed for a while before Dongmenhao also released him directly. Otherwise, based on Zaraki Kenpeki's situation at the time, it would be really difficult to break out, mainly due to the multiple superposition of Dongmenhao, which caused the power of number 99 Bakud to become extremely exaggerated. But after it was released, Zaraki Kenpeki was obviously dissatisfied. But Dongmenhao has a way. After 7 or 8 consecutive seals, Zaraki Kenpeki finally stopped bothering him, but the eyes he looked at Dongmenhao belonged to the kind of eyes that wanted to come up and chop a few times. Dongmenhao doesn't care about this at all, anyway he won't spoil Zaraki Kenpeki. In a flash, several years have passed, and another thing happened during this period, the Shiba maritime nature in the original book. In the original book, this matter can be said to be the eternal pain in Rukia's heart. After all, she killed Shiba Kyan, and of course, it was Shiba Kyan's own choice. Dongmenhao didn't get involved in this matter, one because it wasn't necessary, and the other was because he didn't know about it. After all, Shiba Kyan is a member of the 13th division, he is a member of the 4th division, and by the time he received the order for treatment, he was gone. But this time it was Jaishur Yukatake who killed Shiba Kyan directly. But Jaishur Yukatake is still not Rukia, and the operation in Rukia's original work is also very confusing. Shiba Kyan was obviously swallowed by the void, so in order not to be completely occupied by the void, he directly asked Rukia to kill himself. In fact, Rukia has no problem at all, and it can even be said that she is helping the other party. But what was the result? As a result, Rukia didn't say anything, and then carried it alone. What kind of operation is this? She didn't do anything wrong, but somehow she blamed herself. Now Dongmenhao wonders if Rukia made this choice because of her emotional changes due to joining the Kukaki family. But it's okay now, Jaishur Yukatake took care of the matter and told the news to the Shiba family. Shiba's family, which was already struggling, was hit again. Everyone was powerless and did not catch up with this matter, so there was nothing that could be done about it. On the 12th squad, after several years of research, Kuratsuka Mayuri did not research anything from the semi-aran Carminos Grande. There is no way. According to him, there are too few experimental materials. As for Hollow Seeing Army, 3 of them managed to control Hollow. Hollow itself can be regarded as an improvement, breaking the limit between Shinigami and Hollow. It does not necessarily require Hagyaku to control. As long as you have enough willpower and can suppress Su in your inner world, you can control Su's power. Among so many Hollow Seeing troops, only 3 succeeded. And these 3 people are still staying in the 12th team to cooperate with Kuratsuka Mayuri's experiment. It is impossible for them to return to the 2nd team at this stage. It is impossible for Old Man Shan to let this kind of Shinigami who can freely hollow run around in Soul Society, so now it is equivalent to being locked up in the 12th division, a different kind of prison. This is understandable. Shinigami and Su are natural enemies. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo was used as a buffer, and Aizen, the villain, was watching. The Old Man Shan didn't choose to do it in order to preserve his strength. Otherwise, with Old Man Shan's stubborn temper, Kurosaki Ichigo and others may really escape death. Such an ending is pretty good for several Seeing Jun, at least they saved their lives. Kuratsuka Mayuri has been studying their hollow ability, but the time is too short, a few years is not enough for him to study many useful things. This also made Kuratsuka Mayuri a little depressed for a while. Dongmenhao thought it was normal. In a world where Urahara Kisuk and Aizen made Hagyaku, how could it be possible for Kuratsuka Mayuri to research something from several hollowed Shinigami in such a short period of time? This situation made Kuratsuka Mayuri depressed for a long time, but he couldn't help it. It is said that this guy is almost in a state of madness now, and he probably won't stop until he researches something. Over the past few years, Dongmenhao's skills have also improved a little, but because he hasn't encountered any major events in these years, the speed of skill improvement is also extremely slow. Killing Sword, level 6 30%. Ultimate Reiatsu, Captain level 50%. Kid, level 6 5%. Combo White Hits, level 6 1%. Substitute Shunpo, level 6 5%. Sword Zen, 3% at level 6. Although the skill level has improved, it has not experienced the same qualitative improvement as when it was encountered in the past. At the beginning, Aizen gave him a lot of experience when he was doing things. But now, after all skills enter the 6th level, the progress becomes extremely slow, but even so, the increase is considerable. Even if Dongmenhao doesn't do anything now, it is estimated that he can directly enter the Super Captain rank in less than 10 years. Once he enters the Super Captain level, his Reiatsu quality will continue to increase by 1 level, which is the so-called boundary level. The so-called boundary level means reaching the critical point, such as Yuhabak, Shan Laotu, Aizen, Kurosaki Ichigo Hisubjubei in the later period. In the upward Spirit King level, there are only the current Spirit King and Yuhabak who absorbed all the power of the Spirit King in the original book, and Kurosaki Ichigo in the last peak period. In addition to combat power, the Soul King class is the quality of Reiatsu. In the original book, Ichibei Hisub also said that no matter who the Soul King is, between Kurosaki Ichigo and Yuhabak, no matter who is defeated, he will make it Cheng Ling Wang. The so-called Spirit King is just an item used to stabilize the world. And there are very few people who can reach this step. In the original book, these two reached this step. It can only be said that this Spirit King is also miserable. I thought it was awesome before, but it turned out to be a prop to stabilize the world. The people of Team Zero are not so loyal to the Spirit King as they are loyal to the world. As long as they can stabilize the world, they don't care. Something else. Chapter 88. If Dongmenhao's Reiatsu reaches the Super Captain level, then the quality will reach the limit level. Although it can't really reach the level of Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen in the later stage of the original work, it is similar. Now he still has a lot of time, he has saved a lot of cards, and he has no Bankai yet. Once Bangkai is gone, it's not clear what will happen. Today is the annual graduation season of the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, and many teams will go to the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy and select some students with good potential. Some students with good potential and good strength can choose the team they want to join. Just like Hisagi Shua at the beginning, he joined the 9 teams later. Although Dongmenhao also saved him once, but he cared more about Team 9, which has always been the case. As for those with poor strength and potential, they can only obey the distribution, otherwise there may be situations where only a few people join some teams. This kind of graduation time, unless the captains have an urgent task, they will usually go there. After all, this is an opportunity to snatch high-quality talents. But today is quite special, because Liu Qi and others who were in the same class as Dongmenhao graduated this year. Their strength has now reached the level of low-level officials, which is also the result of staying in the Zhenyang Spiritual Academy to practice according to what Dongmenhao said. After all, after joining the fan team, the ordinary Shinigami, the 4th fan team is okay, but the fighting fan team has changed batch after batch. Therefore, the study at Mo Academy of Spiritual Arts is very important. It is not a matter of talent reaching the level of Chwir, so it is best not to graduate early. Chwir, I am just a little pervert, I have awakened Zanpakut when there is no Zanpakut. Zanpakut was already calling to him, Reiatsu's strong lord. By the way, Hitsugaya Chwir has also entered the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art, which was introduced by Matsumoto Rangiku, and the steps are the same as in the original book. However, Dongmenhao deliberately paid attention to it, and finally found a person named Sujiro Kyuzakigwan. This made Dongmenhao a little surprised. Since this person exists, will there be 2 identical Zanpakut in the future? This is outrageous. But Dongmenhao also noticed one thing, that is the Wang Yin that appeared in the original book. The Wang seal is a special item with the ability to control a certain amount of space and time. This ability is outrageous. In the original book, Sujiro Kyuzakigwan was also blessed by the Wang seal and was sent to Hueco Mundo after death. This King seal is very special, Dongmenhao doesn't know what's going on, after all he is not qualified to touch it, this thing is well guarded. However, Wang Yin can control time and space, so maybe it was because of Wang Yin's sudden mutation that 2 Harinmaru appeared. At this stage, Dongmenhao is still in the wait-and-see stage. Maybe he can take the opportunity to get Wang Yin in his hands when Kyuzakigwan Sujiro returns in the future. Things that can control time and space are not as valuable as Hugyaku. Of course, now Chwir has awakened Harinmaru, but Sujiro Kusakaba has not, and when he awakens Zanpakut, something will happen. Mr. Dongmen, what are you doing here? Dongmenhao was still thinking about this matter, but Anohanaretsu's questioning sound came from next to his ear. It's nothing, I'm just feeling a little emotional, my class of students have finally graduated. Dongmenhao smiled and threw out all the messy things in his mind, things haven't happened yet, let's talk about them when they happen. That's true. After all, Mr. Dongmen, you just entered Zhengyagwang Spiritual Arts Academy and graduated directly not long after. There is no one of the most talented colleges in the history of the entire Mo Academy of Spiritual Art, but this year there seems to be a particularly powerful freshman, who is also a genius that is rare in 100 years. He just awakened with Shikai not long after he got Zanpakut, and natural Reiatsu is huge. Anohanaretsu has also heard the name of Chwir, there is no way, this guy is indeed a genius. When he first entered school, Dongmenhao's skill level was only comparable to that of killing kendo, and Reiatsu's skill level could not be compared with Chwir's at all. Moreover, Chwir is in the first class. After performing the soul burial practice and getting Zanpakut, he awakened within a few days, and he could become Shikai in less than a month. It can only be said that Chwir's talent is indeed an exaggeration. Of course, he was overwhelmed by Dongmenhao, a cheater. This topic didn't last long, the students arrived soon, the assessment had been completed, now it's just a matter of recruiting, the reason why the captains came here was also to give the team members a good impression. Dongmen, I'll leave the two of them to you. I'll report to Team 11. After Abarai Renji and others came, Rukia and Hinamori Momo stayed. As for Abarai Renji, as Dongmenhao suggested before, he went to the 11th team to report, and that is the most suitable place for him. Kira Izuru didn't want to bother Dongmenhao too much, so he went directly to the 3rd team. Rukia and Hinamori Momo have already said that they will come to the 4th team, so now they will directly join the 4th team. After that, some top-ranked people plan to join the 4th team. One is because Dongmenhao saved their lives back then, and the other is because of Dongmenhao's name. In the past few years, because of Dongmenhao's reputation, many outstanding graduates of each class have chosen the 4th team. This made the captains of the other teams extremely speechless. They really died from drought and waterlogged, but there is no way, who told them not to have such a famous reputation. Dongmenhao is now a gold-lettered signboard, and the students who can choose their own team all ran to the 4th team and lost it. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of the 4th, Qian Wang's, fan team was gradually pulled back a bit. After all, not everyone in the 4th division is good at healing, and Dongmenhao will also teach them to fight if they are not good at healing. With Dongmenhao's teaching, progress is self-evident, so gradually the combat effectiveness of the 4th division team also began to become stronger. It's just that it's not so fast to catch up. After all, not everyone has the same talent as Chuir, and not everyone has the same talent as Dongmenhao. But Dongmenhao said that given him a few more years, he will be able to make the fighting power of the 4th team equal to the average fighting power of the ordinary team. At that time, the 4th team will not be the team with the weakest combat power. Some people will be in charge of treatment and some will be responsible for fighting. This will also ensure the safety of the members of the 4th team. This year was even more extreme than before. Almost all the people in the first class chose to enter the 4th team, which made the other teams feel toothache. Chapter 89. Captain Anajawa, Brother Dongmen, Vice Captain Hutch, you guys have gone too far this year, and recruited so many students with good potential. Kirako Shunsui came to the 4th team to get close. He was really convinced. In the past, he could still drink some soup, but this year, he didn't have the chance to drink soup. The leader of the Beijing band, you can't say that. How to choose is the right of the top-ranked students, isn't it? Dongmenhao smiled, what can he do? This reputation is here, how to choose is his own business. That's what I said, but, forget it, it's because we don't have the ability ourselves. Kirako Shunsui wanted to say a few more words at first, but now he can't say a word because of being suppressed. Leader of the Beijing band, I advise you to go back and help quickly. After all, there are quite a few people assigned to the 8th team. If you are lazy, your vice-captain will probably kill you. Dongmenhao suddenly reminded Kirako Shunsui, because he saw Ise Nanao's death gaze from the 8th squad. Well, I'll go back first, and I'll talk about it later. Kirako Shunsui looked back, and 677 met the death stare directly, and his face turned green immediately. Fortunately, in order to save some face for him as the captain, Nanao Ise will not do anything in front of all the students. But once he goes back, he can imagine his miserable situation, and he probably needs to be transferred directly to the 4th team by then. Thinking of such a result, Kirako Shunsui stopped pushing, and quickly returned to his team. The recruiting of players is proceeding in an orderly manner. Rukia and Hinamori Momo followed Dongmenhao like little tails. A discerning eye can see what's going on. Since the 4th team recruits a lot of potential and strong players every year, most of the ordinary students are assigned to other teams, and not many people are assigned to the 4th team. However, the current 4th team is getting worse and worse. This is quite understandable, after all, most boys yearn to fight, unless they are like Yamada Hanadaru. Zanpakuta is originally of the healing department, of course, Yamada Hanatero's combat effectiveness is not weak. But this character makes people speechless. Most of those who join the fourth team are girls themselves, and because of the star effect generated by Dongmenhao, many female students of Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art put more energy on Kaide. In this way, the probability of being assigned to the fourth team will be greater. Therefore, among the students who were assigned later, the ratio of male to female reached a rare level of 20 to 80. This made the yin and yang decline of the fourth team more serious. Of course, Dongmenhao doesn't care so much, whether it's a man or a woman, anyway, they will practice and teach together when the time comes, it's as simple as that. After a busy day, in fact, Sister Hua and the others were busy, and Dongmenhao didn't do anything. Others also knew that he didn't like this kind of clerical work, so they didn't force it. You must know that Dongmenhao also has his own position now, he is now the chief instructor of the fourth team. The members of the fourth division were divided into different teams by Dongmenhao according to their talents. Those who are good at fighting are in the combat team, and those who are not good at it are in the medical team. There are also groups in the team, after all, they are good at fighting in different ways. Some people who joined the fourth squad because of Dongmenhao's reputation, they are not good at healing and Kaide, and they are more good at fighting. So Dongmenhao simply organized them into a combat team. The entire fourth team is now moving towards an all-round team. This once made Kurako Shunsui and others complain. As a medical team, half of the members are combat members? Is this reasonable? It is unreasonable. It's like going to a hospital and half the people in it are Grandmaster Sanda, BJFH, boxing or something, that's bullshit. Some captains even followed Dongmenhao's example and wanted to redivide the teams. But in the end, most of the operations undoubtedly failed. Dongmenhao's operation was also because of his strong perception. His perception can easily perceive where the problems of these players are when they are practicing. So it can be corrected in time, and Dongmenhao is an all-around talent who can teach anything. This is what other teams can't compare to. The captains have their own things to do, and it is impossible to teach the players all day long, and they also have to practice. But Dongmenhao is different, he will cultivate all skills by himself, and he is not the captain, so he doesn't need to do so many trivial things, so now he is responsible for these aspects. He is now the chief instructor of the fourth division, and the members of the fourth division feel their rapid improvement and are more convinced by Dongmenhao. Now the fourth team is almost an iron plate, and the core is Dongmenhao. This is the envy of the other fans, but they can't copy Dongmenhao's operation. Although doing so can indeed improve the cohesion and strength of some fan teams, it cannot be compared with the fourth fan team at all. After returning to the fourth team, the other members of the team have already prepared all kinds of meals. This can be regarded as a banquet for the newcomers. Don't be so nervous, you two. Although there are a lot of new faces suddenly, it's actually not that different from being in the academy. Seeing that Rukia and Hinamori Momo beside him were a little nervous, Dongmenhao comforted him. All newcomers to the fan team will be a little nervous, newcomers, it's normal. No, it's not that I'm nervous, it's just that there are so many strangers all of a sudden, some of them are not very comfortable with it. Hinamori Momo shook his head immediately, and so did Rukia. Mr. Dongmen, they are the classmates you often mention. At this time, Anohanaretsu and Katetsu Isane also came over, looked at Rukia and Hinamori Momo and said. Well, that's right, it's them, but their main talent is actually in combat, and the awakened Zanpakuta are quite powerful. Dongmenhao smiled and nodded. Hinamori Momo and Rukia are both talented in combat, Hinamori Momo is better at Kid, and Rukia is Zanpakuta extremely heaven-defying. Sodi no Shirayuki was able to use Absolute Zero in the Shikai period alone. After that, Bankai directly killed a difficult guy from the Star-Crossed Knights. However, it is very difficult to control. If it was not because of Byakuya Kukaki, Rukia himself would have died. Between Sodi no Shirayuki and Harinmaru, Dongmenhao is not sure who is the strongest in ice and snow. Chapter 90. Logically, Harinmaru is definitely better, but that's where the problem lies. Chwer couldn't fully grasp Harinmaru when he first started Bankai, and the Harinmaru Bankai of that period couldn't compare with Sodi no Shirayuki's Bai Zyapa when he first started Bankai. Although Rukia has also learned Bankai, its nature is the same as that of Chwer who has not fully mastered Harinmaru. When Rukia has fully mastered it, the power is unknown. So Harinmaru and Sodi no Shirayuki, who is the king of the ice and snow department, this is unknown, and the original book did not show the appearance of Rukia after fully mastering Bankai. Although I don't know how strong Bai Xia's punishment is in the final stage, but there is no doubt that its power and potential are no less than Harinmaru. Hinamori Momo's fame is not bad, but it is still far behind Sodi no Shirayuki. After chatting for a while, everyone was almost there. Anohanaretsu also came to the stage and said a few words. As for Dongmenhao, he doesn't like to speak on stage, so he said a few words and then returned to himself. Seat. This meal was also very enjoyable, but the newcomers who wanted to find Dongmenhao to drink were all persuaded away. Dongmenhao doesn't drink alcohol. Not only the people in the 4th division are very clear, even those who know a little bit about Dongmenhao know it well. The male Shinigami don't understand what Dongmenhao thinks at all. Why doesn't he like to drink? Even some female Shinigami are very puzzled, such as drunkards like Matsumoto Ranjaku. There was nothing to say all night, and early the next morning, the entire number 4 team got up. Except for some members who took care of the wounded, the other members who had nothing to do gathered at the training ground. This is what they do every day. Everyone who joins the 4th team, although the 4th team is a healing team, not everyone has the talent in Kaide, so those who join the 4th team will be divided into different teams according to their talents. In addition, the position of the seat of the 4th division is slightly different from that of other divisions. There are 2 types of officers in the 4th team, one is the combat officer, and the other is the medical officer. Starting from my 3rd seat, there are a total of 12 seats, but each seat is divided into 2 seats. The medical chief wins with Kaide's medical skills, and the combat chief wins with combat power. It doesn't matter whether you are a rookie or not, as long as you are a member of the 4th division, you will have a chance to challenge the chief once a month. If you defeat the opponent, you will be the new chief. Dongmenhao and the newcomers explained the situation of the 4th team. He carried out this kind of operation, so that the people of the 4th division were desperately promoted as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. The people behind want to overtake the people in front and take the position of the chief executive, while the chief executives in the front don't want to be caught up by the people behind and can only improve themselves desperately, so the competition is fierce. For a time, the overall strength of the 4th team has improved a lot, and this competition system is still very useful. Anohanaretsu also agrees with this very much, and even many fan teams have followed their example to make the players grow faster. New members of the team do not need to wait until this time every month, new members will have a chance. On the one hand, it is for the selection of talents. If there is enough strength, then it is no problem to become a seat officer. On the other hand, it is to deter newcomers. After all, some newcomers have achieved good results in the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, and they are still a little proud after coming to the fan team. This kind of operation is undoubtedly self-defeating. You must know that the fan team is different from the school. So on the other hand, it is to crack down on the newcomers, to get rid of the arrogance of Rear Admiral, which will help them grow. It's an exciting competition mode, but starting from the 3rd seat, the seats are divided into 2 types, so who is the other 3rd seat? The newcomers are a little eager and curious. After all, this is an opportunity to directly become the chief executive. The treatment of the seat officer is higher than that of normal Shinigami. 3rd seats? Boy, are you thinking too much, although the 2 points for the seats of our 4th team did start from the 3rd seat. But whether it's fighting or healing, there is no one in our team that can compete with the 3 seats in the East Gate. So strictly speaking, it is counted from the 4th seat. You know, even the vice-captain has said that it is not as good as the 3 seats in the East Gate. One person said, how can anyone win the 3rd seat from Dongmenhao? It's just a dream. That's right, although the 3 positions in the East Gate are only 3 positions, they were the ones who defeated the captain in a row back then, needless to say their combat power. As for the healing, the Zanpakuto of the East Gate 3 seats is too powerful, there is no way to compare. The other seniors of the 4th division shook their heads. Originally, there were 20 habits, ranging from 3 seats to 12 seats, but now there are only 19, because no one can reach Dongmenhao's level in any aspect. Therefore, there is only 1/3 seat in the 4th division, which has not changed in the past few years, and it is also the default of everyone. Newcomers, everyone has a chance, you'd better not challenge the senior officers. Let's get started. After Dongmenhao finished speaking, the field was vacated. The team members who woke up couldn't tell the situation at all at this moment. Among them, Rukia and Hinamori Momo had reached the level of low-level officers, and everyone else couldn't do it. 0. Except for those with good talents, it is undoubtedly a dream for others to want to defeat the chief officer as soon as they leave school. Why are there many Shinigami who have been ordinary players for hundreds of years? Is it because they don't work hard? No, it's because their talents are limited. Talent is flawed, although this is somewhat unfair, but the whole world is unfair. So the gap lies here. Among these people, except for Hinamori Momo and Rukia, the others are not close to the lowest level of the chief executive. So from the beginning of the challenge, everyone was tortured by blood. In particular, there is a kid with good talent who thinks he is very good, and he actually challenges the top 5 seats when he comes up. As a result, Bakud was hanged in the air by the 5 seats directly. It was miserable. After being constantly abused, these people know that being an official is not so easy. So after that, some people also chose to give up the challenge. There was no way, the gap was too big, even if it was 12 seats, the seat was the seat, and it was not comparable to these little guys who had just graduated from school. But after they calmed down, Rukia and Hinamori Momo, the 2 bottom hitters, came out. In order to ensure fairness, the person who has been challenged will only start after recovering, otherwise the wheel of battle will come, and the last person will benefit from it. Chapter 91. Hinamori Momo is challenging for the 12th seat. You dare to challenge me after watching so many games, it shows that you are also very confident in your own strength, so I won't talk nonsense, let's start. Although this officer had defeated many new players before, he is not inflated now. This is also a sentence that Dongmenhao has been emphasizing all the time, even if he is facing someone weaker than himself, he should not take it lightly. Especially the expansion of form, but Dongmenhao basically snuffed out any signs of it. He didn't want the chief executives of his team to become a bunch of egomaniacs, so these people had suffered a few times, and after being taught a few times, none of them dared to be inflated. No matter how many opponents you defeat, you need to be vigilant when facing your own opponents. But now, after going through so many games, some new players who have not participated in the challenge have given up. 450. Those who dare to stand up at this time are basically those who have enough confidence in their own strength. So in the face of this kind of person, they will naturally not take it lightly, otherwise, those who are defeated because of taking it lightly will basically be punished by additional training. This kind of additional training is very terrible. Then let's start, let's bloom, flying frame. Hinamori Momo liberated Zanpakuto when she came up. She is not an idiot, so she knows that she can only fight with the opponent after she liberates Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto quickly transformed into 7 swords after being liberated. You can be Shikai. The officer on the opposite side also immediately pulled out his own Zanpakuto and then Shikai. The opponent's Zanpakuto was from the physics department, and after the change, it became an axe. Frontal attack has a certain boost, but this time it's out of luck, because Hinamori Momo your Zanpakuto is fire type. And Hinamori Momo is also a mage himself. The chief who had just liberated Zanpakuto discovered that Hinamori Momo had already chosen to attack when he liberated Zanpakuto. A huge fireball blasted towards him. This is Fei Mei's ability. The reason why Hinamori Momo is so decisive is also because Dongmenhao often warns them not to hesitate, don't wait for the opponent to be ready before attacking. If you can catch the opponent by surprise, you can catch the opponent by surprise. This is how Hinamori Momo took advantage of Shikai's Kung Fu to attack directly. But at the moment, the seat officer on the opposite side is not very flustered, he has encountered this kind of thing a lot. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the axe in his hand simply slashed towards Hinamori Momo's fireball. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the axe and the fireball collided and the fireball exploded. That's right, it exploded. The fireball released by Hinamori Momo's flying sea will explode, right? But the other party didn't know, so he just chopped it with an axe. If he chose to resist at that time, it would be better than this consequence. The smoke dissipated, revealing the chief executive inside. At this moment, he was still a little confused. He thought he could split the fireball with an axe, but he was blown up all over his face. The deadly domineering outfit on his body was blown to pieces. King's Lander. At this moment, Hinamori Momo began to chant Kid again. After hearing this voice, the seat officer on the opposite side was also startled. This is simply too much, no time to breathe at all, right? They are also very clear about this point. When Dongmenhao taught them, he said that when dealing with the enemy, it is inevitable to beat the dog in the water. Don't care about image problems, and it is also important to make up for killing people. As long as there is an advantage, then continue to expand the advantage. Hinamori Momo also knows this truth, so now he went to the operation of beating the dog in the water and added an attack. And the kid she sang is actually integrated into her own Zanpakuto. Hinamori Momo is a mage, Zanpakuto is of the flame type, but it is also of the kid type. It can be used in conjunction with kid. Had on the 31st, Hinamori Momo can give up chanting now, but they will lose some power. After all, she was the one who could use the red cannon when she was reborn. Now that it has been several years, what she has been familiar with for a long time can no longer be familiar with. The red cannon was integrated into the fireball blasted by Fei Mei, and its power was much greater. Seeing a bigger fireball rushing towards him, the seat officer on the opposite side didn't dare to take it hard this time, so he could only use Shunpo to dodge it. But while he dodged, the stage fireball still rushed towards him, and this fireball could be controlled by Hinamori Momo. The huge fireball exploded again, this time the movement was bigger than last time, once again blinding the opposite seat officer. But before the smoke cleared, he heard Hinamori Momo's chanting again. Stop, stop, stop fighting, you win. The official was in a cold sweat, he was already a bit overwhelmed with the attack just now, and he might have to lie down for a while if he had another attack. In fact, he can't blame him, this thing can be remote controlled, even if he wants to get close to Hinamori Momo, he can't do it. A mage, a soldier, the soldier could not approach, was suppressed by the firepower, it can only be said that he was extremely aggrieved. Hinamori Momo succeeded in the challenge and became the new 12th seat of the battle. Although he won, Kid should not be too proud, otherwise he will be pulled down by others after a while. Dongmenhao nodded and announced the result, and Hinamori Momo was also a little excited. This time Hinamori Momo seemed to win easily, but it was also because of the opponent's problem. Of course, a pure fighter on the opposite side could not compare with her. After being suppressed by firepower, it is impossible to get close. Switching to someone who is close to the habit of being good at Kid will probably cause Hinamori Momo a headache. Although it is possible to defeat it, it will take a long time, and it will become a PG situation. After Hinamori Momo's success, Rukia also directly challenged for the 11th seat. This time, the 11 seats on the field didn't say a word of nonsense, and they directly liberated their Zanpakuto when they came up. He was also afraid. He was really defeated by the rookies, although it was true that they were strong, but they were also aggrieved by the 1.9. The Zanpakuto of this seat officer is of the wind type and is good at cutting type attacks. But once Rukia freed her Zanpakuto, all eyes were on her. What a beautiful knife, covered in snow white. The eyes of everyone who saw Sodi no Shirayuki lit up, which is quite normal. After all, Sodi no Shirayuki is called the most beautiful knife in Seoul society. It's not the first time I've seen Dongmenhao. This knife is indeed very beautiful, at least it's much more beautiful than watching anime. In the anime, there is a ribbon behind a white knife. But now the real Sodi no Shirayuki still has some peculiar lines on it, which makes people feel that this knife is beautiful at a glance, just like a work of art. So now Sodi no Shirayuki has directly attracted the attention of almost everyone after its liberation. Chapter 92 Saiwu, by Lien. The two sides liberated Zanpakuto, and Rukia also shot first, stabbing Zanpakuto 4 times in a row on the ground. The powerful freezing air was released suddenly, turning into a streak of ice that quickly spread towards the opponent. The ice came very quickly. Originally, the officer on the opposite side was still guessing Rukia's moves, but suddenly a piece of ice spread towards him. Although he was a little surprised, he was not too flustered, and danced the Zanpakuto that had turned into a ring blade in his hand. A wind blade rushed out from the ring Zanpakuto and hit the ice. The power of the wind blade is not weak, and Rukia's ice was blocked in an instant. Although the move was a little abrupt, but she was still a fresh graduate, so Rukia's move didn't have any effect. And her opponent is Zanpakuto of the wind system, and Zanpakuto of the wind system is mainly about cutting. Knowing that it is difficult for her long-range attack to hurt the opponent, Rukia simply took the initiative to approach the opponent, looking for opportunities. Because Zanpakuto of the wind element can not only attack from a distance but also fight in close combat, he also intends to face the enemy head-on the 19th party, just like Rukia. In fact, the choice of this officer is also very correct. His wind element Zanpakuto can unleash ranged attacks, but melee is better. Constantly releasing long-range attacks consumes a lot of energy for Reiatsu, and releasing such attacks in melee is not easy to be dodged, and he controls the wind to wrap around his ring blade, so that the cutting force becomes very powerful. Rukia fell into a passive situation for a while in a double anti-close range battle. As I said before, Rukia's kendo talent can be said to be mediocre, even though Dongmenhao went to the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy to teach them for a period of time. But the biggest improvement is Renji, followed by Kira Izuru, then Hinamori Momo who is good at kid, and finally Rukia. Rukia's kendo talent is really helpless, and Dongmenhao can't save it, so this is her weakness now. Her kendo doesn't seem to be very strong, so why choose melee with her opponent? Sister Hwa and Kotetsu Isane also saw it, and at this moment Kotetsu Isane couldn't help asking his own question. Yanjian, you can't just look at things on the surface. Her swordsmanship is indeed very weak. In such a situation, choosing close combat can eliminate the factors of white hits and kid. Then there is only one reason left, her Zanpakuto ability. Anohanaretsu, a senior, naturally knows what Rukia is going to do. At this stage, Rukia cannot give up Zanpakuto. After all, after the normal Shinigami Shikai, Zanpakuto must be powerful, not white hits. The second is kid. People who use kid need to chant, even if they give up chant, long distance is the best choice. So now Anohanaretsu can only think about Rukia's Zanpakuto ability. Sure enough, the battle in the field changed rapidly. Although he was at a disadvantage, Rukia seized an opening and pulled it with his Zanpakuto stroke. A white circle appeared above the ground to enclose the two of them. First dance, Uebi. Rukia has a lot of tricks, the first dance, the second dance, the third dance, and Absolute Zero are all skills from Rukia Shikai's period. Kawu, Uebai, is more like a trap-type move, and it must be close to her to be effective. At this moment Rukia released this move, the sudden shock made the opponent stunned for a while, and Rukia jumped away in a dodge, and then an icicle rose from the ground, wrapping the official in it. It seems that the winner has been decided, but this time the victory is a bit of a fluke. Seeing this scene, Dongmenhao nodded. Rukia has indeed defeated the opponent. No matter what the reason is, defeat is defeat, but it is more difficult for Rukia to defeat the opponent a second time. Because her ability is already known by everyone, Uebai's move is the best to use when the opponent doesn't know. It is a trap-type move that uses herself as a bait. The premise is that it works when people don't know it, but now that people know it, people will naturally take precautions, so it will not be easy for Rukia to beat the opponent next time. But I have to say that Rukia's strength improvement is indeed very good. In the original book, Rukia also learned these tricks very early, and his talent is very good, but this guy Byakuya Kukaki interfered wantonly in Rukia's life. So Rukia has been unable to get enough growth. Now that there is no such suppression, Rukia's growth has been much faster. According to Dongmenhao's understanding, Rukia has now slowly started to get in touch with Sanmu, the White Sword. But these tricks are nothing compared to the most powerful Absolute Zero in her Shikai. The real horror is Absolute Zero and Bankai, but it's too early for Rukia at this stage. The next thing Dongmenhao has to do is to bring Rukia and Hinamori Momo into actual combat. In fact, their strength should not be limited to such a point, mainly because they have always been in the accumulation stage in the academy. After all the students of Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art entered the 13th team, there were only two endings. One is to accept baptism in battle, which will cause a period of rapid improvement, which is caused by their tiredness in school for the past few years. Having accumulated enough experience, he has reached a bottleneck, and now that he has been released, his strength will naturally increase. The other 717 was directly killed because he couldn't adapt to the battle of the 13th team. There are only these two possibilities, and the accumulation of Rukia and Hinamori Momo is undoubtedly very terrifying. So in the future, take them in actual combat as much as possible, so that their combat effectiveness can be increased rapidly. It is estimated that he will soon be able to enter the strength of the middle seat officer of the 4th team. Although the 4th division is not a battle division, it is not difficult to find a battle. They only need to apply when other battle divisions are performing tasks, and follow along to get in touch with the battle. In recent years, Dongmenhao has often used this excuse to rob monsters. Except for the 11th team, the other teams didn't say much. They wished for someone to help them bear a little pressure. As for the 11th team, those guys are a group of fighting madmen. If you go to steal their monsters, they will naturally be upset. But they can't help it. If they can't grab the blame, it's entirely because of their own strength. They also have to bring the 4th team. The meaning of the existence of the medical team is like this: the combat team is the most dangerous, and it is impossible to get rid of the random 4th team, so that the players will have enough opportunities to fight. Inti Wang. Chapter 93. At the end of the battle, Lucia took the 11th seat, and Hinamori Momo took the 12th seat. But whether this seat can be secured is a problem. After all, the seats of the 4th team are changed every month, so Dongmenhao decided to take Rukia and Hinamori Momo to practice in actual combat. As for the target chosen this time, except for the 11th team, the other teams have no tasks, so they can only follow the 11th team. The task of the 11th team must be known to the 4th team. After the battle, the treatment personnel are the key. And they, the members of the 4th team, are like field doctors, they can follow them to the front line. It just so happened that the 11th team had just received a realistic mission to clean up the group, and there were actually quite a few such missions. Regardless of whether it is the present world or the Soul Society, there will be incidents of virtual gatherings, and the Soul Society is a little less. After all, virtuals must pass through the boundary if they want to enter. But the world is caught between the two, and you can go as you please, so there will be incidents of virtual gatherings. At this time, the 11th team needs to do it. Damn it, it's the 4th team again, these bastards are here again, and there are still so many people here. The people from the 11th team were already waiting at the crossing gate, but after seeing the people from the 4th team, they couldn't help but flip the table, including the opponent. Renji's combat talent is very good, and he is also like a beast, which is very suitable for the 11th team. In addition, the 11th team belongs to the fighting team, whoever is stronger is right, so after joining the 11th team, Renji also quickly defeated many opponents, and also won the qualification of the seat officer. This is generally rare in other teams, but it is normal for the 11th team, and now Renji is also an officer of the 11th team. Originally, Renji was quite happy to see Dongmenhao leading the team, as well as acquaintances such as Rukia and Hinamori Momo. As a result, the bursts of wailing around him made him a little confused. What's wrong with these guys? Seeing the people of the 4th team felt as uncomfortable as eating flies, I'm afraid they are sick. You are newcomers, you will soon know how much these bastards of the 4th team have gone too far. The members of the 11th team who spoke were very helpless, and they almost became embarrassing. A few years ago, Dongmenhao started to train the 4th team, and until now, the 4th team has been robbing the monsters of other teams. Fighters like them are the most robbed by monsters, which makes them very helpless, but there is nothing they can do about it. Shinigami killing ghosts is a matter of course, and no one stipulates that people in the medical team cannot go up and kill the enemy. It's all Shinigami, no one cares about this kind of thing, but they do. Almost every time, the 4th team has more people than their 11th team. As the saying goes, there are too many monks, and when it comes to fighting, the 4th team is as if they have been beaten with chicken blood. The team members are still fierce. In the first few times, the members of the 11th squad were completely fooled. Who has ever seen a group of doctors charge more fiercely than the combatants on the battlefield? It just happened that such a thing happened in front of them. And because every time there are more people from the 4th team than their 11th team, it is impossible to rob the opponent at all. In the end, after a lot of tossing, most of Su were hacked to death by members of the 4th team, and the 11th team was reduced to a foil instead. Over the past few years, the 4th team has almost become the shadow of the 1st team. The opponent's 3rd seat, that is, Dongmenhao, had sealed his captain to death, and finally lost his temper. The vice-captain didn't care about things, he was heartless. The normal members of the 4th team are also all kinds of monsters. They couldn't do anything to the members of the 4th division, they killed Su. If you do it, it's your own problem. So the 11th team was aggrieved, and the entire team was overwhelmed by the 4th team. This time, I originally planned to bring a group of newcomers to carry out the mission, but the 4th team also had the same idea. If you bring in newcomers, then I will also bring in newcomers, and it turned out to be like this. Ahem, everyone from the 11th team, our 4th team has arrived, we can go. Dongmenhao coughed, and then said to the 11th team, the leader of the 11th team is Ayasukawa Yumichika, a guy with a man's body and a daughter's heart. This product's Zanpakut glass-colored peacock can absorb Reiatsu, which is a very good Zanpakut. It's just that the usual performance is unbearable. Let's go, why do you put on a look of eagerness to try? Ayasukawa Yumichika could only sigh. To be honest, he even thought about whether to suggest that his captain give half of the characters directly to the 4th division. Every time the 4th squad fights monsters, it is very powerful. If this continues, it is better to give half of the mission to the other party directly, so as to save worry when performing the mission. But this is impossible. First of all, Zaraki Kenpake will not take care of this matter, and secondly, even if he takes care of it, the 1st team above will not approve such a thing. Assign combat missions to a medical team, why not use their combat team? So in the end he also gave up and could only maintain the status quo. In desperation, people from the two teams entered the crossing gate, and Renji also leaned over to chat with Dongmenhao and the others. Anyway, this kind of rush only needs to ensure that the speed is not slow, and it is enough not to fall behind. Regarding the behavior of his own players, Ayasukawa Yumichika didn't say much. If it was an ordinary player, he might reprimand him. But for Abarai Renji, who has good talent and combat effectiveness, it is no problem to turn a blind eye. Of course, the most important point is that people know Dongmenhao, and even Dongmenhao's own captain, Wang Liaozhao, can be submissive. To be honest, Ayasukawa Yumichika hasn't seen anyone compromised by himself, but what happened? Dongmenhao froze Zaraki Kenpeki and lost his temper. Passing through the world crossing gate was very smooth, and there was no such thing as a sudden encounter, and the people of the 12th squad would also be able to calculate. After coming to the present world, everyone didn't stay, but quickly found the location where the group gathered according to the coordinates given by the 12th division. The Su here is not strong, at least there is no Minos Grande of the Jillian level, they are all below the Minos Grande, the strongest Su and the Minos Grande are nothing more than powerful Su. But if left alone, these virtuals will fight each other, and it is estimated that a Jillian level Minos Grande will be born in the future. After everyone came here, they also met the members of the 13th Division stationed here. The members of the 13th Division are distributed in different places in this world, constantly sending their souls into the Soul Society, and killing some ghosts who are alone. Chapter 94 East, third seat at the East Gate. I didn't expect to see you here, are you leading the team this time? The members of the 13th Division were a little excited after seeing Dongmenhao. After all, because Jaishur Yukatake was often healed, drawing blue, by Dongmenhao, the members of the 13th Division liked Dongmenhao much more than other divisions. After all, the captain of their team was a sick man before, and most of the time he left things to his subordinates. But since being healed by Dongmenhao from time to time, Jaishur Yukatake didn't have this kind of situation again. Otherwise, a sick captain is really not very good, and it is Dongmenhao who changed their status quo. Although it's not the first time I've seen Dongmenhao, I'm still a little excited to see him now. I'm just the leader of the 4th team, and this is the leader of the 11th team, Ayase Chuanwuxi. Dongmenhao nodded and introduced Ayasukawa Yumichika. Let's talk about politeness later, we should deal with these hypocrisy first. Looking at the dense void in the valley in the distance, Ayasukawa Yumichika said. That's right, the 4th team, give it to me. As soon as Dongmenhao waved his hand, the members of the 4th division immediately drew out their knives. Except for a few people who completely took the medical route and didn't need to fight much, the rest of 090 rushed into the virtual group like chicken blood. Middle. As for Rukia and Hinamori Momo, it is naturally the same, Dongmenhao told them before coming here. It is natural to rush to grab monsters quickly, so they rushed up one by one. People from the 11th team hurry up, don't let the people from the 4th team grab too much. Ayasukawa Yumichika also quickly let the people of his own team come on, as for himself, he was watching here like Dongmenhao, there was no powerful nothing but a little more black. So there is no need for them to take action, and most of the purpose of their coming is just in case. Sure enough, it's the same as the rumors. Since he is permanently stationed in the present world, and the members of the 13th Division are scattered, this member of the 13th Division has never seen anyone from the 11th Division robbing monsters, he just heard some news. Originally, he was a little sniffy, a medical team, no matter how awesome it is, can it be heaven-defying? But now it turns out that this group of doctors is really heaven-defying, each and every one of them is as bloody as a chicken, even more like the fighting team than the 11th team. Seeing these 10 scenes with his own eyes undoubtedly had a huge impact on him BJFB. And with the passage of time, he discovered to his astonishment that the 4th team had killed more Su than the 11th team. The two teams are like dragons vying for treasure, he even feels sorry for them. For example, the one I saw just now was seen by a member of the 4th Division, who went up and stabbed it. Although he didn't kill it directly, the people from the 11th Division came to snatch the monster. The opponent managed to dodge the deadly attack, but a red cannon directly fell on the head, and the mask was shattered. Almost all of them were fighting for each other, and Su, who was in the middle, was out of luck. One horse. Rushing to kill Su, although there are a lot of needs here, but they are also frightened by their resolute methods. In the end, he wanted to run away, but Dongmenhao directly pointed and exploded everyone who was about to escape to the black cavity. He didn't even know what trick Dongmenhao used, he didn't chant, and he didn't use Zanpakut. In fact, Dongmenhao used the simplest had number 1. For others, at most it would be a weak shock wave. But for Dongmenhao, a random hit is a high explosive bomb, so Su, who wanted to run, was directly blown off his head. Furthermore, Dongmenhao doesn't even need to chant the name of Kid. Abandoning a chant is generally a way of discarding a chant spell, but Kid's name still needs to be chanted. But what about Dongmenhao? Even this step has been discarded. Of course, with Dongmenhao's current situation, only the first 30 had can be used without saying a word, and the later ones still need to read their names. Now I finally know what you guys said just now. Is this really the 4th team? Abarai Renji couldn't help but slapped himself on the forehead after checking that the surrounding Su had been completely killed. No wonder these seniors told him just now that he just needs to know when the time comes. He is really scared now. In other words, he was frightened at the beginning. Originally he thought that the 4th Division came just for treatment. But I never expected that before the members of the 11th team rushed up, the 4th team rushed over. This kind of operation made him completely confused, but after he came back to his senses, he quickly followed the 11th team to act together, but he found that he was still too naive. The members of the 4th Division were also good at robbing monsters, so they snatched several monsters from him. This kind of operation made him extremely depressed, and also aroused his competitive spirit, but most of the ghosts were robbed by others and killed with one knife, or directly solved by Kid. There are not many that he can snatch back. It can be said that it is miserable. However, he is not good at Kid, and he can blow up Kid even with a red cannon. This is when the plot of the original novel begins, that is, decades later. It can be said that Renji's Kid talent is also rare in Soul Society. Comparing with Hinamori Momo, who can release the red cannon as soon as he comes back to life, Kid is really too difficult for Renji. That's right, you've seen it all. Basically every time the members of the 4th team participate in a mission, they will rush to the front, more ruthless than us. Sometimes I even doubt who is in the 11th team, but now I'm more or less used to it. The senior who talked to Renji just now said helplessly, it's not good if you're not used to it, you can't be PD off every time, so when you should calm down, you should calm down. Now I wonder if I joined the wrong team. Abarai Renji glanced at Dongmenhao helplessly, complaining inwardly, but now he has joined the 11th team, so he doesn't bother to care about it. There was no need to clean up the mess, and everyone gathered together again. But at this time, Dongmenhao suddenly felt a Reiatsu wave. This Reiatsu wave was very weak, even so weak that no one else could sense it. But Dongmenhao can clearly sense this Reiatsu reaction, his perception is quite powerful. Looking in the direction where Reiatsu's reaction was perceived, what came into view was a black cat, and the eyes of one person and one cat just met. Is this Shihao and Yuaki? Seeing this familiar black cat, Dongmenhao thought of Shihao and Yuaki in the original book. Chapter 95. This kid can't see something. He is that guy named Dongmenhao, and he met him here. Yuaki also saw Dongmenhao, and at the moment she wondered if she was being seen. As for Dongmenhao, she naturally knew it too, and even recognized it at a glance, because she knew what Dongmenhao looked like, and it was in the information. Although Urahara Kisuk has left the Soul Society, he has also been collecting information on the Soul Society. Dongmenhao's reputation has already resounded throughout the Jingling court, and even Rukanga is full of topics about him. Yura Harakisuk also deliberately collected Dongmenhao's intelligence name, so Yuryuaki recognized it easily. Forget it, let's go first, so as not to cause complications. After a glance, Shihao and Yuryuaki, who was a little uneasy, planned to leave directly, but she didn't use Shunpo either, so she just left. Normally, it is not impossible for a cat to appear in this kind of place. And Yuryuaki's Reiatsu is well hidden, that is, Dongmenhao's pervert-level Reiatsu perception can only be perceived. Ayase Chuan Wuxi, I'm going to check the situation around, please take care of the people in the fourth team. After speaking, Dongmenhao left directly without giving Ayasukawa Yumichika a chance to react. Really, can the strong be so willful? Ayasukawa Yumichika also had nothing to say, they are currently repairing, after all, some people are still injured, it is impossible not to be injured in this kind of battle, but there is no death. People from the 4th Division healed the fighters on both sides, while Dongmenhao used Shunpo to directly catch up with Shihao and Yuryuaki. You can stop, Shihao and Yuryuaki. Dongmenhao chased for some distance, and then directly stopped Shihao and Yuryuaki. You can actually recognize me, I remember that even in the Soul Society, there are not many people who know that I can turn into a black cat. Yuryuaki looked at Dongmenhao with some surprise. Her transformation is actually a secret technique of the Shihaoran family, which can turn people into cats. This is actually related to the instant coaxing she practiced later. Instant coaxing Yuryuaki has developed 3 stages. The first stage is the normal instant coaxing, which enhances the power of fists and feet. The second form is Thunder God battle form, and the third stage is Thunder Beast battle form Shunlong Black Cat War Princess. In the third stage, Yuryuaki will grow cat ears and cat tails, and become a half-human half-animal form. In this form Yuryuaki becomes like a real beast, completely out of control. The fact that Yuryuaki can transform into a black cat has actually appeared on the Soul Society side. Dabai called her a cat demon, and the relationship between Dongmenhao and Sui Feng in recent years, so I also learned from Sui Feng back then Yuryuaki would turn into a cat and sneak out to play. And Yuryuaki was the patriarch of the Shihaoran clan at that time, so it is impossible for a cat to become a human, so it can only be the secret technique of the Shihaoran clan. Combined with the form of the Black Cat War Princess, it can be basically determined that the reason why Yuryuaki uses this transformation may be to imitate cats to practice the Thunder Beast battle form. This is also a reasonable explanation. I learned about it from Sui Feng, and I just have one thing to ask you about the addict in that incident. Dongmenhao told Yuryuaki what he said to Sui Feng at the beginning. His purpose was simple. He asked Yuryuaki to go back and meet Sui Feng. After all, Sui Feng has such a good relationship with him now, so he can help Sui Feng just help out. Yuryuaki listened to Dongmenhao's statement all the time, and also knew that Dongmenhao had also told Sui Feng about this matter, so he was a little dazed. To be able to see so many problems based on some information, you are very good, you are worthy of being called the most talented Shinigami in the millennium. You are right, there were indeed many problems in that matter back then, and I can tell you clearly that it was not us, but Aizen, who were behind the scenes. That said, you shouldn't really believe it, after all, that guy Aizen has done a really good job in Soul Society's image. But since you see the problem, it proves that my words are more credible. Yuryuaki said that the reason why she directly told Dongmenhao that the person with the problem was Aizen was because she wanted to get a foreign aid now. Those strong relationships with the Soul Society at the beginning have long since disappeared with their departure. The people who can be contacted now are those who had a strong relationship with her at the beginning, such as Shiba Konghe. 720. But what's the use of these few? And what about Dongmenhao? Dongmenhao is indeed beginning to suspect this matter now, and Dongmenhao even told Sui Feng about this matter. These years, she was also very distressed. Back then, she walked so fast that she didn't have time to say anything to Sui Feng. As a result, she later got news from Urahara Kisuk that Sui Feng hated her to the extreme. But now Dongmenhao has brought her good news, so she is also very happy. I said so much in order to win over Dongmenhao, their strength is too little, and more people are needed to fight against Aizen, and Dongmenhao is the most incompetent Shinigami in the millennium. The reputation in the Soul Society can be said to be very loud. Tell him the truth of the matter, try to win him over. If he wins over, then Sui Feng will definitely follow their side in the future. That's why she directly told Dongmenhao about Aizen's problems. I'm not very interested in who made the move. The other party is doing things in the Soul Society, so there must be some purpose. If there is a purpose, it will naturally show its feet as time goes by. I came here to look for you so that you have time to go back to the Soul Society. After all, the matter between you and Sui Feng is not a big problem right now, but it's better for you to come forward and explain yourself. Dongmenhao said. Is it for Sui Feng? I know, but you should have seen Aizen's Shikai. Yuaki was a little surprised. She didn't expect Dongmenhao to fully believe in herself, but she didn't expect that the reason why Dongmenhao chased him was because of Sui Feng. That's right, I have indeed seen it. Although I can't be sure that Captain Aizen must be behind the scenes, what he did is indeed a bit strange. At least I can't understand why he releases his Zanpakuto Shikai in front of everyone. It is used in the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art every year, and that's fine. It doesn't usually perform in Jinglingting. Dongmenhao said that the operation of Aizen is really problematic, but the problem is that Aizen has no scapegoat, so people in Soul Society regard Aizen's behavior as a kind of showing off. Chapter 96. Have you seen it? Then there is no way that guy's Zanpakuto, once he sees his sword Shikai, he will be hypnosis, and after hypnosis, he can't find any behavioral problems at all. When Urahara Kisuk and the others went to save the other captains, the 88th had fought against Aizen and the others. But because of that guy's ability, the people who went to scout the scene couldn't feel their Reiatsu reaction at all. Whether you believe it or not, don't try to check Aizen, because you will be found out, just as you said, just wait for him to show his feet slowly. Yuaki shook his head helplessly. It was really difficult to find a strong person from Soul Society who would not be Aizen hypnosis. Once it is hypnosis, no matter how strong it is useless. Forget it, let's not talk about this, just remember not to investigate 107 Aizen, otherwise you may end up in the same end as us. As for Sui Feng, I will find time to go back and have a look, but then again, your relationship with Sui Feng. While talking, the black cat showed a slight smirk on its face, and she would not believe it if she said it was an ordinary friend to help Sui Feng so much. You can ask Sui Feng about the relationship between us at that time. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. I'm leaving first. If you return to the Soul Society, you can ask Sui Feng to contact me then. After speaking, Dongmenhao turned his head and left. He went to Yuaki only for Sui Feng, not for joining forces to deal with Aizen. He doesn't intend to have too much dealings with Urahara Kisuk, that guy is too cheating, he cheats his own people casually, the original Kurosaki Ichigo was cheated by him, don't want to, this guy also cheated his own son with Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk is not simple, he himself is a super scientist with high IQ, and he is very good at playing tricks. In the end, isn't Aizen sealed by his calculations? So cherish life and stay away from clogs and hats. He doesn't want to have much to do with the other party. Although his strength is good, he is not good at playing tricks, so in order not to be a gunman and be played by others, it is necessary to stay away from these people. Seeing Dongmenhao leave, Yuaki also left, and she didn't expect that she would have such a harvest today. Originally, I just felt a lot of Reiatsu fluctuations, so I came here to take a look, but it was discovered by Dongmenhao, and now I got so much useful information. Now that the misunderstanding between Sui Feng and her has been solved, she can indeed find time to go back to Seoul Society to meet Sui Feng. On Dongmenhao's side, after seeing Yueki, he went back directly, and it didn't take long, just a few minutes. After returning, everyone was still being treated. There were few people who were good at healing, but there were no seriously injured or dying people, so Dongmenhao didn't take action. When the treatment was almost done, everyone returned to Seoul Society. After returning to Seoul Society, Dongmenhao found Sui Feng, told Sui Feng what he had seen Yueki, and told Sui Feng that Yueki might return to Seoul Society to find her recently. This also made Sui Feng a little excited for a while. After all, Yueki is her most admired object at any time, and Sui Feng's loyalty cannot be shaken. On the other side, Yueki also quickly returned to Karakura town and found Urahara Kisuk and others. Isn't this Mr. Yueki? Why come back when you have time? Ah! After Urahara Kisuk saw Yueki, before he could finish his sentence, he was greeted by a cat's claw, which left 3 long scars on his face. Speak as you speak, don't be sly, and this time I brought back some pretty good information, do you want to listen? After giving Urahara Kisuk a paw, Yueki finally felt relieved, and Urahara Kisuk, who was rolling on the ground covering his face, got up directly and healed the scar on his face with Shindo. I'm curious, what kind of information can I get from Mr. Yueki? At this moment, Urahara Kisuk is finally a little normal. Although he is usually indifferent, he is still very reliable at critical moments. He just likes to deceive people, otherwise Urahara Kisuk is definitely a person worth making friends with. The thing is like this. Yueki told Urahara Kisuk what happened today. The place where Dongmenhao was not far from Karakura town, and with Yueki's foot strength, he hurried back. Dongmenhao? That Shinigami who has been called the most talented in the millennium, according to the information from the Seoul Society, although this guy is still the 3rd seat of the 4th team, he already has captain-level combat strength. And it seems that he is not the kind of guy who is more than flexible. Mr. Yueki, maybe you can really go back and meet Sui Feng, and bring a copy of our communication equipment there. The communication device I made can directly avoid the monitoring of the Seoul Society, and Captain Sui Feng is in charge of intelligence, so it will be much easier to get information in the future. Urahara Kisuk didn't expect such a thing to happen, but he couldn't help laughing after hearing Dongmenhao's reason why Aizen had some problems. Indeed, Aizen is just like participating in a business show, and puts his Zanpakuchikai everywhere all day long. The purpose is to control everyone in the Seoul Society, but this kind of operation, in the eyes of others, is indeed quite tricky, and there are problems. It's a pity that I still saw Aizen's Zanpakuchikai. We know too little about that guy's Zanpakut. Except for some abilities, we don't know anything else. Urahara Kisuk is very helpless, he knows the ability, how to remove the ability is a problem. You must know that Ichimaru-jin asked this news after staying with Aizen for decades. And it was Aizen who felt that Ichimaru-jin had no threat at all, so he told him the way. This is also the point of Aizen's biggest mistake in 1.6. If it weren't for Hagyaku, he would have been killed by Ichimaru-jin at that time. Ichimaru-jin is indeed ruthless, a lurking lion majesty, who has been lurking for so many years, just to get out his teeth once, and this time he almost killed Aizen. But things like Hagyaku are still too buggy. How could the Seoul Society find people who have never seen this guy Shikai Zanpakut? Let's think about other ways. Besides, things should be ready as soon as possible. I plan to go back and find Sui Feng as soon as possible. Yueki also didn't talk nonsense, and now she also wants to go back to see her little bee as soon as possible. Of course, even if you don't urge me, I will get ready as soon as possible. After Urahara Kisuk finished speaking, he was going to prepare things, but at this moment a tall figure was standing in front of him. Chapter 97. Is there something for Mr. Tessai? Looking at the hunky man in an apron lying in front of him, Urahara Kisuk subconsciously felt something was wrong. Manager, you should take your medicine. Tesside Tsukabishi calmly took out a somewhat large and scary medicine. Why do you need to take medicine? I'm not sick. Take medicine even if you are not sick. If you are not sick, what medicine do you take? Before Urahara Kisuk could finish a sentence, Tesside Tsukabishi took a medicine and choked on it for a long time before swallowing it. Looking at the farce in front of her, Yuruaki didn't know what to say. She was used to it. Tesside Tsukabishi often gave Urahara Kisuk some weird medicine. She even remembered that some expired medicines were not sold in the store, and she was drunk thinking about it. She didn't bother to care about these two live treasures, so she simply found a place to rest. A few days later, Dongmenhao suddenly received an invitation from Sui Feng on the 4th team to go to the 2nd team. After coming to the captain's quarters of the 2nd Fan 19 team, Dongmenhao saw Sui Feng and Yuruaki in the form of a black cat. So it was you, no wonder Sui Feng called me over, but you came here really fast. Seeing Yuruaki appearing here, Dongmenhao wasn't too surprised. Yuruaki was originally one of the 4 nobles. He knew a lot of secret arts, and there were many ways to get in. It's normal not to be noticed. Is it fast? If it wasn't because Kisuk was so slow in preparing things, I wouldn't be so slow in coming. Yuruaki's black cat form has a male voice, and she wanted to come, but Urahara Kisuk took some time to prepare things, so she had to postpone it for a while. She has given the communicator to Sui Feng, which is a communication device that can bypass the monitoring of the 12th division. Now they can get enough information about Jing Lingting from Sui Feng. Urahara Kisuk. Dongmenhao nodded. The other party was indeed a genius among geniuses, and he knew the 12th squad well, so it was not surprising that he came up with such a thing. That damned guy, if it wasn't for that guy, Yuruaki-sama wouldn't have left Soul Society. As soon as Sui Feng mentioned Urahara Kisuk, his teeth itched with hatred. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Yuruaki at the beginning, but Yuruaki rushed to save someone after knowing about Urahara Kisuk. This also caused her to be forced to leave the Soul Society. Even the patriarch of one of the 4 nobles could not do things so blatantly. So Sui Feng and Yuruaki still hate Urahara Kisuk even after reconciliation. In the original, Sui Feng used Bankai's chips for the 2nd time in a row to let Hatch Ijen then lock Urahara Kisuk into the barrier. It can be seen how upset Sui Feng is with Urahara Kisuk. In fact, Yuruaki's operation is very good in Dongmenhao's opinion. Because the Shihaoran family is one of the 4 great nobles, although he, the head of the family, committed a crime, as long as the Shihaoran family gets rid of the relationship immediately, the other nobles can do nothing about each other. There won't be much turmoil for the Shihaoran clan. If it doesn't affect the people around him, Yuruaki will naturally be unscrupulous, and Dongmenhao would do the same. After all, seeing so many friends being killed, this is not something Yuruaki would do. Okay, Sui Feng, I know you're angry, calm down. Yuruaki glanced at Sui Feng with some helplessness. As before, Sui Feng was completely dominated by her, and this matter was entirely her own choice. I see, Master Yuruaki. Sure enough, as long as Yuruaki is around, Sui Feng will turn into a little fangirl model, where there is still the slightest bit of strength of the captain of the 2nd division. Tell me, what are you looking for me for? You should come here just to meet Sui Feng. Since you're looking for me, then there must be something going on. Dongmenhao asked. Yuruaki came to see Sui Feng this time, but if he was asked to come over, there must be something wrong. It's nothing too big. One is to warn you again, don't investigate Aizen's affairs, Sui Feng and you too. Originally, Kisuk asked me to ask you to use your network to win us some allies, but I don't think you should do this kind of thing with your character. So let's pretend I didn't say anything about it. I almost know about your relationship with Sui Feng. Remember to help me take good care of Sui Feng. Yueki opened his mouth and said. After hearing what Yueki said, Dongmenhao was also a little surprised. The previous warning was obviously that Yueki was worried. Although he had warned him before, Yueki said a few more words just in case. But then it gets interesting. Getting him to use his relationship website is indeed something Harakisuk could do. After all, he will use all the power around him against Aizen. The chess pieces that can be used are naturally used, but what about Yueki? She has already seen that Dongmenhao doesn't want to have much to do with Harakisuk. So let him know by saying this sentence. To be honest, this really made Dongmenhao quite satisfied. What he hates the most is the kind of guy who casually uses people as pawns, and that's why he doesn't want to get in touch with Harakisuk. Yueki was very sensible and didn't ask him to do anything. Why don't you stay and take care of Sui Feng? With your current situation, it's fine for 337 to stay in the Soul Society. It's useless to be honest with you in this world. You might as well stay in the Soul Society. You can even find a group of people with good potential in Rukonga to cultivate. All of us have seen Aizen's Zanpakuchikai. According to what you said, everyone has been hypnosis, and you are no exception, so it is undoubtedly a dream to do anything to Aizen. But it is completely possible to cultivate people who have not been Aizen hypnosis. Both the present world and Rukonga are good choices, but compared to the present world undoubtedly, Rukonga is better for finding such a good soul without Aizen hypnosis. Dongmenhao said, in the original book, didn't Harakisuk train Kurosaki Ichigo to attack Aizen? And Kurosaki Ichigo was also trained by Aizen, but in the end Aizen played off. Such things as the protagonist's halo are unreasonable. Now Dongmenhao proposed this idea in advance, and this idea really moved Yueki a little bit. Anyway, she can go back and forth between this world and Soul Society at will, and now Sui Feng and her relationship are reconciled. It is indeed useless for him to stay in the present world, there is no fighting, and she is not a scientist, so naturally she cannot interfere with some of Harakisuk's experiments. In this case, it is better to return to the Soul Society to cultivate a history area to deal with Aizen. Chapter 98. You seem to be right, this is indeed feasible. The more you think about it, the more feasible Yueki thinks. The target of Aizen hypnosis is limited to Shinigami, the people of Rukonga are not worth his hands. One person is that Rukonga is constantly adding new souls every day, and he can't come through hypnosis, and the other one is unnecessary. His main sphere of activity is Jinglingting, where he controls all of Shinigami's 5 senses, and he can go wherever he wants. It is estimated that the corridor of the Great Spirit Book was also directly searched by this guy. Soon, Yueki, who thought the idea was good, directly contacted Harakisuk with a communicator, and Sui Feng and Dongmenhao were watching. You contacted me so soon, what's the matter, Mr. Yueki? Contacting so quickly, Harakisuk naturally knew that Yueki was contacting him, and Yueki didn't talk nonsense, but told Harakisuk his thoughts. After listening, Harakisuk on the opposite side couldn't help but slapped himself on the forehead. This kind of operation seems to be right. Aizen controls everyone's 5 senses, so no matter how they strengthen their strength, it's useless to think about revenge, unless they have the ability to disarm Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. It can even be said that it is difficult for a single person to undo Kaika Suijutsu's control and deal with Aizen. Because people whose 5 senses are manipulated by Aizen, see what Aizen wants them to see, just like the original book Schwer and others treat Hinamori Momo as Aizen for a bloody meal, and finally stabbed him directly. Even Dongmenhao at the current stage, he can remove Aizen's control, but he will not do anything to Aizen. One is that Aizen itself is also strong. The other one is that there is no reason, even if Aizen rebelled, he would not dare to do it, because once Aizen controls him to become Aizen in the eyes of others, then he will be the one being besieged. These captains are not good at fault, especially the clumsy old man Shan and others. If this group of people really take aim at Dongmenhao, it will be too difficult. Only those who are not controlled by Aizen are eligible to be enemies of Aizen. Urahara Kisuk had been thinking about how to crack Kaika Suijutsu before, and now Yuruki's idea also made him suddenly enlightened. It is indeed possible to work on both lines. He continues to think of ways to break the control of Kaika Suijutsu. As for Yuruki, he can cultivate a group of forces that are not controlled by Aizen. The two-pronged approach is much better than what he is doing now. I see, I will ask Tessai to come over to help, and I will also contact Hirako and the others, so let's find a place in the Soul Society as a base, preferably outside Jinglingting. Urahara Kisuk said that although they have some strongholds inside Jinglingting, they cannot be used. After all, Jinglingting is right under Aizen's eyelids, so Rukonga should not be safe. And he intends to contact the Masked Legion and set up a barrier that is concealed enough to keep other Shinigami out of sight. There is no need to worry about their barriers. Aizen has been searching for so long but has not found any trace of them, so they are all questioning these barriers. Whether it's Hachigen or Tessai Tsukabishi, their attainments in enchantment are terrifying. Soon, Urahara Kisuk hung up the communication, and probably went to discuss with Hirako Shinji and others. I have to say, you have really helped us a lot, and there is nothing to thank you now. You can come to us if you need anything in the future. Yuruki can't get anything from the Shihaoran clan now, so he can't give anything good. There are many inventions of Urahara Kisuk, but many of them are useless to her, let alone Dongmenhao. Instead, you can use the God Body, which can shorten Bankai's training time to 3 days. You must know that normal Bankai needs decades of penance, and even decades of penance may be only half-finished Bankai, such as Chuir and Abarai Renji, one cannot fully Bankai, and the other does not even know the real name. Although the transformation of the divine body is powerful, once these 3 days have passed and the Bankai is not completed, then the so-called Bankai will not be able to awaken in the future. Dongmenhao also thought about this, but in the end he directly rejected it. He continued to maintain the status quo. Bankai is not a problem at all, there is no need to take this risk. After all, he knows the conditions of both Bankai. As before, Linghe needs to be accompanied, and Suian needs to be defeated. In this way, there is no point in using the divine body. He is a little interested in things like Hagyaku, but it is obvious that Urahara Kisuk won't give this thing. Okay, I won't bother you guys anymore, I'll go to Konghe to discuss things with Rukonga first. After Yuruki glanced at the two of them, he left directly with Shunpo. She went to look for Shiba Konghe. Although the Shiba clan has not completely fallen, the Shiba clan also knows their embarrassing situation. So the Shiba clan has begun to gradually control the forces on the Rukonga side. It is undoubtedly the best choice for Yuruki to ask the Shiba clan for help. Master Yuruki really left so soon, but I can see Master Yuruki more often in the future. Dongmen, thank you very much this time. Sui Feng looked at Dongmenhao and said gratefully, the relationship between the two parties has been advancing by leaps and bounds in the past few years, but the last step has not been taken yet. Thinking of the things that Dongmenhao has helped her in these years, it would be a lie for Sui Feng not to be moved. This time Yuruki came back, it can be said that Sui Feng's favorability towards Dongmenhao was directly capped. Isn't this what it should be? Dongmenhao also smiled, and directly hugged Sui Feng's song. That night, Dongmenhao didn't leave the second team. Early the next morning, Dongmenhao glanced at Sui Feng who was still asleep and couldn't help laughing. Qian Li's. After traveling through the past few years, he finally won Sui Feng. After that, Dongmenhao went to the restaurant to bring Sui Feng a breakfast. The members of the second division who saw this scene basically already knew what was going on. But they were not surprised. The relationship between Sui Feng and Dongmenhao in recent years is not a secret, other people know it clearly, even Kurako Shunsui often used this matter to tease the two of them. But the result is undoubtedly not very good, after all Sui Feng is not so easy to provoke. Another time Sui Feng's Zanpakut nearly poked Kurako Shunsui in the face, which made the flamboyant guy hold back a bit. In the current situation, anyone with a little experience knows that the two of them have reached the last step. After all, someone saw Dongmenhao coming from Sui Feng's room, how could they not know what happened after seeing such a scene? Chapter 99. It has been almost a year since we won Sui Feng, and both Rukia and Hinamori Momo have grown very well. Their accumulation in the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy has basically been transformed into strength, and now they have completely established themselves among the middle officers. With the help of Shiba Konghe, Yoryuki recruited a group of talented people in Rukanga and taught them. Due to the need to ensure the character of these people, basically everyone is selected after continuous observation to ensure that there is no problem. Aizen didn't make any big moves either, probably busy with Hueco Mundo now. In Baragan's memory, Aizen took Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname with him when he went to Hueco Mundo. At this time, Ichimarujin is already the captain, so this stage should be the time for Aizen and the others to seize the Hueco Mundo regime. Aizen's energy is basically put on the matter of integrating Hueco Mundo and reorganizing Espada, so there is no movement. But just when everything was extremely calm, something that shocked the entire Soul Society happened. In the Xinyang Academy of Spiritual Art, there appeared two identical Zanpakut, exactly the same, no matter in name, shape, or ability, two Harinmaru that were exactly the same. Taman-kun, are there really two identical Zanpakut in this world? Team 4, Hinamori Momo found Dongmenhao and asked this question, because she knew that this knife was the one of Chwer who grew up with her. Originally, she also wanted Chwer to study at Mo Academy of Spiritual Art, but Chwer is a more family-oriented person. There is only grandma at home, so he plans to stay and take care of her. However, his Reiatsu is so strong that at night, he unconsciously releases cold air and freezes his grandma. In the end, because the released Reiatsu was more powerful, he was discovered by Matsumoto Rangiku. Finally, in order not to hurt the people around him, he entered the Jinyeo Spirit Art Academy to study. He is known as the strongest genius in the past 100 years besides Dongmenhao. When you get Zanpakut, you will soon become Shikai, and you can even change the sky. This kind of Zanpakut who can change the sky is quite powerful, so he is very popular. Many captains planned to recruit Chwer in advance, but they were helpless in the end, because he was introduced by Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain of the 10th squad. So in the future, if there is no accident, they will join the Juban team, which makes them itchy with hatred. These people attacked too quickly. Dongmenhao was also attacked by Sister Hua first. Chwer is now being taken away before enrolling, because of meritorious service. As long as Matsumoto Rangiku's drinking is not too much, Shiba Ishin will not trouble her. Hinamori Momo naturally also knows what Chwer's Zanpakut is. Now that the news has spread, the entire Jinglingting temple is buzzing. Two identical Zanpakut can be said to be unbelievable to the extreme. To be precise, it shouldn't be, but some external factors cannot be ruled out. After all, we can't explain this situation at all. Hinamori, I remember that Chwer is your friend, so instead of asking me here, why don't we just go and see what's going on? Dongmenhao said that he really needed to see what was going on and see if he could notice any problems. After listening to Dongmenhao's words, Hinamori Momo's eyes lit up, and then he nodded immediately, and the two went directly to Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. Now that the news has just come out, it will take some time to report it to room 46 without accidents. So Chwer and Kusakana Sujiro didn't have any big problems, and neither of them even knew that the crisis was slowly approaching. Dongmenhao didn't want to be too high profile, so he didn't let the academy make a lot of fanfare. Otherwise, although he was not the captain, the movement of coming over would even surpass many captains. No way, who made his reputation so loud? His combat power is strong, even the captain can defeat him, and his medical ability is even more heaven-defying. Grandmaster is also very good in all aspects, and he is also a handsome guy. His popularity is completely incomparable to other captains. Xiaobai, I'm here to see you. The two kept quiet and found Chuer soon after entering the Mao Lingju Academy. This is also the first time Dongmenhao saw Chuer with his own eyes. They all told me to call me Chuer, you bedwetting peach. Chuer was a little happy when he heard Hinamori Momo's voice, but this sentence directly made Chuer explode. Then she blurted out a bedwetting peach, and Hinamori Momo's face turned red like a monkey's butt in an instant. She forgot that every time she called Chuer that way, Chuer would talk back. The reason why it is called bedwetting peach is because Hinamori Momo did have such embarrassing things before. In terms of age, it is no longer the age of bedwetting, but Hinamori Momo was still bedwetting at that time. So Chuer has been using this nickname to call Hinamori Momo, which was fine when there were only two of them in the past, but now the problem is that Dongmenhao is also here. This directly ignited Hinamori Momo's shame. Is there anything more embarrassing than being exposed in front of one's idol? To be honest, there is no seam under the ground now, otherwise Hinamori Momo would probably have burrowed right in. Little Bai, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Hinamori Momo wants to save it, but she still calls Chuer Xiaobai, so Chuer can't help it. What do you mean I am talking nonsense? You obviously have bedwetting experience at this age, what is peach if it is not bedwetting? Chuer retorted very simply, and this time Hinamori Momo died on the spot. Ahem, Hinamori, I didn't expect you to have such a glorious history. Seeing the death of Hinamori Momo, Dongmenhao was also a little funny, and thought of making a joke, and then popped out such a sentence. In an instant, Hinamori Momo's face was already red, and the redness spread directly to the base of the ears. That look was really interesting. Who are you? Chuer only saw Dongmenhao at this time, and looked at Dongmenhao with some surprise. He was a little unhappy with the relationship between the two, so he was a little bit agitated instead. Dongmenhao could tell what was going on at a glance. Chuer was not good at hiding his thoughts, the hostility was written all over his face. But that's right, after all, Chuer and Hinamori Momo have always been childhood sweethearts, and Hinamori Momo just regards Chuer as a friend, but Chuer has a crush on Hinamori Momo. Because of the secret love, seeing the existence of similar love rivals is naturally uncomfortable, so that now I am somewhat hostile to Dongmenhao. Chapter 100. Let me introduce myself, Dongmenhao, the third seat of the fourth team, you should listen to my name. Dongmenhao introduced some with a smile, and then Chuer's pupils just shrank. To be honest, he didn't care about the saying of genius or not. But he cares about Dongmenhao, because basically every teacher talks about Dongmenhao. He graduated within a few months after entering school, and became the third seat of the fourth team directly after graduation, and defeated the strong captain in a row, and even temporarily acted as the captain of the third team. It is said that because he has been a Shinigami for too short a time and has no management experience, he himself proposed not to be the captain. So after that, the vice-captain of the 5th division will serve as the captain, but he is a real captain-level combat power. Moreover, the talents in all aspects are directly out of the table, and these teachers were taken aback for a while at the beginning. The only thing Chuer is stronger than Dongmenhao is the original Reiatsu, which is really strong. But even so, no one thinks that Chuer can be compared with Dongmenhao. It can be said that Dongmenhao is the name that appears most in Chuer's ears. He is called a rare genius once in a century, but what about Dongmenhao? He is the Shinigami with the strongest talent in 1,000 years. This gap is not insignificant, so when he heard the name Dongmenhao, he became a little sensitive. Before that, Hinamori Momo often talked about Dongmenhao in his ear, because Dongmenhao was too strong. After Hinamori Momo joined the fourth team, he also got a lot of care from Dongmenhao. The name basically makes Chuer's ears callous. You are the Dongmenhao who claims to be more talented than me, but it doesn't look like there is anything special. Chwer looked at Dongmenhao with some surprise. Dongmenhao gave people a very ordinary feeling and did not give people any pressure. You must know that some captains exude an aura of superiority when they come to Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, but Dongmenhao is extremely ordinary. This is also because Dongmenhao has very good control over his aura and power, so that it will not leak out, so he can't feel anything. I didn't have anything special, this time I came here to bring Hinamori to meet you, and there is something about the two Harinmeru. Dongmenhao shook his head. That's right, Dongmenjun and I came here because of this matter. Ziobai, is your Zanpakuto really the same as other people's? Hinamori Momo is also temporarily out of the society now, and instead asks her own questions. You mean Grass Crown? I wonder too. Both of our Zanpakuto are Harinmeru, but there's not much to say, the same Zanpakuto is no big deal. Chwer would not think that the other party's Zanpakuto is the same as his own, and he would be unhappy to see the other party, not to mention that this person is still his good friend, and he is also happy to have such a thing. There really is the same Zanpakuto. Hinamori Momo opened his mouth in surprise when he got the answer he wanted. Chwer, do you think it's normal for two people's Zanpakuto to be the same? Is it a good thing? Seeing Chwer's indifferent look, Dongmenhao felt the need to prepare Chwer mentally. It is indeed a bit abnormal to say, but is this a bad thing? Chwer couldn't understand why Dongmenhao asked such a question. Basically, first of all, you should know what Zanpakuto is like. It is formed after soul infusion. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the soul society to have two Zanpakuto that are exactly the same. Because there are no two identical souls in this world. It's estimated that this matter is about to reach the top of the soul society, so you'd better be prepared, this is not a good thing. Dongmenhao shook his head. What do you want to say? Why make an impact? Chwer couldn't help being surprised when he heard that his Zanpakuto matter would reach the top of the soul society. It's useless to talk about it now, it will only increase troubles. Sometimes ignorance is a good thing. Hinamori, you can catch up with Chwer. I'll go and see another Harinmeru holder. Dongmenhao left after speaking, and he didn't intend to tell Chwer directly. After all, it was the sentence of the 46 room in the later period, so let him face it by himself. Now Dongmenhao's target is another person, Kyuzakugwan Sujiro. Strictly speaking, this person is the real problematic one. Ask for her flowers. Harinmeru itself is Chwer's Zanpakuto, there is no doubt about it. After all, Chwer's soul had already split into Harinmeru before he got the sealed state. That's why there will be a rapid Shikai in the future. Sujiro Kyuzakugwan must have been affected by something, and if Dongmenhao remembered correctly, he had only experienced the transfer of the King's seal before. Wang Yin controls time and space, and in the original book, Sujiro Kyuzakugwan was saved. Originally, Dongmenhao thought it was related to Wang Yin. As a result, it didn't take long for the transfer of the King's seal to learn about the birth of two Harinmeru. Although he wanted to be with Dongmenhao, Hinamori Momo also knew that he couldn't just visit Chwer once and leave, so he chatted with Chwer for a while, but most of the things he talked about were Dongmenhao's. 0. Now Chwer is also a little confused by what Dongmenhao said before, and he is more curious about what kind of person Dongmenhao is, so the two chatted directly on this topic. When it comes to Dongmenhao, Hinamori Momo feels as if she has been injected with chicken blood. She is a real Dongmenhao player. In her outlook on life, as long as everyone plays Dongmenhao together, they will be friends. The attitude towards Aizen in the original book is basically exactly the same. On the other side, Dongmenhao finally found Kyuzakugwan Sujiro, and in Kyuzakugwan Sojiro, Dongmenhao noticed some very familiar Reiatsu. This Reiatsu is weak, but the quality is exceptionally high. This is exactly the Reiatsu fluctuation of the Spirit King. Dongmenhao has been drawing mana on Jaishur Yucatake for a few years, and he is very aware of this kind of Reiatsu. However, the Reiatsu fluctuation on Kyuzakugwan Sujiro's body is too weak, so weak that it is almost impossible to detect. If he didn't investigate carefully, he would probably ignore it. This is true for him, not to mention others. There is Reiatsu wave of the Soul King on his body, but there is no part of the body of the Soul King on his body, so there is only one possibility, and there are some problems with Wang Yin during the escort transfer. In the end, Sujiro Kusakagwan had some problems here. The second Harinmaru was successfully born, and it also brought troubles. Chapter 101. It seems that we will find a chance to get Wang Yin in the future. Dongmenhao also had a great interest in Wang Yin, but now is not a good time to do it. Although it is definitely enough to steal the king's seal with his current strength, there will be some unnecessary disturbances. Besides, he doesn't know if he can research anything now, so let's wait until his strength improves a bit. Anyway, Kusakagwan Sujiro will come back to take the king's seal in the future. At that time, he will take it directly from Kusakagwan Sojiro and it will be over. It will not attract the attention of others, so there is no need to seize it now. After taking a look, Dongmenhao went to the principal's office and waited for Hinamori Momo while drinking tea. Hinamori Momo and Chouir chatted for a while and then separated. On the way back, Hinamori Momo asked some questions of 197 himself. Dongmen-kun, why did you say that Ziobai and another person awakened to the same Zanpakuto is not a good thing? Hinamori Momo asked the question he had been holding back for a while. Hinamori, you have to know that the jingling court has never been as simple as you think. The 46 rooms are controlled by the noble class. They will not allow such a thing to happen. Chouir and another person have two identical Zanpakuto, which is actually a small thing. However, if this matter is a big one, if there are two Harinmaru, why can't there be two flying plums? Two shins, and even two Rijinjaka. Once this reason is researched, the turmoil for the Soul Society will be very terrifying. So the upper floors will definitely not allow two identical Zanpakuto to exist. In the end, there should only be one of them left, but you don't have to worry, I have checked the strength of Chouir and Sujiro Kusakagwan. Even if there are hundreds of Sujiro Kusakagwan, they are not the right army. Dongmenhao said that the reason why the upper layer had to kill one of them was to prevent other copied Zanpakuto from appearing. They are the power class, and now they have an old man who holds Rijinjaka and must be obedient, and life is easy. Even if it is a powerful weapon, there can't be too many, but if this technology is mastered, what if there are a lot of Rijinjaka? What if their aristocratic class can't control the situation? In addition, nobles like them don't like to accept new things at all, which is why the development of Soul Society is so slow, and they will make the judgment in the original book. What? How is this possible? How can one of them have to be killed because of this kind of thing? Hinamori Momo was shocked, she really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Although listening to Dongmenhao's analysis just now, I really felt a little scary. After all, there are a lot of scary Zanpakuto, which is really scary and difficult to control. But she didn't expect that there would be a thing that one of the two must die. Don't underestimate the decay of the Soul Society. You should know about the changes in this world. Although the system of aristocracy has not disappeared, it is constantly being worn down. The aristocratic system of the Soul Society has always been stubborn. In order to prevent the ideas of the present world from taking root in the Soul Society, they must have a strong enough force. Only in this way can their rule be maintained, so uncontrollable forces will not be allowed. It's good for you to know this kind of thing yourself. Sooner or later you will come into contact with the corruption of the Soul Society. I told you in advance to make you pay attention. Dongmenhao doesn't want Hinamori Momo to become flowers in the greenhouse, beautiful vases, so some things should be said and said. Hinamori Momo is not stupid, on the contrary she is very smart, so now she almost knows why Dongmenhao told herself these things. I know, I will be careful, but Mr. Dongmen, is Ziobai really alright? Hinamori Momo was really a little scared. After all, one of them must be wiped out in a family of two, and Ziobai and the other person are still friends, so she was really worried. Don't worry too much. As I said just now, there is a huge disparity in strength between the two. There is a difference in strength here, so the last survivor must be Chwir, which is completely unnecessary. Dongmenhao said that there is nothing wrong with Tu Shilang. In the original book, after Kusanagi Sujiro fell into a disadvantage, he was directly dealt with by Xing Jun, and Chwir didn't even need to do it himself. But Dongmenhao admired the operation of the people in the 46 room. After doing this kind of thing, there was still a strong one left behind. Although Chwir is indeed very disciplined, he is not accompanied by Sujiro Kusakaba in the original book. But 46 chambers have a big heart. If Dongmenhao did this, Chwir would be the one to clean up. After all, no one knows what the other person is thinking. What if Chwir belongs to the kind of person who keeps his hatred in his heart and betrays when he is strong enough? Who can guarantee that? Therefore, the highest priority operation should be to deal with the one with high strength and high talent. As a result, the 46 room turned the other way around, and Chwir's character is really easy to master, otherwise it is estimated that Chwir in the original book would really stab Soul Society in reverse. Aizen probably also saw this, so he didn't contact Chwir, otherwise, according to the emotions of a normal person, but Aizen's contact with Chwir can easily pull him to the opposite of Soul Society. Just like Tosin Kaname, the person he liked died inexplicably because he married into a nobleman. His heart is full of hatred for the Shinigami and nobles of the Jingling court. His justice is also the justice that in his opinion should clean up these guys, not the so-called lackeys of the Soul Society. Aizen also took a fancy to this, so he accepted him as a tool man. 0.2. However, the aristocratic system of the Soul Society is indeed a cancer among cancers. But now these guys will not provoke Dongmenhao, but will please Dongmenhao. After all, who has not been injured or sick, so the nobles are very polite to him. He doesn't need to change anything, anyway, it's none of his business. Dongmenhao is a very selfish person. Don't worry about things that have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't have the strength to change everything. Unless he can surpass the Zero team, this can handle the situation. But why should he do things that are not pleasing to eat? Let's talk about it later. In this way, Dongmenhao and Hinamori Momo returned to the fourth team all the way, and Chwir and their affairs were directly taken over by the 46 room. Chapter 102. After Chwir's affairs were taken over by the 46 chambers, there was a result soon, and the person named Kyuzakagwan Sujiro disappeared. He was directly killed by the 46 room, and the people in the 46 room charged Kyuzakagwan Sujiro with assaulting the members of the 46 room, and killed the other party logically. But in fact, anyone with a normal mind can see the tricks in it. But it's useless to see that the aristocratic class can be said to cover the sky with one hand in Jingling Ting, and they can't fight. Although Chwir was very dissatisfied with the 46 room, he had no choice. He still had relatives in the Soul Society, so it was impossible for him to choose to betray. The most he could do was to hide his dissatisfaction and anger. Life is still going on, and Hinamori Momo, who knew about this, also went to find Chwir. After all, he is his good friend. On the other side, Dongmenhao received an invitation from Yuryuaki. It seems to be about the Masquerade Corps. They invited people from the Masquerade Corps to be teachers before. After all, there are too few of them, but the 19th Masquerade Army is not completely with Urahara Kisuke, and they hesitated for a long time. Until some time ago, they finally figured it out. Relying on them to defeat Aizen is undoubtedly a dream. What qualifications does a group of people who have been hypnosed by others have to fight against them? So after finding two people to take a look at the Soul Society's resident, they found that the strength of the enchantment was indeed sufficient, and they made up their minds that this is the only way to defeat Aizen. Without cultivating the power of the new generation, they are not qualified to fight against Aizen, not even Old Man Shan in his heyday. Even if the Old Man Shan was not sealed by Zanpakut by the fire-fighting prince at that time, Aizen would directly control other people to attack the old man Shan, as long as the identities of the two parties were changed. Although the old man Shan is strong, it is really troublesome to face the siege of so many captains, and there is also an Aizen watching over him. I figured it out. The members of the Masked Legion also agreed to Yoryuki and Uraharakisuk, and returned to the Soul Society, but even if they returned to the Soul Society, they would not be able to mess around. Although the most dangerous place is the safest place, but for people like Aizen, this one is hard to come by. They also took a lot of risks, but for cultivating newcomers, Soul Society is undoubtedly the best choice, and the strength of Soul Society's spiritual seeds far exceeds that of the present world. Some powerful ghosts will not go to the present world at all. One is because the concentration of spirit particles in this world is too low, and the other is because devouring ordinary souls has almost no effect on them. Instead of devouring the souls of those ordinary people, it is better to find some Shinigami and virtual devouring. Similarly, it is difficult to cultivate a powerful Shinigami in this world unless Kurosaki Ichigo has the aura of the protagonist. Therefore, although Soul Society is dangerous, it can only choose this location in the end. But when Dongmenhao and Sui Feng came to their camp, they were also taken aback by this defense. It's really a big deal, so many barriers of this level have been created. Dongmenhao had to sigh with emotion. Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachai-gen teamed up. One was originally the head of Kid, and the other was the second in command, and the strength of the second in command after Hollow also improved a lot. There are dozens of layers of enchantment here, and each layer of enchantment is blessed with various special skills. This defense is dozens of times stronger than Jinglingting's defense. Jinglingting's barrier defense is actually not very strong. The biggest function is actually perception. If someone invades casually, the 12th Division can directly detect it. Moreover, the coverage of Jinglingting is too large, resulting in a decrease in strength. This coverage is not so exaggerated. These enchantments also have the function of isolating breath. To be honest, Dongmenhao can't perceive this layer of enchantment outside. And this location is really biased. I chose a mountain far away from Rukonga. The interior was hollowed out, simulating the shape of the sky and so on, which is similar to the basement in Uraharakisuk's original work. No one came back to this kind of place. The probability of Aizen being able to find it is almost zero, unless they kill themselves and go out and release Reiatsu to be detected, but they should not be so stupid. After all, it is in the Soul Society, under the nose of that guy. It is impossible not to take more precautions. Even if that guy finds out now, he must break the barrier. We have placed a world transmitting gate inside, so even if he is discovered, he can quickly evacuate. Yoryuki led the way ahead, and led the two into layers of barriers. Even Dongmenhao admired these barriers, let alone Sui Feng. Isn't this the little follower who followed you all the time? He has grown to this extent. After the three passed through the last barrier, they saw a blonde-haired zipper mouth, which was naturally one of the Masked Legion, Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 5th Division. I have to say that Hirako Shinji's vigilance is really good, and he noticed Aizen's mistakes from the very beginning. He even kept Aizen directly by his side so that he could monitor it easily. He was probably the first person to notice that there was a problem with Aizen. But in the end, Aizen was underestimated. Whether it was strength or ambition, Aizen was underestimated from all aspects. In the end, I was overshadowed by Aizen 653. You'd better keep your mouth shut, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you if you get beaten up by the person next to me. Yoryuki glanced at Hirako Shinji and said, she knows that this guy likes to talk haha, and when she sees a beautiful girl, she tells others that she is her first love girlfriend or something. And Yoryuki also knows Dongmenhao better now. If he said this, he would inevitably be beaten up. She is not worried that Reiatsu will be revealed here, so many layers of barriers are much stronger than theirs in this world. You must know that in the enchantment of this world, the Masked Legion has not been found in the battle training in it, and the isolation is very good. The enchantment here is stronger, so naturally there is no need to worry. She mainly didn't want to see Hirako Shinji being beaten up for being cheap. As for the strength of both sides, unless Hirako Shinji used Hollow and Zanpakuto to liberate from the beginning, they would not be able to pose any threat to Dongmenhao at all. She already knew how Dongmenhao dealt with Zaraki Kenpeiga back then. That kid was no less than the big kid, and might even be stronger. For the sake of everyone being on the same road now, Yoryuki reminded me. Beating? By the way, you are Dongmenhao, we have heard a lot of your name. Hirako Shinji revealed a mouthful of big white fang as he spoke. Chapter 103. That's right, I'm Dongmenhao, what's the problem? Dongmenhao glanced at Hirako Shinji, but didn't hear any irony from his tone. No, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to be provocative, after all, your achievements are recognized by the Soul Society. Hirako Shinji shook his head, saying that he didn't mean to be provocative, and he didn't intend to do anything here. Although the barrier should be able to completely isolate their Reiatsu fluctuations, but just in case, it is better not to die. He has also heard about his record, although it is 3 seats, but he did have a record of defeating the captain. He couldn't allow him to deny this, so he didn't mean to be provocative, but this guy had a provocative face naturally, and his tone of voice was also a habit. Damn Baldy, you ran away again when it was your turn. As soon as Hirako Shinji said a word, Dongmenhao saw a irascible old girl rushing out with a slipper in her hand, and greeted Hirako Shinji crazily. This person is Zaraki Hiri, the former vice-captain of the 12th Division, who once regarded Hikifune Kiryu as his mother. However, in terms of personality, he is a bit irritable, and he and Hirako Shinji are a pair of happy friends. Although they did not directly state the relationship between the two, this is also the default of everyone. Besides them, there is another couple in masquerade, Meguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro. At this moment, Zaraki Hiri does not regard Hirako Shinji as a human being at all. After the domestic violence scene of the 8th team, now the domestic violence scene of the Masked Legion also appeared. And soon a group of people appeared, except for the remaining people of the Masked Legion, they were the souls they had brought to Cultivate. Regarding this, Dongmenhao is also a little funny. When he made this statement, he didn't want them to really cultivate an existence that could fight Aizen. After all, the appearance of Kurosaki Ichigo was only made by Aizen after training and playing with him. Otherwise, Aizen really has 10,000 ways to kill Kurosaki Ichigo before he learns the last crescent moon. He put forward this statement in order to keep Yoryuki, and Suifeng can often meet Yoryuki in the future. As for these people, after decades of Soul Society, here in Chweer, there are basically no talents. Even if the children they selected were talented, they were not comparable at all. If you want to rely on these people to defeat Aizen, you can basically go to sleep, and you can really have everything in your dreams. But now it seems that they can only choose this method, otherwise it will be an endless loop, unless Urahara Kisuk can research something to crack Kaika Suijutsu, otherwise it will be useless. In fact, they themselves know it right, but they don't have to choose now, do they? Oh, what a handsome guy! At this time, a girl spoke up. This person is Yadumura Lisa, the former vice-captain of the 8th Division. The hobbies are the same as Nanao Ise, both of them like to sleep with Kurako Shunsui. However, Yadumura Lisa was a pervert, and she is now wearing a set of student sailor uniforms, but the sailor uniforms of this period are a bit rough, and there are not as many styles as later. Braided, wearing glasses, to be honest, in the masked army, this one is considered very attractive. But this guy is a pervert, and also a beauty controller. Now that she sees Dongmenhao, she is also attracted. Dongmenhao dare not say how handsome he is, but after he traveled to this world, as his strength continued to become stronger, his overall temperament became completely different. So it's kind of eye-catching. Afterwards, Dongmenhao and Suifeng visited their training base and left soon. When leaving, Sui Feng looked at Yadumuralisa with some hostility and scrutiny. After all, Dongmenhao and her have already taken the last step, and she has no objection to Dongmenhao finding more wives. You must know that the concept of soul society is completely different from that of the outside world. Corpse soul power is still a decadent aristocratic idea, and Sui Feng is also from a nobleman, so her idea is naturally the same. It's just that Sui Feng is stronger, but Dongmenhao's strength can't be restricted by Sui Feng at all. She watched Dongmenhao grow up and knew that Dongmenhao would become even more terrifying in the future. In addition, her affection for Dongmenhao is basically full, so she puts herself in the position of the main palace. So you have to pass her level. That's why Sui Feng looked at Yadumuralisa now with a little hostility. What? Jealous? Dongmenhao looked at Sui Feng with some amusement. No, it's just that I've heard about that guy before, so I don't think she's suitable, it's as simple as that. Sui Feng said very bluntly, without any concealment at all, and this was also her original thought. Hearing Sui Feng's words, Dongmenhao was also a little dumb, he didn't know what to say. After he and Sui Feng took the last step, Sui Feng had a showdown with him. To be honest, he didn't expect Sui Feng to think about this. Dongmenhao can only say one thing, this aristocratic system really has both advantages and disadvantages. Needless to say the disadvantages, the corruption of the soul society can be seen at a glance, but there are also advantages, that is, he wants to find more girls. Needs too much explanation. As long as he has this ability and the girls around him agree, he won't say much. This is the problem of the times, and even in the later period, the concept of the world has not been fully introduced into the soul society, and the aristocratic system has continued. It can only be said that Dongmenhao really likes this decadent system of nobles, otherwise he guessed it would be quite difficult for him to open a harem. After all, after traveling through time and seeing so many wives made of paper, it is a lie to say that they are not greedy. The two of them returned to the jingling court soon, and when they left, they both left from the secret passage, so they couldn't go back too late, they could only come out for a while, otherwise they would be discovered. Moms. As for going through the main entrance, let's forget it, if Aizen targets him and ends up taking him there, then there's no point in playing. Captain, did you have the third seat with Dongmen just now? Seeing Dongmenhao sending his captain back to the second team, Omida, who was still eating pancakes, couldn't help but lean over. When he said this, Sui Feng understood the meaning. Without saying a word, he punched Omida in the face directly, making Omida roll on the ground with her face covered. Omida, your strength is too weak. In the next month, I will train your white hits skills. After leaving a word, Sui Feng left and Omida was dumbfounded. Didn't he just use 8 trigrams? Is it necessary to be so ruthless? And what about white hits training? Don't think he doesn't know it's just an excuse to beat him up. But he seems to have no choice now. Chapter 104. Not to mention that Omida is about to become a mobile sandbag for a month, and soon, another big or small thing happened on the Soul Society side. The Expeditionary Army has increased its troops. Mr. Dongmen, you should go this time. In the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu went to the captain's meeting and brought back a piece of news, that is the Expeditionary Force Increase Plan. The Expeditionary Army, to put it bluntly, is actually a group formed by a group of cannon fodder and combat madmen who want to make meritorious deeds and sinners. The Expeditionary Force is permanently stationed in Hueco Mundo. In fact, to be honest, it is not very useful at all. Hueco Mundo's ghosts can hardly be killed, and the forest of that day alone claims to have millions of ghosts. The expeditionary force going to Hueco Mundo actually has a forward position in Hueco Mundo. Perhaps the purpose of the formation of the expeditionary force at the beginning was to wipe out Hueco Mundo, but the base difference between Su and Shinigami is too great. How much is the number of Shinigami added? The original 11th team was directly wiped out by Kurosaki Ichigo alone. And what about Hueco Mundo? The Minos Grande in the Minos Grande forest alone is known as a million Minos Grande. It is the arena of Minos Grande, and one of the main places where Hueco Mundo produces ajichas. 583 In addition to the Minos Grande forest, there are many Minos Grandes wandering outside. In addition to Minos Grandes, there are also locust-like virtual and Shinigami numbers. Compared with them, there is really no comparison. And Hueco Mundo's ghosts can't be killed, kill one and come again, how many can you kill? So the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force has become a joke, and can only occupy a little territory in Hueco Mundo. Stationed here. Over time, because it has no effect, the nature of the expeditionary force has changed. Many nobles will use the Shinigami who provoked them to directly use their connections to the expeditionary army, and some people will go to the expeditionary army to make meritorious deeds. In the expeditionary army, there were indeed some outstanding people who became popular after returning to Jinglingting, but the number was very small. There is also the kind of fighting maniac who likes to fight. It is said that Zaraki Kenpeki also wanted to come, but because he is the captain of the 11th team, this will not work. Dongmenhao is different, although he also has captain-level strength, but to put it bluntly, he is only a 3-seater, and his position is not high. Furthermore, going to the expeditionary army was originally one of Dongmenhao's plans. At first, BJDG, he didn't dare to go because of strength issues. In Hueco Mundo, maybe luck almost meets Vasto Lord level Minos Grande, that would be unlucky, so if you don't have the strength to go to Hueco Mundo, you are looking for death. But it's different now. Now that his strength has improved to this level, killing ajichas is as easy as playing. It is estimated that the only existence that can cause him a little trouble is Espada. But it's just a little troublesome. This time, it happened that the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Army was increasing its troops, so he naturally wanted to follow. His killing kendo is his main combat ability, and it is also the easiest to improve, as long as he keeps killing. And Hueco Mundo is the most suitable place for him to grow up. Dongmenhao also told Anohanaretsu about this matter before, so now Anohanaretsu found Dongmenhao directly after getting the news. That's right, I originally planned to find an opportunity to apply for the 10,000 Expeditionary Army, and the Demon Expeditionary Army is very suitable for my growth now. Dongmenhao said with a smile, although he was a bit reluctant to part with the people around him, but in order not to be hammered to the ground by a group of perverts in the later stage, it is necessary to improve his strength. Sure enough, the killing in your bones can't be completely hidden no matter how hard you hide it. Mr. Dongmen, I look forward to seeing you beat me when you come back. Anohanaretsu also knows some of Dongmenhao's strength. This time she went to Hueco Mundo, and it is estimated that Dongmenhao can improve quickly. When Dongmenhao comes back, she estimates that she can fight Dongmenhao with all her strength. It would be even better if she loses. Of course, after all, defeating the captain is my goal. Dongmenhao said with a smile, Sister Hua is naturally the one he is eyeing. It can be said that it is difficult or not difficult for Sister Hua to attack. It's not difficult, because I know how to attack, but it's difficult, because I want to implement some problems. If you want to get Sister Hua's approval, you must defeat Sister Hua. If you defeat Sister Hua, you can do anything, but if you can't beat Sister Hua, then you can't. And what about Sister Hua? She is a super veteran Shinigami, and she is extremely powerful. So it's not that easy to beat her. In the original she was killed by Zaraki Kenpeki. But now her attention is on Dongmenhao, so when Dongmenhao completely defeats her, she will be able to get Sister Hua's approval. That's why it's said that it's not difficult to attack Sister Hua. Soon, Anohanaretsu reported the news to the first team. He is really a non-stop brat, but yes, staying in the Soul Society all the time is not good for his growth. If you want to reach the level of the old man, you can't just stay here with the Soul Society. Old man Shan didn't think too much, and agreed directly. He planned to train Dongmenhao. Dongmenhao's strength was very fast and terrifying. But Old Man Shan is more than 2,000 years old, and he has experienced countless battles. He knows that staying in a place like Soul Society, even if there are some battles, it will not be able to exercise at all. If you want to become stronger, you must fight, and Hueco Mundo is just a good place to grow. Now Dongmenhao has the strength to protect himself, so Dongmenhao going to Hueco Mundo is the best experience. As for whether Dongmenhao will be lost in Hueco Mundo, in his opinion, it is not a big deal. He has seen many geniuses, and he has seen many geniuses who died young. No matter how beautiful the flowers grow in the greenhouse, they will easily die in the harsh environment. And the flowers that grow in the harsh environment, no matter how ugly they are, the other party has survived. Moreover, the old man Shan not only agreed to Dongmenhao's application to go to Hueco Mundo, but also specially approved the documents for Dongmenhao to move freely. The purpose is to allow Dongmenhao to grow better. On this point, Dongmenhao's eyes lit up after receiving a lot of replies. To be honest, this is what he needs. If he is allowed to obey the command of the Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Army, it is not impossible, but it will also slow down his growth. He went to Hueco Mundo to kill, so the freedom of movement was really useful. At that time, he can leave at will, and there are not many Hueco Mundo who can threaten him. As long as he doesn't make waves, it is unrealistic for him to want to die in a place like Hueco Mundo. Dongmenhao also had to say now that the old man Shan knew him quite well and knew what he needed. Chapter 105. Dongmen-kun, are you really going to Hueco Mundo? That place. Rukia and Hinamori Momo, who got the news, quickly found Dongmenhao, with some obvious panic on their faces. No way, how long have they graduated? All Shinigami know where Hueco Mundo is. It was a virtual paradise, and few of the expeditionary forces could return alive, and most of them were directly lost in Hueco Mundo. The death rate is the highest, and now Dongmenhao wants to take the initiative to go to Hueco Mundo, no wonder they are not worried. Don't worry, I know what you want to say. I'm not that weak. Although Hueco Mundo is more dangerous, it's also a cradle for strong people to grow up. I won't use my life to joke around, understand? Dongmenhao looked at the two and said with a smile, in terms of pity for life, Dongmenhao dare to say that he is above anyone else. No one wants to die, and so does he, and doing so now is also to avoid sudden death when powerful enemies appear in the future. So he has to head to Hueco Mundo. After hearing Dongmenhao's words, Hinamori Momo and Rukia fell silent. Indeed, Dongmenhao regretted his life. In fact, everyone in the fourth team knows this. Because when Dongmenhao taught others, he often put saving his life as the first priority goal. The requirements for other team members are also very simple. Without touching the principle, staying alive is the most important point. Dongmenhao is very clear that no matter what he does, he is only qualified to be alive, otherwise, once he dies, everything will disappear, so he values his life more than anyone else. But, why do you have to go to Hueco Mundo? Hinamori Momo is still a little unacceptable. Because of the way of the sword, you all know my way of the sword, it was born because of killing, and only killing can be the best nourishment. And the stronger the opponent, the better. You all know the strength of Hueco in the current world and Soul Society missions. Basically, you can't see any high-level Hueco Mundo, so I have to go to Hueco Mundo once. After Dongmenhao explained this time, Hinamori Momo didn't say anything more, but there was still worry in his eyes. But it's useless to worry, Dongmenhao's decision is hard to change. Soon, the news that Dongmenhao took the initiative to go to Hueco Mundo gradually spread. In the end, Dongmenhao could only gather all the people he knew to a restaurant in the living area, which could be regarded as a dinner party before leaving. Dongmen, UBD applied for the expeditionary force without saying a word, what on earth are you thinking? As soon as Abarai Renji met, he asked questions. As Dongmenhao's friends, they naturally cared about Dongmenhao. Isn't this obvious? To improve strength. Dongmenhao didn't talk nonsense, but Renji's face was a little ugly. Unlike Dongmenhao, he didn't think about Hueco Mundo at all. Although he is a genius with good fighting power, he will not go to a place like Hueco Mundo, otherwise he will not know how he died. But now Dongmenhao went directly to the virtual circle. Amazing as always. Kira Izuru also kept shaking his head beside him. There's no way to compare, he couldn't compare in school back then, now after entering the fan team he really knows how tough Dongmenhao is. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Okay, what are you talking about so much? I'm looking for you to come here this time for a dinner party. Dongmenhao directly broke up the heavy atmosphere. This time, besides the people from their academy, there was also Sui Feng. As for Anohanaretsu and others, they have already met once in the fourth team. After the meal, everyone didn't say much about other things, they basically talked about the things in school. Although Dongmenhao didn't have much time in school, it was interesting to hear what they said. Everyone present, except Sui Feng, actually had a question, that is why Dongmenhao was so persistent in pursuing power. Obviously Dongmenhao already has the combat strength to defeat the captain level, but he is still trying his best to improve himself. It seems to them that it is somewhat incomprehensible for them to take the initiative to directly enter the expeditionary force. And what about Sui Feng? She knew some reasons, because she knew about Aizen from Yuryuaki and others, and Sui Feng knew that her strength could not be compared with Aizen at all. Yuryuaki told her that Aizen's strength was unfathomable. In addition to Kaika Suijutsu's strength, Aizen directly blocked the 88th hat of Tessai Tsukabishi, the chief kid, with the 81 Bakud that abandoned the chant. Ask for flowers. This kind of kid attainment is already too powerful. You must know that kid are specialized in kid, and they specialize in kid. What about the Shinigami of other teams? It is done in many ways. Even so, Aizen can easily block Tessai Tsukabishi's attack, one can imagine how strong Aizen is. According to Yuryuaki and others, Sui Feng also knows how weak he is. And during this period of time, Yuryuaki also fully taught Sui Feng the real instant coaxing, letting Sui Feng know that before he developed this trick, he already had this trick. And what she developed is only the most basic. Now she is working hard to practice instant coaxing, and Sui Feng's instant coaxing seems to be of the wind attribute, so in the future when she reaches the second stage of cultivation, it will be the Feng Shen battle form. On Dongmenhao's side, the instant coaxing has been integrated into the combo white hits, but he doesn't need to practice by himself. It's just that he doesn't know exactly what attributes it is. Sui Feng is also constantly working hard to improve her own strength, and she is also a person with a sense of urgency. As long as she gets stronger, Bankai's cooldown will be shortened and the load on her body will be less. So she is the only one present who knows why Dongmenhao is so desperately trying to become stronger. Sui Feng didn't stop Dongmenhao, she didn't even persuade him, she was already a member of Dongmenhao, and she knew enough about Dongmenhao. Since Dongmenhao made such a decision, he naturally has his reasons. It's just that Sui Feng also told Dongmenhao that she will also practice penance in the Soul Society, and when Dongmenhao comes back, she will definitely surprise Dongmenhao. Dongmenhao is also a little curious about this, how strong will Sui Feng become when he returns? Untied the knot in advance, and learned the follow-up of Shinyu, coupled with the development of Zanpakut, he was really curious how much better Sui Feng would be than in the original book. In the original book, Sui Feng can be said to be completely abused by Baragan, but after Sui Feng has undergone penance, it is estimated that it will not be so simple for Baragan to defeat Sui Feng. Once a person knows his own weakness, with pressure and with hard work, his strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Chapter 106. After this dinner, another week passed, and everyone was ready to go. After the reinforcements of the expeditionary force gathered, Dongmenhao could clearly feel the despair of some of them. It is estimated that these people were forcibly sent to Hueco Mundo. This time even Dongmenhao couldn't pull them out of this emotion. After all, in the eyes of everyone, an existence like Dongmenhao doesn't dare to say that he can guarantee his own safety in Hueco Mundo, let alone them, so the atmosphere of despair is still very strong. When we left, there were a lot of people seeing us off, not that Dongmenhao knew everyone, but because many people were treated and saved by Dongmenhao back then, so there were so many people seeing us off. All the captains are also there. After all, the matter of the expeditionary army is not a trivial matter. Even Jin Yelai, who has been soaking in the research room, 597, has been dragged out. Finally, under the order of the old man Shan, everyone went to Hueco Mundo. The person who led the team was Dongmenhao, because no one was more qualified than him. Of course, those who led the way were a few people who had returned from the expeditionary force. The position of the expeditionary force in Hueco Mundo is not fixed, but is always on the move. There is no way, if the expeditionary army has been fixed in one place, then after being discovered by Su, they will wait to be beaten to death. So the expeditionary force will be transferred to another station after a while, but they are all on the side of Hueco Mundo. And because the technology to go to Hueco Mundo is not very mature, they can't be sent to the expeditionary army station accurately, they can only be sent to the surrounding area, and they need to find it by themselves. This requires some members of the expedition to help lead the way. The endless desert, is this the Hueco Mundo? After entering Hueco Mundo, everyone can only see the endless desert at a glance, which looks extremely barren. East Gate 3 seats, this is the desert on the edge of Hueco Mundo, let us lead the way. Several members of the expeditionary force said that although the desert is almost exactly the same, they have been in Hueco Mundo for so many years, and they are very familiar with the surrounding area. So naturally it will be left to them to lead the way. Then I will trouble you, had forth White Thunder. Dongmenhao nodded, then moved his finger to the front left, a lightning strike shot out, and shot through the desert in an instant, followed by a loud noise, and a tattered, somewhat ferocious head flew out. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a few spirit particles and disappeared. This is a powerful ghost lurking in the desert. Sure enough, Su, who has been hanging around in Hueco Mundo all year round, must learn how to survive, otherwise he will be swallowed up. Between Su and Su, it is not a complete companionship, most of Su is a relationship of devouring and being swallowed. Unless it is accepted as a subordinate, it is basically impossible to escape death. Hueco Mundo's predation by the weak has reached its peak. Be careful around, this is Hueco Mundo, it's Su's lair. There may be Su anywhere, let's go. After Dongmenhao gave a warning, everyone set off, and most of the members who followed behind were a little pale. Just now Dongmenhao's sudden move really scared them a little. But what really frightened them was the ghost under the desert, they didn't even realize that there was a ghost hidden there. Dongmen Sangzi is right. In Hueco Mundo, you need to be careful every step you take, because you don't know when there will be Su jumping out. Furthermore, I found out that Su, if he can kill the opponent, he must kill him directly. No one knows if this is some scout sent by Su. As an expeditionary force, they know the rules that Hueco Mundo needs to abide by best. There are always a large number of Shinigami patrolling around the expeditionary force. Once a ghost is found, it must be killed. After all, no one knows whether this ghost will attract more ghosts. Expeditionary force in Hueco Mundo, it's really sad. Under the leadership of several people, the crowd continued to move towards the southwest. After walking a few kilometers, although there were no casualties among the team, it was all due to Dongmenhao's contribution. If Dongmenhao is not here, then at least 3 of these Shinigami will die. These were all rescued by him at a critical moment. The strength of most of them is not strong, they are just ordinary players. With such strength, they can only deal with the hypocrisy under Minos Grande. And those who are weaker can't even deal with miscellaneous yuxu. Not to mention the existence of strong virtual and giant Minos Grande. In the entire team, apart from Dongmenhao, there are only 3 people who have the strength of an officer. Such a team is not so much a reinforcement as a delivery of food. Sure enough, the Seoul society has already given up any hope for the expeditionary force and just treats it as a trash can. For Dongmenhao, the expeditionary troops who led the way admired him very much. They had heard of Dongmenhao's name when they returned to Jinglingting before, but because of the short time, they didn't know much about it. But now it seems that they are really powerful, they can easily find Su's traces before them, and they can basically get it done with a single had. And it's still a very low-level had, especially before Dongmenhao directly blasted Jillian with a white thunder, which really scared them. As one of the most basic had, Bai Lei has a certain combat power, but it is not very strong. However, in Dongmenhao's hands, a random white thunder shot can not only kill the enemy, but also directly cause a violent explosion. Minos Grande couldn't hold it back and was killed directly. For the strong, the members of the expeditionary army have always admired them very much. So I respect Dongmenhao very much, and I don't have the slightest dissatisfaction, but the eyes of other people are full of disdain. Who can survive in Hueco Mundo, who has not experienced bloody fights and countless 5.8 escapes? Therefore, the expeditionary army believes in the supremacy of strength, and whoever is stronger will be respected. These rookie Shinigami, in their opinion, estimated that most of them would be killed directly after joining the expeditionary force. In this way, under the leadership of several people, a group of people quickly moved towards the destination, and killed countless Su on the way. Except for Dongmenhao, almost everyone's spirits were tense. After running for about half a day, all the people arrived at the camp of the expeditionary army. Except for a few people from Dongmenhao, the others sat down on the ground. God knows how they ran all the way here. They have been mentally tense for half a day, and the consumption is quite high. The Hueco Mundo expeditionary force is used to it, but they just came, and they can't adapt to this kind of operation at all. Chapter 107. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of trash. Seeing the appearance of this group of people, some old people in the expeditionary army garrison also laughed. They don't care about angering these newcomers because of ridicule, because in their view, this is a bunch of rookies. Every newcomer will be ridiculed, which is normal. After all, the weak are prey to the strong in this place. Unless they become stronger, they will not be respected by others at all, and they will only be greeted with endless ridicule. To shut up! Just when the newcomers wanted to refute with anger, a voice full of anger came, and those guys who had been mocking just now just shut up. Tianbei Zaihuzu, sure enough, the characters in the theater version have appeared, and the TV originals have also appeared. How can I say that those original guys also have a chance to appear? Dongmenhao recognized the guy in front of him at a glance, Tianbei Zaihuzu, one of the characters in the original TV plot. After Aizen and others left Hueco Mundo, the captain of the team was vacant. In the end, Susuk Amagai broke away from the expeditionary force and became the new captain. But this guy has a purpose at 19, and his purpose is to kill Old Man Shan. In this original plot, Old Man Shan also has an apprentice who goes to Xiaodalu's house as an undercover agent to investigate the matter of the taper knife. As a result, the undercover agent was discovered, then he was eroded by the taper knife, and finally attacked the Old Man Shan. Because he lost his reason, the old man finally killed him, and all this was known by Tianbei Zaihuzu. In the end, Tianbei Zaiusuk joined the expeditionary army, and used some means to control the Xiaodalu family, and created a taper sword that can eliminate Shinigami's power. To be honest, this sword is also a bit awesome. Even the Old Man Shan's strength can be eliminated, which is indeed a bit too strong. In fact, Tianbei Zaihuzu is not bad for helping people, it has always been for revenge, and Tianbei Zaihuzu is still very polite to other people. So at this moment, he shut up all these ridiculing people with a direct sentence, which can be regarded as gathering a wave of people's hearts. I'm sorry everyone, they didn't have any malicious intentions, but because they have been in a place like Hueco Mundo, it is inevitable that they are a little depressed, so they say such things. Who is the leader of you? Tianbei Zaihuzu's words made everyone's favorability for him increase a lot. I am. Are you the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force? Dongmenhao asked, but Tianbei Zaihuzu shook his head. Sorry, I'm not the commander-in-chief. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tianbei Zaihuzu, and I'm in charge of commanding the combat troops. Tianbei Zaihuzu made a self-introduction. He is the general person in charge of the battle. The expeditionary force also has people from logistics and other departments. Although there are few people, at least there should be some support. It's just that the people in the logistics are generally the weakest group of people who no longer have combat effectiveness. Dongmenhao, the third seat of the fourth team, I have some things to hand over to the commander-in-chief, please lead the way. Dongmenhao said that he still had some things to give to the commander-in-chief. Apart from the list information of the people who came this time, the most important thing was his order to move freely. 3 seats in the fourth team? I know, then come with me. Tianbei Zaihuzu took a surprised look at the large seedling knife Dongmenhao was carrying on his back. From the knife, it was really impossible to tell that this was a member of the fourth team, and he was also a third-seat vice-captain. But he didn't think too much about it. Originally, he asked who was the team leader in order to bring him to see the commander-in-chief. Under the leadership of Tianbei Zaihuzu, Dongmenhao soon met the commander-in-chief, who was a middle-aged man. Through the introduction, Dongmenhao learned that the name of this person was Otsu Ryata, and then Dongmenhao handed over the documents in his hand to him. This is, why did the captain give such an order? It was okay before, but after seeing Dongmenhao's document that he could move freely without obeying orders, Ryata Inzu was stunned. Seeing Otsu Ryata's astonished expression, Tianbei Zaihuzu also leaned over to take a look, and then showed a trace of shock on his face. I came to Hueco Mundo this time mainly for experience, so the captain gave me this document. Dongmenhao opened his mouth to explain briefly, anyway, this document is not fake. I see, this document is indeed true, and there is no need to falsify this kind of thing. Otsu Ryata nodded, who would cheat in this place with nothing to do. Came to the Shinigami at Hueco Mundo and wished they never left their bases, just huddled together, it was safer. So there is no need to forge this kind of document at all, and this kind of lie can be easily exposed as long as you send someone back to ask when the materials are delivered. Otsu Ryata also believed it directly. It seems that the 3 seats in the East Gate are not just 3 seats in the Soul Society. Otherwise, the captain would not have issued such a document. Tianbei Zaihuzu said with a smile, but this time the smile was a little fake, probably because of Old Man Shan. After all, he and Old Man Shan had a grudge, and now Old Man Shan opened such a back door for Dongmenhao, which obviously has something to do with it, so now Tianbei Zaihuzu even looked at Dongmenhao with a bit of displeasure. Smiles are fake too. However, I am indeed the third seat of the fourth team. It's as simple as that. Well, I was the captain of the third team at 350 for a while, but I was immediately revoked. Dongmenhao said by the way, anyway, this is not a secret, no accident. His reputation in Soul Society will soon be spread by these Shinigami who came together. Have you acted as the captain temporarily? No wonder, from this point of view, the strength of the 3 seats in the East Gate is also very strong. Can you compete with me? I am also very curious about the strength of the captain. Tianbei Zaihuzu asked, which also made Dongmenhao a little speechless. This guy was staring at him because of Old Man Shan. But this time he has no intention of refusing, because this is Hueco Mundo. Although he can move freely afterwards, he will inevitably return to this station. He didn't want to be annoyed by other people, and if he defeated Tianbei Zaihuzu, the captain of the fighting force, he would naturally be respected by everyone. So this time Dongmenhao didn't refuse. In that case, Captain Tianbei, please be merciful. Dongmenhao said, of course, this captain is not the other captain, this captain is only limited to the name of the expeditionary army. After leaving the expeditionary army and returning to Jinglingting, he can't just call the captain casually. The third seat at the east gate is really modest, so please. As he said that, Tianbei Zaihuzu took Dongmenhao to a venue, which was also covered with a barrier, but it was a little rough. Chapter 108. Although the enchantment is a little rough, at least you don't have to worry about giving away Reiatsu. But in Hueco Mundo, even if there is an enchantment, it is impossible to stay in one place for a long time. They are scattered everywhere. Even if there is an enchantment, it cannot guarantee certain safety, and it will be discovered sooner or later. But now this enchantment can at least prevent the Shinigami battle in the garrison from being discovered. I heard that Dongmenhao and Tianbei Zaihuzu were going to fight, and almost all the people in the garrison came, and at this moment, both sides were divided into two factions. One was the newcomers brought by Dongmenhao, and the other was the expeditionary force people here. Is that guy the one who led the team this time? Hearing from the rookies, he seems to be the third member of the fourth team, and he is also a very strong guy. You listen to those rookies bragging? The third seat, not even the vice-captain, and it's still in the fourth team. The fourth team is the treatment team. It's just that these guys have never seen the world. People in the expeditionary army had heard of Dongmenhao's name, but they also learned about it from the new population, and they didn't know much about it. How dare you look down on the 3 seats in the East Gate? You will know when your boss is defeated by the 3 seats in the East Gate. Those who have just come here from the Soul Society know how strong Dongmenhao is. He is the existence that can literally overthrow the captain. How could such an existence not be able to defeat the battle captain of an expeditionary force? There was such a quarrel between 5. It seems that the third seat of Dongmen is really very popular in Soul Society. Seeing the scene outside, Tianbei Zaihuzu was also a little surprised. It can be admired so much, which shows that Dongmenhao's life is not simple. Let's save the polite words for later. Dongmenhao pulled out the Zanpakut behind him, followed by a burst of bloody killing intent. Dongmenhao, who looked ordinary just now except for his special temperament, suddenly turned into a bloody butcher in the eyes of Tianbei Zaihuzu. This killing intent is too strong. Even though he has been in Hueco Mundo for such a long time, he has never seen such an exaggerated killing intent. Hey, it's really fake, the gap between the front and the back is too big. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Tianbei's forehead, and finally suppressed the influence of the killing intent and pulled out his Zanpakut. But he didn't completely suppress it, this killing intent still had some influence on him, at least under this killing intent, he couldn't use his full strength at all. This is true of Tianbei Zaihuzu, not to mention other people, even if they are blocked by an enchantment. But the enchantment is only blocking Reiatsu, things like killing intent can't be stopped at all. This terrifying killing intent enveloped everyone outside, even Tianbei Zaihuzu couldn't resist, let alone the people outside, all of them were pale and trembling from fright. Not only them, even the group of people from the Soul Society basically knew how terrifying Dongmenhao was. No wonder they can defeat the captain. This kind of killing intent is really terrifying. Just the killing intent makes them unable to arouse the slightest resistance, as if they will be beheaded directly if they move. When the knives of the two collided violently, but the strength was such that Tianbei Zaihuzu was sent flying backwards. Dongmenhao's strength is too great, and now Zaraki Kenpei has to stand aside in terms of this kind of hand-to-hand combat ability. Not to mention Tianbei Zaihuzu, a simple physical slash can't stop it. Cut it off, Lai Huo. Tianbei Zaihuzu, who got up again, felt his hands trembling under the huge force just now. That force has exceeded what he can bear now. So Tianbei Zaihuzu chose Shikai, but although his Zanpakuto is called Lai Huo, it has nothing to do with Lei, it is a pure flame type. The Zanpakuto after Shikai has not changed much, but the tip has become a hook shape. After liberating Zanpakuto, Tengai Susuk waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, the flame condensed in the center of the hook, and then shot out like a red cannon. Of course, the power is not comparable to the red cannon, and there is no need to chant, as long as Reiatsu is enough, he can release such attacks at will. Cut. However, before the flame bomb rushed in front of Dongmenhao, Dongmenhao directly slashed with a bloody slash. The slash and the flame bomb collided, and the flame bomb disappeared like a drop of water falling into the sea. Bankai Lei Huo Yan. Seeing that his Shikai was so simple to be blown away by a slash, Tianbei Ziasuk was also taken aback, and directly Bankai'd his Zanpakuto. A huge Reiatsu exploded, and at this moment the knife in his hand had become a big sword with a shield. The blade is directly inserted into the ground, and the blade is used to block in front of oneself. Bloody slash landed on Tianbei Zihuzu Zanpakuto, pushing Tianbei Zihuzu back tens of meters before dissipating. What a joke, this kind of strength is only the third seat, and it is still the fourth team. Tianbei Zihuzu felt like he was being tricked. The 3 seats of a medical team were so scary that he could only use Bankai to block the opponent's attack, and the most bizarre thing was that the opponent didn't even use Shikai, which was too much bar. It can only be said that Tianbei Zihuzu's basic strength is too weak. Although he can already Bankai now, but there are still decades before the original work, the current Wei Zihuzu can only be regarded as the weakest among the captains a batch. In the original book, if he didn't eliminate Shinigami Reiatsu's taper, he would not be the opponent of other captains. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow was not very powerful, so it can be seen that his strength in the original work is at most middle level among the captains. Now Dongmenhao's strength is a proper super captain. Under hard power, although Bankai's increase, of Liuang's, is useful, it cannot allow a person to ignore such a large level difference. How is it possible that Captain Yunbei has already used the solution and is not beaten so far? Seeing that Tianbei Zihuzu Bankai was pushed so far by a slash, the expeditionary army was really stunned. It's no wonder that the chief captain will give him enough freedom. This kind of strength has already surpassed the normal captain. Otsu Ryata understood the meaning of Old Man Shan. With such an existence, he naturally grew up the best. Now he even looks forward to Dongmenhao's growth. A Shikai can fight off another guy using a Bankai's Shinigami, once the Zanpakuto is freed, how terrifying will it be?